Chapter 1. Survival in the Dormitory, Extracting Talents. Pain. Wait, no pain? My apologies, let's try again. A peculiar odor, a mixture of dust and cheap disinfectant, invaded Lin Mo's nostrils. He abruptly opened his eyes, and instead of the familiar ceiling adorned with a few star athlete posters from his dormitory, he was greeted by an overwhelming expanse of blinding white. The ceiling was excessively pristine, so white it was almost dazzling. What in the world is this place? He propped himself up on his arms, the hard bedboard beneath him jabbing into his back, a stark contrast to the cushioned bed in his own dormitory. His gaze swept across the cramped confines. A bare wooden bed, a metallic cabinet of indiscernible material, and a rusted metal door featuring a diminutive observation window. The walls were a cold, grayish white, seamlessly fitted together, lacking even a single electrical outlet. Outside, there were no windows, only a harsh fluorescent tube light overhead. What the hell? Lin Mo exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. Last night, he had been gaming with his roommate until the early hours, then fell asleep without a care. How had he awakened in a different place? Kidnapped? Aliens? Or perhaps some fool was pulling an elaborate prank. He dashed towards the solitary metal door, his hand barely grazing the frigid doorknob, when zzz, a cacophony of electronic static erupted throughout the space, nearly causing Lin Mo to leap out of his skin. It was a voice tinged with a synthetic rasp, laboring to convey a semblance of customer service warmth. Attention, all new students. Welcome to the dormitory survival game. The core objective of the game is to survive amidst the onslaught of monsters within the building. Safety reminder. The dormitory walls are impenetrable, and protecting your sole vulnerability, the frail door, is paramount. Of course, you may choose to abandon the dormitory and band together for warmth. But who is the landlord, and who is the tenant? Newcomer benefit. Please visit the convenience store at the easternmost end of this floor within 24 hours to claim a free novice talent, courtesy of your landlord status. Do not be greedy. Additionally, the types of talents are limited, and their quality is random first come, first served. After the deadline, the doors will open and the first wave of monsters will descend. Surviving will unlock access to the stairs leading to other floors and the outside world. Wishing all new students an enjoyable game. Almost instantaneously as the announcement concluded, Lin Mo felt as though his mind had been forcibly injected with an operational interface. A translucent virtual panel, its edges emanating a gentle glow, floated before his eyes as if it were breathing. With a mere thought, his focus sharpened, and the panel became vividly clear, not obstructing his view of anything else. Chat room, trading network, information panel. A few icons were neatly arranged. Chat room area. In the upper right corner, a conspicuous number read 10801080. Below, messages scrolled feverishly. Area chat room online users 10801080, followed by a torrent of continuously refreshing information. 1629. Damn, is this for real? Who orchestrated such an elaborate prank? I just pulled an all-nighter defeating a boss. 0421. Oh, how terrifying. Is there anyone else here? I'm frightened. 1015. Is this a game? Am I the protagonist? 3512. Fellow residents on the 35th floor, is anyone forming a team? Let's support each other. My dorm number is 3512. 0621. Xiaoro, are you there? If you are, please get in touch with me. The numbers indicate the floor and dormitory, and Lin Mo quickly spotted his coordinates. 3530. The 35th floor, room 30. The chat room was a chaotic blend of panic, curses, and doubts, interspersed with a few excited comments, resembling a disturbed beehive. Glancing at the disordered chat, he noticed the absence of offers for original flavored stockings or promises of 1 million to be sent home, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure, and his gaze once again fixed upon the unremarkable metal door. Dormitory door. Level: LV0. Durability: 100,100. Defense: 5. Status: intact. Upgrade requirement: would X5. His gaze shifted slightly to the crossbow position beside the door. Basic turret. Level: LV0. Durability: 1010. Attack power: 22. Ammunition required. Status: standby. Upgrade requirement: please obtain upgrade points first. Turret? Is this all? Lin Mo muttered, feeling incredulous. What about arrows? An air cannon? He fumbled around the crossbow for a while, finding not a single bolt. Forget it. The little door is in good condition. My safety should be assured for now. The pressing concern is the talent. Lin Mo decisively abandoned his investigation of the useless contraption and turned the cold doorknob. Regardless of whether this bizarre place was real or not, he had to check out that talent mentioned in the broadcast, which was on a first-come, first-served basis. Whether he would acquire a fireball spell or invisibility, anything that could ensure his survival must not fall behind. The corridor was not the narrow, dimly lit space lined with dormitory doors he had imagined. Instead, it opened into a vast expanse. The enormous space had an astonishing height, with light streaming down softly from an unknown source. Beneath his feet lay a smooth, slightly textured silver-gray floor extending into the distance. Within his line of sight were independent metal dormitory units resembling small containers, spaced nearly 10 meters apart, arranged neatly like chess pieces. Was this truly a dormitory building? He would believe it was a large sports arena. Suppressing his astonishment, he scanned the area with keen eyes. At the far end on his right, he spotted a brightly colored advertisement board, faintly discernible with the word good. That must be to the east. The broadcast mentioned that the convenience store is located at the far east. He quickly oriented himself. His dormitory was nearly adjacent to the southwestern wall. Not far to his left, a heavy metal door embedded with intricate mechanical structures stood firmly closed, marked with an electronic sign. Emergency stairwell unlocked. Lin Mo instinctively reached out to touch the door, hoping to pry it open even a crack. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed several dormitory doors opening, revealing heads that displayed a range of emotions: fear, confusion, and determination. Several figures stumbled or charged purposefully towards the convenience store. The conflict had begun. Damn, there are actually people faster than me. Lin Mo's moment of hesitation was swiftly extinguished. He fixed his gaze ahead and sprinted towards the distant glow in the east. The ground beneath his feet was remarkably even, making it easy to run. Yet, the distance felt absurd. After quite a while. The convenience store sign gradually expanded in his field of vision. By the time Lin Mo breathlessly approached, 4 or 5 people had already gathered at the entrance of the convenience store. The store remained closed, and they were not surrounding a counter, but rather an extravagant, brightly lit gumball machine that emitted a cheap electronic sound of beep, beep, beep. Chapter 2. The Unconventional Planning Talent. He hastened forward, positioning himself at the end of the line. In front of him stood a round-faced chubby boy clad in a t-shirt adorned with an anime girl, sweat glistening on his forehead, betraying his excitement and anxiety. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned to glance at Lin Mo and forced a friendly smile. "Hey buddy, you made it. Quick on your feet." Lin Mo managed a polite smile in return, his gaze fixed intently on the gumball machine. Talent gumball machine. Attack power, 0. Defense power, indestructible. Notes, exclusive for newcomers. Once purchased, no returns. May the odds be ever in your favor. Laughs. So it truly is a draw? I'm Chao Wenyang. Room 3527. And you? A warning bell echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Yet he maintained a courteous smile. Lin Mo, 3530. 3,530? Oh, that's not far at all. Chao Wenliang's eyes sparkled, and his chubby hand slapped his thigh in excitement. Did the announcement say monsters would attack soon? This place is unfamiliar, but since our dorms are close, we can look out for each other. After all, a distant relative is not as helpful as a close neighbor, right? Lin Mo's smile remained unchanged as he replied. That makes sense. That makes sense. Brother Zhu is right. Let's look out for each other. Yet inwardly, he thought it prudent to secure his talent first. Who knows if this looking out for would be a help or a hindrance. The line moved swiftly. One by one, the individuals pressed their hands against the greasy lever of the gumball machine and pulled with all their might. The machine emitted a series of creaking sounds, accompanied by blinking lights, and a fist-sized, colorful plastic capsule dropped from the lower exit with a pop. Those who received capsules invariably surveyed their surroundings with caution, clutching the capsules tightly as they raced back to their dorms, fearful of being robbed along the way. When it was Chao Wenyang's turn, he took a deep breath, his facial flesh tightening, and grasped the lever with his plump hand, pulling down with all his strength. Clang! Creaking jingle, jingle, jingle. The gas-upon machine erupted with an unprecedented cacophony and dazzling lights, continuing for several seconds. A capsule, glimmering with a faint golden sheen, slowly rolled out. Golden! Chow Wenliang's small eyes widened in disbelief as he let out a low growl. Seizing the exceptionally heavy golden capsule, he squeezed through the crowd, darting towards 3527 like a cannonball, his speed utterly incongruous with his stature. Around him, several greedy gazes relentlessly pursued his retreating figure, akin to ravenous wolves stalking a plump lamb, until he vanished behind the dormitory door. Yet, order had not completely disintegrated. They merely muttered curses under their breath, acknowledging his fortuitous luck without resorting to further misconduct. His golden legend? Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps he should indeed keep an eye on that little chubby fellow. It was now his turn. Suppressing his exhilaration, he imitated those before him, placing his hand upon the cold joystick. The joystick felt greasy and unpleasant in his grasp. With a heart racing and trembling hands, left 0, right fire, Thunder God assist me, Lin Mo silently chanted, suddenly yanking down hard. Unlike the earth-shattering event that transpired with Chow Wenliang, the gas-upon machine emitted only a low, rumbling hum. The colored lights flashed in a remarkably restrained manner, ultimately settling into an indescribable, warm, and rich dark golden glow. A capsule, pulsating with intense dark golden light, fell with a soft thud into the dispensing slot. Success. The color was perfect. Lin Mo's heart raced as he grasped the capsule, feeling its warm, peculiar texture. He dared not linger, nor look at the surrounding faces, now flushed with greed akin to that of startled rabbits, and turned to flee. Damn it, gold. Another one. What luck today. With such a high drop rate, I want a golden legend too. Behind him, muffled gasps of astonishment and envious murmurs echoed. Lin Mo felt a surge of wind beneath his feet, summoning every ounce of strength to sprint across the expansive plaza towards the southwest corner, 3530. The open space felt interminably lengthy at that moment, as if he could sense the piercing heat of those voracious gazes upon his back. As he neared his dormitory area, the wooden door of 3529 slid open with a soft whoosh. A figure was about to step out, colliding with Lin Mo in a brief moment of shared surprise. It was a girl, tall and slender, her skin luminous and striking, her features exquisitely crafted as if she had stepped out of a painting. Yet, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with a mixture of wariness and panic. Dressed in a simple gray hoodie paired with black fitted joggers that casually pooled around her ankles, she wore a pair of classic canvas shoes whose brand was indiscernible. The hood rested loosely atop her head, with a few strands of deep brown hair cascading messily around her neck, accentuating her elegantly pale and elongated silhouette. With an air of cool detachment, she undoubtedly embodied the essence of a campus beauty. Lin Mo instinctively stole another glance. Upon noticing Lin Mo racing towards her, clutching a glowing capsule, the girl's expression shifted to one of heightened vigilance. With a decisive bang, she unhesitatingly slammed the door shut again. The creaking sound of the small door closing reverberated through the emptiness. Lin Mo did not pause in his stride, yet a flicker of amusement danced within him. Ah, this neighbor possesses quite the vigilance. He swiftly glided past the firmly shut door of 3529, darting back to his own room at 3530. After identifying the homeowner, he flung the door open and slipped inside, slamming it shut behind him with a decisive bang, leaning against the cold metal door as he gasped for breath. Safe at last. He spread his hands, gazing at the warm, dark golden capsule resting in his palm. Lacking any buttons or interfaces, he attempted to twist it open like a bottle cap, gripping both ends of the capsule firmly and applying force. Click! The capsule obediently split in two. No tangible object fell out instead. A rich, unyielding, dark golden radiance, pulsating with vibrant life, surged forth like a living entity and darted into his forehead. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Mo. You have acquired the unique SS-level golden legendary talent. Touch of Abundance Planting Harvesting. A torrent of information flooded his mind, as clear as a brand. Touch of Abundance LV1. Effect 1. Planting. Designate a sentient female, being limited to human females with a charm value of 8 or above as the field, marking her mentally to implant a seed. 2. Harvesting. Once the mark is effective for 24 hours, a single harvest may be conducted. The harvested product is an exclusive growth gift package containing random food, drinking water, basic materials, clothing, special items with probability, talent fragments low probability, attribute points with probability, etc. The harvested products are solely for the sower's disposal. 3. Gardener's gift. Each successful harvest will grant the host a fixed number of corresponding free attribute points, which can enhance oneself. 4. Experience. With attentive nurturing, await the bloom. The seed will absorb the dissipated life energy, emotional fluctuations, and other nutrients from the target's body, growing naturally. Resistance from the target may result in failed harvests or diminished quality. Harmonious cultivation is essential for abundant yields. Note, a single target cannot be sown again before harvesting. The attribute points gained from the harvest can only be used to enhance the host. Remark, a grain sown in spring yields 1,000 in autumn. But are you certain that what you are sowing is hope? Rest assured, what you reap will certainly not be a child. Chapter 3. Winning over the club's young models or losing to become one. Lin Mo found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had drawn a talent that allowed him to cultivate attributes from beautiful women. The name of this talent sounded rather legitimate, and the description seemed quite mystical. But its core function, translated into layman's terms, was simply find a lovely girl, mark her, wait for 24 hours, and then harvest attribute points from her. It was harmless and pollution-free. She would gain something, and he wouldn't be toiling in vain. The key was that she might even find it quite pleasurable. Yet, this operation seemed exceedingly audacious. Was this truly the kind of talent one would expect in a serious survival game? Lin Mo felt as if his worldview had been thoroughly plowed by this agricultural talent. A charm value of 8? It even had a threshold? Contemplating the requirements, his mind involuntarily wandered back to the aloof neighbor he had glimpsed at the entrance of room 3529. That face, that aura. If the charm value was anything to go by, it was not just 8. It could easily surpass 9. Wasn't she the perfect, natural experimental field delivered right to his doorstep? He muttered to himself, his thoughts igniting as he summoned his personal panel. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 20. Strength, 5, the average for adult males. Agility, 6. Constitution, 5. Mentality, 7. Charm, 8. Talent. Bounty touch, unique. Game skills, none. Survival coins, 0. Status, healthy, slightly anxious. Hiss. Lin Mo stroked his chin. This panel represented a pure, ordinary person starting out. Bounty touch was indeed a golden legend, but it was unequivocally a future yield-type talent. At this moment, facing the impending wave of monsters, it could neither fortify his wooden door with a steel plate, nor conjure an arrow from his worn-out crossbow, let alone enable him to punch through steel. Its sole purpose was to inform him, "Hey buddy, want to grow stronger? Go find a beautiful girl to cultivate. After 24 hours, you shall reap your harvest." What a letdown. Lin Mo felt a wave of frustration, nearly crushing the capsule in his grasp. 24 hours? The monsters would arrive in just 23. How could he possibly persuade a sufficiently charming girl to willingly let him cultivate her? How could he say, "Dear classmate, I'm planting a field on you, and after 24 hours I'll gather some attribute points to enhance myself, and it won't harm you at all?" She would surely think him a pervert. This talent was utterly superfluous. Just as he sighed at the panel, contemplating how to conjoin with the neighboring campus bell, in room 0621, a petite girl of around 5 feet was leaning against the door, perusing the channel information with a sigh. The girl had a hint of baby fat, her large, dark eyes shining brightly, and her blue-black hair was fashioned into a bouncy little bun, flanked by white fox ears. The red and white diagonal shoulder dress revealed one of her snow-white arms, and her fluffy fox tail arched mischievously behind her, her bare feet resting on the floor, beside a gigantic wine gourd on the bed. She bore an uncanny resemblance to a youthful Tu Shanya. If she is not contacting me, it seems she might not be around. She removed her wig, revealing her glossy, ear-length hair. Perhaps it was for the best. Sighing, she lamented that had she known, she would never have rushed to that comic convention. only to find herself in this dreadful predicament. Resigned, she twisted open the capsule in her hand. Observation Level 1 Effect gradually enhances personal attributes. Focuses on self, discarding distractions, remaining unperturbed by external circumstances, significantly reducing the probability of monster detection. What is this? How does this talent work? Ding. Would you like to activate your talent? Activate. The girl instinctively touched her filthy soles, and upon realizing it, she grimaced and rubbed her hands together. What is happening? Why can't I move? Just as she contemplated struggling, her mind suddenly went blank, consciousness fading into chaos. This cannot be. I still need to find Xiaoro. She closed her eyes and slowly collapsed onto the ground. Ding! You have a new private message. A flashing notification abruptly appeared. The sender's ID boldly displayed. 3529. Lin Mo froze. Just as he thought of her, she appeared. Was this not a form of telepathy? He hastily clicked to open it. 3529. Open the door. Please, let me in a hide. Just for a moment. I beg you. Someone is chasing me. They are almost here. 3529. What's going on? Why are they chasing you? 3529. The talent capsule. They want to steal mine. I just got the last one. They're coming for me. I beg you. Let me hide, and I will come out as soon as they leave. I owe you a tremendous favor. Please. This girl must be terrified. Her frantic logic had crumbled, and the panic in her words almost spilled from the screen. Lin Mo's mind buzzed. This was an unwelcome burden accompanied by a pack of wolves. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse. Open the door? He had no idea what was happening outside. What if he got caught up in it too? His flimsy door, level 0, with only 100 durability, would it withstand a few kicks from that crowd? He hesitated, but more desperate messages poured in. Lin Mo cursed under his breath and pressed his ear tightly against the cold metal door, holding his breath. Outside, in the empty square, the sounds of hasty footsteps drew near, accompanied by a man's coarse shouts. Damn it, that filthy bitch runs pretty fast. The last capsule was in her hands. Time was running out, and she could not escape. Don't let her get away. The gotcha machine at the convenience store is empty. This is as she approached her dormitory. Yi Xiaoro felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The absence of a reply from 3530 in the chat box conveyed a rejection of another kind. She had attempted to open the door from the inside earlier, and it had opened effortlessly. However, entering from the outside required a brief identity verification step, which, though only taking about 3 seconds, was ample time for her to be apprehended. While she hesitated, the door of Lin Mo's room swung open. In an instant, a figure, flustered and fragrant, darted through the crack of the door like a startled fawn. Lin Mo reacted swiftly, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud before locking it, pressing his back firmly against the door panel in a seamless motion. Chapter 4. The mathematical dilemma of being prodded by numerous swine. A chilling mechanical voice reverberated within Lin Mo's mind. Ding. A target meeting the planting criteria. Yi Xiaoro. Charm value. 9.5. Has entered the host safe zone. Shall we proceed with immediate planting? Forget that. Lin Mo inwardly retorted, consumed by the urgency of the present moment. Who has time for farming now? Damn it. That scoundrel 3530 has hidden someone away. Open the door. Hand her over. Listen, my friend, do not be overly greedy. Just because you possess a golden talent does not make you exceptional. Hand her over willingly, or else with 7 or 8 of us. How long do you think that flimsy door can endure? Even your golden talent won't save you. The outside erupted in a cacophony of furious roars and threats, flooding in like a relentless tide. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy impacts reverberated against the metal door, each collision causing it to tremble slightly. Lin Mo could distinctly feel the vibrations behind him. Instinctively, he glanced at the door's status panel. Dormitory door, level, LV0 status. Under attack durability. 99-100 good heavens. My door. Lin Mo's expression darkened, his frustration palpable. A durability of 100, and it's already lost 1 point from just 2 kicks. If these 7 or 8 individuals truly become enraged and take turns kicking it, how long can this door hold out? Have you no shame? Yi Xiaoro, trembling behind Lin Mo, was seething with anger, tears welling in her eyes as she cried out with a quivering voice. The talent is first come, first served. Why should you take mine? It's your own fault for being slow to act when the convenience store ran out of capsules. What does that have to do with me? The crowd outside was momentarily taken aback, but soon their ire flared. Nonsense. What use does a woman have for talent? Can you even fight monsters? Indeed, you'd be better off finding a protector. As tenants of strength, contribute your talent to us, and we shall ensure your safety. Don't push your luck. If you don't open the door soon, it won't just be about being a tenant anymore. Haha. Their vile words dripped with naked threats and malice. Yi Xiaoro, her lips trembling in fury, could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears and huddling on the ground. Her body curled into a ball, her voice thick with despair and injustice. Woo-woo, I just want to survive. What have I done wrong? Why must you treat me this way? Lin Mo, preoccupied with the panel, caught a glimpse of Yi Xiaoro, sobbing and shivering on the ground, her tears falling like rain. Do not cry just yet, listen to me. Yi Xiaoro abruptly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes locking onto his, clinging to him as if he were her last hope. As your neighbor, I offer you two choices. Lin Mo spoke rapidly, yet each word was pronounced with clarity. First, throw the talent capsule through the gap in the door and do so far away. That group outside, in their greed for it, will surely turn upon each other, dogs fighting dogs, leaving you unscathed. This is the safest and most hassle-free option. Yi Xiaoro instinctively Tenant had grip on her pocket, where the capsule containing her every hope resided. Throw it away. She felt an unwillingness rise within her. This was her vital lifeline. Secondly, Lin Mo gazed at her tightly clenched hand in her pocket and continued. Let us take a gamble. Open the capsule now. What if it grants you a formidable combat talent, like Fireball, Ice Arrow, or the ability to summon some creature, or perhaps even double your strength? Then you would have the means to resist. Although the hope is slim. Yi Xiaoro's lips quivered as her voice trembled with a heavy undertone of sorrow and profound disappointment. But even if I am fortunate enough to obtain a combat talent, my stats show only a bit higher speed, while my physique and strength are so lacking. Outside, there are so many people. How could I possibly overcome them? She gazed at her slender arms, and despair washed over her once more. She was acutely aware that she was not cut out for combat. You don't need to defeat everyone. You only need to bring down one. They will all fear becoming the next. Lin Mo's words resonated like thunder in the darkness, instantly dispelling the chaos in Yi Xiaoro's mind. Indeed, intimidation, a demonstration of power. She didn't need to conquer all. She only needed to instill fear in everyone. The dread of death is far more potent than sheer numbers. She hastily wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand, her movement imbued with a fierce determination, revealing a newfound resolve on her previously gentle visage. Raising her head, she looked at her neighbor, Lin Mo, for the first time with genuine scrutiny. The deeply rooted disdain she harbored for men began to waver ever so slightly. I'll take the gamble. Yi Xiaoro resolved, no longer hesitating. She swiftly retrieved the talent capsule, emanating a faint blue glow from her pocket. Click! The capsule opened with a sound. There was no blinding light, only a soft white glow that swiftly entered her forehead. Ding! Player Yi Xiaoro has acquired the talent. Master Builder, LV1. Effect: randomly reduces the cooldown time required for all buildings, doors, turrets, and potentially unlockable items and structures by 10-50. Effect diminishes with skill level disparity and caps at 50. As the information surged into her mind, the color drained from Yi Xiaoro's face, leaving her utterly pale. Her body swayed, nearly collapsing. A cooldown reduction? What use is that? I lost the gamble. I lost terribly. It's over. Yi Xiaoro murmured, engulfed by immense disappointment and deeper despair as if cold tides had completely submerged her. Turning to Lin Mo, her lips trembled and tears once again surged uncontrollably. It reduces building upgrade cooldowns by 50. I'm finished. They 1T spare me. Lin Mo nodded, having never harbored much hope to begin with. Yi Xiaoro, clinging to the last flicker of faint and almost humble hope, asked with a broken voice, Did you draw combat talent? I beg you. Can you save me? This uncertain chance was the only lifeline she could grasp before sinking. Lin Mo finally shifted his gaze from the panel, looking deeply at her. It is not a combat talent. What can save you? Yi Xiaoro suddenly raised her head, gazing at Lin Mo in disbelief. Those calm eyes, at this moment, seemed to radiate a soothing enchantment. Is it true? Her voice trembled with incredulity and immense joy, akin to a drowning individual finally grasping a life-saving rope. As long as you can save me this time, I will promise you anything. Truly, whatever it takes. She uttered this vow with fervent resolve, her desire to survive overpowering all hesitation and restraint. Whether confronted by one pig or many, she remained clear-headed. Remember your words, Lin Mo stated, his tone unwavering, as if he were merely articulating a fact. He abruptly raised his voice, directing it toward the door. Those outside, listen. This is your final warning. Leave at once. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Chapter 5. How could a tower defense game lack turrets? The consequences are yours to bear. Who do you think you're intimidating, kid? Your pitiful door's durability is nearly depleted. Brothers, put in more effort. Let us dismantle this wretched door. Perhaps we might even uncover a golden talent. From outside came unabashed laughter and an even more fervent assault on the door. The door's durability dropped to 94. Click! A faint mechanism sound emerged, almost inaudible amidst the cacophony of insults and kicks. Yet, near the top of the door, a small square aperture, no larger than a fist and typically imperceptible, silently slid open. The chilling tip of a metal crossbow limb slowly extended from this tiny opening, glimmering with a ghostly sheen. A sharp-eyed individual outside happened to glance up, catching sight of the suddenly revealed, serpent-like crossbow limb. His face blanched in horror, and a terrified scream instantly drowned out all other sounds. Turret, shooting port, run. His response was swift, but alas, it was too late. Buzz, a low, resonant hum of the bowstring reverberated. A blurred shadow shot forth from that minuscule aperture at an almost imperceptible speed. Thud! The dull sound of a blade entering flesh was accompanied by a high-pitched, pitch-altered shriek. Outside, a burly man, mid-kick against Lin Mo's door, suddenly froze. A rough yet remarkably sharp metal crossbow bolt had pierced through his chest, its tip protruding from his back, drenched in crimson. The cruel grin on his face instantly froze, replaced by an overwhelming dread and excruciating pain. He incredulously looked down at the gaping wound in his chest, a raspy gasp escaping his throat. And then with a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing twice before falling silent. His health bar, a representation of life, plummeted to 0. Area announcement. Player 3505 has been killed by player 3530 using a turret. The cold system announcement instantaneously flooded the chat channels of all 35 players. Silence. The arrogance, greed, and ferocity etched on the faces of the remaining 5 or 6 individuals outside instantly froze, leaving only boundless terror. Who will be the next target? The voice was soft, yet thick with the scent of blood and the menace of death. Run, run, someone shouted, leading the charge. The remaining few outside, like startled birds, scrambled and crawled away, scarcely daring to glance at their fallen comrade, desperately fleeing in the opposite direction of 3530, cursing their parents for not granting them 2 extra legs, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a faint odor of urine. The crisis was averted. Each individual lamented their lack of additional legs, scattering in disarray. Turret, LV0 crossbow, standard mode. Purchase crossbow bolts with survival coins. 10 survival coins for 10 bolts. Aiming requires manual operation. Mental control mode. Consumes mental power to lock onto targets and activate. At the current level, activating 1 bolt consumes 1 point of mental power. When a mental state drops below 20, severe dizziness, nausea, and other adverse conditions ensue. Sinking below 10 poses a risk of fainting. Reaching 0 could be life-threatening. A group of fools. How could it be that in a tower defense game, the turrets are rendered inoperative? Inside, Lin Mo smiled with a pale face, the crisis averted. Yi Xiaoro stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her. from the opening of the firing port to the deadly bolts, and then the scattering of people outside. The entire sequence transpired with the swiftness of a flash of lightning. The tear stains on her face were not yet dry, her small mouth slightly agape, her almond-shaped eyes wide with shock, her mind blank. She glanced at the firing port, now closed as if nothing had occurred, then at Lin Mo, who lay pale and weak on the ground, and finally at the chilling kill announcement in the chat channel. A profound sense of unreality enveloped her. Had this seemingly ordinary, even somewhat delicate neighbor just taken a life with that inconspicuous crossbow? To save her, she murmured to herself, her voice trembling with the aftershock of survival and deep confusion. Is this how the turrets are utilized in this game? Is this reasonable? Outside, an eerie silence prevailed. The faint scent of blood and urine seeping through the door cracks, barely perceptible. Lin Mo opened the regional chat channel, expecting a barrage of condemnation. Killer 3,530. Beware of 3,530. However, the channel was in disarray, messages scrolling rapidly, yet few mentioned his recent kill announcement. 0715 help. Someone save me. The door next door has gone mad. They stole my capsule and are blocking the door to kill me. 2,803. Damn it. A fight broke out at the convenience store. Several are dead. Don't come here. The capsules are long gone. 1218 trade. Seeking to purchase talent capsules. I'll give you 5 million when we get out. 0912. Is anyone forming a team? System announcement. Player 0417 has been killed by player 0421. System announcement. Player 1511 has been killed by player 1511. The numbers in the upper right corner, like a cold countdown, mercilessly ticked away. 1035, 1080. In less than half an hour, 45 people had vanished. The methods of death were varied, killed for their talents, despair-driven suicides, even accidental deaths during the scramble. This enormous dormitory had already transformed into a bloody arena before the monsters even arrived. The darkness of humanity magnified to its utmost extent. Yi Xiaoro remained slumped on the ground, her back against the cold wall, clutching her knees tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. For the first time, she felt the chilling grip of death so closely, a sensation more agonizing than death itself. Lin Mo approached her step by step, his footsteps echoing distinctly in the quiet room. The crisis had temporarily subsided. Now, it was time to fulfill your promise. You said anything would suffice. Yi Xiaoro, suddenly comprehending Lin Mo's implication, her cheeks flushing crimson, even her ears tinged with a rosy hue, her gaze darting about in a fluster. Now, her voice was as delicate as a whisper, imbued with an incredible sense of shame and a barely perceptible resistance. So soon? Outside, she instinctively cast a glance at the closed door, beyond which lay a lifeless body, the air still thick with the stench of blood and fear. At the very least, we should tidy up outside, right? Lin Mo remained silent, observing her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her eyes darting in a state of panic, and her body quivering slightly. No explanations, no comfort, not even a trace of superfluous movement. He simply leaned down, placing one hand against the wall behind her, confining her within the narrow space between himself and the wall. Yi Xiaoro's heart raced to its limits, nearly bursting from her chest. She instinctively tried to retreat, but the cold wall blocked her escape. The faint scent of sweat mingled with an indescribable, masculine aura of aggression enveloped her, rendering her mind a blank slate. Chapter 6. The first successful planting in the next moment. Lin Mo's face loomed large before her. Without a hint of hesitation, with an undeniable forcefulness, he pressed his lips against hers, which trembled slightly from nervousness. Yuck! Yi Xiaoro's eyes widened in shock. Her body froze instantly. A potent, unfamiliar masculine aura enveloped her, imbued with a sense of possession. Instinctively, she sought to resist, her hands pressing against Lin Mo's chest, only to find it as unyielding as stone, unmoving. The kiss bore an irresistible intensity, raw yet domineering, swiftly depleting the air from her lungs. After a suffocating moment, Yi Xiaoro finally regained a semblance of strength. Abruptly turning her head, to free herself from Lin Mo's lips. She gasped for air, her chest heaving, her gaze filled with panic, indignation, and a hint of offended grievance. Her cheeks flushed crimson as if they might bleed. "You!" She glared at Lin Mo, her anger rendering her speechless. His eyes were tranquil as water, even tinged with a hint of coldness, piercing into the depths of her own. "Are you having second thoughts?" His voice was low, yet it struck Yi Xiao's heart like a chilling hammer. Second thoughts? Those two words extinguished her rising anger and grievance like ice water. She recalled her promise made in desperation, the ravenous wolves lurking outside. Without Lin Mo, what fate would she have met? The thought was too dreadful to entertain. Gazing at Lin Mo's somber expression, which seemed to exude an undeniable aura of control, any remaining courage to resist within her evaporated. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes trembling violently like the wings of a startled butterfly. Her already stunning beauty was now heightened by a breathtaking allure of shyness and submission. "I have no second thoughts." Her voice was as delicate as a whisper. Trembling with resignation, her head bowed lower, her neck tinged with a soft blush. It's my first time. Please be gentle." This utterance drained her of all courage, and she nearly wished to shrink into the crevice of the wall. Lin Mo beheld this exquisite flower, ripe for the picking, and a flame ignited fiercely within him. Just as he intended to draw her into his embrace completely, a hand pressed once more against his chest. It was Yi Xiao's hand. "What now?" Lin Mo's voice bore a hint of exasperation. He felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame, poised to strike, yet repeatedly thwarted. If not for the tumultuous world around him, where he had lifted the veil of peace and seized control, he might have thought this woman was toying with him. Yi Xiao raised her glistening eyes, her voice soft and tender. "Can I stay in your dormitory as your tenant?" Lin Mo was utterly taken aback, his expression momentarily blank. "Tenant?" She brought it up before he even had the chance to mention himself. Yi Xiao's own thoughts were in disarray. Whether it was the bridge effect or the powerful sense of security Lin Mo had exuded in that moment of crisis, she was uncertain. She was acutely aware of the terrifying world outside, alone in a dormitory, facing uncharted monsters and the potential malice of her own kind. She simply could not endure it. The man before her, though his methods were forceful and perhaps a tad impatient, had saved her life, and surprisingly, he was not as disagreeable as she initially thought. Perhaps her previous discomfort stemmed from never having encountered someone like him before. At this moment, Lin Mo silently expressed gratitude to her parents for bestowing upon her a reasonably attractive visage and an allure rating of 8. Had she been less appealing, Yi Xiao would likely be contemplating a far grimmer fate than merely being a tenant. "Stay with me? Become my tenant?" He stifled a laugh, striving to maintain a serious demeanor as he leaned closer to Yi Xiao's flushed ear, his warm breath caressing her sensitive earlobe. "That will depend on your performance." In the cramped confines of the dormitory, an atmosphere thick with ambiguity and tension enveloped them. He no longer hesitated, lowering his head to capture her soft, enticing lips once more, this time with a more pronounced sense of possession and guidance. Yi Xiao's cheeks flushed a delicate hue, reminiscent of fine, translucent porcelain. In a daze, Lin Mo heard the faint, cool sound of cracking porcelain. Planting successful. Target, Yi Xiao, 3529. Seed status. Planted. Time until maturity. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. 57 seconds. The planter's mood is highly elated. Expected yield increased. Attribute points. Base probability 15. Talent fragments. Base probability 4. Planter's gain. None. Settlement upon harvest. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the small dormitory was suffused with a languid and suggestive atmosphere. Yi Xiao lay on Lin Mo's unforgiving wooden bed, as limp as a fish washed ashore, drained of energy. With great effort, she turned over, extracting her already soaked sweatshirt from beneath her, casting it aside in disdain. Her tone was soft, tinged with the languor of having been thoroughly exhausted and a hint of grievance. "You insufferable man, you've worn me out." She paused, her voice dropping into a hoarse yet playful lilt. "I still don't know your name." Yi Xiao. Lin Mo leaning against the headboard. Lin Mo spoke lazily, his voice laced with satisfaction, idly toying with the prison guard. Lin Mo, Yi Xiaoro murmured his name softly, as if etching it into her memory. After a brief silence, she seemed to recall something, turning her head with a hint of curiosity directed at Lin Mo. By the way, what is your talent? Why does it have a cooldown? Did you activate it just now? In a fleeting moment of blurred consciousness, she had sensed an unusual energy emanating from Lin Mo. His heart raced, and his body tensed for an instant, yet he maintained an unruffled exterior. How do you know? Yi Xiaoro blinked, her eyes still glistening with moisture, embodying innocence and nonchalance. Because my talent reminded me. Reminded you of what? Just moments ago, Yi Xiaoro's cheeks flushed slightly as she vaguely referenced a certain time frame. Suddenly, a notification from my talent panel appeared, stating, detected nearby player 3530 has skills on cooldown. Would you like to utilize the talent, Master Builder, to reduce their cooldown time by 50? In that instant, my mind was utterly bewildered. I scarcely had the presence of mind to consider whether to select yes or no. She shyly offered an explanation. Chapter 7, Talent Synergy, Reduced Cooldown Lin Mo. He was utterly petrified. A reduction in building upgrade cooldown. It can also affect the cooldown of my planting skills. What kind of divine synergy is this? It appears that the talents drawn resemble structures that exert influence on the human body. He abruptly straightened his posture, his eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on Yi Xiaoro, as if she were an unparalleled treasure. Yi Xiaoro felt a shiver run down her spine under his intense gaze, instinctively shrinking back. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Mo took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within him, his gaze transforming into something fervently intense as he spoke each word with deliberate clarity. Yi Xiaoro, the combination of our talents might be quite formidable. As Yi Xiaoro gazed at him, bewilderment etched on her face. Lin Mo slowly began to unveil his seemingly frivolous yet boundlessly promising golden legendary talent, Touch of Abundance, planting harvesting, along with its core mechanics. However, he tactfully omitted any mention of the charm limitation, shifting their collaboration into a position of dominance. As she listened, her mouth fell agape, her expression evolving from confusion to shock, then to indignation, ultimately settling into a state of stupefaction. Ugh! Unable to contain herself, she spat out a retort. Her cheeks flushed, eyes glimmering with playful reproach. An unseemly person, an unseemly talent. This assessment was remarkably accurate. Yet, despite her scorn, she was secretly in awe of this potent talent. To obtain food, clothing, and even enhance attributes and acquire special items simply by staying out of danger? This was nothing short of a miraculous technique for triumph in an apocalyptic world, provided that the marked woman faced minimal risk. It would be exceedingly difficult for most women to refuse. Upon contemplating her role as a test subject, she realized it was not a disadvantage, but rather an opportunity to cling to an immensely promising ally. With this thought igniting within her, Yi Xiaoro's heart surged with fervor. What shame, what modesty could possibly stand against the overwhelming allure of survival and strength? With a determined push of her delicate foot, she broke free from Lin Mo's grasp, and in a swift turn, she found herself atop Lin Mo's chest. The gravity of global safety weighed heavily on Lin Mo as he sensed the unfolding situation. She leaned down, her lustrous eyes glimmering with a hint of boldness and allure, and offered him a fragrant kiss. How did I perform? Her voice, laced with a gentle breath, held a seductive quality akin to a captivating little fox. In that moment, her thoughts stirred, and without hesitation, she activated her talent, Master Builder. Beep. Detecting that the host's skill, Touch of Abundance, planting, is currently in cooldown. Target player 3529 Yi Xiaoro is using talent, Master Builder. Effect triggered. Reduces skill, Touch of Abundance. Planting cooldown time by 50. Target, Yi Xiaoro 3529. Seed status, planted, time to maturity, 11 hours 58 minutes 58 seconds. 57 seconds. Detected that the planter's mood is highly joyous. Life energy is active. Anticipated yield increased. Attribute points. Base probability 1518. Talent fragments. Base probability 45. Planter bonus. None. Settlement upon harvest. A series of melodious notification sounds resonated in Lin Mo's mind like celestial music. As he beheld the countdown that had halved in an instant and the glaringly enhanced probability of returns, his heart raced with exhilaration, nearly leaping from his chest. Unable to contain himself, he clenched his fist tightly, a wave of immense surprise washing over him. Could it be further shortened? What a foolish thought. The same objective could only be utilized once before the cooldown expired. Yet he feigned composure, deliberately adopting a serious expression as he playfully pinched Yi Xiaoro's pert nose. His tone laced with a hint of reluctance. Well, it's passable, barely acceptable. Yi Xiaoro saw through his facade, recognizing the uncontainable joy in his eyes, indicating the effectiveness was remarkable. With a triumphant smile, she planted another kiss on his cheek, her gaze growing more enchanting, her body gently brushing against him as she coquettishly murmured, "Then, if I am deemed acceptable, will you keep me as a tenant? I am afraid to be alone." The elongated afraid was soft and sweet. Lin Mo felt a slight stiffness as a sign of respect. He chuckled and playfully tapped her resilient posterior. "Wait a moment. Let me handle the business first." Focusing his thoughts, he attempted to send a rental application to Yi Xiaoro. As expected, the system prompted. The landlord must set the 3,530 tenant rules, current tenant slots, 01, before sending an invitation. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened as he began to contemplate seriously, his fingers swiftly tracing through the air to add stipulations. 3,530 tenant rules, current tenant slots, 01. If the landlord dies, the tenant immediately perishes and the dormitory level resets to 0. 2. The tenant cannot actively open the dormitory door without the landlord's explicit permission, including attempts to open the door from the inside. 3. The tenant cannot lie to the landlord, including withholding critical information. 4. The tenant must unconditionally obey the landlord's reasonable commands, except those involving life-threatening situations or severe harm to the tenant's core interests. 5. The tenant must actively maintain the dormitory's safety and cooperate with the landlord's defenses. 6. Under sufficient conditions, the tenant must wear attire designated by the landlord within the dormitory, e.g., black stockings, etc. Having completed the setup, he presented the rules to the sprawled Yi Xiaoro. Her gaze traversed each line, her expression shifting unpredictably. Upon reading the first rule, her eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, before she was enveloped in darkness. "What?" she exclaimed, her voice rising with indignation and fury. "If the landlord dies, the tenant dies? Lin Montauk, what do you mean by this? Do you distrust me so much? Do you believe I would harm you?" A wave of being deeply questioned and treated as a mere tool surged within her, causing her to erupt in anger, struggling to free herself from Lin Mo's embrace. With swift reflexes, Lin Mo tightened his hold, securing her firmly in his arms. "Calm down. This is not a matter of trust. We are merely being prudent." He endeavored to reason with a woman engulfed in anger, asserting that my willingness to shelter you implies a willingness to assume additional risks. In a world beset by monsters and rife with treachery, my foremost obligation is to ensure my own survival. This is the fundamental premise of any collaboration. As the ancient adage states, husband and wife are like birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they each fly their own way. What if, let me emphasize, what if, at the precipice of life and death, you were to make a choice for your own preservation? How could I hold you accountable? Only by binding ourselves together can we truly become partners worthy of trust, capable of safeguarding one another's backs. Chapter 8. The Damn Union in his mind. He contemplated the potential sacrificial tools or extraordinary talents that might exist. The first point was crucial, while the subsequent ones aimed to seal any conceivable loopholes. The feeling of mistrust left Yi Xiaoro both furious and aggrieved. She prided herself on not being a traitorous individual, yet Lin Mo's wariness left her feeling stifled. "I'm not that kind of person." Observing her emotional turmoil, Lin Mo realized that reason would not suffice at that moment. So he decided to adopt a different approach to help her regain her composure. He ceased speaking, suddenly flipping over to regain the upper hand, pinning her beneath him. In the astonished gaze of Yi Xiaoro, he leaned down and kissed her once more. This time, it was imbued with an undeniable assertiveness, rekindling the embers of passion that had yet to completely extinguish between them. After what felt like an eternity, the wind ceased and the rain quieted. Yi Xiaoro, akin to a tamed kitten, nestled softly against Lin Mo's chest, her voice thick with fatigue and languor as she absent-mindedly traced circles on his torso. She finally broached the last point of the code. What about that rule? The one about wearing black stockings in the dormitory? Does that not pose a threat to your safety as well? Lin Mo remained unflustered, his demeanor serious, as he responded, Ahem, let me clarify, this is not lewdness. It is about fully harnessing your inherent advantages, discovering and showcasing your unique allure. Black stockings are art, they embody aesthetics, and they are essential for boosting team morale. I, Old Lin, am merely contributing to the cultural development of our little squad. Nonsense, Yi Xiaoro chided lightly, pinching the soft flesh at his waist, yet ultimately chose to acquiesce. She pressed a button to agree to the Tenant code, and a faint glow signified the establishment of their pact. Burying her face in the crook of Lin Mo's neck, her voice muffled and tinged with an almost imperceptible sense of dependence and possessiveness, she murmured, You won't have many other tenants, will you? Perhaps, Lin Mo replied ambiguously. I don't care how many tenants you have. Yi Xiaoro lifted her head, her watery eyes fixed on him with a hint of stubbornness. You must not abandon me. I'm the first. Rest assured. Lin Mo reassured her, ruffling her hair. And you cannot give me away, she reiterated emphatically. Lin Mo was amused by her thought process, lifting his hand to playfully slap her on the backside, producing a crisp sound. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no interest in self-sabotage. Yi Xiaoro huffed, twisting her body, but I read in novels that men often give their women away as bargaining chips. Lin Mo retorted, Stop reading those ridiculous novels. Thus, they engaged in a light-hearted conversation. The exhaustion from their narrow escape and the earlier vigorous activity soon lulled Yi Xiaoro into a deep slumber, her breaths becoming steady and soft against Lin Mo's chest. As Lin Mo glanced at the countdown timer beside Yi Xiaoro's name, 10:11:46, his heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement. After a moment's thought, he decided to check the chat group. A little over an hour prior, the chubby Chow Wenliang had sent him a private message. Mo, guh. Incredible. You drove away so many people and even took one down. Strong. Unbeatable. If it were me, I would likely have been utterly terrified. This individual has drawn a golden talent, albeit not as formidable as my dark gold. Nonetheless, a golden legend is surely no trivial matter and warrants a few words. 3,530. Pure luck, perhaps, encountering a few fools bold enough to confront my artillery. What is your talent? I noticed quite a commotion when you drew. The opposing side has yet to respond, likely preoccupied or resting. Lin Mo reopened the regional chat channel. The number of participants had dwindled to 1,038, yet the chaotic scene seemed to have been temporarily subdued. Though the channel remained rife with information, the desperate cries for help had diminished, replaced instead by messages of trade and team formation. Clearly, many have begun to band together for mutual support in light of the harsh lessons learned. 11:06. Is there anyone with healing talents or supplies? A brother on our level has been grievously wounded. We can offer our crafted drinking water in exchange. Urgent request. 3,610. Is there a master who can forge weapons? We have food reserves. Prices are negotiable. 0509. 11:06. I possess some basic healing potions. Their efficacy is decent. Could you spare me 1 liter of water? Acquiring water on this level is exceedingly challenging. 11:06. 0509. Dear Master, 1 liter is far too much. Alas, one of our players possesses the talent of pure water creation, yet each 250 milliliter bottle costs him 2 points of mental energy. His mental energy recovers too slowly. He has managed to accumulate only 3 bottles. 0509. 11:06. Very well, the patient requires water. Please give me 500 milliliters. It is better than nothing. Message me privately to trade. 3,610. Hello? Is anyone listening to me? Am I not human? I need weapons. Weapons. 0922 3610. Cease your shouting. You are a fool. Who does not lack weapons? If you are capable, craft your own. It is utterly annoying. Observing the myriad of voices in the channel, Lin Mo pondered deeply. At that moment, Chao Wenliang suddenly sent a message. I was previously occupied with the consortium and missed your message, Brother Mo. The consortium? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and replied, What the hell is the consortium? He was all too familiar with that name, as it was an organization notorious for its petty tyranny within a university campus. However, he was entirely unfamiliar with this organization in the dormitory building. Yet, it did not prevent him from harboring a rather unfavorable first impression of them. Brother Mo, you are unaware? Perhaps they did not notify you. Our 3501 resident possesses the talent to conjure a well. He envisions uniting the residents of our 35th floor through the well's water to collectively resist the monsters. The chubby fellow is quite passionate and speaks freely. Since I possess a golden talent, he hopes to recruit me into their consortium. I suspect he will seek you out shortly as well, considering you are also a golden talent. The chubby fellow is unaware that Lin Mo possesses an even rarer dark gold talent. Having heard others refer to Lin Mo as a golden legend, he merely regarded him as gold. Bowing JPG. Thank you, brother. Lin Mo understood that if they truly valued his golden talent, they would have sought him out long ago. It seemed that his recent display of ruthlessness had successfully established a formidable reputation, instilling a sense of apprehension in many. However, what is your talent, Brother Mo? My talent is counterfeit, which allows me to mimic the abilities of others upon witnessing their use. I can store up to 3 talents simultaneously, each usable for 20 minutes, with a cooldown period of 3 hours. However, I can only re-record talents once all 3 have been exhausted. P.S. To clarify, many talents and skills are contingent upon specific numerical values. The talent of the chubby one can replicate abilities, but it cannot replicate the associated values, which imposes significant limitations and renders it less formidable than it may appear. Chapter 9. Chun Shunshan in distress upon hearing his explanation of his innate abilities. Lin Mo instantly comprehended that the other party sought to replicate his prowess. Regrettably, he had to convey his inability to assist. I'm sorry, my friend, but I fear I cannot aid you. My talent lies in agriculture, producing seeds that yield random items after a mere 24 hours. Your circumstances are too dire. Even if you were to replicate my abilities, they would be of no avail. I am currently struggling to survive amidst the monstrous onslaught and am at a loss for how to proceed. Chao Wenliang responded with a disheartened expression, continuing. I initially thought my plight was severe, yet yours is far worse. How has our golden legend on the 35th floor become so lackluster? I had anticipated it to be an unstoppable force, yet I find myself troubled even by the first wave of monsters. It is utterly humiliating. I feel like a false ruler of fortune. I would prefer a talent akin to a fireball or ice arrow. Even if it were granted to you, I doubt you would find joy in it. Your talent is indeed worthy of the golden legend title. Consider this. At its core, this is a tower defense game. Once we endure the early stages and solidify our positions, opportunities for direct combat will diminish. At that juncture, the true value of your ability will manifest. You could remain in a safe room, inputting powerful control or ranged attack talents, using skills to thwart monsters from behind a door, and then precisely striking them with turrets. Isn't that akin to being a mobile artillery commander? Indeed, Linga, you speak the truth. It's an enlightening revelation. If I can endure the early phase, I will surely ascend. This must mean I am destined to be the protagonist. At that point, I will still need Brother Leon to look out for me. Their mutual flattery felt somewhat hollow, as this seemingly potent talent often gave a misleading impression of strength, while it may prove advantageous in the later stages. That is contingent upon survival until then. The inability to snowball in the early game would render one merely a mediocre player, even if they managed to persist until later. Lin Mo firmly believed in the power of overwhelming firepower. If one could indeed survive to the later stages, what talent could stand against such might? Even if the chubby fellow were to replicate numerous talents, they would pale in comparison to a few well-aimed crossbow bolts. After exchanging a few more words with Chao Wenliang, Lin Mo glanced at the peacefully slumbering Yi Xiaoro in his arms, her breathing steady. A wave of new anxiety washed over him. With her talent, he could harvest the first wave of seeds when the initial monsters arrived. However, neither possessed aggressive talents. How would they confront the incoming threats? Relying solely on the turret, which required mental energy, posed a considerable risk against an unknown quantity and strength of monsters. He had no idea where to procure survival coins, and it was unwise to place his hopes on acquiring something beneficial. It seemed imperative to devise a means to obtain some weaponry. With this thought, he messaged Xiao Wenliang. The association has yet to contact me. Perhaps they fear me. I want to rush to impose myself on them. Could you inquire if there are any players who manufacture weapons? I am in need of some reliable gear for self-defense. Not a problem. I need to input 2 talents to combat monsters as well, so I'll keep you posted. The layout of the room was identical to that of 3530. The only difference being the presence of an incongruous, rust-covered old water well in the center. The reinforced concrete shaft, with its metal pump head adorned in dark red rust, starkly contrasts with the frigid atmosphere of the metallic room. 2 individuals are seated upon the bed. The homeowner, Chun Shunshin, is a young man of robust appearance and a slightly plump physique, yet at this moment, his brow is furrowed, burdened with unspoken worries. The other is a tall, slender youth named Lu Gung, who lounges carelessly on Chun Shunshin's bed, occupying the most advantageous position. He nonchalantly browses the regional chat channel with nimble fingers while idly snapping his fingers, each snap producing a burst of orange flames at his fingertips, only to extinguish swiftly thereafter. Hey, Chimbro, could you fetch me some water? I'm parched. I can't figure out this broken contraption, Lu Gung commands, his tone casual as if addressing a servant. Without even lifting his head, a shadow flickers in Chun Shunshin's eyes, yet he manages to muster a faint smile, responding, all right. He rises and trudges over to the water well, straining as he begins to pump the heavy handle. Internally, he curses under his breath, feeling utterly helpless. After all, Lu Gung's talent, Flame's Sanctuary, is widely acknowledged as the most formidable offensive ability at the 35th level, capable of condensing flames for attacks while forming a temporary fire shield around his body, greatly enhancing his survivability. Chun Shunshin's talent, Water Well, allows him to generate a well within his room, producing 1 liter of water every quarter of an hour with a maximum storage capacity of 10 liters. Should he perish, the well would vanish. With even a modicum of combat power, he would not find himself completely defenseless. At the inception of their alliance, Chun Shunshin, brimming with ambition, believed that mastering the essence of life would elevate him to a crownless king at the 35th level, with others becoming his tenants or subordinates, safeguarding his security. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. When he showcased the water well and invited several seemingly formidable players to his room for strategic discussions, the situation spiraled out of control. Lu Gung and the others, emboldened by their overwhelming talents, swiftly turned the tables, unilaterally distributing the well's output, leaving Chun Shunshin without a chance to even voice his conditions. Were it not for the talent being bound to him as the homeowner, he might have been expelled altogether, reduced to the status of a mere tenant. Even more frustrating is that, despite Lu Gung being a tenant, the terms of their agreement contain no binding stipulations. They were filled with trivialities about enjoying good food and drink, the freedom to be casual, and allowances for idle chatter. Here you go. I managed to pump out a bit, Chun Shunshin announced, presenting Lu Gung with a small handful of water. Lu Gung lazily rose, approached the well, and without a shred of decorum, bent down to drink directly from a spout. The water well talent, it seemed, was merely a well, devoid of any container for the water. Cough, cough, cough. Oh no! Lu Gung suddenly choked, erupting into a fit of violent coughs. Yet his eyes remained glued to the chat channel, an expression of astonishment spreading across his face. Chimbro, you have to see this. There's a real badass in our building. Chun Shunshin glanced at the chat channel. 1111, image, image, image. I've cleared this floor completely and found some weapons. Let me know who needs them in private chat. The image depicts 3 ancient weapons, 2 rustic blades, and a long spear with a wooden shaft and iron tip. The edges of the blades and the tip of the spear are stained with fresh blood, appearing particularly striking under the pale, illumination. A moment of silence envelopes the chat channel, which had been bustling with noise as no one dares to speak for a while. 3,620. Cleared up? What does that mean? 1111. It's quite literal. There were individuals here attempting to conspire against me, but I dealt with them decisively. Now, I hold the authority here, and I shall determine the fate of the weapons. 1111. Furthermore, I would like to remind you that destroying the durability of someone else's dormitory door will yield materials, which can be utilized to upgrade your own door. I currently possess a level 1 door, and with sufficient iron, I can elevate it to level 2. 0529. Are you joking? Is there anyone from the 11th floor willing to speak up? 2608. Good heavens. We haven't even begun the game and already encountered a psychopathic killer. 1111. What do you mean by a psychopathic killer? They sought to harm me. Should I simply submit to slaughter? Does the presence of a crowd equate to righteousness? Does evil dissipate simply due to an increase in numbers? This is self-defense. Chapter 10. The tiger swallows the wolf. The channel erupted in a frenzy. Some voices rose in terrified condemnation of 1111's ruthless methods, labeling him a demon. Others staunchly defended him, asserting that in the face of apocalypse, decisive action is imperative, and mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. The two factions swiftly polarized, engaging in a fierce war of words. Chun gazed at the bloodied weapon in the image, his breath quickening. He wholeheartedly resonated with 1111's sentiments. He was in dire need of a weapon, be it for self-defense or for more nefarious purposes. Without hesitation, he initiated a private conversation with 1111. 3501. Brother, do you still have that weapon? I wish to acquire one. 1111. What do you offer in exchange? Which one do you desire? There's a blunt knife that has lost considerable durability during combat. 3,501. Would water suffice? Currently, I only possess water. 1111. That's acceptable. Image this time, he sent a screenshot detailing the weapon's attributes. Blunt knife, 0 stars. Attack power, 10 durability. 2250 description, a weathered standard blunt knife, marred by numerous chips and wear. Yet still sharp. An attack power of 10. Chun Xuanshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Their current artillery had merely 22 points of attack power. The life force of an average person hovered around 20 points. This implied that a well-placed strike from this knife could be fatal in just 2 blows. Such a prospect brought him immense reassurance. 1111 subsequently shared screenshots of 2 additional weapons. One spear with an attack power of 12 and another blunt knife with an attack power of 9 but higher durability. Just as Chen Shunshan grappled with which weapon to choose, a message from Chao Wenliang appeared in their small alliance group. 3,527. Brothers, I am in dire need. Is there a talented individual with strong offensive capabilities willing to demonstrate their skills? I, your humble brother, have learned defensive skills. I owe everyone an immense favor. If I can survive the initial wave of monsters, I shall surely repay you. I, Chao Wenliang, am a man of my word. Bows. 3,501 Lu Gong. Brother, feel free to reach out to me, but let me make it clear. So many brothers are watching. You must remember this bond. 3,527. Rest assured, brother, I, Chao Wenliang, swear I will remember this kindness. Whenever trouble arises, simply message me, and I will come without fail. Chao Wenliang's response was heartfelt, his tone exceedingly humble. Upon hearing his words, another member of the group chimed in. 3515. My ability is swamp technique. I can create a slowing swamp in a designated area, and the control effect is decent. If you need it, feel free to reach out and give it a try. Chun Shunshan observed the interactions within the group, a sense of suffocation gripping his heart. As the nominal leader, he had now become a complete outsider. Lu Gong was winning over the promising Chao Wenliang, while others were forging connections among themselves. The deeper their bonds grew, the more powerless he felt as a leader devoid of strength, with no hope of reclaiming his authority. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he initiated a private chat with Chao Wenliang once more. Brother, your talent does have a cooldown period. Have you considered acquiring a weapon? Do you have a weapon, leader? Starry-eyed, I do not. However, someone is currently discussing prices in the chat channel. I possess nothing of value to exchange, merely a pauper. Fear not, for we are brothers. I shall assist you in reclaiming what is yours. And I trust you will remember my kindness. Chen Shunshin resolved not to expect gratitude from Chao Wenliang, but hoped that in critical moments, he would at least refrain from completely undermining himself alongside Lu Gong. Thank you immensely, President. I shall certainly remember your favor. If I survive, you all will be my saviors. However, may I request too? By the way, the brother from 3530 is also inquiring about purchasing. He wishes for me to ask within the group. Chun Shunshan hesitated, for Lin Mo was one of those notorious individuals responsible for the initial killings in the building, instilling a sense of fear within him. Rest assured, the brother from 3530 is remarkably loyal. Having exchanged a few words with him, he has offered me considerable assistance, helping me analyze my talents. Chun Shunshan remained skeptical and sent a private message to 1111, 3501. Brother, could you possibly hold off on selling for a moment? I may need to acquire 2 to 3 weapons. 1111, sure. There are many seeking weapons, but few can meet my desired price. Do it swiftly. In haste. Chun Shunshin messaged Lin Mo, 3501. Are you there, brother? 3501. I heard from Brother Chao Wenliang that you're looking to acquire a weapon for self-defense. Is it necessary to worry about this with a golden talent? Lin Mo, who had been engaged in the chat channel, responded promptly, 3530. A golden talent is merely a double-edged sword. Survival is the true challenge. Do you possess a weapon? 3501. Not at the moment, but I intend to trade for 2 with 1111. Would you require 1? As fellow brothers, I can assist you. 3530. That would be quite inappropriate. Trading weapons at this juncture would undoubtedly inflate the price. 3501. To survive, a higher price is reasonable. Survival must precede negotiations. 3530. Your words ring true. Yet I cannot let my elder brother suffer a loss. However, I currently lack anything of value to offer. May I request credit? 3501. Brother, you are being too modest. We are on the same floor. Once we weather this initial storm, there will be opportunities for mutual support. You may be aware that we have formed a coalition. The decision not to invite you was due to concerns from certain individuals. You understand? I'm unable to sway them. 3530. I comprehend, and I appreciate your understanding, brother. 3501. No need for formality. Chun Shunshan smiled outwardly, while inwardly he felt frustration. This 3530 was slippery and evasive, unlike the dim-witted little fatso from 3527, who was easily deceived. Nevertheless, it was beneficial to plant a thorn in his heart. After concluding his private conversation with Lin Mo and confirming his need for weapons, the two exchanged friend requests. Chun Shunshin promptly reached out again to the formidable 1111. 3501. Brother, are you there? I have confirmed. I shall take all 3 weapons. Rubbing hands. JPG. As he sent the message, Chun Shunshin anxiously fixed his gaze upon screen. Moments later, a reply arrived, succinct and imbued with a chilling sense of pressure. 1111. What is your offer? 3501. Brother, while weapons are indeed significant, we are in the early stages where resources are scarce. In the future, blueprints and manufacturing capabilities will emerge, and the value of such items will inevitably diminish. If you rush to make a deal now, you likely won't fetch a price that truly reflects its worth, will you? 1111. Spare me your nonsense. The future scarcity is a matter for another day. Whether you will even survive until then is still in question. If you have come merely to amuse yourself at my expense, you had better pray that you perish at the hands of the monsters. Should you fall into my grasp, I assure you, you will deeply regret ever having come into this world. Chun Shunshan gazed at the screen, a cold sweat instantly breaking out along his spine. He had no doubt regarding the authenticity of 1111's words. This individual was truly audacious and possessed the means to act upon it. He hurriedly sought to remedy the situation, adopting a tone of utmost humility. Chapter 11. Deception and Bargains. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of jesting with you. I sincerely wish to make a purchase. What I mean is, Everyone is indeed struggling financially, and we cannot produce much hard currency. Rather than selling at a low price now, would it not be wiser for you to accept a deposit first, with the remainder to be settled later? Once we weather this crisis, I assure you I will repay you double. I guarantee it with my credibility. Ah, credibility? What value does it hold in this wretched place? Brother, my gift is the well. In my room, I can generate a well that produces potable water. Although the yield is limited, as long as I am alive, the water will not cease. You must understand how vital water is in this place. This means my chances of survival are significantly higher than average. Thus, I stake my talent and my very life on this. If I can survive the initial wave of monster attacks, I am willing to offer you 50%, no, 70%. 70% of all my future gains as compensation for this weapon debt. What do you think? As a message was sent, Chen Shunshin felt time freeze. His gaze fixed on the screen, his palms slick with sweat. If he agreed, he would also be sacrificing Lu Geng's interests. Whether conflict would arise was no longer his concern. What would follow? As a business partner, Chen Shunshin did not believe that 1111 would willingly accept death. The lost profits could be reclaimed from others. After all, wielding power through influence was his forte as a department head. Finally, 1111's response appeared. You had better not be toying with me. How could I dare? Just look at our 35th floor, reduced to the point where we must implore a single powerful individual like you for weapons. The overall combat strength of our floor is evident. In your presence, I would be foolish to attempt any tricks. I genuinely wish to befriend you and desperately need these weapons to survive. This time, 1111 replied swiftly, and the content was unexpected for Chen Shunshin. To be honest, my ability requires a substantial amount of water to activate. Water is indeed in urgent demand for me. He had unexpectedly divulged information about his gift. Although only a fragment, it signified a nascent trust, or perhaps the necessity of trade had outweighed his instinct for secrecy. I can provide you with the weapons first, but this is contingent upon one condition. I must see 3 liters of water first. A hand for water, a hand for goods. Simultaneously, I hope we can establish a long-term partnership. In this cursed place, having multiple reliable friends is far superior to having numerous deadly enemies. I trust you're not a fool. Upon reading the phrase long-term cooperation, Chen Shunshin's heart nearly leaped from his throat. This was precisely the powerful and decisive ally he sought. Rest assured, brother, it is a promise. More friends mean more paths. We shall look out for one another in the future. I will prepare the water now. 3 liters may require some time, but I guarantee its delivery before the monsters arrive. Lin Mo was oblivious to Chen Shunshin's thoughts, observing the chat interface with a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Debts of gratitude are the most challenging to repay, particularly for someone as ambitious as Chen Shunshin. Lin Mo's assessment of him was clear. He was clear-headed, adept at leveraging circumstances, and possessed considerable ambition. Such a person requires caution as a friend, and even more so as an adversary. The current best strategy was to maintain a respectful distance, utilizing this transaction before reevaluating the situation. Mental fatigue washed over him like a rising tide, compounded by the soft, fragrant warmth of Yi Xiaoro nestled in his arms, causing Lin Mo's taut nerves to relax unconsciously. He held Yi Xiaoro close, slipping into a deep slumber without realizing it. After an indeterminate duration, Lin Mo was roused by the faintest of movements. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find Yi Xiaoro squirming restlessly in his embrace, much like an unsettled kitten, seemingly uncomfortable in her sleep. He instinctively tightened his arms around her, murmuring, "Don't make a fuss." Yi Xiaoro appeared to awaken as well, feeling Lin Mo's embrace. Her body stiffened momentarily before relaxing again, though she continued to wriggle slightly in his hold. Fully awake now, Lin Mo glanced down to meet her large, drowsy eyes, which were tinged with a hint of shyness. Without conscious thought, he checked the interface in his mind. Target, Yi Xiaoro, 3529. Seed status, planted, time to maturity, 2 hours 37 minutes 15 seconds. 14 seconds. Had he slept for nearly 8 hours? Lin Mo was taken aback, realizing the significant toll his mental exertion and prior vigorous activity had taken. He casually opened a regional chat channel. Messages scrolled by rapidly, yet none contained any sensational news, just requests for purchases, pleas for help, team formations, and various disputes. However, his friends list indicated that Shunchao's avatar was lit up, accompanied by a conspicuous system notification. Player 3501 has gifted you the item Plain Blade, 0 stars, X1. Now stored in your inventory, must be retrieved in the dormitory. Impressive efficiency, Lin Mo mused. With a thought, an archaic-style plain blade. Its edge bearing evident signs of wear, materialized in his grasp. It felt heavy, the blade cool to the touch. Despite its worn condition, the edge still glimmered ominously. Inspecting its attributes, plain blade, 0 stars. Attack power, 8 durability, 3540 description, a weathered standard plain blade, slightly worn on the blade. Pleased with the 8 attack power, Lin Mo weighed it in his hand before temporarily storing it back in his inventory. Yi Xiaoro watched with curiosity as he summoned and then stowed away the item. Yet she refrained from asking further. Lin Mo's gaze shifted from the interface to her face, taking in the faint blush on her cheeks and the disarray of her long hair caused by her sleeping position. His heart warmed, and he leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice. It seems you've rested well. Shall we continue? The warmth of his breath brushed against her sensitive ear, causing Yi Xiaoro's body to tense instantly, her face blooming crimson like a ripe apple. She abruptly pushed Lin Mo away, rolling to the opposite side of the bed, her voice a mix of embarrassment and urgency. No, don't. Calming herself, she reflected on her previous bold actions, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Oh my, how could she have been so brazen? Lin Mo, observing her mortified expression, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He decided not to tease her further, rising to gather the scattered clothes from the floor, handing them to her with a gentle smile. All right, enough of the antics. You should rest for a bit while I take care of the rubbish outside. Afterwards, we shall dismantle the door to your dormitory and upgrade the door to our room 3530 to level 1, so that we can withstand a few more attacks when the monsters come. Chapter 12. The Cycle of Nested Dolls. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation at hand, Yi Xiaoro set aside her shyness and promptly sat up. I will go with you. The thought of being alone in the room filled her with trepidation. The two swiftly gathered their belongings and pushed open the metallic door of room 3530. The vast square outside remained cold and desolate, devoid of any soul. The body of the man previously shot by Lin Mo lay not far away, his dark red blood long dried and congealed, emanating a faint scent of rust that served as a chilling reminder of the recent violence. Lin Mo, with an expression as unyielding as stone, approached the corpse, grasped the man's pants leg, and dragged him toward the stairwell as if he were a mere sack of grain. The heavy body scraped against the smooth floor, producing a dull thud. As Yi Xiaoro observed Lin Mo's calm, even somewhat ruthless demeanor while he dealt with the remains, her heart swelled not with fear, but with an intensified sense of security. In this brutal world, such decisiveness and strength were the very essence of survival. She followed him silently. Lin Mo clapped his hands together. All right, we'll wait for the system to refresh or use the monsters as bait. They then arrived at the door of room 3529. Yi Xiaoro gazed at her former safe haven, her expression a mix of emotions. Lin Mo, however, did not afford her much time for reflection, raising his foot and delivering a forceful kick to the door of 3529. Bang! The resounding crash echoed throughout the empty space. Door of dormitory 3529 durability, 99-100 status, under attack. Damn, it's quite sturdy. Lin Mo shook his foot, which had gone numb from the impact. I'm in too. Yi Xiaoro joined the demolition effort. Bang! Bang! Thud! The cacophony of noise soon attracted the attention of Chao Wenliang from room 3527. The plump boy cautiously peeked out, and upon seeing Lin Mo, he visibly relaxed and waddled over with a grin. Emoga, what are you all doing? Chao Wenliang inquired curiously, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Yi Xiaoro for a moment. Seeing her beauty up close made his face flush crimson, reaching all the way to his neck. Realizing he was staring, Yi Xiaoro offered him a polite smile, which only made him feel more flustered. Hastily lowering his gaze to his toes, wishing he could sink into the ground. Lin Mo, observing the boy's bashful demeanor, could not help but chuckle. We're making a fortune by demolishing this place. I overheard someone in the chat channel mention that destroying unoccupied dormitory doors and furniture can yield basic materials. Xiaoro is now my tenant, and since room 3529 is empty, we figured we might as well dismantle it for materials and upgrade the door of 3530. Safety first. Chao Wenliang then raised his head, realization dawning upon him. Oh, I see. Mo Gu is indeed wise. With a beauty like her, it's essential to find a strong and reliable landlord like you for protection. Whether his words were sincere or not was uncertain, but they were laden with envy. Stop buttering me up, Lin Mo laughed, giving him a playful punch on the shoulder. By the way, have you recorded your skills? Just copied a couple. Chao Wenliang immediately became animated. One was Lu Geng, the tenant of room 3501, possessing the talent, Flame's Blessing, and the other was Wang Lei, the owner of room 3516, endowed with earthly form. The remaining slot for duplication still lacked a clear choice. Can you replicate my abilities now? Have you used your talent? You seem utterly oblivious. Then why not attempt to imitate your sister Roa's talent? Huh? Both Chao Wenliang and Yi Xiaoro were momentarily taken aback. Imitate mine? Yi Xiaoro inquired, puzzled. Indeed, the more Lin Mo contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Liangzi's gift was the mimicry of observed skills. Xiaoro, why not activate your talent and give it a try? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before addressing the chubby boy. Brother, can you attempt to replicate your sister Roa's talent? Chao Wenliang, somewhat bewildered, nodded. Let us have Ro activate her talent and see. Without a target, it cannot be activated. Yi Xiaoro expressed her dilemma. True enough, she had already shortened the cooldown of her talent and was unable to use it again. The skills stored by Chao Wenliang were not in use, and thus would not enter a cooldown period. Let us first dismantle the door and then enhance it. Chao Wenliang, unsure of their intentions, kicked the door. I'll lend a hand. The three of them worked together to dismantle it. The durability diminished swiftly, reaching 0 in just over 10 minutes. Boom! The entire metal door finally succumbed to the strain, crashing down, and upon contact with the ground, transformed into a soft orb of white light. Within the luminous sphere, several neatly arranged wooden planks and a small handful of metal ingots gradually materialized. Lin Mo reached out to touch the light orb. Acquired. Would 8 description. The pitiful door, abandoned yet clinging to its duty, continued to guard its long-gone master until the moment of its destruction. May its remnants safeguard new hope. Let us go. Time for an upgrade. Lin Mo called out, and the three of them returned to the door of room 3530 with the materials. Lin Mo summoned the door's information panel. Dormitory door, level, LV0, durability, 94-100 defense, 5 upgrade requirement, with 5 upgrade time, 001, 00 upgrade. Yes, no Xiaoro. Prepare yourself. Lin Mo glanced at Yi Xiaoro. She nodded, concentrating her spirit, locking her thoughts onto the dilapidated metal door before them. Lin Mo simultaneously pressed, yes. Ding. Upgrade initiated. Remaining time, 001, 00, ding. Tenant 3529 Yi Xiaoro. Activates talent. Master Builder. On target structure, dormitory door. LV0. Effect triggered. Reduces required upgrade time by 50. Current remaining time, 0:30, just as the white light enveloped the door panel, and the countdown had an instant. Chao Wenliang, standing nearby, widened his eyes in astonishment. His talent panel promptly displayed a notification. Detected player 3529 Yi Xiaoro, activating talent. Master Builder. Proceed with imitation entry? Yes, no, yes. Without hesitation, Chao Wenliang confirmed in his mind. Ding. Successfully recorded talent. Master Builder. Current storage. 1. Flame's Blessing. 2. Earth and Stone Body. 3. Master Builder. It appears that the talents of Mo and Ro are able to reduce cooldown times. His talent is replication. As for how to utilize the replicated skills, it is left to personal exploration. Approximately. Try to see if you can use it on me. It should work, as there is a prompt. The chubby boy murmured. Shortly after, Lin Mo felt a notification echoing in his mind, not from the door upgrade, but from his touch of abundance. Ding! Detected player 3527 has activated the imitation skill, Master Builder, on you. Target, host talent skill, touch of abundance. Planting. Effect triggered, reduces the current cooldown time of skill, touch of abundance. Planting by 50. Target, Yi Xiaoro, Tenant, seed status. Planted, time until maturity. 1 hour, 18 minutes, 37 seconds. 36 seconds. Chapter 13. The Cooling Matryoshka. Harvest. He gazed at the countdown displayed beside Yi Xiaoro's name on the panel, which had suddenly diminished by more than half, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Chao Wenliang stared blankly at his own talent panel, which indicated that the Master Builder was in activation mode, targeting Lin Mo Yi Xiaoro, who was blissfully admiring the level 1 door. Sensed a shift in Lin Mo's expression, and her heart stirred with anticipation. Could it be a second refresh? She referred to the cooldown time of Lin Mo's planting skill. Lin Mo snapped back to reality, meeting Yi Xiaoro's sparkling, hopeful gaze. A smile broke across his face, uncontainable and wild, as he exchanged a knowing look with her. Surprisingly, the little chubby boy's imitation talent could indeed grant him a second refresh. It seemed that the golden legend was not as useless as it appeared. Yi Xiaoro instantly comprehended the meaning behind Lin Mo's eyes, and an overwhelming delight nearly propelled her to leap with joy. Good fortune comes in pairs. She seized Lin Mo's sleeve, shaking it vigorously like a little girl who had just received her cherished candy, her cheeks flushed with excitement. What are you two talking about? What second refresh? Mo go, Rojia, don't leave us in suspense. Yi Xiaoro refrained from providing a direct answer, instead offering a mischievous smile. With a flicker of thought, she activated her talent, Master Builder, once more, directing it at Chao Wenliang. Chao Wenliang felt his talent panel pulsate again, a new notification emerging. Ding. Player 3529 Yi Xiaoro has activated the talent, Master Builder, LV1. On you. Effect triggered. Reduces skill inferior imitation. Cooldown by 50. Current remaining duration 019, 12. 019, 11. Skill cooldown time 129, 59. 129, 58. Chao Wenliang's expression shifted from confusion to a dazed state, culminating in an overwhelming joy that was almost beyond belief. What the heck? What the heck? He stammered in excitement. This. Rojia, your talent. What kind of god-tier skill is this? Reducing cooldown time. And it can even affect other skill cooldowns? This is beyond the realm of the golden legend. This defies logic. He felt as though his worldview had been completely upended. The effect was simply outrageous. All right, enough with the excitement. While you still benefit from Rojia's talent's cooldown reduction effect, quickly use your imitated Master Builder on yourself, targeting your own skill cooldown. Chao Wenliang immediately grasped the implication. Suppressing his excitement and focusing intently, he activated the Master Builder skill he had just recorded, targeting the cooldown of his own talent. Ding. Player 3527 activates the talent, Master Builder, on himself. Target, core talent, inferior imitation, cooldown time. Effect triggered, reduces core talent, inferior imitation, current cooldown time by 50. Skill cooldown time, 044, 36. 044, 35. Chao Wenliang gazed at the panel as the core cooldown time astonishingly reduced by 75, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. He then erupted into a thunderous laugh. The cooldown of 3 hours is transformed into merely 45 minutes. This implies that I can utilize 2 aggressive talents and consequently diminish my downtime to just an hour and a half. It's like a Russian nesting doll. I've ensnared myself. Lin Mo and Yi Xiaoro exchanged glances, acknowledging the formidable synergy of the chubby boy's talent, which allowed him to coordinate with himself so effectively. Brother, I am indeed the protagonist, right? Chow Wen-liang struck a heroic pose, laughing heartily, his round face radiating the essence of a destined child. Amidst the amicable discussions between the homeowners 3527 and 3530, a strategic partnership was established, marked by a profound unity and deep consensus. For Lin Mo, the subsequent moments felt like an eternity as he scrolled through the chat channel, while occasionally glancing at the countdown that pulsated next to Yi Xiaoro's name on the panel. Finally, just as Yi Xiaoro was about to feel embarrassed by his frequent glances, the vibrant countdown reached 0. Target: Yi Xiaoro, Tenant. Seed status: ready for harvest. Shall we proceed with the mental harvest? Yes, no. Without hesitation, Lin Mo concentrated his thoughts. Yes. In an instant, a warm and powerful stream of energy, as if birthed from the void, surged into Lin Mo's limbs. Simultaneously, a melodious notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, planter, Lin Mo, on your harvest. Planter benefits: strength attribute points 1, automatically enhanced, free attribute points 1, to be allocated. Detected that the planter is in tenant status and possesses a close relationship. Gaining additional faint mental feedback, mental value limit 1. Almost simultaneously, Yi Xiaoro exclaimed in delight as her personal panel displayed the information. Congratulations, Tenant, Yi Xiaoro, on receiving feedback. Received: basic food package 3, includes pure water, compressed biscuits, meat, etc. Received: clothing set 1, style selectable. Click to preview. Received: strength attribute points 1, to be allocated. Received: free attribute points 1, to be allocated. So many items. Yi Xiaoro marveled at the sudden influx of supplies in her storage space, her eyes sparkling. Lin Mo, I've received the food you cultivated. There truly is food and clothing, along with attribute points. Why can't the food be a bit more sophisticated? Lin Mo pondered as his strength increased from 5 to 6. Yet he felt no significant enhancement. He was slightly disappointed, having expected to harvest some extraordinary artifact capable of conquering the game in one fell swoop. Planting seeds naturally yields food, Yi Xiaoro asserted confidently, gleefully beginning to preview the selectable clothing set, torn between opting for a sporty or casual style. Lin Mo observed her excited demeanor and, indulging in mischief, leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice to say, "That's hard to say. When it comes to planting, one might also harvest." A child? Yi Xiaoro, caught in the act of selecting clothes, suddenly froze, her delicate face drained of color. In terror, she looked up at Lin Mo, exclaiming, You mustn't scare me. I'm only 20. I haven't even graduated from university yet. I don't want to become a mother so soon. How could one possibly raise a child in this dreadful place?" Seeing her pale and frightened expression, Lin Mo couldn't help but burst into laughter, playfully ruffling her hair. "I was just teasing you, silly. This is a survival game, not a baby-making game. If pregnancy were possible, all the female players would inevitably be burdened to death. Would anyone still want to play? The designers aren't that foolish." "Hey, what are you doing?" Yi Xiaoro finally realized she had been tricked again, her small fists landing a playful punch on Lin Mo's chest. The heartfelt emotion and joy she had just felt evaporated in an instant, and due to her heightened emotions, a tiny bubble of mucus formed at the tip of her nose. With a chuckle, Lin Mo couldn't contain his laughter at the sight of the clear, glistening bubble. Chapter 14. The first wave of monsters. Yi Xiaoro was engulfed in a blend of shame and fury, her cheeks flushed as if they were about to bleed. "Lin Mo, you scoundrel!" Lin Mo quickly suppressed his smile, though the mirth in his eyes remained unmasked. He wrapped his arms around the indignant beauty, whispering in her ear with an alluring and undeniable tone, All right, do not be angry. We must focus on the task at hand. While the cooldown on your talent is active, let us hasten to the next round of planting. With less than 14 hours until the monsters arrive, time is of the essence. Let us strive to reap 2 more harvests." Feeling the firmness of Lin Mo's embrace and the warmth of his breath against her ear, Yi Xiaoro's body softened slightly, yet her words remained defiant as she retorted, "You are nothing but a brute." Her protest was swiftly silenced. Within the room, an atmosphere of hope and allure once again enveloped them. Later, Yi Xiaoro nestled in Lin Mo's arms like a languid cat, relishing the tenderness while eagerly selecting outfits on the virtual panel. Sportswear? A dress? Perhaps black stockings. She cast a furtive glance at Lin Mo, her cheeks tinged with crimson, her fingers gliding over a boldly designed ensemble. Lin Mo, she suddenly lifted her head, her expression turning earnest. Those 2 attribute points. Although the system allows me to allocate them freely, I believe, given our current circumstances, resources are too scarce to nurture both of us for rapid growth. Why not? Let me allocate the attribute points to you first. She displayed the allocation options from the panel to Lin Mo. He looked at her in surprise. What does that look in your eyes? Yi Xiaoro felt a bit shy under his gaze, playfully nudging his shoulder as she chided. I am serious. The higher your attribute points, the stronger your combat ability will be, and our chances of surviving this monster crisis will increase. I just want to live alongside you. Her voice, though faint as a whisper, resonated with unwavering determination. Lin Mo, moved by her words, tightened his grip on her small fist and solemnly pressed a kiss on her hand. We will make it, I promise. As they nestled together, savoring the fleeting warmth and their shared resolve to face the future, the cold, jarring broadcast from the dormitory building erupted unexpectedly once more. Ding! Dear players, are you resting comfortably in the dormitory? You should be quite accustomed by now, I presume. The voice in the broadcast dripped with a mocking malice. In that case, to make the game a tad more thrilling, the first round of the monster game can commence ahead of schedule. Surprised? Shocked? Hee. Just thinking about everyone's bewildered and furious expressions brings me joy. Ha ha. Countdown to monster arrival. 59, 58, 57. What? It's starting early. Damn it. The entire chat channel exploded with panic and curses. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Wasn't there supposed to be a 24-hour grace period? This wretched game shows no sense of honor. Yi Xiaoro's face went pale in an instant, her previous romantic thoughts dissipating entirely. Without hesitation or pretense, she swiftly transferred the 2 unallocated attribute points to Lin Mo through the friend window. At this critical juncture, Lin Mo showed no reluctance, accepting the attribute points without a moment's pause. The attributes of strength points automatically take effect. Name, Lin Mo H, 20, strength, 7. The average value for normal adult males is 5. Agility, 6. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 8. Charisma, 8. Available attribute points, 2. Talent, touch of abundance, unique. Game skills, none. Survival currency, 0. Status, healthy, nervous. He swiftly donned his clothing, dashing towards the artillery control station at the door like a cheetah. Yi Xiaoro hurriedly dressed as well, nervously trailing behind him. At this moment, although the dormitory door had not changed significantly upon upgrading to level 1, the information panel was entirely different. Dormitory door. Level. LV1 durability. 200 defense. 15 description. Come forth, beasts. If you harm me, do not injure my master. With Lin Mo's strength attribute reaching 7 points and his spirit value at 8, he contemplated allocating his remaining 2 free points to spirit, for he lacked survival currency and could only manipulate the artillery with mental power. However, adding just 2 points to spirit would not allow for a significant increase in arrow fire. Still uncertain of the monster's strength, he hesitated. Roar, hiss, creak. Just as the countdown reached 0, Lin Mo peered through the narrow, shooting aperture of the artillery, his heart plummeting to despair. Before him, not far from a 35-30 dormitory, the heavy metal door of the safety stairwell warped as if rippling water, and a pitch-black vortex materialized out of thin air. Surely not. Alarm bells rang in Lin Mo's mind. Could it be that the monster spawn point was right at my dormitory door? The worst-case scenario had unfolded. The vortex writhed violently as bizarre entities clamored to emerge. They were diminutive in stature, resembling gnomes, with a sickly pallor of grayish-white skin glistening grotesquely under the light. Their enormous eyes occupied half their faces, flickering with a chilling blue glow, fixated intently on the surrounding dormitories. Their limbs were disproportionately elongated, joints twisted. Some leaped forward while others scuttled along the ground like spiders, moving with astonishing speed. This creature bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Wong. Yi Xiaoro also caught sight of them, covering her mouth in terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. These creatures, tentatively dubbed Wong, appear to be acutely sensitive to the scent of life. Upon their emergence, a portion emitted a piercing shriek, akin to hyenas catching wind of blood, making a beeline for the nearest 3,530 dormitory door. The rest scattered, rushing towards other dormitories. Squeal! Creak! Their razor-sharp claws frantically scraped against the upgraded metal door, producing an excruciatingly grating noise. A few Wong even attempted to ram their heads against it. Yi Xiaoro cowered in the corner, desperately covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, too frightened to breathe. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy as he suppressed the tumultuous fear within him. He took a deep breath, his mind intensely sharpened, focusing on a creature outside the door, frantically clawing at the shooting port. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated. An invisible mental arrow shot forth from the aperture in an instant. Thud! It struck with precision. The creature hit emitted a piercing wail. Its body propelled backward as if struck by a mighty hammer, colliding with two of its kin behind it. In midair, its form rapidly became translucent, transforming into a fist-sized orb of energy that emitted a faint white glow, falling to the ground. Creature slain. Points earned 1. A small patch of ground appeared outside the door. Yet, almost immediately, new creatures, undeterred by death, surged forward to fill the void. Lin Mo valiantly staved off the sudden wave of dizziness, gritting his teeth as he concentrated his mental energy once more. Buzz! Thud! Another creature was shot away, dissolving into a sphere of light. Creature slain. Points earned 1. Chapter 15. The leaderboard, the terrifying 1111, consumed 25 of his mental strength, and at that moment, he was immediately overcome by a subtle wave of nausea and weakness. This wretched game, how dare it make me feel this way? Lin Mo, Yi Xiaoro supported him. It's all right. The good news is, the vortex outside no longer spews forth new monsters. Each dormitory door is besieged by 5 or 6 wraiths. However, perhaps due to the presence of 2 individuals in dormitory 3530, or because Lin Mo had just dispatched 2, there remained 8 or 9 wraiths persistently clawing and battering at the entrance, thanks to the impressive 15 points of defense offered by the level 1 door. Its durability was diminishing at a rather slow pace. After such a fierce assault, only 2 points were lost, 198 to 100, which brought Lin Mo a slight sense of relief. He bore through his discomfort, carefully observing the movements of the monsters outside and the wear on the door, and a bold thought began to take shape. Xiaoro, come here. What is it? Yi Xiaoro asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on him. In a moment, you will operate the turret, Lin Mo instructed, pointing to the control panel. Aim at the wraith beside the door crack and fire. Create a fleeting moment for me to burst out. You want to go out? Absolutely not. Yi Xiaoro immediately grasped Lin Mo's intention, clutching his sleeve tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. There are so many monsters outside. It's too dangerous. Foolish girl, calm down. Lin Mo countered, firmly grasping her hand, his tone imbued with an unyielding calmness. Look closely. These monsters indeed move swiftly, but their method of attack is rather singular, merely clawing and crashing. The fact that the door has only lost 2 points of durability after all this time indicates what? It signifies that their individual attack power is quite low. That still won't do. What if? Yi Xiaoro shook her head vehemently, tears cascading down her cheeks. There is no what if. Waiting to die is the greatest uncertainty. Lin Mo's voice was resolute. He gently wiped the tears from her face, his gaze sharp as a blade. Consider this, relying solely on the turret. Our efficiency in slaying monsters is far too low, and the energy expenditure is excessive. We must take the initiative. At that moment, a system announcement reverberated throughout the entire building, forcefully popping up on all players' panels, shimmering with golden light. Ding! Detected that a dormitory has eliminated a total of 20 wraiths first. Leaderboard mode officially activated. Current leaderboard sorted by points 1. 1111 points. 22. 0806 points, 5, 3. 2,121 points, 5, 8. 3,530 points, 2. Both Lin Mo and Yi Xiaoro were left in stunned silence. So soon? Indeed, 1111 was a monster. While they had merely dallied inside the door, others had already commenced a massacre outside. To Lin Mo's astonishment, having only slain 2, he somehow managed to rank within the top 10. The regional channel erupted with excitement. 2,105, damn. 1,111 is incredible. 20 wraiths. I knew the boss would definitely be first. 1924, bout down to the boss. While we tremble behind the door, the boss is slaughtering monsters like chopping vegetables. Too powerful. The monsters possess a moderate attack power and slightly accelerated speed. With caution, they can be defeated. Do not succumb to fear. May everyone survive. Thank you for sharing. Esteemed one, the host and I have been alternating the use of turrets and have successfully slain 5 creatures. Fear not. Upon defeating the monsters, luminous orbs will drop, containing survival coins and wood. Collect them to alleviate concerns about ammunition. Should the door's durability diminish, promptly reinforce it. I appreciate your guidance, esteemed one. I would like to share a small insight. The monsters seem to have a range of aggro. As the creatures outside other doors do not shift their focus to us when those at our door are diminished. Are you not utilizing turrets, esteemed one? I had presumed you possessed a psychic talent. Melee. The very mention of melee ignited the channel like droplets of water sizzling in hot oil. To think that esteemed 1111 has managed to slay 20 monsters in close combat. This revelation invigorated countless players hidden behind doors in fear. Lin Mo glanced at 1111's message in the channel, and then at the crude knife he firmly grasped. To be cautious, he allocated 2 points to strength. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze intense as he looked at Yi Xiaoro. Do you see? They can kill, and so can I. If 1111 can defeat 20 in melee, with my 9 points of strength and an 8 attack knife, surely I can handle these few small creatures at the door. Very well. I shall assist you. With determination in his heart, Yi Xiaoro took a deep breath, peering through the narrow shooting slit, where she beheld the frantic, grayish figures clawing at the door. Suppressing her fear and nausea, she focused her thoughts on the most congested area at the entrance, particularly on the creature attempting to insert its elongated, twisted claw through the gap. Now is the moment. Lin Mo growled, his body slightly crouched like a coiled cheetah, his left hand tightly gripping the doorknob. Yi Xiaoro's mind focused. A metallic arrow, gleaming with a cold sheen, surged forth from the shooting slit with a piercing whistle that split the air. Thud! A precise shot. The creature attempting to breach the door was forcefully pinned against another of its kind by the tremendous impact of the arrow. The 2 monsters tumbled together, emitting mournful shrieks. In that instant, a small chaos and gap appeared at the entrance. Open! Lin Mo roared, yanking the metal door wide. Creak! As the heavy metal door slid open. A nauseating stench and the shrill cries of monsters rushed forth as if tangible. At least 4 or 5 creatures were startled by the suddenly opened door, their eerie blue eyes locking onto Lin Mo as he charged forth. Indeed, the monsters do possess an aggro range. Those at other room doors paid him no mind. Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Roar! The closest creature reacted swiftly, its elongated claw slicing through the air, aimed directly at Lin Mo's heart. Comme fort! Lin Mo advanced rather than retreating, sidestepping just in time to evade the claw. At the same moment, his right arm tensed, the crude knife transforming into a shimmering arc of cold light, rising from below and slashing diagonally. Thud! The razor-sharp blade sliced through the grayish-white neck of the wraith-like creature with the effortless grace of a hot knife cutting through butter. Power 10 simple blade attack, 18 points of damage. The creature's massive head, adorned with an incredulous azure gaze, soared into the air. The headless corpse erupted in a spray of dark green, putrid fluid, swayed momentarily, and then collapsed with a thunderous crash, swiftly transforming into a sphere of white light. Wraith defeated. Points earned, 1. A swift and decisive kill. Lin Mo formed a rough assessment in his mind. This creature possessed limited intelligence and low defenses, making it manageable for an average adult, provided they could overcome their initial trepidation and not succumb to weakness. Yet, the battle was merely beginning. Lin Mo's audacious strike and his companion's instant demise ignited the fury of the Wraith horde at the entrance. The remaining 7 or 8 monsters abandoned their attempts to claw at the door, unleashing a cacophony of frenzied shrieks as they lunged towards Lin Mo from all directions. Chapter 16. Lin Mo strikes back with renewed vigor. Their slender claws glimmered ominously, and their wide mouths gaped open to reveal a multitude of sharp fangs. Lin Mo, be careful. Yi Xiaoro, positioned behind the door, watched in terror, her voice rising in a shriek. With his back against the door to thwart any ambush, Lin Mo's mind was intensely focused, adrenaline surging through him. He remained unperturbed, entering a peculiar state of combat readiness, swiftly maneuvering within a confined space. He evaded the sweeping claws. Lin Mo ducked just in time to avoid a dual claw strike, countering with a sweeping motion of his knife that felled 2 assailants in a single arc splatter. The 2 creatures lunging at him were severed in half, their foul blood and entrails erupting forth. Kill Wraith Beast. Points 1. Kill Wraith Beast. Points 1. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo had dispatched 4 of the assailing wraiths with the ease of chopping vegetables, his scores soaring from 2 to 6. His ranking on the leaderboard, 35-30. Lin Mo ascended rapidly. Yet, the carnage ignited a fierce savagery within the remaining monsters. The 4 or 5 wraiths that remained no longer charged blindly. They emitted piercing shrieks that seemed capable of penetrating eardrums, their eerie blue eyes fixating on Lin Mo as they began to consciously encircle him from various angles, their speed evidently increasing. Although Lin Mo was powerful, he found himself at a disadvantage against multiple attackers. He repelled 2 directly in front of him, but a claw from the left was already upon him. Rip! His clothing was torn asunder, but he tightened his muscles just in time. The claw left 3 shallow cuts on his arm, but did not break the skin. Ugh! Lin Mo grunted, yet the pain surged within him like a catalyst, igniting the primal ferocity of a top-tier predator. In the face of life and death, the adrenaline that coursed through him underscored that the terrifying upright apes of yore had not only ruled the earth through intellect, but also through their combat-ready physiques. Damn it! Seeking death, he roared, disregarding the threat from the left. With all his might, he swung his knife down in a powerful vertical slash, cleaving the unsuspecting wraith before him in 2. The foul liquid sprayed across him. Kill Wraith Beast. Points 1. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt whizzed through the air, accurately pinning a wraith attempting to ambush Lin Mo from the flank to the ground. All right, I can handle the rest. If your mental energy drops any further, it will become problematic. Yi Xiaoro warned, her mental energy dwindling to 5 points, now down to 3, which was perilously low. Like a blood-soaked god of war, adorned in gore and an aura of menace, Lin Mo charged at the last 2 wraiths, now paralyzed with fear at the swift demise of their companions. The blade flashed once more. Splatter, splatter. As the final glimmers of light ascended, the entrance at 35-30 was finally cleared. Only 10 orbs, emanating a soft white light like medals of victory, floated quietly above the slightly foul-smelling ground. Lin Mo, drenched in blood, leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath. Yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. The score surged from 2 to 10. On the leaderboard, the name 3530 boldly ascended to the 3rd position, trailing only behind 1111 with 25 points and 0806, who shared the 2nd spot with 10 points. The wound on his arm throbbed with a fiery pain, yet there was no numbness or peculiar sensation, indicating it was likely non-venomous. He exhaled a sigh of relief, though his gaze gravitated toward the stairway, a dark vortex that continued to whirl slowly, exuding an ominous aura. It is said that when malevolent spirits emerge, others are not far behind. Lin Montauk, a voice tinged with desperation, echoed. Yi Xiaoro burst through the door like a fledgling returning to its nest, heedless of the blood and stench that clung to him. She collided into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, alternating between laughter and tears, her body trembling slightly. You scare me. You scare me. Boo-hoo. Lin Mo gently patted her back with his uninjured right hand, intending to offer some words of comfort. Suddenly, a piercing scream, distorted with anguish, erupted from the direction of room 3528, nearly overpowering the cries of the monsters. At the threshold of 3,528 stood a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age, his hair disheveled and his face a mask of terror. He was shrieking desperately toward Lin Mo. Help me. My door is about to give way. It's been falling apart. I just shot 2 arrows and missed. My health is down to 3 points. Please, brother. Lin Mo had never encountered this man before and had no knowledge of his actions prior to the monster's arrival. He furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, I will draw the monster away. The rest is up to you. He could not risk his life for a stranger. Upon hearing this, the man's cries grew even more wretched and hopeless. Please, brother, I see you dispatching monsters as easily as chopping vegetables. Have mercy and help me clear them out. I'll pay you. I don't want to die. We're neighbors. You can't just stand by and watch me perish. Before Lin Mo could respond, Yi Xiaoro abruptly lifted her head, tears still streaking her face, though her eyes blazed with anger and indignation. Shut up. Can't you see my man has been out there fighting for his life? He is injured. Why should he risk himself to help you clear monsters? Drawing the monster away is already more than enough kindness. If you're too cowardly to step out, who can you blame? She glared at the man in 3528, her voice sharp with agitation. Lin Mo had been fighting valiantly outside to ensure their survival, and this man had the audacity to seek to benefit from his efforts, even attempting to invoke a sense of moral obligation? Not a chance. Lin Mo observed the furious little cat in his embrace, then glanced back at the man's despairing and resentful expression, his gaze turning icy. Inside room 3501, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive, for there was also a monster spawn point at their door. The room's occupant, Chen Shunshin, was drenched in sweat as he operated the turret by the door. Through the firing aperture, he could see Lu Geng skillfully maneuvering against several wraiths. Utilizing his flame aegis talent, Lu Geng's body was enveloped in a flickering shield of flames, occasionally hurling a fist-sized fireball to repel the encroaching monsters. Yet, the fireballs had limited power, merely inflicting wounds rather than delivering fatal blows, serving more as a deterrent. The monster appears to harbor a certain trepidation towards flames, yet outnumbered. It continues to circle around Lu Geng, seeking an opportune moment. To the right, the one on the right is trying to flank. Chen Shunshin anxiously cautioned. Lu Geng, irritable. Snap back, I know. How annoying. He abruptly pivoted, unleashing a wave of fiery energy that repelled the assailant, yet the brilliance of his shield dimmed noticeably, indicating considerable depletion. At that moment, a notification ping from Chen Shunshin's private message interrupted the tension. His heart raced as he seized the chance to glance at it, while Lu Geng temporarily stabilized the situation. 1111. Brother, do you have any water left? I can trade resources for it. It's urgent. 3,501. Brother, I sincerely apologize. My tenant insists that this is strategic material for our alliance and forbids any casual trading. I can discreetly allocate you a little, but please keep it to yourself. 1111. Doesn't your well have a storage limit? If it overflows, ISNT that a waste. You could negotiate with them. Rather than letting it go to waste, why not trade it to me? I will pay market price, ensuring you won't incur any losses, whether in materials or survival coins. Chen Shunshin's heart raced. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not tempted. However, given the current predicament, the water that 1111 sought to procure would not enrich his own coffers. As a landlord, he and Lu Geng were not bound by mutual interests. When push came to shove, Lu Geng could easily abandon him and seek refuge with others, taking the resources with him. Chapter 17. Hoarding 3501. Brother, I understand your reasoning, yet they do not perceive it the same way. They argue that water remains the most scarce and valuable currency at this moment. The less it circulates in the market, the higher the prices can be inflated. Therefore, They would rather let it overflow and waste than engage in low-price transactions now. They assert that if they wait a while longer, as the pressure from the monsters intensifies, the price of water will surely double. It will be most profitable to sell then. He cleverly shifted the blame onto them, implying that as a powerless landlord, he could only rely on the tenants and had no authority. On the other side of the screen, 1111 observed Chun Shunchen's reply, his brow furrowing into a tight frown. His current condition was far from favorable. Outside his dormitory, several wretched creatures were scratching frantically at the door, while he leaned against the wall behind it, his skin exhibiting an abnormal dark red hue akin to that of a boiled shrimp. Wisps of white vapor emanated from his head and body, causing even his originally robust short hair to curl slightly. His talent, bloodthirsty frenzy, bestowed immense explosive power and self-healing abilities, yet at the cost of a terrifying rise in body temperature and moisture evaporation. He desperately needed a copious amount of water to cool down. He had intended to send another message to question or negotiate, but ultimately, he merely deleted a few words, letting out a deep, restrained sigh. He once thought that the beasts occupying the gasapon machines on the 11th floor were merely isolated incidents at the onset of the apocalypse. However, it now seemed that human greed and short-sightedness were the true norm in this desolate land. The individuals on the 35th floor were simply engaging in hoarding and a different form of exploitation. 1111 chuckled at his own naivety, pondering what good it was to harbor such illusions. Survival should be his only priority. Had he known, he would have charged for the information he shared. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Ding. Player 3501 has gifted you an item. Drinking water, 1 liter. 3501. Brother, there isn't too much water. So take this to quench your thirst. What I said earlier is the truth. Please don't take it to heart. Though being a landlord is quite frustrating, any help I can offer is worth it. 1111 gazed at the precious 1 liter of water in his storage space, then glanced at Chun Shunchen's message, feeling a tumult of emotions within. 1111, thank you, brother. I want to speak of this to anyone. I owe you a favor. I will not ask for the resources you promised, but I will keep you in mind should I find something useful for self-defense. 3501, salute JPG. No longer hesitating, he promptly retrieved a relatively clean tin box he had found earlier, poured the water into it, and tilted his head back to gulp it down. The refreshing liquid flowed down his parched, scorched esophagus like a long-awaited rain after a drought. The tumultuous heat raging within him seemed to be quenched momentarily, the dark red hue of his skin visibly returning to normal, and the vapor rising from his head diminished significantly. With a long exhale, 1111 felt as though he had clawed his way back from the brink of hell. It appeared that this talent could not be recklessly employed for extended periods. Otherwise, his constitution would falter and water would be in short supply. His gaze sharpened once more as he turned to face the relentless creatures at the door. No longer opting for the perilous close-quarters combat, he instead approached the artillery station, selecting the survival coin mode. A succession of gleaming crossbow bolts shot forth with precision from the firing port, methodically eliminating the monsters lurking outside. Although the efficiency paled in comparison to melee outbursts, it offered safety and stability, allowing for sustained engagement. The survival coins in his possession, along with the loot from the slain monsters, would suffice for a while. On the 35th floor, Lin Mo gazed at the leaderboard, finding himself tied for second place with 0806 at a score of 10 points, while 1111 ominously dominated the rankings with a staggering score of 25. His confusion deepened. Each dormitory entrance should initially harbor only 4 or 5 wraiths. The 0806 dormitory presumably housed 2 individuals, which made their score of 10 understandable. But how could 1111 have annihilated all the inhabitants of the 11th floor to achieve 25 points? Or perhaps the monsters at his door had spawned in unusually large numbers? Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the slowly rotating emerald vortex at the stairway entrance, a heavy weight settling in his heart. As long as this vortex persisted, it would remain a significant threat. In his arms, Yi Xiaoro sensed his gravity. She lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she examined the wound on his arm. Does it still hurt? You should go treat it. Lin Mo shook his head. The pain was sharp but bearable. It was merely a surface wound, inconsequential. Xiao, you should gather those luminous orbs. They likely contain survival coins and materials, which we urgently need as ammunition. He gestured toward the floating orbs nearby. I will divert the monsters at that noisy fellow's door. What? Yi Xiao immediately objected, gripping his arm tightly. You're injured. Why bother with that selfish wretch's fate? He was just trying to manipulate you morally. Lin Mo patted her hand, clarifying, I certainly do not care for his fate. But look, he pointed toward the direction of Chao Wenliang's dormitory, 3527, which was conveniently separated from 3528 by a narrow corridor. I must go to Chao Wenliang. I need him to use his talent to reduce the cooldown time for our planting. There are several monsters blocking the entrance to 3528. If we do not clear or divert them, we cannot pass. Understanding his strategic intent, Yi Xiao, albeit reluctantly, pouted her lips. Then, you must be careful. Do not overexert yourself. After a moment's thought, she added, how about this? I'll open the door just a crack. If the situation turns dire, you must run back immediately, and I'll shut the door. All right, I'll heed your advice. Lin Mo smiled, accepting her concern. Under Yi Xiao's repeated admonitions, he grasped the bloodied wooden knife and set forth toward dormitory 3528. Don't lose your nerve, I'm coming. Lin Mo shouted to the middle-aged man, still wailing behind the door. The man, as if seizing a lifeline, altered his tone. Hero, father, my dear father. Help! Hurry! They are about to breach the door. Lin Mo refrained from recklessly charging into the throng of monsters. He cautiously advanced a few steps toward 3528, still 7 or 8 meters from the entrance. The 5 or 6 wraiths besieging the door remained fixated on clawing at it, oblivious to his presence. He moved forward another 3 or 4 meters, closing the distance to the nearest wraith, now merely 2 meters away. At that moment, the creature, which had been persistently scratching at the door, abruptly ceased its actions. Its eerie, azure eyes swiftly turned towards Lin Mo. It seemed to have sensed a closer and more potent life force. Emitting a shrill cry as it abandoned the nearby door and, with its limbs planted firmly on the ground, lunged towards Lin Mo like a bolt of gray lightning. Luring in just one is quite manageable. Lin Mo's gaze was icy. Rather than retreating, he advanced, confronted by this solitary beast. The absolute advantage bestowed by his power of 9 instilled him with unwavering confidence, while facing 5 or 6 at once might pose a challenge. This single creature dared to approach him, seeking its own demise. He deftly sidestepped the foul wind of the creature's assault, wielding his simple blade with the precision of the Grim Reaper's scythe, executing a swift and clean horizontal slash. Chapter 18. Who is she? Yi Xiao, my girlfriend. Puff. A flash of light from a blade. The head of the wraith soared away, its astonished azure gaze lingering in the air, while the headless corpse stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, transforming into luminous white light. Wraith beast killed. Points 1. Current points 11. Hiss. The middle-aged man, peering through the crack of door 3528, gasped in astonishment, his eyes filled with a mixture of shock and overwhelming joy. This is simply too formidable. Isn't it? Lin Mo repeated his strategy, drawing near once more, skillfully provoking the ire of another wraith, and with a precise strike, ended its existence. As if taking a leisurely stroll, he executed the maneuver effortlessly. Points 12. Lin Mo continued his methodical approach, akin to a seasoned hunter, deftly luring away the remaining wraiths at the entrance of 3528, dispatching them with clean, decisive blows. His score soared from 10 to 15, securing a solid second place, surpassing the fellow competitor at 10 points, 0806, while only trailing behind the enigmatic entity, 1111, whose points seemed to be gradually increasing. Casting a glance at the leaderboard, he noted that the 3rd to 10th places were all tied at 10 points. Lin Mo understood that this building indeed harbored hidden talents, with many individuals adapting swiftly to the circumstances. He sent a private message to Chao Wenliang. I see your entrance is clear now. Come out. These creatures have a range of aggro. They 1T attack unless you approach them. After sending the message, Chao Wenliang did not respond. However, the door of 3527 slid open with a hiss. The plump figure of a boy darted out with surprising agility, quickly collecting the floating orbs of light at the entrance. His face radiated a mix of relief and exhilaration, as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Bro, you're my real brother. Perfect timing. I was just hesitating whether to risk it for those orbs. You scared me to death. Chao Wenliang was still shaken. The two talents he had copied, Flame Protection and Earthly Form, had just gone through their cooldown period during the previous defense, and he was now in a vulnerable phase. Stop! Stop! Yi Xiaoro, like a protective mother hen, immediately stepped in front of Lin Mo, her brows furrowed. He is injured. Don't be reckless. Only then did Chao Wenliang notice the 3 ghastly blood marks on Lin Mo's arm, and he slammed to a halt, his chubby face filled with guilt. Oh no! Brother Mo, you're hurt. Is it serious? Sister Ro is right. I acted thoughtlessly. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, his gaze gravely fixed on the still, swirling dark vortex at the safety passageway. Don't celebrate too soon. Do you see that vortex? It's not closed yet. It's highly likely that a second wave of monsters will emerge, so stay alert. What? There's more. The smile on Chao Wenliang's face abruptly froze, then morphed into a beaming grin. Thanks to Sister Ro for reducing my cooldown. Yi Xiaoro shot him a disapproving glare. Lin Mo turned to Chao Wenliang. All right, don't just stand there. Hurry back and upgrade your door 3527 with the materials you just collected. Once upgraded, its durability will be fully restored, and its defense will be higher, making it safer. What? Can monsters really drop materials to upgrade the door? As Lin Mo's words faded, the middle-aged man from room 3528, who had been howling in despair, suddenly emerged, his face now devoid of hopelessness, replaced instead by a glimmer of greed and urgency. He gazed at Lin Mo, pleading, "Young brother, dear brother, you seem well off. Do you have any extra materials to lend me? My door's durability is about to run out. I implore you." Lin Mo exchanged a glance with Yi Xiaoro, both of them stifling laughter at the man's audacity. The rapid shift in his demeanor and his sense of entitlement were truly astonishing. Lin Mo scoffed, his gaze icy. A few ingredients have you intoxicated this way? Don't you have a mirror? Perhaps a glance at yourself in the restroom would suffice? The middle-aged man from 3528 was momentarily taken aback, his face alternating between shades of green and white, but he quickly donned a sycophantic smile, utterly devoid of shame. Well, you see, these monsters were slain right at my door. You merely collected the materials, did you not? Surely, I deserve a share of the credit? Just a little favor, please. Let a tiny bit slip through your fingers to me. Uncle. Even the good-natured Chao Wenliang could no longer tolerate this farce, his plump face filled with disdain. I've seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Just moments ago, you were wailing like a pig, begging for help, and now that the monsters are gone, you turn around demanding compensation? Did Mo Gu assist you in clearing the monsters only to incur a debt? Have some decency. Lin Mo was too weary to engage further. He succinctly uttered, "Get lost." Upon seeing Lin Mo's complete disregard and the scorn directed at him, the middle-aged man's facade of flattery vanished, replaced by arrogance and bitterness. No, you cannot leave. You have wiped out all the monsters at my door, yet you refuse to share even a scrap of material? Is this reasonable? Had it not been for my presence attracting them, would you have had such ease in slaying them? Surely I deserve something. Otherwise, this matter is far from over. As Lin Mo contended with this peculiar individual, Chao Wenliang, infuriated, rolled up his sleeves, ready to unleash a tirade. Meanwhile, in dormitory 0621, a petite figure slowly opened her eyes. Oh dear, what kind of wretched talent is this, leaving me starved? Her words were laced with a strong Sichuan dialect, heavy with grievance and fatigue. And Zhou rubbed her empty stomach, feeling utterly hollow, as if her front was pressed against her back, overwhelmed by hunger. Groggily, she accessed her talent panel. Name, Zhou, age, 19, strength, 3505, agility, 5, constitution, for mentality, 6, charm, 9, 2, after a brief slumber. Her strength had only increased by 0. 5. Leaving her famished. This talent surely serves no purpose. I must hurry. If I delay any longer, Xiao might not find me. She contemplated attempting to solicit food through the chat channel, but found it flooded with pleas for help and displays of prowess. Her own words swiftly drowned in the torrent of messages. After a moment of contemplation, she belatedly realized that there seemed to be a faint scratching sound at the door. Goodness, are monsters already upon us? She attempted to peer outside through the vent, but her height was insufficient. Upon inspecting her door, Joe noted that it remained steadfast, showing no signs of having been compromised or attacked. Yet, what could be the source of the unsettling noises outside? With a heart full of doubt, she pondered her next course of action when a newly minted message in the chat channel seized her complete attention. 3,530 Yi Xiaoro, who has hemostatic medicine or healing items. Urgently needed, willing to exchange for food or water. Materials are also acceptable. Please message me privately with your offers. And Jio's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly prompting her to leap from her seat. 0621 3530 Yi Xiaoro. Are you the girl from the Sichuan Academy of Fine Arts? Yi Xiaoru, who was in the midst of helping Lin Mo post a request for supplies, felt a tremor run through her at the sight of the targeted message. Thick with regional dialect, Lin Mo, having noticed the message as well, leaned in closer to Yi Xiaoro, curiosity etched on his face. Who is it? Your friend? He inquired. With uncontainable enthusiasm, Yi Xiaoro grasped Lin Mo's uninjured arm and blurted out, Girlfriend. Lin Montak? Gao Wen Ling, ah? Chapter 19. Who was really betrayed? Darling, why are you being such a fool? The chubby boy's eyes widened in astonishment, glancing between Yi Xiaoro and Lin Mo, his expression a delightful spectacle. It was only then that Yi Xiaoro realized that Lin Mo was not the only one present. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily waved her hands, stammering, cough, cough. No, she's a female friend. My best friend. We grew up together. Lin Mo touched his nose, offering a slightly awkward smile. Chao Wenliang wore a knowing expression, chuckling foolishly. Well then, you and your friend continue your conversation, Lin Mo said, displaying his tactfulness. He turned to Chao Wenliang and added, the conversation is over. We shall take our leave now. You should also hurry back to upgrade your door. He naturally wrapped his arm around Yi Xiaoro's waist, preparing to escort her back to room 3530. Gao Wenling not det vigodusin, anzai, moge. Roya. Please return quickly to tend to your wounds. He was quite busy himself, needing to upgrade the door to room 3527 first, and then contact rooms 3501 and 3516 to replicate their talents once the cooldown was over. You cannot leave. The middle-aged man from room 3528, realizing that this group was completely ignoring him and preparing to depart, became anxious. He spread his arms wide, blocking Lin Mo's path. What about my materials? You cannot be so unreasonable. Faced with this persistent nuisance, Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. He was not one to relish in violence, and killing for mere materials was beneath him. Materials, I can offer you a portion, he said coldly. The middle-aged man's face brightened at this prospect. But Lin Mo continued, however, I must warn you that the vortex remains open, and a second wave of monsters could emerge at any moment. Do you honestly believe that with your nearly crumbling door, you could withstand the onslaught after acquiring the materials for an upgrade? If you possess even a modicum of intelligence, it would be wise to devise a strategy for dealing with the monsters. I don't care. Upon hearing the possibility of a second wave, a flicker of fear crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, but greed swiftly overshadowed it. He puffed out his chest, raising his voice, why can't you, someone so powerful, lend a hand to us ordinary folks? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Mo's patience had evaporated entirely. With a movement as swift as lightning, his left leg lashed out like a whip. The action was so rapid that it left only an afterimage in its wake. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. The middle-aged man felt an overwhelming force slam into his abdomen. He could hardly register how Lin Mo had struck. It was as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. With a scream, he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the door of room 3528 before crumpling to the ground, curled up in pain. retching and unable to utter a word. Lin Mo did not even spare him a glance, treating him as though he were merely a bothersome piece of refuse. He tightened his hold on the still-dazed Yi Xiaoro and strode towards the open doorway of room 3530. "Let us go. Your girlfriend is waiting," he said, guiding Yi Xiaoro back into room 3530 and shutting the door behind them, effectively cutting off the middle-aged man's pained moans and resentful glare. The metal door of the safe room muffled most of the noise, leaving only the sound of their slightly hurried breaths in the air. Yi Xiaoro nodded, keenly sensing that Lin Mo seemed somewhat withdrawn. She cautiously raised her eyes to look at him, gently poking his chest with her finger. "Hey, are you unhappy?" She couldn't quite decipher Lin Mo's thoughts. Was it because of her earlier mention of a girlfriend? Surely, he couldn't harbor any disdain for one. Anxiety washed over Yi Xiaoro as she swiftly donned a charming smile, tiptoeing closer to Lin Mo's face, her voice soft and sweet, laced with a hint of playfulness. "Please don't be angry, darling." "Angry? There's nothing to be upset about. I'm merely contemplating a philosophical question." Yi Xiaoro blinked her large, expressive eyes. "My girlfriend has a girlfriend." Lin Mo lowered his gaze to the delicate figure in his embrace, his expression profound. Was it I who had been betrayed, or was it she who had been deceived? Suddenly, Yi Xiaoro burst into laughter, her amusement causing her to collapse softly against Lin Mo. "Oh dear, what kind of logic is that? Does it mean I'm embracing both sides and straddling two boats? Alas, my wretched charm simply refuses to let me be discreet." She playfully lifted her chin, adopting a haughty expression befitting a queen. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle at her antics, his earlier irritation dissipating considerably. "All right, enough with the games. You should have a proper chat with your girlfriend to reassure her while I attend to my wounds. No more chatting. No more." Yi Xiaoro immediately shook her head, pulling Lin Mo towards the bedside. "It's more important to change your hemostatic medication." Her smile radiated warmth, tinged with a hint of concern, as she pressed closely against him, as if wishing to dissolve the earlier fear and worry within the closeness of their bond. Seeing her like this warmed Lin Mo's heart, and he smiled in return. "Darling, that 3,528 outside must be seething with hatred for us. Should we?" She gestured dramatically at her neck. "Don't be foolish. Do you think that fellow can survive another wave? Killing him now would only add another crime report to the chat channel. It's not worth it. Fine. But it feels like our situation is vastly different from the novels I read." "In what way?" "In the novels, we should be unstoppable, slaying foes with the ease of chopping vegetables. If offended, not only would we crush our enemies, but we'd also desecrate their ancestors' graves. Why is it, dear husband, that you are so lackluster?" Meanwhile, in room 3501, Lu Geng lay sprawled on the bed, panting heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. He'd just been outside, battling monsters with a fire shield, and it had taken quite a toll on him. Habitually glancing at the leaderboard, he initially believed his score of 7 points would secure him a top position, only to be shocked into near disbelief upon seeing the results. The 10th place was a perfect 10. He hadn't even made it into the top 20. 28, 15, 13. Damn it, a bunch of beasts. Lu Geng pounded the bed in frustration, his face contorted with discontent and envy. What kind of talent is required to slay monsters so effortlessly? I've worked myself to the bone just to take down 7. Chen Shunshan was busy operating the turret. Using the survival coins Lu Geng had brought back to purchase crossbow bolts, meticulously picking off the remaining wraiths outside, one by one. Upon hearing Lu Geng's grievances, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes, but he feigned agreement, saying, "Indeed, it's utterly outrageous. Especially that 1111 and 3,530. They are simply inhumane." As he aimed, he casually mentioned, "By the way, Gung-gu, that 1111 who traded weapons with us before just contacted me again." What does he want now?" Lu Geng furrowed his brow. Still demanding water, Chen Shunshan sighed, his tone laced with resignation. He insisted it was urgent, threatening to create trouble for us if we didn't comply. So, I ended up giving him another leader. "What? You gave him more?" Lu Geng abruptly sat up from the bed, his voice rising in indignation. "Tian Yi, I'm not criticizing you, but you are aware of our association's plans. You helped those outsiders exchange weapons without consulting me. I reluctantly accepted it, considering we are both at level 35. And now, you're sending water to that 1111? Who does he think he is? Does he believe we are pushovers? This is simply untenable. Chapter 20. Should I avoid his brilliance? However, to be fair, the socially anxious Han Shui found himself secretly amused, though his face wore a mask of forced smiles. Brother Gung, I would rather not. Do you think I desire this? Yet he threatened to withhold water, and once the monster retreats, he intends to come to the 35th floor himself. The announcement also stated that after the initial monster attack, players could explore different floors. He could arrive at any moment. We must still evade his brilliance. Evade his brilliance? Lu Gung shouted, his neck stiff with indignation. But his eyes involuntarily darted toward the leaderboard, where the top position was held by the player with the score of 28, identified as 1111. He swallowed hard, his tone uncharacteristically softening, and his expression became somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, he reasoned, no matter how formidable he is, can he truly conquer our entire floor alone? Indeed, Brother Gung, you certainly have no fear of him. However, given that we will inevitably cross paths, should he truly come, it would spell trouble for us, wouldn't it? It's better to avoid unnecessary conflict. But we cannot allow him to continue pillaging us indefinitely. Lu Gung's frustration mounted, feeling utterly constrained. Did he genuinely believe we were so weak and easy to bully? If this persisted, all our hard-earned water would fall into the hands of outsiders. Chun Shun observed Lu Gung's outward bravado, masking his inner turmoil, and he could scarcely contain his laughter. This was precisely what he had awaited. Alas, our strength is insufficient. With 1111 being so powerful, his talent must surely be of golden legendary caliber. We simply cannot compete. So what if he possesses golden legendary talent? Lu Gung retorted, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, but then his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Ah, yes, Brother Chun, you have provided us with an excellent weapon. Just because we cannot deal with 1111 does not mean others cannot. He excitedly pointed to the leaderboard. Player 3530 is in second place, and he too possesses golden talent. Furthermore, there is 3,527, with 2 golden talents on our floor. Combined with so many others, we may not be at a disadvantage against 1111. Precisely. Let's engage him. It would be best if they all perished. Chun Shun felt a surge of elation, yet his face betrayed a deeper anxiety. I fear they may be reluctant to assist us, as we are not closely acquainted. Why would they risk their lives for us? What is there to fear? We will escalate the situation. Let us broadcast in the regional channel how 1111 has threatened us and extorted our water resources. It will send the 35th floor into a frenzy. Do they not understand the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold? Chun Shun observed Lu Gung's self-satisfied excitement, his heart filled with scorn. Yet he nodded vigorously. Brother Gung, your insight is remarkable. This is an excellent plan. When the time comes, we shall unite on the 35th floor against our common foe. And let us see if 1111 dares to act arrogantly. 0509. Hello, are you the one seeking hemostatic supplies? I have seen your message, smiling. 3,530. Yes, that would be me. Do you have any? 0509. May I inquire about the type of wound you have? 3,530. Picture 3530. I was just scratched on the arm by a monster. 0509. The scratch appears to be deep, with slight tearing at the edges and moderate bleeding. The good news is that no significant signs of neurotoxins or biotoxins have been detected, such as paralysis, rapid local tissue necrosis, or abnormal coloration. However, given that it is a creature that has been captured, the sanitary conditions are indeed concerning. Therefore, I strongly advise you to thoroughly clean and disinfect the wound before applying any bandaging. Merely using a bandage to apply pressure is insufficient and may easily lead to infection and pus formation. I possess medical bandages, sterile and appropriately sized, capable of effectively applying pressure to stop bleeding, but I can only provide you with a small portion. Would that suffice? As for disinfection, I have medical alcohol with a concentration of 75, which is highly effective for sterilization. Sure, How shall we exchange? I have food and water, as well as survival coins. Exchanging weapons is impractical. Could you spare some water? Food would also be acceptable. How about half a bottle of 500 milliliters of purified water and a piece of compressed biscuit? Would that work? That sounds perfect. A pleasant transaction it shall be. I will initiate the trade now. By the way, please use the alcohol sparingly. Dab it onto the cotton ball to clean the wound, rather than pouring it directly. Trade system notification. Player 0509 Han Shui has initiated a trade with you. Offering medical bandage 1M, 1 medical alcohol 75, 100 milliliters request. Drinking water 500 milliliters 0. 5 bottle compressed biscuit 1. Do you accept? Yes, no, confirmed. Transaction successful. Thank you. Wishing you a speedy recovery. In room 0509, Han Shui concluded her private chat with Lin Mo, exhaling a sigh of relief. Feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon, she leaned languidly against the cold metal wall. She raised her hand to wipe away the non-existent cold sweat at her temples, lamenting to the air, "Oh my goodness. Why must an ultimate social anxiety sufferer like me engage in such negotiations with others? It feels as if my soul is being utterly drained." Her voice, tinged with a soft Jiangnan accent, was filled with an air of despondency. Stretching lazily, her white shirt stretched to reveal her slender waist and the breathtaking curves of her chest, while her long, straight legs were barely concealed beneath the slightly oversized jeans. The light filtered through her delicate bangs, casting a subtle shadow across her exquisitely tired face. Do you know, Wen? The reason I chose the forensic medicine profession was largely to minimize social interaction with the living. Little did I expect that when the apocalypse arrived, the very thing I dreaded the most would come to pass. Fortunately, others could not see her appearance. Had they done so, they would have likely circled around her incessantly. Zhang Wenwan, sitting on the bare bed, gazed at Han Shui with a hint of complaint, her eyes inadvertently lingering on Han Shui's perfect waist-to-hip ratio and enviable long legs. She glanced down to pinch the flabby waistline, letting out a sigh of envy. "Oh, Shuijia, do you think those stunning female doctors in apocalyptic novels who manage to maintain their alluring figures are all modeled after you? Why is it that, despite experiencing the same hunger, the weight seems to settle upon me? All right, enough teasing. Let us eat," Han Shui replied, handing over the exchanged water and compressed biscuits. Zhang Wenwen hesitated for a moment as she looked at the food offered. "Shuijia, why don't you eat a bit too?" "Oh, just eat. I can hold on a little longer." "Your glutton ability needs sustenance to protect us," Han Shui insisted. "I hope we can secure a stable food supply in the future. Otherwise, the logistical pressure will be overwhelming." Although Zhang Wenwen's glutton talent consumed vast amounts of energy, its explosive power and defense in a state of abundance were remarkably astonishing, making her the core strength of their small team. "Shuijia, I adore you. You truly exemplify the ideal of a virtuous wife and mother." With that, Zhang Wenwen sprang up from the bed, arms wide open, lunging towards Han Shui, aiming directly for her slender waist and a certain softer curve. Chapter 21. My dear, do you want a girlfriend? Oh dear, you little minx. Taking advantage of a situation, are we? Han Shui, startled, turned pale as a frightened rabbit, her long legs retreating swiftly to evade Zhang Wenwen's playful advance. Her cheeks blossomed with a deep crimson hue as she exclaimed, "I warn you, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. I am a steel-strong woman, only attracted to handsome men with abs. Keep your distance. Come on, beautiful. Just let me touch you. Just for a moment." Zhang Wenwen insisted, a mischievous grin adorning her face as she feigned another leap forward. "Enough of this nonsense. Let us eat," Han Shui said, handing her a drink. "Once we finish, we can deal with the monsters. Our level 1 door's durability diminishes rather slowly, and there are only those 2 monsters left. We can let them scratch around for a while." Han Shui fell silent, hunger gnawing at her, yet she could not bring herself to request food. Her aim was horrendous. She had fired several arrows from the turret, each time missing the mark, even with the monsters standing idly by. Though Zhang Wenwen could unleash a whirlwind of power for 3 minutes once well fed, it was indeed a formidable display. At present, Zhang Wenwen was leading her through this arduous survival. The two reached a consensus and refrained from spending survival coins on arrows, as the wood needed for repairing the door was evidently more valuable than the coins dropped by the monsters. Zhang Wenwen took the water, carefully sipping a small amount, savoring the refreshing liquid as it soothed her parched throat, her eyes blissfully narrowing in contentment. She gazed at Han Shui, who was intently scrutinizing the transaction log and chat channel, the warm light casting a soft glow on her focused expression and delicate features, stirring something within Zhang Wenwen's heart. Unable to resist, she inched closer. Sister Shui, what is it? Han Shui retreated a half-step, wary. You are truly kind. Zhang Wenwen chuckled, this time refraining from any antics, merely nudging Han Shui with her shoulder. Once we get through this ordeal, I shall find you a handsome man with 8-pack abs to be your partner. Get lost. Why does the atmosphere suddenly feel a bit floral? Meanwhile, Lin Mo observed the trade window, bemused that the other party not only readily accepted his low offer, but also initiated a trade that included disinfectant alcohol, even specifying half a bottle of water. He found it somewhat amusing and bewildering. Rising from his seat, he glanced at the bandage and small bottle of alcohol she had sent, further solidifying his impression of this 0509. He recalled that this individual seemed to possess somewhat of a saintly disposition. Previously, when trading healing medicine for water, despite being able to acquire 750 milliliters, they only accepted 500 milliliters upon hearing there were the injured. The same applied to their bargaining. He had anticipated the other party would take advantage of him, deliberately offering a rock-bottom price, only to be surprised when they immediately agreed. My dear, let me help you bandage up, Yi Xiaoro said, having completed the disinfection, gently picking up the bandage. Lin Mo glanced at her, teasingly remarking, Oh, has our esteemed Sea Queen finished her chat with her girlfriend? No more sweet nothings for a while? Oh, if you keep talking to me like that, I'll cry for you to see. Yi Xiaoro puffit herchicks, pretending to bite him, but ultimately leaned in and quickly pecked his lips. Darling, may I discuss something with you? She inquired. Lin Mo savored this fleeting moment of tenderness. I wish to send some food to Njio. Yi Xiaoro's voice carried a hint of pleading and anticipation. She had been utterly famished due to that wretched talent, and had just confided in me, lamenting that she was on the verge of fainting from hunger. Then Montauk scarcely hesitated. Then do it. Also, take 5 units of wood and give her 2 survival coins. Let her upgrade her door to the next level as soon as possible for safety. Really? Yi Xiaoro's eyes widened in surprise, and she pressed closer, her petite nose nearly brushing against Lin Mo's nostrils, her warm breath caressing his face. You're the best, darling. More genuine than gold. Lin Mo chuckled, playfully pressing a finger against her forehead to push her back slightly. Consider a compensation for my former sister-in-law. What former sister-in-law? That sounds awful. Yi Xiaoro playfully punched him, but soon beamed with joy, launching herself at him and showering his face with kisses, her voice dripping with sweetness. Baby, you are simply too wonderful. I adore you. All right, enough with the mushiness, Lin Mo said, gently pushing her away. Go on and entertain yourself. Okay, just wait a moment. I'll bandage you up as soon as I grab it, Yi Xiaoro replied cheerfully as she busily engaged with the trading interface. Lin Mo leaned against the headboard, observing Yi Xiaoro's industrious silhouette, a smile gracing his lips. After completing the transaction, she scampered back like a little kitten, resting her chin on his chest, her large eyes twinkling as they gazed up at him. By the way, darling, she lowered her voice, tinged with a hint of trepidation, since you still need to cultivate. What do you think of me as a girlfriend? Not if she's ugly. Lin Mo feigned a stern expression. Oh, what a thing to say. Yi Xiaoro protested immediately, poking his chest with her finger. How could the woman of Yi Xiaoro be ugly? I am the genuine campus beauty. My looks are absolutely up to standard. Her tone held a touch of pride. Seeing her earnest attempts at self-promotion, even bordering on flattery, Lin Mo couldn't help but burst into laughter. You look a bit like a pimp, he teased. Lin Mo. Yi Xiaoro's expression darkened, her brows knitting together as she lunged at him, pretending to bite. Don't push me to the brink of biting you when I love you the most. She had arrived at this suggestion only after much inner turmoil. Having witnessed the darker sides of human nature, She was deeply concerned for the safety of Njio, who was innocent yet somewhat eccentric. Rather than allowing her to face her fears alone, it was better to find a way to bring her to 3530, where Lin Mo's protection would greatly enhance her safety. Though the thought of Lin Mo potentially cultivating with Njio stirred a subtle twinge of jealousy within her, the safety of her friend far outweighed that fleeting emotion. Observing Yi Xiaoro's puffed cheeks and the hint of grievance in her expression, Lin Mo recognized her sincerity. He stifled his laughter and replied earnestly, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. If she is willing to come and can accept the tenant rules and planning conditions, I have no objections. Having multiple helpers is always beneficial. As for my stance, I remain indifferent. What a beauty." When Lin Mo finished tending to his wounds and checked the rankings, he discovered that he had fallen to third place. The individual occupying the second position, 3630, was a newcomer and not a particularly visible player in the channel. In fact, the entire 36th floor seemed unusually quiet. According to the chubby chatterbox, Chao Wenliang, who spent his days immersed in the chat channel, there was a remarkably gifted player on the 36th floor who, from the very beginning, united all the players on that level and later paired them up for mutual support. The number of participants in the channel remained over 900. The initial wave of monsters posed limited strength, and with the existing camaraderie among players, most fatalities were suffered by those who failed to grasp the situation. Chapter 22. The Expensive Goods, still on the path to destruction. 3528. Good evening, players. How did you find the appetizer that lasted an hour and a half this afternoon? The malicious tone of the broadcast echoed once more. As night falls, the monsters are clocking out to head home. They are, after all, exemplary employees adhering strictly to the 9-to-5 schedule. Thus, the second wave of meetings is set for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wishing you all a delightful gaming experience and sweet dreams. Oh, by the way, the Good Again convenience store has officially opened for business. You may decide for yourselves whether to indulge in its offerings. At the moment the broadcast concluded, the monsters still futilely clawing at the doors froze in place, then surged towards the inky vortex, vanishing without a trace. The darkly humorous announcements unexpectedly brought a fleeting tranquility. At least for tonight, safety was assured. Darling, shall we go take a look? Upon hearing the convenience store had opened, Yi Xiaoro immediately perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Although he possessed a mere 13 survival coins, uncertain of what they might procure, it would be prudent to explore. Let us go. Upon stepping out of 3,530, the outside was already bustling with shadows of players who had survived the ordeal. They maintained a facade of harmony amongst themselves, yet an unmistakable tension lingered in the air. With a crude knife in hand, Lin Mo wore a stern expression as he led Yi Xiaoro directly toward the convenience store. The previous location of the gasopon machine was now deserted, replaced by the open glass door of the convenience store. A flowing membrane of light served as a curtain, obscuring the interior and igniting the imagination. A crowd gathered at the entrance, most hesitating and reluctant to proceed. Upon Lin Mo's arrival, recognizing the formidable figure from the afternoon, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. Lin Montag, uninteressiert please entrées, took Yi Xiaoro's hand and stepped across the veil of light. What lay within was surprising. Not a cramped shop, but a vast space reminiscent of a grand supermarket. Various goods were meticulously arranged in gleaming display cases, yet to purchase, one had to touch the glass countertop for options to appear. However, after wandering a bit, Lin Mo sensed that this convenience store was likely more of a spectacle for them. Talent modification capsule. Upon opening, randomly acquire a new talent. Price, 6,666 survival coins. 7 ring blade. Attack power 22, durability 30. Price, 50 survival coins. Colt M1873. Attack power 50, durability 15. Price, 3,500 survival coins. Tenant slot expansion card. Increases tenant capacity by 1. Price, 1,000 survival coins. The most affordable items were, surprisingly, food and water. A basic food package, similar to the one Yi Xiaoro had reported, commanded a price of 2 survival coins. Damn, how disgusting, Lin Mo muttered under his breath. What? Yi Xiaoro, captivated by the array of goods, had not caught his words. I toil in the fields, only for my harvest to be worth so little here? Lin Mo pointed at the price tag of the food package, his tone laced with indignation. Yi Xiaoro chuckled lightly at his frustration, linking her arm with his. Your most precious asset is the attribute points granted by your talents. These food and drink items are merely embellishments. Why fret over them? As two individuals were engaged in conversation, a familiar figure abruptly intruded upon their sight. It was none other than the middle-aged neighbor from the afternoon, who had been quite a nuisance. At that moment, he appeared disheveled, his face ashen, and shockingly, he had removed his shoes, swinging his arms in an attempt to shatter the glass display case in a desperate bid to seize the food within. Lin Mo, unwilling to entangle himself with this insufferable individual, grasped Yi Xiaoro's hand, intending to circumvent the confrontation. However, the man's keen eyes quickly recognized them, and he stumbled forward as if he had found a creditor, shouting hoarsely, "It's you? You're the ones who stole my survival coins. Compensate me! Compensate me!" Lin Mo's expression darkened in an instant, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "I spared your life to avoid dirtying my hands. Do you truly wish for death?" As soon as the words left his lips, a realization struck him. The player he had dispatched earlier that afternoon seemed to have vanished along with the monsters. The middle-aged man, stung by Lin Mo's icy demeanor and words, recalled the ruthlessness with which Lin Mo had dispatched creatures, causing his bravado to wane, his lips trembling in silence. Despite the spaciousness of the supermarket, the commotion had already drawn the attention of onlookers. Numerous players feigned interest in selecting items, yet their furtive glances frequently darted towards the unfolding scene, whispers rising like a hum. The middle-aged man, noticing the crowd, seemed to gather more courage, bellowing, "Brothers of the Union, look here. This murderer, relying on his strength, has stolen my survival coins and disregards my life. It is utterly heinous. You are slandering me. Shameless." Yi Xiaoro retorted, her chest heaving with indignation as she pointed at the man. "It was you who begged my partner for help to slay the monsters. And now you turn the tables. I merely asked you to distract the monsters at the entrance so that I could escape, yet you exterminated them all. You've severed my means of livelihood." The middle-aged man argued vehemently, even putting his shoes back on, as if emboldened. "Look, today they robbed me of my monsters, and tomorrow they could do the same to you. Such a person cannot be allowed to live." While Yi Xiaoro was poised to counter, Lin Mo gently raised a hand to halt her. A peculiar smile flickered across his face as he regarded the middle-aged man, his tone eerily calm. "Very well. If you insist that I have stolen, then let it be so. Did you hear that? He admits it. Compensate me," the middle-aged man exclaimed, jumping in excitement as if he had seized an advantage. "Say whatever you wish," Lin Mo replied slowly, drawing forth a crude blade from his waist, its cold steel glinting ominously under the supermarket's fluorescent lights. "But I have already stated that my patience is finite. Since you are so intent on courting death," his voice suddenly sharpened, "I shall oblige." In the instant the blade was unsheathed, the crowd retreated in a wave, fearing the impending chaos. The middle-aged man, terrified, turned to flee, but Lin Mo was swifter, delivering a kick to the back of his knee. The man cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. "Help save me. The murderer is going to kill me." He crawled desperately, tears and snot streaming down his face, leaving a wet trail behind him, the stench of fear permeating the air. Wait, bro." Desperate cries echoed through the air. "I implore you, my brothers, save me." Yet, Lin Mo remained unfazed, advancing with a knife in hand, his piercing gaze sweeping across the crowd, particularly lingering on the faces of several active players from the 35th level, who exuded a semblance of combat prowess. "Who dares to rescue him?" A profound silence ensued. No one dared to meet his gaze, nor did anyone utter a word. "Ha ha! You spineless cowards! Just watch." The middle-aged man's voice, filled with despair, resonated as he howled, "Nearly deranged. Today he may kill me, but tomorrow he will come for you. What a farce this so-called alliance is, utterly meaningless." Suddenly, at the very moment Lin Mo raised his blade, a figure surged through the crowd, grasping Lin Mo's arm with a knife. "Brother, temper your anger, temper your anger. I am Chin Shunshin. Do you remember me? Lin Mo's gaze settled on him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Of course I remember. I must thank you, Brother Chun, for the knife. Without it, my monster hunting this afternoon would not have been so effortless. To be of assistance to my brother is all that matters. All that matters. Chun Shunshin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his heart racing with trepidation, fearful that Lin Mo's temper might turn against him, resulting in a blade aimed at his own neck. Chapter 23. Skill Card, Leverage. However, if he fails to uphold the authority of the association at this critical moment, how can he incite these individuals to oppose 1111 thereafter? He turned to Lin Mo, a smile gracing his face. Brother Lin Mo, you see, although this brother, 3528, has offended you, he is nonetheless a member of our association. Could we perhaps extend a courtesy to the association? Simultaneously, Lin Mo's private message alert rang insistently. 3501, brother. He is one of us. You, as a prominent figure, may not fear this game. But for us ordinary folks struggling in unity, it's a different story. 3501. I beg you, brother, if you strike him down, the hearts of 35 layers will be utterly shattered. 3501. If you're truly furious, once you leave the convenience store, you can dismantle his dormitory door. Resolve it privately. 3530. Lin Mo cast a glance at the private message, then looked at the earnest Chin Shunshin, slowly retracting his blade, yet his gaze remained icy, since Mr. Chin has spoken thus. I shall grant you this favor. However, my patience has its limits. He has persistently provoked me, and it cannot simply end here. His eyes, sharp as a knife, fixated upon the incapacitated middle-aged man, but my forbearance stops here. Remember, it is best for you to never step beyond the doors of the convenience store again. He paused, emphasizing each word. I will be waiting for you at the entrance. He pressed his foot down upon the leg of 3528, a sickening crack resonating as the entire right leg grotesquely twisted. The convenience store reverberated with his anguished scream. Subsequently, 3528 rolled his eyes back and fainted. Under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes, Lin Mo sheathed his knife, nonchalantly taking Yi Xiaoro's hand and leisurely making his way towards the exit of the convenience store. His compliance with Chun Shunshin's advice unexpectedly caused several players, who had previously looked down upon Chun Shunshin, to flicker their eyes, quietly reassessing the weight of this president. As Lin Mo's silhouette vanished beyond the luminous membrane, Chun Shunshin let out a long sigh, his back drenched in cold sweat. With his objective unmet, he did not leave immediately, but instead waited attentively for the man to regain consciousness. After a considerable time, the middle-aged man, sprawled on the ground, tearfully clutched Chun Shunshin's leg. Thank you, President. Thank you for saving my life. Chun Shunshin disdainfully withdrew his leg, his voice tinged with exhaustion and a barely perceptible cruelty. Do not thank me. Think instead about how you will survive returning to your dormitory. What time is it? And you still resort to moral coercion? His gaze swept over the surrounding crowd, which had fallen into a hush, as if speaking to himself, but also addressing everyone. In this world, strength is the only principle. Weakness? Either learn to bow your head, or cling tightly to a warm circle, for that is the only path to survival. Stepping beyond the softly glowing curtain of the convenience store, Yi Xiaoro seemed momentarily rooted to the spot, obediently halting her steps, her eyes instinctively darting towards the entrance of the store. Why aren't you leaving? Lin Mo inquired, feigning ignorance. You didn't say. Yi Xiaoro blinked, pointing towards the interior of the convenience store, her implication unmistakable. I merely said that to frighten him. Did you truly believe it? Lin Mo could not help but chuckle, naturally wrapping his arm around her waist as they strolled back. After all, he resided on this very floor. Could he sprout wings and fly away? His earlier words were merely to save face for Chun Shunshin, a nod to the favor of returning his knife. Sighing, Yi Xiaoro, led along by him, tilted her head to gaze at him, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. How are you so different from those domineering protagonists in novels who uphold their words and seek vengeance for even the slightest grievances? Where's that promised confrontation? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, playfully pinching the soft flesh at her waist. Am I to appear credible merely by standing foolishly at the convenience store entrance like a monkey, allowing passers-by to gawk at me? Do I not care for my own dignity? As for a mere pet, if a dog were to growl at him, he might consider it a threat and choose to eliminate it for a meal. But what of an ant? Yi Xiaoro burst into laughter, lightly hitting him with a mock pout. All right, you have the most reason. By the way, how is it going with your girlfriend? Have you managed to persuade her? Ah, you're thinking of the pot while still warming your hands over the stove. Yi Xiaoro shot him a sidelong glance. She is well-fed and content, yet fearing that something might track her down, she has activated her talent again. It's as if she has gone offline, utterly unreachable. Lin Mo nodded. Her talent does seem somewhat impractical. While it may diminish the likelihood of being detected by monsters, it does not conserve the energy her body requires. Hunger and thirst will persist, and awakening passively is merely a matter of time. Essentially, it only postpones the danger rather than addressing the root of the problem. But you are here, my dear husband. Yi Xiaoro immediately transformed into a sweet little treat, wrapping her arms around his, swaying with affection. The safety of little Gio relies entirely on your sturdy legs. Enough of this. Lin Mo feigned annoyance, yet allowed her to cling to him. I possess more than just stout legs. As they conversed, the stark white light enveloping the space gradually dimmed to a warm yellow, although the exact time eluded them. The announcement indicated it was evening. Lin Mo glanced up at the dwindling light source, estimating that it would soon extinguish completely. With the outside cloaked in darkness, it would be prudent to return to their haven. Yi Xiaoro nodded in agreement, and they hastened their pace. Upon returning to the modest refuge of room 3530, they quickly consumed the compressed biscuits and bread, their makeshift dinner accompanied by pure water. Yi Xiaoro habitually scrolled through the regional chat channel, her brow furrowing. Darling, the channel is in an uproar again. Lin Mo leaned in to take a glance. The messages flew by rapidly, charged with tension. The commotion seemed to have originated from a player on the 36th floor whose girlfriend, situated on the second floor, had been assaulted by others on her level after the first wave of monsters receded. The channel was rife with the victims' lamentations, the spectators' gasps, the assailants' taunts, and a plethora of indifferent or schadenfreude-laden comments. Such occurrences would likely be far from rare. Lin Mo's voice carried an air of detached indifference, laced with a hint of insight. Under the oppressive grip of monstrous minions and the relentless pressure of survival, order disintegrates, magnifying the darkest corners of humanity. Many female players, having encountered the stark reality of terror, eagerly seek attachment, exchanging their bodies for refuge, which has regrettably become the norm in this desolate realm. Consequently, Yi Xiaoro chooses to align herself with Lin Mo, which, in the eyes of others, serves as a testament to her awareness of circumstances. Near a strong individual, beauty invariably flourishes, slowly evolving into a symbol of power. This afternoon, he witnessed numerous similar declarations. Lin Mo refrained from participating in the discourse, opting instead to remain a silent observer. The options for diversion were pitifully scarce. Ultimately, this farce, like most disputes, concluded amidst insults, threats, and unresolved tensions, fading into obscurity. The outside world had succumbed to complete darkness. Gazing through the shooting aperture, only the swirling vortex at the stairway entrance emitted a faint, eerie green glow. At that moment, a familiar notification resonated in Lin Mo's mind. The fruits of his second planting had ripened. Ding! Congratulations to the planter, Lin Mo, on the harvest. Planter benefits, strength attribute point 1, automatically enhanced. Free attribute points 2, pending allocation. Detected that the planter is in a tenant status and shares a close relationship. Gaining an additional faint mental feedback, mental value cap 1. Yi Xiaoro also received the feedback simultaneously. Congratulations to the planted individual, Yi Xiaoro, on receiving feedback. Acquired, basic food package 3. Acquired, basic clothing set 1, style selectable. Acquired, strength attribute point 1, pending distribution. Acquired, free attribute point 1, pending distribution. Acquired, special item, skill card. Use strength against strength 1. Chapter 24, The Year of Great Calamity Husband. Look at this, Yi Xiaoro exclaimed with delight, sharing the shimmering skill card information with Lin Mo. Skill card, Leverage Effect. After successfully slaying an enemy, this skill can be activated for a judgment. If the next strike successfully eliminates a new foe, the attack power temporarily increases by 1. This enhancement can accumulate up to a maximum of 20 layers, and each successful addition refreshes the duration to 5 minutes. Should the next strike fail to vanquish an enemy, the judgment ceases and the attack boost remains fixed for 10 minutes, non-stacking. Cooldown after use, 2 hours. Usage requirement, Constitution 8 description. My punch hurts, but the next one will hurt even more. What a treasure. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. It was practically a killing engine tailored for high-intensity combat. The sole drawback was the daunting requirement of 8 points in Constitution. He currently possessed only 5. Enough pondering. Lin Mo took a deep breath, his expression returning to one of seriousness and focus. A more pressing task awaited completion. Before Yi Xiaoro could react, she was already ensnared. Shadows on the wall swayed violently, elongating. She bit her lip, her head suddenly snapping back, and a string of incoherent words tumbled from her throat, bursting forth like shattered bubbles. Tears, or perhaps sweat, fell onto the dark floor, spreading into ink-like stains. The polished ground reflected her intertwined legs, the taut lines of her calves extending until her toes touched the ground, toes like bony protrusions, resembling silver fish struggling beneath the ice. After a long while, Yi Xiaoro felt as if every ounce of strength had been drained from her. She didn't even wish to move a finger. Turning her head, she shot Lin Mo a resentful glare, her voice hoarse and accusatory. Beast, you're nothing but a beast. With more women around, I fear you won't even be able to hold a knife steady. Lin Montauk chuckled, playfully patting her perky dairy with just the right amount of force. Stop babbling. This elicited a soft, indignant gasp from her. As before, without a hint of hesitation, Yi Xiaoro transferred all her acquired attribute points along with that precious skill card to Lin Mo. Lin Mo observed the 3 additional free attribute points on his panel and, without hesitation, focused his intention, allocating all 3 points to Constitution. It felt as if his muscle fibers were being re-stretched. His bones and muscles became denser. Although his physique remained unchanged, he sensed a newfound agility in his control over his body. As the brilliance flows and attributes are updated. Name, Lin Mo, owner of room 3530, age, 20 strength, 11. The average value for an adult male is 5. Agility, 6 constitution, 8 spirit, 9 charm, 8 talent. Bountiful touch, unique, game skill. Leverage survival coins, 13 status, slightly injured, arm scratch. Spirit renewed, Buddha-like, gazing at the rejuvenated panel, particularly at the finally satisfactory constitution score of 8. Lin Mo felt a slight relaxation of his previously taut nerves. With a strength of 11 and a constitution of 8, had he possessed such a physique during the day, he would not have been so hapless in the face of those specters. You should rest and recover, Lin Mo said, rising swiftly to don his attire. I will seek out Chao Wenliang, striving to gather another bounty before the monsters strike at dawn. Pushing open the metallic door of room 3530, he was met with an abyss of darkness. The eerie green vortex emitted a disquieting glow, enhancing its mysteriousness. As he passed the tightly shut, dilapidated door of room 3528, Lin Mo paused momentarily, feeling a surge of bravado and a hint of youthful exuberance at his impressive strength of 11. Without hesitation, he twisted his waist, his right leg launching forward like a battering ram. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted within the silent corridor. The metal door trembled violently, producing a groan under the strain. Dust cascaded from the walls surrounding the doorframe. Who was out there? A middle-aged man's terrified scream resonated from within. Trembling with fear, Lin Mo winced, clutching his slightly aching ankle, and hopped on one foot, mentally berating himself. Damn, movies are all lies. Whereas the promise of with strength to move mountains and a kick that shatters locks. Is this worn-out door welded to the dimensional wall? Still sleeping? The debt collector has arrived. Father, dear father, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Just let me off easily. I will never dare again. I implore you, spare me. Father, the cries from within escalated, filled with desperate pleas and the sound of repeated bowing. Lin Mo's gaze remained impassive as he gathered his strength for another kick. Bang! The door shuddered once more, emitting a piercing metallic distortion, yet it stubbornly remained shut. Enough, Lin Mo decisively withdrew. He had no desire to replay the scene that had unfolded before his door. Ignoring the persistent wails from within, he strode purposefully towards room 3527, his figure swiftly vanishing into the thick darkness. Lin Mo was stirred awake by the crisp notification sound echoing in his mind. Filled with anticipation, he opened the panel, only to fall into silence. His immediate response was to click on the notification. Ding! Congratulations to the planter, Lin Mo, for achieving a harvest. Planter's gains. Strength attribute points 1, automatically enhanced. Free attribute points 1, to be allocated. Detected that the planter is in a tenant status. And with a close relationship, an additional faint mental feedback is received, increasing the mental value cap by 1. Almost simultaneously, a barely concealed sigh of disappointment escaped from Yi Xiaoro. Darling, there seems to be a bit less this time. She shared her harvest panel. Congratulations to the planter, Yi Xiaoro, for receiving feedback. Acquired. Intermediate food gift pack 3 includes 1 bottle of 52 liquor, 2 portions of selected meat, 3 portions of selected vegetables. Acquired. Clothing set 2. Styles can be selected. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the panel, lingering momentarily on that solitary free attribute point, before glancing at Yi Xiaoro's feedback, which contained only food packs and clothing. Allocating the free attribute points to physique. An indescribable sense of frustration surged within him. Damn it, is there a year of great disaster in farming too? How can the harvest be increasingly poorer? The cold, synthetic electronic voice rang out like a funeral bell, shattering the silence once more. Ding. Good morning. Players, how did you sleep last night? A manic laughter echoed from the broadcast, and after a long pause, it continued. Today will be a bit more lively than yesterday. New friends are eager to meet everyone. Friendly reminder, today's monster party is divided into morning and afternoon sessions. Congratulations to the players who managed to survive until tonight. You have successfully passed the first elimination round. Now, let us commence today's game. Chapter 25, Leveraging Strength. 1 slice for each youngster approaches. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, his entire body tensing like a coiled spring. The shoulder wound, having healed significantly after a night of rest, showed no signs of rupture even after he had engaged in weight training by lifting Yi Xiaoro. Leaning against his sturdy chest, she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her previously anxious heart settling somewhat. Regardless of the broadcast, she had her own man to protect her. You should head to the back and rest. Conserve your energy, Lin Mo said gently, patting her back with a calm demeanor. He strode purposefully to the artillery control station behind the door, his eyes locking onto the outside like a hawk. As the countdown of the broadcast concluded, the eerie green vortex at the safety passage began to churn violently. This time, emerging from it were not only the familiar wraith beast but also a new, previously unseen figure. It was a creature resembling a massive lizard, with skin of rocky yellow-gray, muscular and entwined with vines or mist. The beast surged forth from the vortex like a flood breaking through a dam. Without hesitation, Lin Mo selected the survival coin mode on the artillery interface, exchanging 1 survival coin for 10 crossbow bolts. He held his breath, focusing his mind, effortlessly locking onto the thick-shelled head of the foremost wraith beast charging forward. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt sliced through the air, as precise as a surgeon's scalpel. The tip emitted a piercing shriek as it forcefully penetrated the gaps in the creature's scales. With a muffled thud, the seemingly tough wraith beast was directly pierced through the skull by the bolt. Its massive body suddenly stiffened, crashing to the ground and swiftly transforming into a sphere of white light denser than that of the wraith beasts. Ding! Wraith beast slain. Points 1. The tension in Lin Mo's lips finally eased slightly. Thankfully, its defenses were not as formidable as he had anticipated. He weighed the simple blade in his hand. With 10 points of strength, plus an attack power of 8, he believed he could handle these wraith beasts with relative ease. Husband, there are far too many monsters this time, aren't there? Yi Xiaoro's astonished voice called from behind him. Clad in the brand-new sports outfit she had exchanged for yesterday, she anxiously peered over the shooting port, her eyes widening at the sight outside. Groups of wraith beasts and wraith monsters surged together like a gray tide, even causing a small jam at the entrance of door 3530. The monsters roared, clawed, and slammed against the door, producing an unbearable cacophony. Lin Mo maintained his composure at the artillery station, once again locking onto a wraith beast attempting to batter the door with brute force, squeezing the trigger. It's quite normal. Yesterday was merely an appetizer. Now we are facing the main course. He dispatched 2 more wraith beasts blocking the door. But a heavy sense of dread suddenly struck him. This situation was worse than he had anticipated. Xiaodou, he called sharply, cover me, I must go outside. Now. Yi Xiaoro's face turned pale as she gazed at the dense throng of roaring, clawing monsters outside. Husband, there's so many more monsters today than yesterday. It's far too dangerous. It was imperative to venture outside. Lin Mo spoke rapidly, his sharp gaze scanning the door's durability panel. The decay was alarmingly swift. In such a brief moment, he had only vanquished 4 foes, and the durability of the level 1 metal door had plummeted by 7 points. The newly emerged spirits, though not heavily armored, possessed formidable offensive capabilities. At this rate, relying solely on the turret's passive defense would not suffice. The door would certainly not withstand the onslaught of this wave of monsters. What he cherished most about Yi Xiaoro was her ability to confront fear without hesitation in critical moments. She bit her lip with determination and swiftly took over the shooting aperture. All right, I'll cover you. Be careful. Just as Yi Xiaoro skillfully felled a spirit that was relentlessly battering the door, creating a fleeting opportunity, Lin Mo abruptly swung open the metal door and dashed out. Simultaneously, he summoned his mental prowess, causing the skill card integrated into his being to illuminate brilliantly. Leverage attack activated. A peculiar force surged through Lin Mo, as if it could invoke the lingering death aura of his enemies. He sensed a slight lightness in the blade he wielded, yet his body felt paradoxically heavier. Imbued with a thirst for blood, his target was the spirit recently struck down by Yi Xiaoro, not yet fully transformed into ethereal light. Lin Mo shouted, unleashing the explosive force of 10 points to propel his 8-attack blade into a blinding white arc that cleaved through the dimness. There was no flamboyance in his technique, only the culmination of his strength in a single, decisive strike. With a resounding thrust, the blade effortlessly penetrated the vulnerable junction between the spirit's neck and shoulder. The immense power, combined with the sharpened edge from his skill, cleaved the muscular creature in two, its foul blood and entrails erupting like a gushing fountain. Spirit vanquished. Points 1. Leverage attack. Assessment. New target eliminated. Temporary attack power 1. Current stacking 1. Duration refreshed 5 minutes. The ferocity of the surrounding monsters was ignited by the instant death of their comrade. At least 3 spirits and 4 or 5 wraiths let out earth-shattering roars, charging at Lin Mo from various directions without fear of death. Yet, Lin Mo harbored no trepidation. Instead, a fierce battle fervor ignited within him. He deftly evaded a spirit's lunge from the left, using the momentum to thrust his blade, now enhanced by the recently acquired attack power, with unerring precision into the gaping maw of a wraith that lunged at him head-on. With a sickening plunge, the blade exited from the back of its neck. Instant kill. Wraith vanquished. Points 1. Leverage attack. Assessment. New target eliminated. Temporary attack power 1. Current stacking 2. Duration refreshed 5 minutes. Attack power 20. Kill. 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 Lin Mo transformed into a relentless harbinger of destruction, maximizing the terrifying stacking mechanism of leverage attack. Each successful strike rendered the next even more lethal. His movements quickened, and the blinding flashes of his blade intensified. An attack power of 20. Every wraith fell at a mere touch. Amidst the flickering shadows of blades and the echoes of bloodshed, Lin Mo weaved gracefully through the throng of monsters. With each swing of the crude blade, a spray of foul blood accompanied a dying wail. The points surged wildly, the layers of leveraging power accumulating like a snowball, steadily ascending, 3 layers for layers, 5 layers. When it reached the 6th layer, Lin Mo struck at a chimeric beast, attempting to block with its vine-entwined arm. In one swift motion, he severed its resilient arm, and the grotesque appendage simultaneously transformed into ethereal light. Slayed the chimeric beast. Points 2. Leveraging power, determination, new target eliminated. Temporary attack, power 1. Attack power, 25. 2 points added. Surely a valuable boon? Yet, the thought flitted away, as there remained a multitude of foes to confront. Chapter 26. Surpassing the perceptive Shun roared as the remaining monsters seemed finally shaken by the horrifying efficiency of the slaughter, their offensive faltering slightly. Lin Mo stood firm with his blade, drenched in blood, resembling a god of war returned from the depths of hell. Surrounded by clusters of dissipating white light beneath his feet, he breathed heavily, feeling the surge of power within him and the terrifying amplification of his attacks. Now stacked to 7 layers, his icy gaze sweeping over the hesitating horde of monsters. Your inaction grants me a moment to breathe. Uncertain how long the brutal combat had ensued, Lin Mo finally ceased his relentless swings of the broadsword, leaning on the hilt as he caught his breath. Sweat mingled with the foul stench of blood trickled down from his brow, while at his feet lay several orbs of varying sizes, emanating a soft glow, like bizarre flowers blooming upon the bloody battlefield. Instinctively, he glanced at the regional leaderboard. Real-time scoreboard: 1, 11, 11, 56, 2, 3,530-48, 3, 3,630, 22, 10, 3,607, 17, 48 points. Previously trailing by nearly 20, he now found himself just 8 points behind that monster. Lin Montag pondered in Zilengse. He had fought with his life on the line today, slaying over 30 monsters and witnessing a dramatic surge in his score. Yet the progress of 11-11 in monster kills had inexplicably slowed. He opened the regional chat channel to confirm the situation, but was met with a horrifying crimson inferno of messages. Help! Our defenses are crumbling. Who has wood? High price offered. Help! 3404 has been breached. They're coming in. Where are the union members? What happened to our mutual support? I can barely hold on. Who will sell me some wood? I beg you. Woo-woo. I don't want to die. The messages flowed like the wails of the dying, flooding the screen. The cold numbers in the upper right corner had plummeted from over 900 last night to a terrifying 720. In just a few hours, nearly 200 names had faded into oblivion, and the count continued to decline. Lin Mo observed the desperate cries echoing in the channel, a heavy chill settling in his heart, just as he intended to retreat to 3530 for a moment's respite. An even more frantic cacophony of roars and the thunderous sound of approaching footsteps erupted from behind. Lin Mo abruptly turned, his pupils constricting in shock. He beheld the horde of monsters that had besieged 3,528, dispersing like a flood unleashed. The metal door, a symbol of a middle-aged man's desperate survival, had been utterly torn apart, twisted and deformed, fragments littering the ground, its durability shockingly reduced to 0. The monsters, now devoid of a target, roamed the open space, howling, some catching the scent of blood emanating fiercely from Lin Mo, their eyes glazed with madness as they lunged toward him. Damn it! That fool couldn't hold out after all. Lin Mo cursed inwardly, feeling no surprise, only the chilling grip of reality. He inhaled the thick, blood-scented air deeply, forcing down the tumult of emotions, his gaze sharpening once more like a blade. If you wish to survive, do not falter, he bellowed. The crude blade, stained with the grotesque blood of monsters, was once more raised aloft. Seizing the moment while the skill S effect still lingered, Lin Mo, with unwavering resolve, charged toward the relentless tide of newly unleashed beasts that surged forth, liberated from their bindings. He himself was unaware of how long he had been embroiled in this brutal melee, where blood and flesh scattered in his wake. After vanquishing the monstrous horde at the entrance of 3,528, More aimless creatures poured out from several nearby dormitories that had been breached, roaring as they lunged toward him. Their sole living target. Fortunately, the terrifying effect of counterattack remained in effect, and the accumulated passive attack power imbued each of his strikes with a devastating force, carving a bloody path through the sea of monsters. When the last of the charging demons was cleaved in two, dissipating into a burst of light, the corridor fell into an eerie silence. Leaning on his blade, Lin Mo gasped for breath, surrounded by the remnants of vanquished foes and scattered spoils of battle. The crude blade, finally unable to bear the strain, shattered with a crisp crack, its durability entirely depleted, crumbling into fragments. He quickly gathered the luminous orbs scattered across the ground, dragging his weary yet still potent form as he turned to retreat to 3,530. Hubby, your points. You surpassed that 1111. Just as the door closed behind him, Yi Xiaoro flitted toward him like a jubilant bird, her eyes ablaze with fervent admiration, as if she were beholding a rare treasure. Lin Mo glanced at the scoreboard for 3,530, 97 points. He stood at the pinnacle. Meanwhile, 1111 was frozen at 82 points, relegated to second place. What do you think? I have a discerning eye, don't I? Yi Xiaoro said with a proud lift of her chin, her delicate hands vigorously kneading the tense muscles in his shoulders, attempting to alleviate the aches from his intense battle. It seemed that his initial choice to be with this poor lad had blossomed into an investment with boundless potential. Lin Mo chuckled softly, shaking his head. Her playful banter seemed to dilute his fatigue somewhat. At that moment, a private message from Chun Shunshan flashed frantically, akin to a death knell. 3501. Brother, help! Are you free? 3,501. Several rooms next door have been overrun by monsters. We are besieged by creatures at our doorstep. The door can scarcely hold. Help! Help! 3,501. I know your combat prowess is unmatched. You've slain so many monsters. Lend a hand, brother. For the sake of that previous blade, please. 3,501. I'm begging you respond. Desperation and incoherence dripped from his words, clearly indicating that 3,501 was teetering on the brink of life and death. Lin Mo's gaze flickered, not swayed by the crude plea for help, but rather sensing an opportunity. 3,530. I just cleared the monsters. I only just saw your message. 3,530. I can assist you, no problem. However, my blade has just shattered. Image. Cracked blade fragments. Do you have any weapons on your end? Chun Shunshan responded almost instantaneously. 3,501. Yes, brother, I do. Ding. Your friend 3,501 has gifted you a crude blade 1. Lin Mo examined it. Its attack power was slightly superior to his previous one, a fine acquisition. Ding. Your friend 3,501 has gifted you water 2L. 3,501. Brother, there's truly nothing left. The wood is needed to repair the door's durability, and I only have 3 survival coins remaining. Do you want them? Lin Mo remained silent. Ding. Your friend 3,501 has gifted you survival coins 3. Lin Mo smiled. Chun Shunshan was still very considerate. Stay in the room. I will venture outside. As Lin Mo brandished the crude knife, Yi Xiaoro grew anxious. Your leverage skill is still on cooldown. Can you not go out? There's no other choice. That Tenant slot expansion card in the store costs 1,000 survival coins. This is a prime opportunity to accumulate them. Is it absolutely necessary to go? Let's have Xiao Jiu stay in her dorm for now. We can consider safety once we are capable of self-defense. Tears brimmed in Yi Xiaoro's eyes. The outside world was perilous, teeming with monsters. My efforts are not solely for her, Lin Mo reassured, gently kissing the corner of her eye. As you can see, this game does not allow us to merely survive by hiding. If we do not enhance our strength now, we will only await death when the difficulty escalates. But there's no need to rush. At least wait until your cooldown is over. Do not worry. I'm not going to recklessly endanger myself. Lin Mo soothingly patted the back of her hand, his gaze steady. I've charted a safe route. I will head east, sticking close to the wall until I reach the convenience store, where the monster density should be significantly lower. I will then take a wide detour back to 3501 to avoid the main wave of monsters. These smaller creatures have a limited aggro range, and I will draw them out one by one, minimizing the risk. By the time my skill cooldown ends, I will have cleared the area and collected what is owed. Observing his calm analysis, Yixiao's concerns, though not entirely alleviated, began to dissipate. Her previously clenched hands gradually relaxed, releasing a soft, choked sigh. Then do be careful. I will watch through the door crack. If anything seems amiss, I will rush back immediately. Chapter 27. Lu Geng. Is this the world of the strong? The room was permeated with the acrid stench of blood mingling with a noxious aroma of inferior healing salves. Lu Geng lay sprawled on the light board bed, his bare torso marred by a network of deep claw marks, some so severe that the bone was visible beneath the gushing blood. He gritted his teeth, applying the hastily acquired medicinal powder, purchased with his last shred of survival currency, onto his wounds, wincing in agony as cold sweat drenched his brow. His once proud talent, Flame Sanctuary, seemed utterly impotent in the face of overwhelming numbers. In a desperate bid to alleviate the pressure, he had rushed out, only to be immediately engulfed by a frenzied tide of monsters, nearly torn to shreds in mere minutes. Now, he was left with nothing but the haunting dread of survival and an all-encompassing weakness. Damn it, where is that 3,530? Lu Geng gasped in pain, his voice hoarse and ragged. He said he would arrive soon. Hurry, don't mind the wounds. The door can barely hold. Chen Shunshin shouted, veins bulging on his forehead as he strained to control the turret at the door, launching volley after volley of crossbow bolts that whistled through the air. Each monstrous impact sent the metal door groaning, teetering on the brink of collapse, and the durability meter on the door flickered erratically, a grim countdown to their doom. Without Lu Geng outside drawing fire, Chen felt as though he were futilely paddling a boat amidst a raging tempest, on the verge of capsizing. Aware of the life-and-death stakes, Lu Geng gritted his teeth against the torment and forced himself upright, staggering toward the control panel, blood streaming from his wounds. With trembling hands, he slammed the remaining wood into the door's reinforcement panel. Damn it, that scoundrel has drained us dry. Lu Geng cursed vehemently as he worked, weapons, water, money. He took it all. If he were to pocket our supplies without delivering, or worse, if he were to fall victim to the monsters, we would be utterly doomed. Chen Shunshin remained silent, his gaze dark and brooding. He understood all too well that this was a perilous gamble. But who else among the 35th floor could carve a path through the monstrous onslaught to save them? Others could scarcely fend for themselves. Just as despair began to seep into their hearts, Chen Shunshin suddenly sensed a change. The thunderous battering against the door, akin to a torrential downpour on metal, appeared to diminish. The previously suffocating cacophony of snarls and scratches seemed to exhibit signs of disarray, as if something far more enticing to their hatred had breached their flank. He instinctively held his breath, pausing the turret's fire. Lu Geng, too, felt the shift, abruptly lifting his head, disbelief and elation flickering in his bloodshot eyes. Is it just me, or has the noise outside lessened? Their eyes locked, their hearts racing in unison. A name echoed thunderously in their minds. He is here, brother. Is it you? The noise outside has diminished. Yes. Keep the turret firing. Continue the suppression. I will draw them away. Understood. We are counting on you, brother. Yang Yi. It really is 3,530. We are saved. Chen Shunshin's voice trembled with the remnants of survival, yet his hands moved with unwavering diligence. The artillery emitted a deep, resonating hum once more, as bolts of arrows were accurately unleashed towards the frenzied monsters outside the door. Lu Geng, in a frantic flurry, hastily secured the final pieces of wood to reinforce the door, all the while unable to tear his gaze away from the blood-soaked figure battling valiantly outside through the shooting aperture. He had initially believed that Lin Mo's ability to slay such a multitude of beasts stemmed from some formidable explosive talent. However, what lay before him sent shivers down his spine. There were no grandiose light effects nor flamboyant skill displays, only the most primal and direct form of combat. He did not confront the tide of beasts head-on. Rather, he expertly manipulated the monster's inherent hatred, skillfully luring them into his grasp. With each strike of the crude blade, A monster would wail and dissolve into shimmering white light. Lu Gung gasped, his eyes wide with shock. The reflexes, the awareness, utterly astonishing. His agility was terrifyingly high. He instinctively assumed that Lin Mo navigated through the horde due to an extraordinarily high agility attribute. Little did he know that Lin Mo's speed was merely that of an average person. What truly underpinned his astonishing dodges and precise kills was a superior control over his body afforded by his impressive physique of 8 points, the explosive power of his muscles, the flawless transfer of his center of gravity, and the maximum mobilization of his neural reflexes allowed him to evade in seemingly impossible angles, channeling every ounce of strength into his blade. Even when he occasionally miscalculated and drew the attention of an extra monster, Lin Mo remained unfazed. With his crude blade wielding tremendous force, whether cleaving, slashing, or thrusting, the additional monsters merely required a couple of extra strikes to handle. His demeanor was so effortlessly poised that it appeared even more relaxed than when he had previously braved the beast tide at his own door. In the brief intermissions of battle, Lin Mo's gaze inadvertently swept across the tightly shut doors of a nearby convenience store, a flicker of regret passing through his heart. Alas, that 22 attack 7-ring blade. Next time the door opens, I must seize it. 3,501. Thank you, brother. The area in front is clear. 3,530. No need for thanks. Let's halt the artillery to avoid friendly fire. 3,501. Brother, aren't you going back to rest? Confused JPG. 3,530. Idleness breeds idleness. I might as well clear out the stray fish nearby, making it easier for everyone to move about. Chen Xuanxin's eyes twitched violently upon reading this message. Clear out the stray fish. Make it easier to move? Who would believe such nonsense? This man was clearly bloodthirsty, attempting to seize every point and treasure in the vicinity. Though he cursed inwardly, he did not dare to slacken his actions, promptly sealing the artillery's firing port. Isnt leaving? Lu Gung watched as Lin Mo, with his bloodied blade in hand, not only refrained from responding to 3,530, but instead strode towards a few isolated roaring monsters in the distance, utterly bewildered. With the monsters at the door vanquished, what more was there to slay? What more? The man had declared he would clear out the stray fish for everyone's convenience. Huh? Do you comprehend this state of mind? I, Qin Shi Huang, demand tribute. Chun Shunshan observed Lin Mo strolling towards the next monster with an air of nonchalance. With a casual sweep of his blade, a flash of white light erupted, his movements as fluid as mowing grass. He let out a bitter laugh, pondering, here we are, fighting tooth and nail to protect our own doorsteps, while others, clearing their front yards, is merely a warm-up. Assisting neighbors is a mere convenience. And now they still have the energy to conduct a thorough cleanup of the entire street. Is this truly the realm of the powerful? Lu Gung watched in awe as Lin Mo displayed an astonishing efficiency in clearing the area, recalling his own reckless charge that nearly resulted in dismemberment. He was struck by a profound sense of disparity that left his throat dry, forcing him to swallow hard. Relentless, truly relentless, he muttered. No wonder the points are so high. It turns out he treats the entire street's monsters as if they were mere weeds in his backyard. Yet, Lin Mo's stamina was not without its limits. This meticulous method of luring and efficiently eliminating threats, while safe, could not match the sweeping effectiveness of a powerful skill burst. The sharp midday broadcast suddenly pierced the air, while remnants of scattered roars lingered on Street 3501. Chapter 28. The Zero-Level Item Upgrade Card. Desperate Han, Shwed, good afternoon, players. Did you have fun this morning? The staff's lunch break is over. Time to exit. Make sure to rest well and recharge your spirits. This afternoon, new friends await your intimate encounters. Hee. Strive to survive. As you progress beyond the novice phase, the realms you can explore will expand significantly. Damn it. Lin Mo cursed under his breath, instinctively quickening his strike towards the nearest wraith beast with his machete. The blade sliced through the air, producing only a dull thud. The creature, as if ensnared by an invisible force, disregarded his attack and surged towards the vortex of the safe passage along with its monstrous companions. 138 points, fine. That's a wrap. Lin Mo surveyed the suddenly desolate street, curling his lip as his gaze swept over the scattered orbs of light, varying in size and emanating an enticing glow. Without hesitation, he swiftly collected every last orb before hefting his blade, stepping through the blood-stained paw prints with a leisurely demeanor toward 3,530, his silhouette exuding a tranquil confidence as he departed. The door to 3,501 creaked open slightly. Has that killer left? Lu Gung poked his head out, warily glancing around. Yes, the monsters have retreated as well. Chen Shunshan squeezed out, exhaling a sigh of relief. Quick, look at the ground. He must have left us something from all those he killed. Lu Gung's eyes ignited with hope as he rushed out the door. However, what greeted their eyes was a scene of utter desolation. The ground was soaked in filthy blood, marred by claw marks and cracks, with wisps of lingering foul vapor still dissipating. Empty, not even a trace of the spoils left behind. Lu Gung's hope instantly froze, contorting into furious indignation as his face turned a deep shade of red. In a fit of rage, he kicked the adjoining metal wall, producing a resounding clang, and shouted, "Damn that bastard! He took all our loot. Not a single scrap left for us." Pushing open the cold metal door of 3,530, a peculiar blend of savory food and the stench of blood assaulted their senses. Yi Xiaoro approached like a bird returning to its nest, her face openly displaying a mix of concern and pride, carefully cradling a softly glowing card in her hands. "Darling, look, see what treasure I found." She eagerly presented the card to Lin Mo, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Mo accepted the card, feeling its warmth in his hand as the information quickly flooded his mind. Zero-level item upgrade card effect. Upgrades any zero-level item to level 1. Not applicable to talents. Description: a magician's trick, transform. Did it drop from a monster? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. This item was undoubtedly a rare find at this stage. Exactly. Yi Xiaoro nodded vigorously, her small face brimming with pride. While you were out slaying foes, I took the liberty of clearing all the orbs you left at our doorstep. I never expected to unearth something so splendid. Lin Mo pondered the card, quickly calculating. The only zero-level item available for upgrade at present was the turret. Regrettably, the upgrade points remain elusive, making the prospect of leveling up the turret seem remote. Fortunately, this card has alleviated the immediate crisis. He meticulously assessed his gains, noting that each orb consistently produced 1 survival coin, in addition to 1 to 3 units of wood. It was evident that the game was rigorously controlling the pace of player development. Iron ingots and higher-tier gate upgrade materials were as rare as a mirage, and no one in the entire channel had managed to upgrade their gates to level 2. By the way, Lin Mo recalled something. Has there been any news from Ngio? Your little girlfriend should be all right, I presume? She hasn't replied yet. She probably hasn't awakened. Yi Xiaoro sighed, her tone tinged with envy. Ah, sometimes I truly envy her talent. She can sleep through anything, even when the sky is falling. She saved herself the fear, meeting her end in dreams, so peaceful. What am I even thinking? Lin Mo ruffled her hair, interrupting her gloomy musings. Living is far better than anything else. He casually opened the regional channel, where the stark figure in the upper right corner, 623-1080, served as a glaring reminder of the morning's devastation. Survivors were feverishly updating the screen, relieved to have made it to the afternoon break. The conversation revolved around a singular theme: wood. Honey, we've accumulated 237 units of wood, Yi Xiaoro reported, astutely detecting Lin Mo's pause as he browsed the channel. What is this? Want to be a benevolent Lin and share some supplies? Lin Mo swallowed a mouthful of succulent synthetic beef, a glimmer of determination sparking in his eyes. Indeed, the market is favorable now. 2 units of wood can be traded for 3 survival coins. It would be a shame not to seize this opportunity. After a brief contemplation, he typed, 3530. I see many brothers are troubled about wood and wish to stock up for survival. Very well. I shall release a batch to help everyone weather the afternoon ordeal. Supplies are limited. The swift shall be rewarded, while the slow shall miss out. The channel erupted in excitement as the top player personally engaged in resource distribution. 0103. Wow. The top player is magnificent. 2122. Rare to see the top player speak up. 1111. Thank you, Daddy 3530, for this lifeline. 3304. Grateful for the timely assistance from a great. Expressions of gratitude flooded the screen, and Lin Mo couldn't help but smile at the burgeoning appreciation. Ding! You have listed wood 2 for 3 survival coins. Stock 20 sets. Ding! You have listed wood 5 for 6 survival coins. Stock 20 sets. 2 specifications, clearly priced. Almost instantaneously, as the links illuminated, the system notifications chimed like a cacophony of popping beans. Lin Mo watched with satisfaction as his survival coin balance soared like a rocket, casually closing the channel inundated with praise, keeping his achievements discreet. In this apocalyptic world, strength is akin to a blade, resources are sustenance, and the aura of the top player serves as the sharpest scythe. In room 0509, the air was thick with a pungent mix of blood and the acrid scent of substandard ointment. Zhang Wenwen lay on a stark cot, her head drooping, her body encased in blood-soaked bandages. Each breath tugged at her wounds, inducing sharp gasps of pain. Sister Shui, the broadcast mentioned that more monsters will appear this afternoon, sounding even fiercer than in the morning. Her voice was hoarse, her gaze pleading as she looked toward Han Shui, who was tallying the last of their supplies. Do we still have food? I feel utterly drained by this talent. Han Shui's movements froze as she gazed at the desolate storage space, slowly shaking her head. Her complexion ashen. The basic supplies package she had begrudgingly purchased from the convenience store yesterday had long since been depleted. In recent times, they had been like 2 hamsters struggling in a dire predicament, desperately trading just to procure the rations needed for Zhang Wenwen to activate her glutton talent. This had directly inflated the food prices for the entire building due to their pressing demands. Yet, even so, their situation was unsustainable. Why? Why aren't the experts present on our floor? Zhang Wenwen lamented, crashing back onto the bed, wincing in pain as her wounds throbbed, feeling as though she couldn't find a way to cling to a powerful ally. The heavens are intent on bringing ruin to me. Zhang Wenwen. Han Shui observed Zhang Wenwen, battered yet resilient, and felt an overwhelming wave of guilt. I'm so sorry, Wenwen. It's all my fault. Her voice was hoarse, thick with emotion. Huh? What are you blaming yourself for? If it weren't for you, Sister Shui, I would have been torn apart by that pack of beasts yesterday. If there is to be blame, let it be on this wretched game. If it comes to it, I'll venture out alone this afternoon, with half the monsters. Perhaps you might survive. Hey, don't say that, my sister. Zhang Wenwen sat up in bed, a bittersweet smile on her face as she spoke. At most it would just mean death, but I, Zhang Wenwen, am a formidable woman. Would I truly care? I cannot abandon my companion. Han Shui's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Chapter 29. The ambitious investment of Han Shui and Lin Mo's reluctant progress within the confines of 3,530. Lin Mo was savoring a moment of tranquility and fullness after the fierce battle, his survival coin balance firmly fixed at 215, providing him with a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, a private message notification flickered on his screen. 0509 Han Shui. Have your injuries improved? 0509 Han Shui. Do you still need bandages and alcohol? 3,530. My wounds are nearly healed. I no longer require them. Thank you. 0509 Han Shui. Would you not consider preparing some just in case? 3,530. I believe I can handle these monsters. I will be cautious and should not sustain further injuries. 0509 Han Shui. Oh, you're truly impressive. 0509 Han Shui. Unlike me. I feel like I am on the brink of death. 3,530. No femoni yuan kua. Do you have any food left? May I borrow some? I promise to repay you double once this wave of monsters is past. 3,530. You claim to be near death. How can I trust you will survive until then? Lin Mo's gaze was indifferent. The names fading from the channel increased daily. The fate of 0509 was of no concern to him. The other side fell into a prolonged silence, seemingly resigning to its fate. Just as Lin Mo was about to close the private chat panel, a prompt sounded once more. 2 unread messages accompanied by images. He casually clicked on the first, an intimate selfie. The woman in the image appeared haggard, with dark circles under her eyes. Yet her inherent charm as a quintessential Eastern beauty was unmistakable. Her delicate features, prominent nose, and pale lips, though attractive, were overshadowed by the despair and stubbornness reflected in her eyes. Her allure was undoubtedly captivating. The second image caused Lin Mo to momentarily hold his breath. The camera panned down, focusing on a pair of long, perfectly sculpted legs, their delicate skin radiating an ivory sheen in the dim light. The background of the photograph was blurred, but one could faintly discern another girl, wrapped in bandages, lying on the bed. Moments later. Han Shue's message arrived. 0509 Han Shue. You are my top supporter. I know you have ways to procure food. Lend me some, and consider an investment. If I survive, I will repay you with my body. Lin Mo's heart raced, feeling both tempted and troubled. On one hand was Yi Xiaoro, his yet-to-be-met girlfriend. On the other was Han Shue, who undoubtedly met the criteria for his desires. He yearned for both, yet the accommodation slots were insufficient. A tenant slot expansion card, sold for 1,000 survival coins. How long would it take him to amass that amount? After a brief internal struggle, Lin Mo eventually decided to trade her a package of intermediate food supplies along with 5 units of wood. To him, this was a negligible expenditure. Perhaps it would yield some returns? There were no additional conditions, no attempts at extortion, not even a single superfluous word. Inside 0509, Han Shui retrieved the food, gazing at the luxurious package before her, exuding an enticing aroma, leaving her momentarily stunned. There were no anticipated humiliating words, no opportunistic demands for interest. The silence and decisiveness of 3,530 instead offered a brief respite for her battered and precarious self-esteem, even giving rise to an indescribable, complex fondness. She exhaled deeply and silently. Wow, Sister Shui. The aroma of food instantly revived the lethargic Zhang Wenwen, who sprang up from the bed like a carp, her eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the alluring spread before her. My dear sister, where did you procure this? It far surpasses the basic offerings at convenience stores. There's meat, there are vegetables. How many survival coins did this cost you? Are there hidden super admirers in this dreadful place? Han Shui was startled awake by her raucous exclamations. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly averted her gaze, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her voice barely above a whisper. Just eat. Why so much chatter? With food available, your mouth should be occupied. She couldn't possibly reveal that this was an advance on her future rights of usage. Could she? Yi Xiaoro languidly curled up beside Lin Mo, her petite head resembling an anxious kitten, gently bumping against his sturdy shoulder, producing soft, muffled sounds. Sigh, darling, do you think we should get a clock for ourselves? This wretched place relies on guesswork for day and night. Broadcasts arrive unannounced, leaving no room for preparation and causing unease. Lin Mo remained silent, his gaze somberly fixed on the cold cannon at the door, his eyes unfocused, lost in thought. He suddenly spoke, his voice imbued with an eager excitement. When the monsters come this afternoon, if I were to step outside and draw their ire towards me, coupled with this level 1 cannon, do you think we could take them all down? The efficiency would undoubtedly be significantly higher, akin to whack-a-mole, striking down each that appears. Yi Xiaoro's lazy tone abruptly halted. She shot her head up, her shoulder where she had been resting instantly stiffening. The weariness that had adorned her delicate face was swiftly replaced by immense shock and disbelief, her almond-shaped eyes widening as if she had encountered the most absurd of tales. What did you say? Her voice had shifted in pitch. You must be joking, right? Are you toying with me? No, Lin Mo turned his head. I believe it's feasible as long as... No. Yi Xiaoro's sudden shriek interrupted Lin Mo's words. She shot upright like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her hands clutching Lin Mo's shirt with white knuckles from the force of her grip. Her beautiful almond eyes were instantly veiled with a layer of mist, flushed with fear, anger, and indignation. Lin Montag, have you lost your mind? Her voice was sharp, laced with a broken sob. Our points are already in first place. Isn't that enough? Do you really want to take such a risk? The monsters this afternoon will be even more numerous, fiercer, and more terrifying than those in the morning. They're not just wooden stakes. Your stamina is merely superior to that of an average person, but you are not a god. They will tear you apart. She shook him vigorously, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks, landing on Lin Mo's chest, scalding. You always do this. Always. You think you've become stronger, and suddenly you dare to try anything. Have you ever considered, what if you don't come back? What am I supposed to do? Alone in this dreadful place. How can I survive? Each word struck Lin Mo's heart like a heavy hammer. The excitement and fervor on his face ebbed away like a receding tide, gradually giving way to pallor. The profound fear and apprehension reflected in Yi Xiaoro's eyes washed over him like a bucket of icy water, dousing the intoxication of power that had clouded his mind. He opened his mouth to defend himself, to assert his confidence, to proclaim his strength. But gazing at Yi Xiaoro, tear-streaked and trembling, those words became lodged in his throat. He suddenly realized with startling clarity that he had become detached. The prolonged slaughter of monsters, witnessing countless creatures dissolve into orbs of light at his hands, had fostered a false sense of immersion in the game, leading him to disregard the value of his own life, as if he were merely a string of data. The upgrades of his artillery, the exponential increase in attributes, and the terrifying power of leveraging strength against strength, along with the glory of topping the leaderboard, had inadvertently caused him to forget that this wretched place was designed to eliminate them, to forget that there was another person behind him, pinning all hope and fear upon him alone. His earlier thoughts were far from prudent development. They were a reckless gamble with both their lives. Neither of them realized that this very conversation would provide countless players with the illusion that a powerful artillery alone sufficed, while their own strength was merely average. Who knows how many lives have been lost because of it? Chapter 30. The Unbelievable Level 1 Turret. Yi Xiaoro's body outweighs her mind yet now. Lin Mo found himself gripped by trepidation. He instinctively raised his hand, yearning to wipe away the tears from Yi Xiaoro's face, though his fingertips trembled slightly. The room was filled solely with her suppressed sobs and the weighty rhythm of Lin Mo's breathing, intertwining in a somber duet. After what felt like an eternity, he laboriously managed to utter 3 words, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. You are right. Just as Lin Mo was about to offer further words of comfort, a cold, piercing broadcast abruptly interrupted. Ding! Good afternoon, everyone. I hope the monster's amicable departure at noon did not disturb your enjoyment. Now, then, let the revelry continue. Are you ready for a new round of intimate encounters? He. Their expressions hardened, casting aside all distractions. Lin Mo swiftly stepped to the shooting aperture, his gaze locking onto the eerie green vortex outside like a hawk, his body taut and poised for action. Yi Xiaoro immediately repressed her emotions, wiping the tears from her face, and hurriedly followed Lin Mo, her anxious eyes fixated on the outside. No amount of worry could manifest into anything but silent support at this moment. He once again examined the level 1 turret, confirming its reliability, and finally felt a measure of relief. This turret was the very source of his audacious aspirations. Basic turret LV1 durability, 10 attack power, 22 requires ammunition. Mode, single shot mode, mental survival coins, pay survival coins to purchase crossbow bolts, 10 survival coins, 10 bolts. Manual targeting required, consumes mental energy to lock onto targets and activate. At the current level, each activated crossbow bolt consumes 1 point of mental energy. Continuous fire mode, survival coins, pay survival coins for sustained firing, requires continuous payment. Insufficient survival coins will halt the firing of arrows. Description: my turn ends, but the next turn is still mine. No wonder he had to slay over 100 monsters to obtain such an upgrade card. This wretched game was indeed stalling turret upgrades, although both attack power and durability had not improved. The transformation brought forth by this level 1 turret was nothing short of revolutionary. The continuous fire mode entirely discarded the infuriating reloading interval, allowing all players to breeze through challenges. The countdown reached 0. The eerie green vortex resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, unleashing a torrent of monstrous entities. Familiar wraiths, the rugged and resilient chimeras, and a previously unseen lizard-like creature, slightly smaller, yet adorned with fiery orange scales and claws entwined with flickering flames. A cold smirk graced Lin Mo's lips as he decisively activated the continuous fire mode. Buzz whoosh 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 whoosh. The cacophony of bowstring vibrations converged into a maddening symphony. A relentless barrage of gleaming crossbow bolts cascaded from the shooting aperture. The monsters, barely emerging from the vortex and still unsteady on their feet, were met head-on by this torrent of lethal metal. They had no time to emit a single roar before they fell in droves, akin to harvested wheat. The white light flickered wildly like cheap festive lights amidst a throng of monstrous entities, rendering aiming entirely unnecessary. The density of the creatures was appallingly high, and every arrow loosed inevitably pierced flesh and blood. Lin Mo's score surged like a runaway stallion, rapidly ascending from 138 to nearly 300, leaving the second place. Marked at 11-11, trailing by over 100 points. Yi Xiaoro pressed herself against the cold metallic door, gazing at the hellish scene beyond, screams, wails splattering blood, and the incessant rise of white light, separated from her only by a thin barrier. However, the anticipated terror did not descend upon her. Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the tall, focused figure at the control panel. She turned to observe Lin Mo's taut and concentrated profile, his features stark and defined, his eyes sharp as blades. His fingers, steady and powerful, commanded the turret with an absolute force that dictated life and death. That kind of extreme focus exuded a masculine charm that coursed through her spine like electricity, quickening her heartbeat and causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. Though infuriating at times, this man was undeniably formidable. An unbidden, dreamy thought emerged, tinting her ears with a rosy hue. He might be impulsive, yet he possessed the merit to stand above the rest. Yi Xiaoro felt her cheeks warm, her heart racing inexplicably, a torrent of admiration intertwined with a more primal impulse swirling within her. Xiaoro, Xiaoro, a cough from Lin Mo jolted her from her indescribable reverie, and she snapped back to reality, her cheeks burning even more. Huh? What is it? Lin Mo cast her a curious glance, but chose not to probe further. He swiftly stated, "The vortex has ceased. Those at the door are the last. I will clear them away and then venture out to sweep the street of any lingering threats." Yi Xiaoro's face fell immediately, murmuring, "We have to go out?" This time, however, the words of dissent lingered on her lips before being swallowed. She understood that Lin Mo still possessed the terrifying skill card, leveraging force, which he had yet to employ, and she knew he would not forego such an opportunity to accrue points and resources. After all, advantages are built this way. Ultimately, she merely sighed softly, a hint of resignation and concern in her tone. "Well, please be careful. Don't overexert yourself." On the frigid streets, the roars of the monsters had not yet entirely subsided. Lin Mo dispatched the remnants of his territory with a few swift flashes of cold light before sheathing his blade. In response to Chun Xuanxin's plea for assistance, he exchanged a small amount of water for some wood before returning to accompany Yi Xiaoro. Since he could not decipher her thoughts, he decided it was better to spend some time with her. She must have been quite frightened just moments ago. "Were you scared?" Lin Mo's deep voice carried a soothing timbre as he naturally wrapped his large hand around her slender waist. "Do not fear. I am here. Why are you back so soon?" Yi Xiaoro buried her burning face into his solid chest, her voice muffled, her heart pounding like a drum. Surely, she couldn't admit that her body craved him more than her mind did, lest she frighten a certain timid soul to tears. Lin Mo chuckled softly, mischievously pinching her sensitive earlobe, causing her to shiver slightly. He lowered his head, colliding with her glistening, misty eyes. His heart fluttered as if caressed by a feather, a surge of warmth rushing to his lower abdomen. With a subtle gulp, he felt his Adam's apple bob, his arm exerting a sudden force to execute a graceful princess carry, lifting her effortlessly. "To ensure the quality of our experience, it seems I must first elevate the mood of this delightful cultivator." "You rascal." She tilted her head back, sealing his teasing with a fervent yet bashful kiss. The air seemed to ignite, the temperature rising steadily, as an intimate atmosphere enveloped the confined space, intertwining around them. Lin Mo's palm, radiating with searing heat, was poised to delve into deeper territories when zing. The jarring static crackled through the air, shattering the enchanting moment, as the cold voice of the broadcast poured over them like a bucket of ice water. Lin Mo jolted, his entire being softening in response. Chapter 31, Easter Egg Mode. The Enchantress appears. In light of players having gradually eliminated monsters, it has been decided to commence the Easter Egg Mode ahead of schedule. A formidable enchantress is roaming within the dormitory building. Defeating her may yield a plethora of treasures and points. This creature harbors grudges and embodies traits such as bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Players are advised to assess their strength before engaging her. The safety passage has been opened, allowing players to explore freely across the floors. Abundant rewards await you. Lin Mo felt a jolt of surprise, nearly leaping from his spot as he gritted his teeth in a low growl. Who on earth is responsible for this broadcast? I was almost scared out of my wits. In his arms, Yi Xiaoro stifled a giggle, her shoulders shaking with laughter. However, after her amusement, the content of the broadcast sparked a glimmer in her eyes. The fact that the Enchantress had warranted a building-wide announcement signified she was a top-tier prey, likely to drop even more valuable loot. How could Lin Mo, currently leading the points leaderboard, afford to miss such an opportunity? Indeed, the flames of hunting ignited in his eyes. Taking a deep breath to suppress his restless energy, he gently set Yi Xiaoro back on the bed and began to toy with the global power center, his attention riveted on the rapidly scrolling chat channel. The loudest voice in the chat belonged to user 3620. 3620. You bastard 0207. Your father is here. Clean your neck and wait for me. You were so bold last time, weren't you? This time, you won't even be able to scream. 0205. Brother, calm down. It's just a woman. 0207 is willing to compensate. Let's keep it civil. 3620. Compensate? Do I need his measly resources? Weren't you rather arrogant back then? Come on. If you're brave, don't run. I'm coming to teach you a lesson. 0205. Can't you understand a kind word? Have I been too nice? Daring to openly threaten us second-floor residents? Do you think we are powerless? 6 of us landlords are waiting for you. 3630. Oh, more people? User 3630, ranking 3rd on the leaderboard, spoke up, and 0205 fell silent immediately. The entire 36th floor erupted in chatter. 3629. Interesting, I want to see what's going on. 3628. Interesting, I want to see what's going on. 3627. Interesting, I want to see what's going on. 3626. Interesting, I want to see what's going on. The chat flooded with responses, each prefixed with a 36, numbering at least 14 or 15. Only then did 3620 leisurely respond again. 3620, I appreciate my brothers and sisters for their support, but this is a personal matter between me and 0207. I shall not involve everyone else. Remember? Just a couple of days ago, this 0207 forced himself upon my girlfriend. Yi Xiaoro leaned closer to Lin Mo, whispering softly, that 0205 isn't innocent either. To upgrade his door, he caused the death of our neighbor. The entire second floor is a mess, not a single decent person around. Hearing this, a playful smirk crept onto Lin Mo's lips as he absent-mindedly traced circles on the power center, comparing their situation to that of the 35th floor, which, in contrast, seemed rather amicable. This point must be attributed to Chen Shunshin. Initially, several players on the 35th floor, who fancied themselves somewhat formidable, contemplated banding together to rob other players of their survival coins and wood. However, Chen Shunshin, in an effort to bolster his own prestige, intervened to prevent Lin Mo from attacking 3528 in the convenience store. This act inadvertently instilled a sense of deterrence among the players on the entire floor. Even Lin Mo's subsequent decision to abandon his post at the convenience store entrance was considered a concession to Chen Shunshin's authority. Moreover, Lin Mo's repeated efforts to eliminate wandering monsters alleviated the pressure on his neighbors. The chaotic chat channel had devolved into a battleground. 1318. You bastard at 2104? You've robbed me of 2 units of wood. If you don't cough it up, I'll pay you a visit. 2104. RNM. The 21st floor is crawling with monsters. If you dare come over, I'll respect you as a man. 2207. Buying wood. High prices for wood. The monsters aren't cleared yet, and the outside is too dangerous to scavenge. Any kind-hearted soul out there? Suddenly, a message from the 34th floor exploded onto the channel. 3429. Damn, there's a ghost at my door with 4 arms and golden earrings. It's absolutely terrifying. Is it that charm? 3429. I've shot her 3 arrows and she hasn't died. What kind of monster is this? Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, and his fingers swiftly moved to discern the subsequent description from 3429. However, the avatar of 3429 suddenly grayed out. Dead. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. Instant kill. Such speed was astonishing. Do you want to take a look? Yisharo's voice was laced with concern. Don't worry. Lin Mo swiftly rose, hastily donning his outer garments with the agility of a cheetah. Such wild map bosses would surely incite envy among those who had cleared the monsters. I'll merely go to take a look. If there is an opportunity, I'll seize it. If not, I'll retreat immediately. He bent down and pressed a warm kiss on Yisharo's smooth forehead. Wait for me. As Lin Mo stepped out of the dormitory, the corridor echoed with the monstrous roars and the brief, anguished cries of players facing death. The air was thick with a faint scent of blood and rust. He glanced towards the west, and, indeed, the all-consuming vortex had vanished, replaced by an open security passageway, glowing with a metallic sheen. He did not pause, walking directly towards it. However, as his left foot descended onto the first cold cement step, thud, 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 above, the sound of heavy, rapid footsteps rained down like a sudden storm. Approaching, they bore an unmistakable aura of menace. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, and he instantly withdrew his foot, his body tensed like a coiled leopard, warily gazing up towards the dim stairwell, ready to draw his weapon at a moment's notice. Figures moved. A group of young men descended in single file, all sporting neat buzz cuts, their eyes sharp as hawks, each bearing the marks and scent of battle. Their movements were steady, exuding a sense of camaraderie and valor forged through countless skirmishes. With only 36 floors in the building, their identities were all but revealed. The two parties unexpectedly encountered each other at the narrow corner of the staircase. On the 36th floor, the footsteps of the gathered crowd momentarily faltered, their icy gazes fixated upon Lin Mo, laden with scrutiny and assessment. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for an instant, an intangible pressure permeating the air. Lin Mo maintained a stoic expression, his equally piercing gaze calmly returning the scrutiny, exhibiting no sign of retreat. After a fleeting silence, a youth, evidently the leader among the 36th floor group, imperceptibly nodded his chin. There were no words exchanged, no pleasantries offered. As if Lin Mo were merely a stubborn stone by the roadside, the two factions brushed past each other, the air stirred by their garments carrying a chilling intensity. The 36th floor crowd showed no signs of pausing, proceeding directly downwards towards the 2nd floor, their heavy footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Lin Mo watched them vanish around the staircase corner, his gaze profound. He held no interest in entangling himself in the grievances of others. His sights were set on a more alluring and perilous quarry. Without further ado, he moved like the wind, swiftly descending the staircase. On the 34th floor, Lin Mo held his breath and focused intently, quickly scanning the corridor and the wide-open doors of the rooms. There was no trace of the dazzling woman adorned with golden earrings, only silence and remnants of blood. Chapter 32. The Hunt. The peculiar blonde at that moment. The private communication channel flickered to life with a message from the second-ranked player, 1111. 1111. The Enchantress is currently on the 30th floor. This entity is sinister, moving stealthily with unclear methods. I trust you will find this intriguing. The risks are substantial if pursued alone. How about a collaboration? Profits will be divided according to contributions. Lin Mo scanned the message, his fingertips lightly tapping a response, his tone devoid of any emotion. 3530, just passing by, no guarantee of engagement. Collaboration? Huh. A cold, detached smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. Had this been before Yi Xiao's outburst at him, he might have been tempted. But now, he felt only heightened caution. After all, he was unfamiliar with 1111, and wealth can corrupt even the most steadfast of hearts. Who could foresee whether a partnership might culminate in betrayal? He had no desire to become a fool. Just as he was about to continue scrolling, the public chat channel erupted once more. 3027, damn, I'm not losing health. She smiled at me. The message abruptly ceased, followed by the dimming of 3027's avatar. Another one fallen. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. He hesitated no longer and shot toward the 30th floor like a bolt of lightning. However, upon his arrival, the corridor lay desolate, save for a pool of still wet. Dark crimson blood before 3027's door, exuding an ominous aura. Almost immediately, the channel pulsed again. 2805, West Corridor on the 28th floor. That female specter just floated past. Is there any powerful ally to save me? Playing hide-and-seek? Lin Mo's gaze hardened. The enchantress's movements were utterly unpredictable, as though she were toying with everyone. He decided against blindly chasing her, and instead leaned against the cold concrete wall, observing the unfolding drama. 1111 evidently recognized the emerging peril and once again addressed the public channel. 1111. Attention everyone. If you spot the enchantress, immediately report it in the channel. Do not engage independently. I repeat, do not attack. Wait until all interested elite hunters have gathered to form a pincer movement. Then strike decisively. The one who delivers the kill shall be rewarded. This is a fair competition. Those who act on their own do so at their own peril. This announcement served as an anchor, momentarily quelling the chaos within the channel. At last, 0312, third floor, near the convenience store. She has appeared. Quickness. Lin Mo's eyes sharpened. Without a hint of hesitation, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing down the stairs with urgency. This time, he must intercept her. As he burst through the iron door of the third-floor stairwell, the scene before him momentarily halted his advance. In the dim light, a small space near the emergency exit had become a gathering spot for over a dozen figures, the air thick with tension. With a quick glance, Lin Mo recognized several individuals among them. They were leaders of the group from the 36th floor, now flanked by equally fierce elite players from the same tier. This assembly of top-tier players had clearly been drawn in by the enchantress. Lin Mo's arrival instantly captured everyone's attention, with numerous gazes, some scrutinizing, some wary, and others curious, converging upon him. In the brief silence that followed, 3630 broke the ice, addressing him. 3530? Lin Mo stood steadfastly, undeterred by the multitude of gazes upon him, merely nodding slightly while emitting a low, rumbling sound of acknowledgement. He chose to position himself on the steps leading to the fourth floor, maintaining a distance from the crowd. The imposing aura of Lin Mo, the leader of the first team, was palpable. In 3630 felt a sense of relief as he noticed Lin Mo's reluctance to approach the group led by 1111. Having just engaged in a private conversation with 0312, who claimed he had not attacked May, the ominous entity remained eerily still before the convenience store, fixated on the door's crack, neither moving nor attacking. This revelation cast a deeper veil of dread over everyone present. What kind of bizarre method allowed one to kill from the other side of a door? Wasn't it said that the interior was absolutely safe? Within the ranks of the 36th floor team, an impatient, burly man quickly turned to 3630, his voice booming with urgency. Boss, what are we waiting for? With our numbers, we can overwhelm her, whatever she may be. A single assault should suffice to turn her to dust, right? Shall we charge in? 3630 furrowed his brow, his knuckles unconsciously tapping against the cold metal railing of the staircase, producing a dull, thudding sound. His gaze swept through the dimly lit corridor, and he slowly shook his head. Something isn't right. This is too sinister. We cannot discern how she is capable of killing through the door. If we rush in recklessly, who knows if the next victim will be one of us? Let us hold on a moment. We cannot gamble with our comrades' lives. His tone was calm, urging patience. It's not us who are in a hurry. Let the bullets fly for a while. At that moment, the narrow safety passage had subtly divided the crowd into two factions. One side was the elite team from the 36th floor, led by 3630, a silent assembly of a dozen individuals standing resolutely, akin to an immovable boulder, their presence exuding a sense of lethal focus. Opposite them stood the top-tier experts, including 1111 and several others from different floors. Their numbers were fewer, and their formation appeared somewhat disorganized, yet the exchange of glances among them indicated a rapid flow of information and tactical communication taking place in private channels. The air was thick with an unspoken vigilance and tension. Just then, a series of playful footsteps, accompanied by unabashed banter, echoed from below the stairs. All eyes shifted toward the staircase. A pair of individuals ascended, seemingly oblivious to the atmosphere. The man sported a shockingly bright yellow crew cut, a mischievous grin adorning his face, as he brazenly draped his arm around the voluptuous figure of a woman. She flaunted ultra-short shorts that barely concealed her curves, coupled with a sheer black crop top that revealed her ample midriff, her makeup bold and her gaze intentionally seductive. Well, looks like you guys are having quite the gathering, the man exclaimed, his eyes scanning the crowd before he exaggeratedly whistled. Were you all just waiting for us to make our grand entrance? Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed sharply in the eerie silence of the corridor. The woman in his embrace swayed her hips playfully, her voice sweet yet suffocatingly saccharine. Oh, don't worry, dear friends. We understand the rules set by the esteemed 1111. Whoever is the strongest, the boss belongs to them, and so do the rewards. Though we may not rank among the top contenders, we are nonetheless recognized by name on the leaderboard, and we possess too much dignity to engage in the despicable act of shamelessly snatching from others. Lin Mo promptly closed her eyes, letting out a disdainful huff as she turned her head away, as if even a fleeting glance would tarnish her vision. Even the onlookers on the 36th floor were momentarily taken aback by this amusing duo, their expressions a kaleidoscope of reactions. The leader of the group, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, spoke in a calm tone. You two are overly concerned. The 36th floor has always acted on its word. Should you truly possess the capability to seize charm, I assure you that all of us will withdraw immediately, without laying claim to even the slightest fragment. This statement served as both a promise and a deterrent to the other independent players. The blonde-haired man appeared quite pleased with the response, grinning widely as his gaze shifted back to Lin Mo and 1111, laced with obvious provocation. And what of you esteemed individuals? Do you share the same sentiment? Or do you possess some other insight? 1111 swiftly turned back, his eyes sharp as blades, his voice as frigid as ice. Cease your trivial scheming. If you have the ability, step forward and claim your first kill. If not, then remain silent and observe. His patience had evidently reached its limit. Oh, come now. I was merely jesting. No need to take offense. The blonde-haired man chuckled insincerely, waving his hand dismissively, tightening his grip around his companion's waist. Let us clear the air to avoid any rifts in our camaraderie, shall we? Cheyenne, let us go. Let everyone witness our prowess. With that, the pair brazenly strode towards the direction of 0309, their demeanor exuding audacious arrogance. Chapter 33. What right does this golden-haired one have? As they moved, others could no longer afford to hesitate. With a sharp glance, 3630 signaled, and the group from the 36th floor silently followed suit, their movements swift and synchronized. Lin Mo, 1111, and other skilled individuals trailed closely behind. No one truly believed these two clowns could defeat May, yet the fear of awakening that enigmatic entity loomed heavily over them. What if they were to stumble upon a stroke of fortuitous luck? The scene in the third-floor corridor mirrored that of the upper levels. Most doors remained tightly shut, from within emanating the desperate screams of players, the roars of monsters, and the ominous thuds of crossbow bolts striking wooden barriers. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood and excrement. Numerous doorways bore dark crimson pools and torn remnants of clothing, stark evidence of a recent tragedy. Cries for help and wails echoed incessantly. Help. Is there any esteemed figure outside? Please divert the monsters at my door. I'm running low on arrows. Get away. Don't come near my door. Who has medicine? I'll trade timber for it. Help me. Yet the group moved in tacit agreement, turning a deaf ear to the anguished pleas along their path. They traversed the dimly lit corridor teeming with monsters, their figures gliding gracefully as they deftly evaded the limited perception of low-level creatures. Their indifferent gazes swept past the despairing doors, lingering not for a moment. The layout of the dormitory was akin to a vast S-shaped labyrinth. All doors faced north, commencing from the northeastern corner at 0101, winding along the serpentine corridor, ultimately culminating at the southwestern corner, 3030. Room 0312 was situated in the second row, farthest to the east within this S-shaped corridor. Not far from 0312, the entity known as May finally came into clear view. She leaned languidly against the cold wall, her posture relaxed, yet exuding an otherworldly allure. Ignoring her forearms, sculpted like white jade, yet radiating an uncanny power, and her attire, which barely concealed her form, one could not help but focus on her face, captivating eyes. Lips as red as flame, adorned with swaying golden earrings and a necklace that resembled a droplet of congealed blood. Truly, she embodied the essence of a seductive enchantress. Lin Mo's gaze swept over her, a fleeting sense of regret washing over him. His innate talent was bound to human females, yet this being had long transcended the realm of humanity. What a pity. May seemed to sense the presence of these uninvited guests, slowly turning her head. Her mesmerizing gaze drifted lightly over the assembly. It was uncertain whether they had yet to breach her threshold of vigilance, or if she simply dismissed them as irrelevant. She fled in panic, devoid of any semblance of defense, as if the top-ranking players before her were mere wisps of dust brushing against her feet. The golden-haired man's eyes sparkled with avarice and arrogance, nearly overflowing with excitement. This wild boss was his for the taking. He cast a proud glance at the various esteemed figures behind him. Then, as if to flaunt, he tightened his embrace around the heavily made-up girl beside him, who gazed at him with adoration. Subsequently, under the collective watch of all, he clenched his right hand in a mock grasp. Buzz, a vintage revolver, materialized in his grasp, its weight reflecting the dim corridor light, exuding an aura of pure lethality reminiscent of the industrial age. A sharp inhalation pierced the air as Lin Mo's expression darkened, his gaze turning as keen as a blade. A gun. Was this a gift from the heavens? The Colt M1873 at the convenience store was priced at 3,500 survival coins, enough to purchase 3 invaluable Tenant expansion cards. After all his toil, Lin Mo had barely accumulated a fraction of that amount. What gave this yellow-haired fool the right? More critically, he had never heard a gunshot in the building. How had this individual procured and concealed it until now? The yellow-haired man reveled in the astonished, wary, and even envious stares of the crowd, his vanity swelling to great heights. He deliberately hefted the deadly weapon, his voice dripping with the arrogance of the newly empowered. I, an unremarkable soul, acquired this trinket on my first day of monster hunting, a Colt python with an attack power of 55. He paused, casting a sidelong glance at the assembly. That is 5 points superior to the M1873 in the convenience store. Sometimes luck truly is a facet of strength, wouldn't you agree? The girl nestled against him, transformed into an echo chamber of his boasts, clinging to him and cooing, "Brother, you're amazing. You're the best." The yellow-haired man aimed at a nearby creature and pulled the trigger. However, instead of the anticipated deafening roar, only a faint sound emerged, reminiscent of a deflating balloon. Just as the crowd began to question the authenticity of the firearm, a gaping wound suddenly erupted on the creature, which vanished into a swirl of white light without a sound. My talent is silenced gunfire. Any firearm I wield undergoes a powerful silencing effect. The yellow-haired man beamed with pride, casually gesturing with the gun towards the crowd. How about this, gentlemen? Once I dispatch this boss, I'll share 50 survival coins with each of you as a gesture of friendship. Don't flee now. If my gun misfires with your health points, a mere graze could spell disaster. Amidst the pallor of their faces and the fiery daggers of their glances, the yellow-haired man smirked cruelly, his finger curling around the trigger guard as he executed an ostentatious flourish. He then raised his arm with conviction, the dark muzzle aimed at the alluring figure at the end of the corridor. Die for me. With a sinister grin, he fiercely pulled the trigger. A flash of fire erupted. Thud, a sound so faint it was nearly inaudible. The figure merely swayed slightly, as if nudged gently, staggering a half-step before regaining her balance. She glanced down at her gushing abdomen, then slowly raised her head. The previous languor and indifference vanished from her exquisite visage, replaced by an icy, unyielding hatred. Her scarlet pupils blazed like a burning abyss, locking onto the yellow-haired man and all those behind him with an unwavering intensity. A chilling wave of terror surged forth like a tsunami, overwhelming the senses. Oh no! Lin Mo felt a jolt of primal fear as his scalp prickled. He possessed a skill card and recognized the signs of its activation. This boss was undoubtedly unleashing a powerful ability. Without a moment's hesitation, devoid of any curiosity about the outcome, his body instinctively reacted before his mind could catch up. He ran. He pivoted sharply, exerting force beneath his feet, propelling himself like a bolt from a crossbow towards the safety of the exit he had previously traversed. 1111 was equally swift, almost simultaneously with Lin Mo's initiation. A dense cloud of steam erupted around him, accompanied by a sharp hiss, rendering his form momentarily indistinct as he moved even faster than Lin Mo. However, May's actions were swifter still. Chapter 34. Enchantment? The devastating embrace of the bizarre, her four grotesque arms twisted together like serpents, forming a bizarre sigil. In an instant, her once luscious red lips tore open, stretching grotesquely to the roots of her ears, revealing a maw filled with sharp, menacing teeth, reminiscent of a gaping abyss leading to hell itself. As the skill was unleashed, her entire being seemed to wilt. A chilling sound, no, a soundless phenomenon, emerged, transcending the limits of human auditory perception, an eerily terrifying infrasound. It was imperceptible, yet felt like a tangible tsunami, radiating from the source of her allure, sweeping through the corridor in an instant. From the dazed duo in the front, grappling with the disbelief of their failed shots, to the pale-faced elite on the 36th floor, and finally to Lin Mo and 1111, who had already initiated their escape. Thud. 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 Everyone, regardless of their position, was struck as if by an invisible hammer to the back of the head, their movements instantly paralyzed. Their minds went blank. A frigid system notification reverberated deep within each consciousness. Ding. Warning. You have been struck by the soul-piercing mental assault of the Enchantress. Mental evaluation in progress. Mental attribute below 8 points. You will fall into a state of deep enchantment. Lin Mo felt a chilling, malevolent will slither into his mind like a venomous serpent, seeking to erode his sanity. Yet in the next moment, evaluation passed. Your mental value is 10 points. You successfully resist this enchanting influence. Enchantment. A weight lifted from Lin Mo's heart, a wave of relief flooding his being, accompanied by a profound calmness. Indeed, it was not in vain that he had gained an additional point to his mental capacity due to Yishiaro's tendency. This fortuitous boon had proven invaluable. However, the others were evidently less fortunate. The first to succumb, the duo of yellow-haired youths and the delinquent girl, instantly fell into a void of confusion, their expressions blank and adorned with foolish grins. Like marionettes pulled by invisible strings, they staggered toward the rear, drawn to the throng of monsters that were relentlessly battering the doors, howling in rage. The ensuing fate need not be elaborated. Even the Colt they wielded was unceremoniously swallowed by one of the creatures. Following closely behind, the elite players from the 36th floor, as well as those from other tiers, found themselves similarly entranced. Their gazes became vacant, their faces adorned with a bizarre and satisfied smile, their bodies moving uncontrollably, step by step, albeit at varying paces, yet all resolutely advancing toward the source of the enchantment. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with determination. He hesitated not for a moment. In a swift motion, he dashed towards 1111. who was standing closest, his expression vacant and a strange smile lingering on his lips, completely defenseless. Awaken! Lin Mo commanded sharply, his arm muscles tensing, unleashing the full force of his 12-point strength without restraint. Crack! A powerful blow landed squarely on 1111's dazed visage. The impact sent him staggering, crashing heavily to the ground, his cheek swelling visibly from the force of the strike. The searing pain instantaneously shattered the chaos within his mind. He covered his face, his expression shifting from confusion to shock, then to a hint of embarrassment, ultimately transforming into cold detachment. He remained silent, yet his gaze towards Lin Mo was inscrutable and complex. "Don't just stand there," Lin Mo urged, his words rapid and devoid of concern for the psychological turmoil inflicted upon him by this situation. "Quickly awaken them. If we delay any longer, we will all be feeding the monsters." "And you?" 1111 inquired, rubbing his jaw, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Me?" Lin Mo's eyes narrowed sharply as he drew a gleaming blade from his storage space. "Clear the area." Before his command had fully escaped his lips, he transformed into a ferocious tiger, pouncing upon the surrounding low-level monsters, his blades sweeping through them like a silken ribbon. Observing Lin Mo maneuver effortlessly among the throng of creatures, 1111's resolve solidified. He let out a fierce roar, his fists clenched tightly like a human hammer, charging into the throngs of players who were similarly entranced, standing there with foolish smiles. After a moment's hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap that struck the face of one of the entranced players. The sudden pain jolted the victim back to reality, their eyes regaining clarity, mingled with confusion and fear. With a resounding thud, another slap followed, sending the player's front teeth flying. 1111 was precise in his strikes, aiming only to deliver a sharp wake-up call, avoiding serious injury. The winds of his blows howled as figures began to stir, the dazed experts awakening one after another. 3630 was among the last to regain consciousness. Shaking his still dizzy head, he quickly grasped the perilous situation at hand. Spotting Lin Mo, who was battling fiercely, and 1111, who was awakening the others, this formidable player, ranked third on the leaderboard, narrowed his eyes sharply and offered a respectful fist salute towards them. No words were necessary. Fear spread like a contagion among the newly awakened. "Damn it! This cursed creature is too sinister. Run!" A player's voice trembled as they turned to flee. "Yes, get out of here!" Another echoed, their face pale. "Run?" Lin Mo exclaimed, cleaving through a blocking wraith with his blade, shaking off the blood from the edge as he scoffed. "Do you think fleeing now will ensure your safety? That charm is clearly intelligent as a wild boss. If it gets injured and you run, when it recovers, who will come to your aid when it corners you one by one in a room?" He pointed his blade towards the distant creature, weakened from unleashing a powerful skill, glaring malignantly in their direction. That spirit-controlling ultimate move undoubtedly has a cooldown. Now is our only chance to encircle and slay it. Seize this opportunity while it's vulnerable. Lin Mo's words fell like icy water, extinguishing the flickers of hope in everyone's hearts. Those present were not indecisive individuals. They understood immediately. 3530 is right. Let us take advantage of its cooldown and finish it. 3630's eyes gleamed with ferocity, his suppressed fury and battle spirit igniting completely. He clenched his fists tightly, causing the air temperature to plummet. Layers of crystalline ice, exuding a biting chill, enveloped his fists, forming a pair of fearsome, spiked ice gauntlets that resembled living creatures. A frigid aura permeated the air, causing a delicate frost to form upon the very ground beneath his feet. With a feral roar, he transformed into a fleeting shadow enveloped in steam, charging forth with an indomitable momentum towards the enchanting foe. The corridor instantaneously morphed into a seething battlefield. The icy fist of 3630 struck with a bone-chilling wind, landing a fierce blow upon the visage of the enchantress, while 1111, like a wraith, danced through the mist, raining down punches and kicks upon her vulnerable joints with relentless precision. Other awakened masters displayed their remarkable prowess, unleashing a flurry of sword flashes and elemental brilliance, all directed towards that bewitching figure. In that moment, the cacophony of energy explosions, the shattering of ice crystals, and the dull thuds of physical clashes intertwined, creating a lively spectacle. Yet, amidst the chaos, only Lin Mo seemed to exist in a realm apart. He continued to silently traverse the periphery of the battlefield, each swing of his blade claiming the life of a monster, leaving behind shimmering orbs of dissipating light. Leveraging force assessment. Eliminate new target, temporary attack power 1. Current stack count, 17, duration refreshed, 5 minutes. Chapter 35. Vanquishing the wild map boss regrettably. The lively atmosphere at the center of the battlefield did not last long. Although the creature appeared weakened from unleashing its ultimate move, its inherent might as a wild map boss remained formidable. That seemingly delicate form possessed a defense that was dishearteningly resilient. Clang! The icy fist of 3,630 struck once more against the creature's arm, leaving merely a faint white mark, with shards of ice scattering as its icy armor abruptly cracked. The blow of 1111 landed squarely beneath its ribs, akin to striking a battered leather, the recoil rendering his arm numb. The attacks from other players were equally futile. Blades clashed against the creature, sparking without even breaking skin, seemingly provoking it further. A sharp, piercing shriek erupted from the creature as its four arms whipped through the air like frenzied steel whips. Bang! 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 The sound of muffled thuds echoed as several players, who had rushed too close and found their attacks ineffective, were violently flung away, akin to sacks of broken straw, crashing against the walls and spewing blood. Had Lin Mo not previously cleared the nearby corridors of lesser foes, these unfortunate souls would have been torn to shreds by the horde of monsters that would have swarmed them the moment they hit the ground. Damn it! We can't even touch it. Fall back. If we continue, we might not make it out alive. Panic spread once more as a few players with weaker mental fortitude crumbled completely, turning to flee towards the safety of the escape route. Forget about the aftermath. Let's survive this first. Just as despair seeped into the hearts of the players and the situation grew dire, Lin Mo swiftly cleaved the last obstructing bone spike creature in two. As he bent to collect the luminous orb, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an unusual metallic gleam. Partially concealed in the vile blood of the monster's corpse lay the revolver, Colt Python. Dropped by the yellow hair man, Lin Mo's heart raced. In the blink of an eye, he seized it. Colt Python, attack power, 55, ignores partial defense. Ammunition, 26, durability, 117, description. What did you just say? Come, look into my eyes and repeat it. Fortune smiled upon Lin Mo as this thought flashed through his mind. An attack power of 55, with an additional armor-piercing effect. That last shot would undoubtedly have inflicted considerable pain upon the creature. He instinctively raised his hand, yet ultimately chose to stow it away. With only 1 point of durability remaining, what if the recoil from firing or the bullet's activation caused this treasure to disintegrate? That would be a sorrow without solace. It would be wise to return and discover how to repair its durability. At this moment, the battlefield situation took a sharp turn. The steam enveloping 1111 fluctuated violently before dissipating with a hiss, his maintained state consuming the last of its water source, leaving his complexion ashen as he staggered back a few steps. 1111. Do not be deceived by appearances. While we seem to be putting up a fight, 90% of our attacks are ineffective and fail to breach its defenses. 1111. My talent allows for assessment, and the previous attempts have all failed. Only those rare instances where the single attack power surpassed 25 points inflicted any genuine damage upon it. 1111. Do you have a means to reach that threshold? If not, I may have no choice but to retreat. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened with the precision of a blade. It was no wonder the broadcast referred to this boss as merely an Easter egg. They had never anticipated that any player could inflict such staggering damage. A threshold of 25 attack power was preposterously high, implying that, in addition to the base 5 points of strength, one would require an additional 20 points of attack power. At this stage, aside from the pinnacle of equipment and exceptional talents, Who could achieve such a feat? It was understandable why 1111 felt disheartened. The situation was truly desolate. Yet Lin Mo was different. He glanced down at the humble knife that had accompanied him through countless battles. Humble knife, LV0, attack power, along with the quietly accumulated maximum of 20 points from the leverage passive ability. Though only 5 minutes remained, it was sufficient. A surge of formidable power, mingled with a chilling aura of death, surged through Lin Mo's entire being. Unknowingly, his attack had become nearly on par with that of the Colt Python. Since you cannot prevail, I shall claim this victory. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing like twin swords, fixating on the formidable and otherworldly figure before him. The humble knife was raised slowly, its blade seemingly infused with an invisible energy, swirling chaotically, compressed and poised for action. The ground beneath him erupted violently, and he shot forward like a cannonball, propelled by the pent-up terror of his strength, charging toward the imperious creature in a decisive assault. The long-suppressed power of leverage erupted within him like a volcano, fully channeling into the glimmering, humble knife in his grasp. The ethereal being sensed an unprecedented threat. Its crimson eyes narrowed, and its 4 arms relinquished their hold on the others, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, akin to 4 javelins hurtling toward Lin Mo at an unfathomable speed. "Huh," Lin Mo growled, his footwork shifting in a bizarre manner, his body flowing like a boneless fish, narrowly slipping through the lethal gaps between the 4 arms. The blade traced a vicious arc, targeting the creature's slender waist. Thud! This time, it was not the clang of metal upon metal, but the dull thud of a sharp blade cleaving through sinew and bone. Black, tainted blood erupted like a fountain from the deep, gaping wound in the creature's midsection, revealing its very bones. It let out a soul-wrenching scream, the overwhelming pain causing its 4 arms to flail wildly, carving deep gashes into the surrounding concrete walls. Effective. A brilliant light ignited in 1111's eyes. An opportunity. 3630 roared, the icy crystal gauntlets radiating a blinding light as he lunged forward like an enraged polar bear, using all his might to grasp the thrashing arms of the creature. Other players, spurred on by adrenaline, rushed forward recklessly, employing their bodies and weapons to firmly restrain the creature's remaining limbs at this moment. The elite players' combat prowess and survival instincts were pushed to their limits, communicating without the need for words, their synergy impeccable. A chilling glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, offering no opportunity for Mei to escape. Utilizing the momentum from his previous strike, he executed a swift spin, dragging the blade behind him, tracing a mournful arc reminiscent of a cold crescent moon. All his strength, speed, and accumulated potential energy converged into this singular strike. Death! The blade blazed forth like a sudden thunderbolt, aimed directly at the junction of the enchanting head and its neck. With a sickening crunch, a horrifying sound that blended the shattering of bones and the tearing of flesh abruptly pierced the hallway's clamor. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The mesmerizing head soared high, its crimson pupils frozen in a state of disbelief and overwhelming malice. The headless body convulsed violently under the restraint of the others, its 4 arms drooping helplessly before it finally collapsed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Chapter 36. Lin Mo's Visit. The flustered Han Shui Dark. Viscous blood flowed from the severed neck like a small stream, rapidly spreading and dissipating into light before it could touch the ground. Ding! You have slain the special elite monster, me, and earned 500 points. Despite diligently hunting monsters and accumulating only 357 points, one me monster yielded an impressive 500 points, a fitting reward for its value. On the leaderboard, Lin Mo dominated with a staggering 857 points, surpassing the combined scores of the 2nd to 10th players. For the first time, the dormitory broadcast delivered a solemn announcement. Congratulations to player 3530 for successfully defeating the special elite monster me. You will receive a first kill reward. Prizes will be distributed after the event concludes, according to the points ranking. The announcement echoed 3 times, resonating throughout the entire dormitory building with a thunderous intensity. Following this, a notice directed at all players was issued. Notice: the special elite monster me has been slain, and the Easter egg mode has ended. Notice: as all players in this dormitory have preliminarily grasped the survival rules, the novice protection period will now enter its countdown. Notice: all players are required to eliminate the remaining monsters on their respective floors within 5 hours. After the countdown ends, the novice protection rules will cease to be in effect, and all surviving monsters will no longer be suppressed in strength. The true game is about to commence. Good luck to everyone. The broadcast reverberated through the corridor as players like 3630 and 1111 finally released their grips, gasping for breath. Their gazes towards Lin Mo were filled with a profound sense of shock, complexity, and a hint of reverence. Lin Mo gradually straightened, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning the lingering players. Under the command of 3,630, the members of the 36th floor silently and swiftly readied their equipment for departure. Several lone wolf experts from other floors exchanged glances filled with conflicting emotions, their eyes darting between Lin Mo and the alluring, radiant orbs emitted from the corpse of me, swallowing greedily as their throats involuntarily convulsed. The air felt thick with tension. Rather than immediately claiming the easily obtainable spoils, Lin Mo angled his crude blade towards the ground. His voice, though low, pierced the oppressive silence with clarity. According to our agreement, in Easter egg mode, whoever slays the monster claims the reward. His piercing gaze settled on the players with shifting eyes, asserting, "These spoils are mine. Do any of you dissent?" An invisible pressure swiftly enveloped the room. The greedy players, meeting Lin Mo's icy glare, instinctively recoiled. The remnants of his deadly strict Lu Xiaodong was the first to break the silence, his voice resonant as he stepped forward, clasping his fists solemnly towards Lin Mo. The casual demeanor he had previously displayed was replaced with a newfound respect. "Brother, rules are rules. If it weren't for you today, I fear our group would have met with disaster. This favor shall not be forgotten." He paused for a moment before formally introducing himself. "I am Lu Xiaodong, the captain of the 3rd Squad in the Flower Division of Baishui Company before the calamity struck. These are my brothers, who I would trust with my life." He gestured towards the group behind him, their demeanor sharp and their movements synchronized. Lin Mo nodded, succinctly stating his name. He remained non-committal regarding Lu Xiaodong's goodwill, yet he acknowledged the other's openness and strength as worthy of remembrance. "Very well, brother Lin Mo, until we meet again." Lu Xiaodong wasted no time, waving his hand decisively. "Fall in." "Yes." The 36 members responded in unison, swiftly forming ranks with clean and precise movements, akin to well-trained soldiers, vanishing quickly into the stairwell. 1111 cast a profound glance at Lin Mo, his expression a tapestry of complexity, curiosity, wariness, and a hint of lingering defeat danced in his eyes. Ultimately, he merely nodded slightly, uttering "Sun Chung" before departing alone, his silhouette tinged with a sense of desolation. The magnates had no intention of lingering. Remaining would serve no purpose. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo found himself alone, accompanied only by the clusters of luminous, enticing boss first kill light orbs scattered on the ground. Confirming the absence of onlookers, Lin Mo advanced quickly, and the moment his fingers brushed against the light orbs, a chilling series of system notifications echoed in his mind. He had no time to linger. He swiftly gathered all the orbs into his possession, a profound sense of fulfillment swelling within him. He leaped towards a safety passage, poised to return to the 35th floor, when his steps faltered slightly. A cold, resolute face flickered through his mind. The young woman he had invested in with a package of intermediate food supplies. Would she be able to hold her ground? If she perished, his investment would be in vain. After a brief contemplation, Lin Mo opened the private messaging interface. 3,530. Are you there? Do you need assistance with the monsters? I happen to be free right now. In room 0509, Han Shui was anxiously glued to the site beyond the shooting port, where monsters relentlessly battered the door. Zhang Wenwen operated the crossbow turret, her arms trembling slightly from prolonged firing, the consumption of arrows far exceeding expectations. At that critical moment, The notification sound of a private message rang out like a melody of salvation. Han Shui quickly glanced at the message, her heart racing as she recognized it was a communication from 3530, the very same who had recently echoed throughout the building, vanquishing the terrifying boss. He was offering to help. 0509 Han Shui. Yes. It would be immensely helpful if you could come. Thank you so much. As soon as the message was sent, Han Shui tightened her grip, a swirl of complex emotions flooding her heart. Did he have thoughts about that matter? A subtle flush of crimson and tension swept across her fair face, only to be swiftly suppressed. Survival was her utmost priority. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her voice, addressing the pale-faced Zhang, 1-1 beside her. 1-1, just hold on a little longer. 3530 is coming to help us soon. Huh? Oh. Huh. Zhang, 1-1 instinctively responded, only to suddenly snap to attention. Her voice soaring an octave, nearly causing her to misfire the crossbow. Sister, who are you talking about? 3530. Is it the formidable figure who eliminated Mei from the broadcast? Han Shui gently nodded, her heart also in turmoil. My heavens! Sister, you have concealed this far too well. Zhang Wenwen instantly felt invigorated, her fatigue evaporating as her eyes widened in astonishment. You actually know such a deity? Why have we been toiling and scrimping, battling monsters with such desperation? If only we had sought his assistance earlier, requesting provisions, we wouldn't have found ourselves in such dire straits. Wait, suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Han Shui with urgency. The intermediate food supply package that saved our lives. Could it possibly have come from him? Chapter 37. Han Shui. He is truly a good man. Indeed, Han Qiyu conceded. I knew it. Sister, you are amazing, Zhang Wenwen exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. She retracted her makeshift cannon and eagerly peered through the sighting hole, asking, is he here? Where's the master? Just then, boom. A muffled sound echoed from the eastern corridor. It was followed by the monstrous, anguished howls and the terrifying sounds of limbs being torn apart. Zhang Wenwen's pupils dilated in shock, pointing outside, her voice trembling with astonishment and excitement. Hey. Han Shui, look. Is that handsome guy 3530? Following her chubby finger, they beheld a tall figure moving leisurely through the dim corridor, disregarding the other players' pleas for help. In his hand, he wielded a simple blade, and wherever the blade glinted, blood and flesh were sent flying. All the monsters before him crumbled as if made of paper, instantly reduced to fragments. One man, one blade, and wherever he passed, a path was forged. It was Lin Mo. Outside the corridor, Lin Mo's figure resembled the eye of a storm. As he moved, monsters fell like ripe wheat before scythe. Severed limbs mixed with radiant motes trailed behind him, creating a path that was both horrifying and profoundly reassuring. His steps were steady, his breath even, as if the recent bloody carnage had merely been the brushing away of dust. It was nothing more than the result of his practiced hand. Inside room 0509, the atmosphere was akin to boiling water. It must be him. It must be 3530. So handsome. Zhang Wenwen pressed her face against the sighting hole, her features contorted in excitement, her eyes nearly popping out, her voice sharp with exhilaration. Han Shui. Did you see? My heavens. He is so handsome. No, he is so fierce. One slash for each. It's like cutting through vegetables. Those monsters are nothing before him. She danced with joy, completely oblivious to Han Shui's heart racing like a drum in her chest. Witnessing it firsthand was far more shocking than any announcement. That figure, striding through the throng of monsters, leaving no blade of grass in his wake, exuded an overwhelming, suffocating sense of power. How could this be human? He was undoubtedly a walking calamity, a pinnacle existence that players like them, struggling to survive, could only look up to. Being with him would surely ensure safety. Wenwen, calm down, do not damage the crossbow. Han Shui forced herself to suppress the storm of emotions within, her voice betraying a subtle tremor. Her gaze remained fixed on the figure outside, watching as he efficiently dispatched the last few beasts blocking their door. When the final monster's howl abruptly ceased, dissipating into a sphere of light. Lin Mo sheathed his blade, and the heavy breaths of the two girls in room 0509 could be heard. Open the door. The deep, succinct voice resonated through the door, carrying an undeniable weight. He's here, he's here. Zhang Wenwen, like a startled rabbit, scrambled to open the door. Wait. Han Shui grasped her firmly, inhaling deeply as she endeavored to restore her usual composed demeanor, yet her slightly trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil within her heart. She swiftly tidied her somewhat disheveled hair and clothing, took another deep breath, and nodded towards Zhang Wenwen. With a click, the heavy door unlocked, slowly creaking open. Outside, Lin Mo's figure came into clear view. He was smeared with large splotches of dark red blood, and a faint odor, a blend of blood, rust, and sweat, wafted towards the two at the door, causing them to instinctively hold their breath. Zhang Wenwen instantly transformed into an enamored fan, her cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling, hands nervously twisting together as she stammered with excitement. Oh, esteemed one, you must be exhausted. Please come in. Would you like some water? Ah, we only have plain water. You are truly remarkable. You are my idol. When I heard your name on the broadcast, Wenwen. Han Shui softly interrupted Zhang Wenwen's incessant chatter, stepping forward to shield her overly enthusiastic roommate. She bowed deeply to Lin Mo, casting a somewhat embarrassed glance at Zhang Wenwen. Sir, I am profoundly grateful for your timely assistance. This act of salvation I shall forever remember. However, as the game time has not yet elapsed, might you kindly wait for an additional 5 hours? Rest assured, I have no intention of deceiving you. I will seek you out once the game concludes. Han Shui was reluctant to display any vulnerability in front of Zhang Wenwen, not wishing for her dear friend to witness her moment of disgrace, as it would render her feeling cheap and sullied. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the flustered Zhang Wenwen, feeling a tinge of regret. Her allure was evidently lacking. His attention fell upon the composed, yet tense Han Shui, and he could distinctly sense the nervousness and wariness beneath her calm facade, akin to a startled creature. Ding! Target meeting planting conditions detected. Han Shui, allure value, 9. 6. Has yet to enter the host's safe zone. Initiate planting immediately. Note, target's emotional fluctuations are significant and may result in reduced yield. Lin Mo understood that his presence had evidently imposed considerable psychological pressure on her. He nodded slightly, acknowledging Han Shui's gratitude, his voice remaining even and unperturbed. It's merely a trifling matter. I am not in a hurry. Pausing, he added, we have not established a specific time frame. You may choose when to fulfill your obligation. The initiative lies with you. Though his words were eloquent, he was acutely aware of who truly held the reins of power in this situation. His statement was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves in Han Shui's heart. Her cheeks blushed with a visible crimson hue, and her fingers instinctively tightened around her clothing. He is truly a good person. Zhang Wen, bewildered, blinked her large eyes, glancing between Lin Mo and the suddenly flushed Han Shui, her mind awash with questions. Sister Han, what's going on? Han Shui felt her face burning, wishing desperately to find a crevice in the earth to hide in. She stifled her embarrassment and shot a glare at Zhang Wenwen. Little ones shouldn't ask so many questions. Suddenly, she took a deep breath, compelling herself to meet Lin Mo's seemingly penetrating gaze, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. I understand now. Thank you once again. Lin Mo observed Han Shui's forced composure, tinged with an unmistakable embarrassment, and found it somewhat amusing. Her reaction was indeed entertaining. He chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After scanning the room one last time to confirm the absence of any threats, he turned to leave, casually remarking, hasten your strength. The novice protection period is nearing its end. Message me if you need anything. As Lin Mo's tall figure vanished into the dim corridor, Han Shui's taut body finally relaxed. She leaned against the door frame and let out a long sigh, only to realize that her back was already damp with a thin sheen of sweat. Zhang Wenwen immediately approached, her curiosity ablaze. Sister, quickly tell me, what does it mean? Is the big shot? She raised her eyebrows and made a knowing expression. Shut up. Han Shui, flustered and annoyed, pushed her away and ran to her bed, covering her head with a blanket to shield herself from Zhang Wenwen's eager inquiries. As she pressed her hand against her still racing heart, images of Lin Mo's profound, tranquil eyes unwittingly flooded her mind. Chapter 38. Not only unperturbed, but also amused, Lin Mo departed from the 5th floor, his steps as swift as the wind. The subtle ripples of ambiguity at the entrance of room 0509 scarcely stirred a wave in his heart. His primary intention was to ascertain the veracity of Han Shui's impressive charm score of 9.6 without the slightest delay. He traversed the corridor laden with the stench of blood and uncertainty, making his way back to his dormitory on the 35th floor. As the door creaked open, a warm and fragrant figure leapt into his embrace. "Darling, you're back. I heard the announcement. You're amazing." Yeshawurutitet herdirijate face upyarts, her eyes brimming with unabashed admiration and dependence, sparkling as if filled with stars. She rose on her toes and planted a gentle kiss on Lin Mo's cheek. This girl increasingly resembled a devoted housewife eagerly awaiting her husband's return from work. Lin Mo instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, savoring the warmth and the relief that came after a harrowing experience. He settled on the edge of the bed and said, "Come, let us examine our spoils." Yi Xiaoro promptly nestled beside him. With a flicker of thought, Lin Mo began to retrieve the spoils of his first kill from the storage space, laying them out upon the bed. Though the glow was not blinding, excitement surged within him. The first items that caught his eye were neatly stacked, 500 survival coins, accompanied by 100 units of timber and 100 units of iron ingots. While these figures appeared merely as numbers on a panel, their tangible presence bestowed a profound sense of security. Timber was manageable, but the iron ingots alleviated their immediate concerns, as upgrading the doors and turrets now necessitated iron. This marked his first encounter with iron ingots. Following these were several small cloth bags, one filled with plump, golden sunflower seeds, another containing rounded, verdant pea seeds, and 6 unassuming ceramic flower pots. What does this mean? Are we to cultivate flowers? Lin Mo brushed aside her mischievous hand and gently pressed her head down. How should I know? Finally, Lin Mo solemnly extracted a card emanating a faint blue light, crafted from a unique material. The Turret Skill Card. Turret Skill Card. Mental Dissonance. Passive. Effect. When the turret successfully hits a target, it triggers a small area of mental shock. Applying a stun effect to the hit point and surrounding area. Can stack with other slowing effects. Note 1. The intensity of the slowing effect is influenced by turret level, target's mental strength, and mental resistance. Note 2. Can only be bound to one turret, with effects enhancing as turret level increases. Note 3. Warning. Do not use simultaneously with Purification Dispel turret skills, as effects may conflict. Description. Do you wish to hear them sing? La 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 la. Guata splendiditem. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. A group slowing effect. This was undoubtedly a crowd control masterpiece, especially crucial for the heavily fortified door after its upgrade. Xiao, Lin Montauk exclaimed, lifting the skill card and gazing down at the girl who was intently studying it. Soon, we shall install this skill card on the turret. The next time monsters arrive, I won't venture out. Instead, I will stay here with you. Really? That's wonderful. As Yi Xiaoro was about to express her joy, a warm hand gently pressed down on the back of her head. Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on their spoils, mentally calculating that the monster kills combined with the sale of timber would suffice to purchase a Tenant expansion card. He continued in a low voice, "Earlier, I noticed that several floors below are still infested with monsters. The density is quite high. Once my skills cool down, I plan to clear out the remaining monsters on our floor." Other players on different floors also realized this was an excellent opportunity to earn survival coins and timber, and they too needed to accumulate more coins. He paused, feeling the softness of Yi Xiaoro's hair beneath his palm, as if suddenly remembering to seek her opinion. What do you think? Yi Xiaoro hesitated in her response. All right, as long as you nod, he said. Pressed under his hand, she pouted slightly, unable to suppress a grand eye roll that only she could see. Internally, she thought, what else can I feel? With your hand pressing down. It's a struggle just to nod. Ultimately, she obediently gave a slight nod, murmuring a vague as Lin Mo left the dormitory and transformed into an unyielding monster-clearing machine on the 35th floor to accumulate points. And Gio in room 0612 finally stirred awake. Ugh! What a dreamless sleep. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and lazily stretched, her graceful curves barely concealed by her thin cosplay outfit. Habitually, she glanced at her attribute panel. Strength, 515. Agility, 5. Constitution, for spirit, 6. Charm, 9 2. Strength increased by 1. 5. And Gio raised an eyebrow, her mood brightening. It seemed her slumber had been quite lengthy. Looking around her tidy and secure room, listening to the futile roars of monsters outside, a satisfied smile crept on her lips, all thanks to her sweet, adorable girlfriend. Suddenly, Gio sat up straight, wide awake. Last time, overwhelmed by shock and fear, she had forgotten to ask Xiao how she managed to acquire so much food. That 3,530. She murmured to herself while instinctively opening her private chat with Xiao. However, upon seeing the astonishing proposal about sharing a boyfriend that Xiao had sent earlier, boom! It was as if a thunderclap had erupted in her mind, and Zhou's bright face transformed dramatically, shifting from confusion to shock, then to incredulous anger, finally settling into a stunned expression as if struck by lightning. Her pale fingers trembled as she pointed at the screen, her lips quivering for what felt like an eternity before she managed to roar through gritted teeth. Yi, Xiao, Ro, not only do you want to put a green hat on me, but you also expect me to warm that scoundrel's bed? Furious, she slammed her fist on the bed, exclaiming, "Listen up, you will immediately and utterly sever ties with that 3,530. Otherwise, Dihua, it's over between us. Sever. Oh, Diaz." In dormitory 3530, Yi Xiaoro lay languidly curled up on Lin Mo's bed, savoring the memories of the recent intense battle. Suddenly, she was startled by the abrupt ping of a private message. Upon realizing it was a declaration of severance from Gio, she felt not a twinge of panic, but rather a sense of relief, even amusement. The fact that Gio, in such a furious state, could still come to question her indicated that all was well on her end. There were no pressing troubles. She leisurely sat up and typed, 3530 Xiao. Oh, little Gio, your words are quite hurtful. I was merely concerned for your safety over there. Just look at the state of the world. As two frail women without offensive or defensive skills, are we truly expected to wait in the dormitory until we are besieged and exhausted? 0612. Frail women. Nonsense. I now possess 5 points of strength. I am exponentially more powerful than before. I can swat away those grotesque creatures with a single slap, without needing that wretched man. Chapter 39. Let her push you. 3,530 my foolish you. A strength of 5 points is merely the average benchmark for an ordinary adult male. It barely passes. Do you truly believe that this will allow you to roam freely? Don't believe me? Why not step outside for a stroll and see for yourself? 0612. A stroll it is. Do you think I am easily frightened? After the message was sent, there was a brief silence on the other end. A few minutes later, 0612. I'm back. It's really not a big deal. 3,530 Xiao. Huh. I believe you as much as I believe a ghost. Pix knows, you probably just turned over without even getting out of bed. You might very well be hiding under the covers, scratching your dark, dirty soles right now. 0612. Nonsense. The other party retracted a message. After a while, a new message timidly floated in. 0612. Woo-woo. The sounds of monsters outside are so frightening. I dare not go out. 3,530 Xiao. See? I told you. Just relying on the two of us cannot survive in this cursed place. Quickly check the leaderboard. That top-tier player leading by a landslide is our man. With him around, we can indulge in delightful feasts and live comfortably. 0612. He's your man, not mine. Spare me that. Now I ask you, Yi Xiao, between that 3530 and me, whom do you choose? Him or me? 3,530 Yi Xiao. Only children make choices. Big orange cat hugging image, I want both. Little Gio, I beg you please think about it for just a moment for our survival. It's not too shabby. Cute and charming image. 0612. Absolutely not. It is entirely impossible. I and Gio would rather die than yield. Starvation is trivial. Losing one's virtue is paramount. Yi Xiaoro gazed at Ngio's stubborn retort on the screen, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. She glided her fingertip across the touchscreen, delivering an ultimatum. 3,530 Yi Xiaoro. Oh, is that so? Very well then. Those life-saving delicacies I previously sent your way were all given by our landlord out of consideration for me. Since you choose to stand firm, henceforth, it shall be up to Lady and to venture out and snatch food from the jaws of those terrifying monsters. Smiling wave image. The other party is typing, lasting for half a minute, 0612 ahem, while Xiaoro I'm not doing this for myself. I primarily fear it may put you in a difficult position. Sigh. Never mind. I shall contemplate it further. 3,530 Yi Xiaoro. Yes, no rush, no rush. After all, that Tenant expansion card is still a long way off. You have ample time to ponder it thoroughly. Closing the private message, Yi Xiaoro could almost envision Ngio in his room, furiously pounding his pillow, rolling around on the bed, a comical sight of both anger and cowardice. She let out a gentle sigh, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes. Sorry. Little Gio, rather than seeing you torn apart by monsters outside, I would prefer that you resent me now. She forced herself to harden her heart and forwarded the complete chat log to Lin Mo without alteration. On the 3rd Street, Lin Mo effortlessly cleaved a charging corrupted claw beast in two with a swift stroke, his movements as fluid as a leisurely stroll in his own garden. The surrounding players gazed at him in awe, their gratitude palpable as he dispatched the monsters with the ease of chopping vegetables, visibly alleviating the survival pressure on the street. Just then, a private message notification chimed. Without breaking his stride, Lin Mo executed another precise strike, severing the head of a different monster, before leisurely opening the message sent by Yi Xiaoro. After quickly skimming through the conversation filled with her pride, timidity, and hints of eventual acceptance, a playful smirk curved at the corners of Lin Mo's lips. Ah, this little girlfriend of yours has quite a temper. Since she is so dissatisfied with me, I shall not impose my will upon her. I respect her choice, and, conveniently, I have a promising candidate in mind. Upon reading his reply, Yi Xiaoro's heart sank. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Mo's core talent criterion was a hard filter of charm value 8, leading her to believe any woman would suffice. What if an unknown woman took her place? What would happen to Xiao Jiao? Panic surged within her. Oh, dear husband, I was just joking. A child's temper. Tough on the outside, but soft inside. In truth, Xiao Jiao possesses boundless potential and will undoubtedly be your most capable right hand in the future. She will certainly surpass those random women out there, whose backgrounds are unknown. The candidate I have in mind seems to have a talent for consistently providing medicines and is a legitimate doctor. A doctor? Alarm bells rang in Yi Xiaoro's mind. In the apocalypse, the value of a doctor and medicines was immeasurable. Xiao Jiao lacked any competitive advantage. Darling, could you please give Xiao Jiao a chance? I beg you, I promise to persuade her to wholeheartedly support you. Let her cater to your needs. In light of my request, could you please reserve a spot for her? What followed was an avalanche of affectionate pleas and pitiful emoticons. On the street, Lin Mo chuckled at the barrage of Yi Xiaoro's endearments and entreaties. Sister Ro is quite perceptive. An opportunity? Sure. Let us see how hard you work tonight. After clearing the last of the monsters on the street, Lin Mo halted before the door of room 3501. His sharp gaze swept over the location where the whirlpools once resided. Now, it was merely a smooth, unrecognizable metallic floor, devoid of any traces of spatial distortion. The weight that had been hanging over his heart finally dropped with a thud. The broadcast signaled the end of the novice phase, yet he remained instinctively vigilant. Only after personally confirming that the two lethal whirlpool gates on the 35th floor had utterly vanished did he truly believe this area was temporarily safe. With his task completed, fatigue crept in. Lin Mo turned to head back to his room, 3530. Just then, the door of 3501 creaked open, revealing Chun Xuanshin's beaming face. Boss Lin, you've worked hard. He rubbed his hands together and hurried forward to block Lin Mo's path. Mr. Chun, is there something you need? Lin Mo halted his steps, his tone devoid of inflection. His gaze traversed past Chun, catching sight of the rudimentary bed within, where Lu Geng lay ensnared in bandages, his breath faint. Oh, come now. Can I not offer you a glass of water? Chun Shunshin's smile grew more solicitous as he slightly opened the door, gesturing towards the interior. Refreshing mountain spring water. Would you care to step in and rest? Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, fixing it on Chun Shun's face. Mr. Chun, Brother Lu is gravely injured. I shall not intrude. Let's speak plainly, he added. Chun Shunshin's smile faltered momentarily before regaining its composure, albeit with a hint of exaggerated effort. Ahem, you are indeed forthright, esteemed sir. Therefore, I shall be direct. He cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and endeavored to imbue his words with formality. It is this. The players of our union on the 35th floor are endlessly grateful to you. Had it not been for your gallant intervention in purging the monsters from our level, the casualties among us would have been at least halved. You are a benefactor to all on the 35th floor. Thus, we have deliberated and unanimously decided to nominate you as the president of our union to lead us together. Chapter 40. The period of novices is over. Changes in the dormitory building president. Lin Mo interrupted him directly. Mr. Chun, you flatter me. However, I have always been accustomed to a free and easy lifestyle, and I have no interest in assuming the role of president or leading a group of people. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. A flicker of ease passed through Chun Shunshin's eyes, yet the smile on his face became even more sincere and reverent. Ah, I knew it. You, esteemed one, possess such noble character. You embody the virtues of ancient gentlemen. Your indifference to fame and fortune is truly a model for our generation. Lin Mo furrowed his brows slightly, feeling exasperated by such vacuous flattery. Mr. Chun, let us dispense with the pleasantries. You sought me out, I presume, not merely to propose the presidency? What else is on your mind? Having been called out, Chun Shunshin cleared his throat twice, his smile now tinged with a shrewd calculation. Well, esteemed one, your insight is indeed sharp. The world is becoming increasingly chaotic. As the broadcast stated, the novice protection will soon end. As for those from the 36th floor, they have already made their stance clear in the channel. And then there's the second-ranking group, the 1111, which is rumored to have gathered several top-tier experts to form some sort of elite alliance. If our 35th floor remains disunited, we shall likely face severe consequences in the future. He carefully observed Lin Mo's expression and cautiously continued. Though your strength is unparalleled, one lone hand cannot fend off many. Even a mightiest hero can be overwhelmed by numbers. What I mean is, while our union may lack strength, we excel in numbers and unity. We can assist you with trivial tasks such as running errands, exchanging materials, and gathering information. Should you require any basic resources, exchanging with us would undoubtedly be more convenient and economical than seeking them elsewhere. We would be your most loyal logistical support team. Wouldn't this arrangement benefit us all? Chun Shunshin spoke fervently, his gaze eagerly fixed on Lin Mo. Lin Mo listened quietly, his face betraying no emotion, though inwardly he scoffed. Despite his disinterest in their petty squabbles, he found Chun Shunshin's hypocrisy rather amusing. He feared Lin Mo's involvement in the so-called union while simultaneously wishing to leverage his influence. Banding together for warmth? Logistical support? Absurd. His innate talents placed minimal demands on everyday resources. He was more than capable of self-sufficiency and could even exchange surplus for more valuable assets. Compared to the elite team of Lu Xiaodong on the 36th floor or the high-end alliance led by Sun Chong, which was not more efficient and resourceful than this so-called union. Accepting these individuals as subordinates would be akin to inviting disaster. By granting them even the slightest advantage, he would be tacitly allowing them to wield his influence to intimidate others. Should they attract trouble, it would ultimately be he who would have to clean up the mess and shield them from the fallout. The meager benefits hardly outweighed the endless troubles that would ensue. Such a loss-making venture was one Lin Mo would never entertain. Mr. Chun makes a valid point. Lin Mo suddenly spoke, his tone surprisingly laced with agreement. causing Shun's eyes to gleam with hope. However, the subsequent remark plunged him into a frigid abyss. But, you see, I have a flaw. I cannot stand idly by. In this desolate place, there were originally few diversions available. Engaging in small tasks, such as browsing the market, trading items, or listening to whispers of gossip, brought me a certain joy. Lin Mo waved his hand, his demeanor gentle yet undeniably aloof. As for mutual assistance within the alliance, Mr. Chun, your union's internal solidarity is commendable. However, I am rather accustomed to my own company. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Chen Shuanshan's abruptly stiffened smile and the unconscious Lu Gong within the room. He added, with a hint of implication, that of course, as neighbors, should we encounter insurmountable obstacles, it is only right to lend a helping hand when possible, but deeper collaboration is unnecessary. With that said, Lin Mo afforded Chen Shunshan no further opportunity for persuasion, nodding slightly. Lu Gong needs to recuperate, so I shall not intrude. Farewell. He turned and strode toward room 3530, leaving Chen Shunshan at the entrance, his face shifting between shades of green and white, ultimately culminating in a low, reluctant sigh. This dog's refusal was even more decisive and unyielding than he had anticipated. Lin Mo made a deliberate trip to the 34th floor, hoping to seize a few lingering monsters. But regrettably, players of all strengths were exerting themselves to eradicate the last remnants of threats. The seasoned players had realized that the sole purpose of the monsters at this stage was to contribute points, yielding survival coins and materials. Time quietly passed amidst the monsters' dying wails and the players' weary breaths. The entire dormitory seemed to be enveloped in a fleeting tranquility, akin to a brief respite after calamity. Upon returning to room 3530, Lin Mo gazed at the heavy trove of over 200 survival coins in his storage space, an indescribable sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Objective accomplished. Not only had he gathered enough for the Tenant expansion card original price, but he also had an additional surplus of over 200 coins, ample to handle unforeseen circumstances. Just as he prepared to plan his next steps, the familiar, maniacally twisted electronic voice echoed throughout the building once more. Ding. Beautiful moments are always fleeting. This novice teaching level has reached a splendid conclusion. Congratulations, rookies, on your graduation. From now on, you can hold your heads high and declare yourselves as elite players. Of course, should you find yourselves in a brawl, do not blame us for the warning. Ha ha ha, zee. The raucous laughter was abruptly interrupted by a jarring electric static noise. Moments later, a cold, emotionless, synthesized voice took its place. Announcement. The novice period leaderboard has been finalized. Players may check the leaderboard page for specific rewards. Announcement. The main entrance of the dormitory has been unlocked. Players may explore outside once daily. Warning. Please return to the dormitory before nightfall. Announcement. Due to the high player attrition rate in this building, it will be randomly merged with other dormitories by noon tomorrow to replenish numbers. Before this, the landlord may freely choose to change dormitories. Vacant rooms will be automatically filled with new players after 12 o'clock. Supplement. Tenants may choose to leave their landlords, but cannot become landlords again. Upon the completion of the merger, the chat channel speaking format will be uniformly altered to dormitory number player name. The previously disgruntled chat channel, filled with complaints about other players stealing monsters, suddenly erupted. 1209, haha. I have been tirelessly battling monsters, eagerly awaiting this moment. After a frenzied afternoon of monster thievery, I have finally squeezed into the top 10. My reward. 1402. The rankings span over 10 pages. Even the deceased players have their ranks. I suspect the rewards are rather mediocre. 0303. What? I have been lurking without checking the leaderboard, and the top score has already surpassed 1,000 points. Is this even human? 2,323. I have painstakingly reduced that monster to a sliver of health, only to have it snatched away by some scoundrel. Woe betide you if I catch you. 2,416. Trembling in fear. I am still barely surviving in my room, while these titans have already achieved such remarkable feats. 0419. To the top player, please showcase your rewards. Let us behold and venerate them. 3101. To the person above, click on the treasure chest icon next to the esteemed player's name. Those who have opened it can view the contents. 1922. Who claims the rewards are mediocre? Just take a look at the rewards for the second-ranked player. I have never even heard of such things. Chapter 41. Dormitory upgrade. Lin Mo felt a surge of energy as he promptly opened the leaderboard. No. 1. 3,530. 1077 points. Number 2. 1,111. 325 points. Number 3. 3,630. 190 points. Number 4. Indeed, he was far ahead, with the second-ranked Sun Cheng score being less than a third of his own, while the gap narrowed significantly starting from the third place, Lu Xiaodong. Each player's name and score was accompanied by chest icon, either open or closed. Curiously, Lin Mo clicked on Sun Cheng's chest. Reward details, upgrade points 325. Convenience store discount card, spending limit 3,000 survival coins. 1. Random skill card, LV0, 1, with 500, iron ingots 500, dormitory level upgrade permission 1. Dormitory facilities, randomly choose one of 3. 1. Free attribute points 3. He wished to see Lu Xiaodong's rewards, but Lu Xiaodong had not opened his chest, rendering it inaccessible. Wow, let us open ours quickly. Yi Xiaoro, like a kitten catching a whiff of dried fish, eagerly approached, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Mo smiled and pulled her into his embrace, savoring her warmth, as his fingers solemnly pointed towards the chest beside his name, which shimmered with golden light. The rewards list burst forth in a dazzling display. Reward details, upgrade points 1077, convenience store discount card, spending limit 5,000 survival coins. 1. Random skill card, LV01, wood 800, iron ingots 800, dormitory level upgrade permission 1, dormitory facilities, randomly choose one of 2, 2, free attribute points 5. Ding. Detected the possibility of upgrading the dormitory. Would you like to proceed? Yes, no, ding. Detected dormitory facilities. Randomly choose one of 2, 2. Would you like to claim them? Yes, no. Lin Mo shared this lavish reward list with Yi Xiaoro nestled in his arms. His tone tinged with complex emotions. I worked tirelessly to save that 1,000 coins just for an expansion card. Yet the reward directly granted me a discount card. He pointed to the platinum-hued shopping card. The original price for the expansion card was 1,000, but now it was merely 100. This is truly a remarkable stroke of fortune. Yi Xiaoro's eyes brightened, but then a thought crossed her mind, dimming the light within them slightly. Well, we could buy another one and bring over that doctor you're fond of. She endeavored to maintain a casual and natural tone. Yet the slight pout of her lips and the flicker of sourness in her gaze did not escape Lin Mo's notice. She was not naive. The more women there were, the quicker Lin Mo's development would progress, ensuring their safety. She understood this principle. However, comprehension aside, which woman could genuinely feel at ease witnessing her beloved welcome another into their home? Lin Mo perceptively sensed her emotions and gently patted her smooth, delicate back with his warm hand. Rest assured, no matter who joins this dormitory in the future, you will always remain its mistress. For anyone I consider inviting, I will first seek your approval. Only upon your nod will I proceed. You shake your head, asserting that even the mighty cannot alter the situation. Is it acceptable for me to entrust this power to you? Yi Xiaoro understands the dynamics at play, recognizing her subordinate position. However, witnessing his willingness to indulge her brings forth a wave of warmth that envelopes her heart. Leaning against his sturdy chest, she lets out a soft huff, her heart still harboring a slight grievance. Yet the bitterness has been largely soothed. She lifts her gaze, playfully rolling her eyes at him, and teasingly remarks, "Humph, spare me your flattery. How could I possibly have the authority to make decisions on behalf of the esteemed landlord? I must still heed your guidance." Such a jealous little thing. Lin Mo chuckles, gently pinching her nose, ceasing his teasing. He adopts a serious tone, stating, "All right, enough of the jesting. Let us attend to the matter at hand, upgrading the dormitory." With a focused thought, he initiates the upgrade process, upgrading dormitory level. A soft, pure white light instantaneously fills his vision, prompting Lin Mo to instinctively shut his eyes. When he opens them once more, the scene before him has transformed utterly. The previously cold and cramped single room, resembling a steel container, has vanished, replaced by a true home. Although the total area may be less than 80 square meters. The layout is distinctly defined. A private bedroom featuring a comfortably inviting bed, a square living room equipped with a dining table, a compact yet fully functional kitchen, and a washroom separated by frosted glass partitions. The walls are no longer exposed metal, but instead adorned with warm-toned synthetic materials, and several recessed, soft light fixtures illuminate the ceiling. The air feels noticeably fresher. Wow! Yi Xiaoro exclaims in delight, leaping from the bed like a joyful fawn, her bare feet padding against the floor of their new abode. Eagerly, she pushes open the bedroom door, rushing into the living room, touching the walls, exploring the kitchen, and finally halting at the washroom door, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The disparity is staggering. Level 0 was akin to a doghouse, while Level 1 is nothing short of paradise. We finally have a home. She turns to Lin Mo, exclaiming, I need to take a shower. I feel utterly filthy. Lin Mo, infused with a sense of novelty and satisfaction, ambles leisurely into the washroom. Though it is not expansive, it is equipped with a shower, toilet, and sink, with frosted glass partitions ensuring a separation of wet and dry areas. What's wrong? Are you awestruck by this bathroom? Yi Xiaoro teases as she notices him standing in a daze beneath the shower head. Lin Mo points to an inconspicuous metal panel beside the shower, displaying current water volume, 1000 L, alongside a coin slot-like recess. A bit pricey. 1 ton of water requires a survival coin. I had expected the upgrade to include complementary utilities. Yi Xiaoro pouts, already accustomed to the game's frugality. Let them charge. It's to be expected. We'll just have to use it sparingly. Suddenly, she whips around, exclaiming, Hey, what are you doing? She discovers Lin Mo deftly shedding his blood-stained and sweat-soaked clothing, revealing his well-built physique. What else would I do? I'm taking a shower. Lin Mo naturally reached out to test the water temperature, and warm water immediately gushed forth, splattering fine droplets across the tiles and rising in a misty white vapor. After days of merely wiping with a damp towel, it was utterly uncomfortable. As an old married couple, why not bathe together? He grinned, a hint of mischief in his smile, advocating for water conservation. Every drop save counts. Yi Xiaoro's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted, Bah, who is your old married partner? She declared, I'll step out first, you can wash, and I'll join after you're done. As she attempted to slip away, Lin Mo's voice took on a subtly dangerous tone as he languidly leaned against the damp tile wall, water droplets cascading down his chiseled chest. Is that truly how you intend to behave? Chapter 42. Yi Xiaoro's Performance. Dormitory facility selection. Yi Xiaoro paused her steps, casting him an indignant glare, but ultimately, with a resigned bite of her lip, she turned around and slowly made her way back, lowering her head to begin unbuttoning her clothing. The frosted glass reflected 2 indistinct figures, closely entwined. Warm water cascaded from the shower head, crashing onto the tiles and shattering into a misty white vapor that swiftly enveloped the entire cubicle. The warm yellow light filtered through the steam, creating a hazy halo on the frosted glass, rendering their silhouettes even more ambiguous. Amidst the sound of water, the slick friction of skin mingled with the muffled sounds of lathering foam, alongside Yi Xiaoro's occasional stifled, delicate breaths. Beneath her feet, warm water quietly crept over her instep. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, with a sudden slip, Yi Xiaoro gasped, steadied by Lin Mo's firm arm around her waist. She turned, the steam mingling with her faint fragrance of gardenias, wrapping around them like drenched velvet. With her arms draped around his neck, her cheek pressed against his damp chest, her legs entwined around his waist, they exchanged no words. It was as if their intimate contact silently released the accumulated fear, exhaustion, and immense pressure of survival from the past days. The water flowed over their bodies, seemingly cleansing their taut nerves. After a while, a crystalline droplet fell from Yi Xiaoro's wet hair, trembling as it landed on Lin Mo's foot, shattering into a million pieces. Hand me the towel, she said, her voice laced with a hint of languor and huskiness, her fingers resting against the cool aluminum doorframe. Her joints flushed with a delicate pink reminiscent of the inner shell of a mollusk from the warmth of the water. By the time they leisurely emerged from the washroom, enveloped in refreshing vapor and the subtle scent of shower gel, the lights streaming in from outside had noticeably dimmed, heralding the approach of night. 2 cards representing dormitory facilities, select one randomly from 3, floated in the air, emitting a faint glow. Lin Mo focused his thoughts, and the first trio of options materialized before him. First group, Surveillance Hub Package, includes 4 high-definition wide-angle cameras, capable of covering the corridor outside the door and key corners. A multifunctional display, a microphone, and an alarm system. Requires a modest expenditure of survival coins to maintain operation. Basic power supply system. Comprises a small silent generator. Fuel can be substituted with available resources or exchanged for survival coins. An electricity meter, a power storage box, a switch panel, 8 wall outlets, a basic distribution box, and embedded wiring. Can provide power for subsequent appliances, home baking set, high-end oven, mixer, baking molds, and a basic ingredients package 1. Purely for leisurely enjoyment. Lin Mo scrutinized the options, his brow slightly furrowed. He pulled Yi Xiaoro, still a bit unsteady, to sit beside him, casually resting one leg across her fair, smooth thigh. Little steward, what do you think? Which do we need more right now, surveillance or power? Yi Xiaoro, attempting to push the obstructive leg away, ceased her resistance at his words and began to ponder seriously. The surveillance set sounds impressive, but it requires power, doesn't it? The power supply system is marked as capable of providing electricity for subsequent appliances. Does surveillance equipment count as an appliance? To a certain extent. Lin Mo's fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on Yi Xiaoro's leg as he contemplated. It seems that surveillance would also consume survival coins to function, but the operation of the equipment itself likely necessitates electrical support. Therefore, I believe opting for the power supply system is more fundamental. Yi Xiaoro offered her assessment, stating that surveillance equipment primarily serves to deter players. Yet, having just cleared the 35th floor, those players would be more grateful than threatening in the short term, making the addition of surveillance merely an unnecessary expense. There is some truth to that. However, electricity is a different matter. We will undoubtedly require more electrical devices in the future, such as air conditioning, refrigerators, and so forth. Establishing this foundational power supply system essentially paves the way for the future. Surveillance can be considered later. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully and chose the basic power supply system. The card transformed into a stream of light, merging into the wall, and a faint sound of wiring installation could be heard from within. The previously dim illumination of the dormitory suddenly brightened, akin to a glowing incandescent bulb. Subsequently, a second set of options appeared. Comfortable 3-person sofa, L-shaped design, plush filling, accompanied by 2 cushions. Heating and cooling standing air conditioner. 1. 5 horsepower, silent operation. Capable of cooling and heating to regulate indoor temperature. Expanded double mattress. Upgraded memory foam mattress, significantly enhancing sleep quality to replace the existing mattress. This time, Lin Mo hardly hesitated. Choosing the air conditioner? Yi Xiaoro remarked with surprise. I thought you would select the sofa or mattress. After all, we currently have only a hardboard chair, and the bed is quite basic. Lin Mo gazed at the air conditioner icon and shrugged. The sofa and mattress would enhance comfort, but we can manage with what we have for now. The air conditioner, although it seems somewhat superfluous at the moment. Who knows what kind of extreme weather we might face in the future? What if we encounter severe heat or cold? Besides, a smile crept across his lips. With electricity available, it feels wasteful not to put it to use. He pointed towards the heating and cooling standing air conditioner. The second card also transformed into light, and a sleek standing air conditioner quietly materialized in the corner of the living room, operating silently while emitting a gentle, pleasant breeze. Lin Mo observed the functioning air conditioner and then glanced at the darkening night, suddenly murmuring, it does seem a bit superfluous, at least on this relatively cool evening. Yi Xiaoro couldn't help but chuckle softly, lightly patting his calf resting on her leg. Whatever the case, better safe than sorry. The master of the house is wise. Just as Lin Mo and Yisharo were debating the necessity of a new air conditioner, a private message notification chimed unexpectedly. 0509 Han Shui. Mr. Lin, I am heading to the 35th floor now. Are you available to meet? 3530. It's getting dark. Aren't you worried about violating the broadcast prohibition by coming up at this hour? 0509 Han Shui. After discussing with the landlord, I have decided to move to the 35th floor, believing it would be safer to be near you. I am already in the process of moving. Is that all right? Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Moving to the 35th floor? It seemed that Han Shui was more decisive and adept at resource utilization than she had initially appeared. Before it gets completely dark, let us meet and discuss. If we confirm settling on the 35th floor, we can directly occupy the vacant room 3529. All right, we'll be there shortly. Who is it? Yi Xiaoro keenly sensed Lin Mo's distraction, her tone instantly laced with a subtle hint of wariness as her lips pursed slightly. Regaining her composure, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. The doctor I mentioned, along with her roommate. They have decided to move to the 35th floor, right next door, in room 3529. Moving to the 35th floor? Yi Xiaoro elongated her tone, her eyes nearly rolling to the heavens as she mockingly imitated, "Oh dear, your brother certainly possesses quite an allure, doesn't he? They are practically offering themselves on a platter. All right, my little jealous one, stop with the sarcasm." Lin Mo chuckled as she playfully pulled her closer, flipping her over and delivering a light slap to her pert backside, the sharp sound echoing through the room. "Isn't this an opportunity for you to assess them? If you truly find them unworthy, just say the word, and I'll have them stay further away." Though he uttered these words, his heart held no such intent. How could he let go of such fertile ground? At most, they would reside a bit farther, but the sowing must continue. Yi Xiaoro rubbed her slightly warm rear, huffing in dissatisfaction. "Come on, anyone can utter sweet words. I, Yi Xiaoro, am not the kind of foolish woman who lacks decorum and only knows how to be jealous. As long as she remains well-behaved and doesn't overstep her bounds, I assure you I won't stir up trouble." Her eyes twinkled with a mischievous yet excited glimmer, and a meaningful smile suddenly blossomed on her charming face. Chapter 43. Lin Mo's reputation and the player's choices. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the 15th floor, freshly ascended, Han Shui and Zhang Wenwen found themselves confronted by a group of ruffian players. Leading them was a young man with dyed yellow hair, his gaze lewdly sweeping over Han Shui. The sun is nearly setting, and here are two beauties still climbing. Are you aiming for the 35th or 36th floor? The announcement regarding dormitory changes had prompted many novice players to gravitate towards those ranked higher on the leaderboard. It was a well-known strategy. When the seasoned players ventured out to hunt monsters, they would most likely begin from the surrounding dormitories. Establishing a good rapport with them would undoubtedly enhance one's sense of security. As for why the 36th floor was more desirable than the 11th, it was simply due to Sun Cheng's astounding prowess in clearing an entire floor solo. The 36th floor, boasting the highest player survival rate, was deemed the most coveted. Regrettably, the 36th floor only accepted players or tenants with exceptional talents, while Lin Mo on the 35th floor remained too enigmatic, leaving others puzzled about his preferences. Everyone was observing in silence. The young man with yellow hair grinned, flashing a self-satisfied smile. "You're hanging out with my brother, right? I'm ranked 52nd on the leaderboard. Don't doubt it. Securing you a safe and warm haven is a mere trifle for me." His companions joined in with taunts and laughter. "Believe me, I have the privilege of being part of the Resource Exchange Alliance led by the second-ranked player. In critical moments, I can summon people over." The Resource Exchange Alliance was well known, and many players nearby, also seeking to change dormitories, hurried past with their heads down, unwilling to intervene. Zhang Wenwen's fiery temper flared instantly. She detested those who paraded around in this apocalyptic world. "What else with your loose pants? Get out of my way." Her outburst directly provoked a hornet's nest. "Damn, this shameless woman." The yellow-haired youth's expression darkened. Spitting a thick glob onto the ground, he sneered, "I was talking to this lovely lady. Who gave you the right to interrupt? Take a good look in the mirror before you speak." "Boss, this must be the kind of superficial fairy they talk about online, right? Does she really think she is special?" Another voice chimed in. Seriously, just look at her. I wouldn't even want her if she threw herself at me. Vulgarities flowed like sewage, infuriating Zhang Wenwen, her body trembling with rage as her eyes bulged with indignation. You're asking for trouble, she bellowed, her form suddenly swelling like a balloon. The petite figure of 5 feet 6 inches shot up to nearly 5 feet 11. Muscles bulging as her fist, as large as a cooking pot, swung towards the yellow-haired youth's face with the force of the wind. The yellow-haired youth was quick to react. Laughing maniacally, "Talent? I have that too." He clenched his fists, a translucent yellow-brown barrier materializing instantaneously, shielding him and his companions. Behind him, a shifty-eyed, lecherous youth seized the opportunity to produce a grotesquely shaped black iron rod, swinging it towards Zhang Wenwen with malicious intent. The others rolled up their sleeves, brandishing their rudimentary weapons as they charged forward. Zhang Wenwen, mistaking it for a hidden weapon, instinctively sidestepped to evade. The iron rod clanged against the cement steps, bouncing back and allowing her to see the full picture, instantly igniting her fury, her face turning an ashen hue, though she was aware that players possessed a myriad of talents. This weapon was utterly despicable. Bastard, she cursed vehemently, disregarding her disgust as she bent down to grasp the cold, slippery iron rod as her weapon. With her enhanced physique, she braved the onslaught of several adversaries, swinging the rod and charging towards the lewd man, her intent clearly to force the wretched thing into his mouth. Wenwen, calm down. Han Shui urgently grasped her frenzied roommate, lowering her voice to a hurried whisper. Don't act impulsively. I've spoken to Lin Mo. He said he would handle it. In the brief moments of their struggle, the once arrogant yellow-haired man across from them received a private message from Lin Mo, his countenance instantly paling, cold sweat pouring down his forehead and temples, his eyes filled with dread. The content of Lin Mo's message was rather straightforward. Those two at the 15th floor staircase are my friends. I would appreciate your courtesy in this matter. Yet, the yellow-haired man's imagination ran wild, sending him into a panic. As one of the survivors from the hunt against the seductive, he later joined the high-level players' alliance formed by Sun Cheng. Within the alliance, someone had privately inquired of Sun Cheng, just how formidable is the top player Lin Mo? Sun Cheng had coldly retorted, a wild boss that dozens of top-tier players cannot handle was slain by Lin Mo in just 2 strikes. You should consider yourselves fortunate that he is a low-profile individual who prefers solitude. Otherwise, do you really think this flimsy door could withstand even a couple of his strikes? This statement had been etched into the yellow-haired man's mind. He had long feared that Lin Mo might one day make an example of someone, never wishing to be that unfortunate victim. Why, yes, my apologies. Ladies, I'm truly sorry. The yellow-haired man's demeanor shifted in an instant, bowing deeply at 90 degrees towards Han Shui and Zhang Wenwen, his voice trembling. I was foolish and failed to recognize your significance. Please do not hold this against me. Han Shui maintained her icy demeanor, pointing at Zhang Wenwen, who still clutched the bizarre weapon. A mixture of confusion and disgust on her face. An apology to me is futile. You must apologize to her. The yellow-haired man's face grew even more pained. But under Han Shui's piercing gaze, he reluctantly turned toward Zhang Wenwen, speaking at a rapid pace. Sister, I sincerely apologize. I was thoughtless. Please, just let me off the hook. Without waiting for Zhang Wenwen's response, he and his companions hastily retreated down the staircase. Zhang Wenwen stared at the peculiar weapon in her hands, unsure whether to discard it or endure the discomfort of holding it, her expression fluctuating between green and pale. Players passing by cast amused glances at the absurd object in Zhang Wenwen's grasp, stifling laughter, their expression strange. Oh well, Wenwen, Han Shui sighed, patting her sympathetically. Didn't you always say you needed a reliable weapon? I think this, has considerable weight and hardness. Perhaps it could serve as a club or a hammer. She attempted to salvage the situation. Zhang Wenwen, on the verge of tears, disdainfully pinched the rod with 2 fingers. Who would wield this ghastly thing as a weapon? It's utterly humiliating. Yet in the end, she couldn't bring herself to discard it, sulkily stuffing it into her equipment inventory. After this encounter, Han Shui and Zhang Wenwen gained a profound understanding of the significance of the name Lin Mo, At least, it truly has the power to repel rogues and bullies. As soon as they stepped onto the 35th floor, Han Shui sent a message to Lin Mo. Almost simultaneously, the door to room 3530 swung open, revealing Lin Mo accompanied by an exceptionally radiant girl. She donned a classic youthful collegiate style, a white lace-collared shirt layered beneath a soft pink knitted cardigan, complemented by a playful black pleated skirt, sheer black knee-high socks, and gleaming black leather shoes. Her freshly washed, lustrous black hair flowed gracefully, emanating a subtle fragrance. With skin as fair as snow, exquisite features, and a bright smile, she resembled a meticulously polished diamond, dazzling in her brilliance. Chapter 44. The main wife confronts the mistress? Something seems off once confident in her beauty and grace. Han Shui suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. The days filled with anxiety and exhaustion had transformed her into a disheveled swan, akin to an ugly duckling lost in the enchanting swan lake. Could this truly be a scenario of confronting a mistress? She was a woman who valued her dignity like a majestic eagle, relishing the spectacle, yet wishing to remain an observer rather than the center of attention. To her astonishment, the elegant swan before her extended a hand, beaming with a bright smile that bore an oddly infatuated glint. "Hello, I am Yi Xiaoro. We shall be neighbors from now on. I look forward to your guidance." Her voice was melodious and delightful. Han Shui, overwhelmed by the dual pressure of that presence and beauty, hesitantly reached out her hand. Hello, I am Han Shui. Please take care of me." Inside, her heart raced. The anticipated drama of the original wife scolding the mistress seemed to dissolve into confusion. I am Zhang Wenwen. Please." Zhang Wenwen also quickly extended her hand. However, Yi Xiaoro appeared oblivious to the gesture, gripping Han Shui's hand tightly and refusing to let go. She appraised Han Shui's alluring figure and her face, which bore a hint of shyness amidst its elegance, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Zistak Suya? I'm a few years younger than you. I address you as such?" Han Shui was completely bewildered, her body stiffening as she pondered her escape route should things go awry, whether to flee downstairs swiftly or to seek refuge behind Lin Mo for safety. "I heard from Lin Mo that you are moving in. How wonderful. I wholeheartedly welcome you." Yi Xiaoro pressed her advantage, wrapping her arm around Han Shui's, nearly pressing against her. "You two young ladies must have been terrified these past few days, right? How frightening." "Please, no need." Han Shui, flustered by this sudden warmth, struggled to regain her composure, her mind racing. "Miss Yi, you misunderstand. Mr. Lin and I are merely engaged in some transactions. We are not planning to move into your dormitory. It will not affect your position at all. Oh, come now." Yi Xiaoro playfully shook her arm, her words startling. "Who said that if you move in, I must leave? If you wish to move in, then do so. Didn't Lin Mo tell you? He is prepared to spend 1,000 points to purchase a tenant expansion card just for you." Zhang Wenwen stood by, her outstretched hand frozen in midair, her smile utterly frozen as well. "Ignoring me? Attempting to poach my tenant before my very eyes? Am I even a person? Do I even exist?" Fortunately, Han Shui's reaction warmed her heart. The flush on Han Shui's face deepened as she hurriedly extricated herself from Yi Xiaoro's embrace, her tone resolute. "No, absolutely not. I cannot abandon my friends." Yi Xiaoro gazed at Han Shui, who, despite her statuesque figure, exhibited such an endearingly shy and loyal disposition, as if she had discovered a new realm. Her smile grew increasingly mischievous, her eyes practically gleaming with delight. Beside them, Lin Mo finally understood. The girl was not merely expressing jealousy, but rather, she was clearly captivated by beauty. It turned out that Yi Xiaoro was not a simpleton. She was rather fond of enchanting ladies. As Yi Xiaoro wrapped her arm around Han Shui's, her fingers almost audibly caressing the fabric of Han's sleeve, Lin Mo quickly cleared his throat twice, stepping forward to discreetly interpose himself between the two, forcibly interrupting this bizarre love-at-first-sight scenario. Ahem. "Well, moving is a priority. I checked the system regulations, and it stipulates that to occupy a vacant room, one must first purchase the corresponding homeowner's quota at the convenience store for 5 survival coins. We were also planning to visit the convenience store to purchase some items." Shall we go together? Without waiting for a response, he took the still confused Yi Xiaoro by the hand and headed towards the store, casting a brief glance at Han Shui, silently urging her to follow. Han Shui, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, hastily beckoned the still fuming Zhang Wenwen to join them. Zhang Wenwen, watching Yi Xiaoro's retreating figure and recalling the troublesome weapon in her backpack, ground her teeth in frustration. Today was truly fraught with misfortune. Walking ahead, Lin Mo and Yi Xiaoro appeared at ease, as if merely enjoying a post-meal stroll, yet their thoughts were in turmoil. Yi Xiaoro's private chat channel was already inundated with messages. Darling, I must secure her. I need to delve deeply into her character. I've calculated that our team is in dire need of a miraculous healer. Just look at my aching back. Tonight, I must invite this sister to provide a thorough examination. Her words brimmed with an undeniable urgency. Lin Mo could only respond in his mind with a resigned expression. Wasn't this the same person who just moments ago was sharpening her metaphorical knives to intimidate the other, now suddenly wishing to cherish her like a precious gem? Clearing her throat nervously, Yi Xiaoro asserted, "You wouldn't understand. This is called discerning talent. Just by looking into her eyes, I can tell she possesses a heart of gold, a benevolent spirit devoted to healing the world. There's no doubt about it." Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly. Is beauty synonymous with kindness? What sort of logic is that? The logic is simple. In the presence of such a face, my capacity for tolerance can expand infinitely. Allowing her a bit of leeway would be entirely effortless, Yi Xiaoro replied, her chin held high like a proud little peacock, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts of a rather unrefined nature. As they spoke, the group stepped through the portal of the convenience store, its entrance adorned with a shimmering blue luminescence. The soft yet chilling light cascaded down, illuminating the shelves brimming with goods. Players encountered along the way, regardless of their prior activities, instinctively halted upon seeing Lin Mo, their faces adorned with either awe or obsequious smiles as they bowed in greeting. "Brother Mo, Big Boss Lin, you are here too." Lin Mo merely nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with an air of inherent authority, continuing his stride without hesitation. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Wen led Han Shui to procure the vacant homeowner quota. Lin Mo paused, turning to Yi Xiaoro, "Let me know what you find." Yi Xiaoro, aware that he intended to buy that card, promptly nodded in compliance. Yes, you go ahead." Lin Mo ceased his delay and purposefully approached the showcase marked as the functional facility area. The display emanated a soft glow, within which a solitary card floated, Tenant Quota Expansion Card. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to purchase 3 for precaution, amounting to a mere 300 survival coins. A trivial expense. Ding. You will spend 1,000 survival coins to purchase 1 Tenant Quota Expansion Card. Would you like to use the convenience store discount card? Remaining balance. 5,000? The cold electronic voice resonated in his mind. TSK, the inability to make bulk purchases. Do others also have to select timber one by one? How inefficient. Lin Mo silently criticized while resolutely selecting yes. Ding. Purchase successful. Your balance. 1137. Discount card remaining balance. 4,000. However, when Lin Mo attempted to make another purchase, the icon of the expansion card in the showcase instantly dimmed, as if erased. What is happening? Is it limited to just one? Then, a new light illuminated and a brand new card slowly materialized. Chapter 45. The Shaken Han Shui. The turret card and the synthesis station. Turret card. Effect. Upon use, it creates a dedicated firing port on the left side behind the door, deploying a brand new basic turret, LV0. This turret is permanently bound to the dormitory location and cannot be relocated with the owner. Price, 2,000 survival coins. Limitation. For each level increase in dormitory grade, an additional turret can be deployed with a maximum of 4. Description. Victory is already a certainty. Lin Mo's heart raced. 2 turrets represented a transformative leap in the defensive system. What fear could monsters instill when they were met with such overwhelming firepower? Purchase. Yet at that moment, a message from Sun Chung arrived. 1111. At the convenience store? Is there any balance left on the shopping card? 3,530. There are still 4,000 remaining. I'm selecting items. 1111. There's a water dispenser in the household area. If you have extra balance, please grab it for me. Consider it a personal favor. I'll repay you in survival coins at the original price, absolutely no delay. A water dispenser? Lin Mo's feet shifted, and he quickly darted to the household facilities area. 3,530. ISNT there one on the 11th floor convenience store? That can't be right. You're the only living person on that floor. 1111. I bought that one. It's insufficient. 3,530. 1111. My talent has an extremely high burst potential, allowing me to gain substantial attributes, but it requires a large amount of water. Currently, the only stable source of water is this water dispenser. Lin Mo swiftly scanned the information on the water dispenser. Water dispenser. Effect. Installed in the dormitory. It produces a daily base of 0.5 L of free water. Any excess is charged at 1 survival coin per liter. Less than 1 L counts as 1 L. With a maximum daily output of 3.5 L. Price 1,500 survival coins. Description. Drinking water is beneficial, but do not waste it. Lin Mo's assessment was that it was a mere trinket. A maximum of 3.5 liters of water daily. And one had to pay for it? With the benefits of the bountiful touch and Yi Xiao's master builder, he could reliably harvest at least 2 liters of water daily from the food gift pack, along with various delicacies. This pathetic water dispenser was unnecessary. 3,530. You mentioned it yourself. This is a stable water source. Why should I not keep it for my own use? In the 11th floor convenience store, Sun Chung, alone, gazed at the boxing gloves displayed in the weapons section. His brows furrowed tightly, akin to an erect steel nail. He could easily go to another floor to purchase a water dispenser without needing to consider Lin Mo's expression. Yet, he was quite satisfied with these boxing gloves. As a former boxer, his most proficient weapon was his fists, which explained why he sold the weapon he acquired on the first day. The gloves had impressive effects, providing an attack power of 30, and could restore a small amount of durability upon killing humanoid creatures, while also granting the wearer temporary stamina. However, the price was somewhat steep at 800 survival coins. He had thought more than once that if he could possess such an exceptional piece of equipment during the boss fight in the afternoon, the chances of defeating the boss would likely be his. In truth, it is not a certainty. After all, one must also consume a considerable amount of water, and merely an afternoon can deplete several liters. Within the entire dormitory building, currently, only he and Lin Mo can afford a water dispenser. Liu Xiaodong, who ranks 3rd, possesses a 3 discount card, but for the 36 players on their floor, expenses are exorbitant, leaving them in a precarious situation, unable to assist him. He still vividly recalls the embarrassing moments of being trapped in the dormitory due to a lack of water supply. Every liter of water reduced translates to an unknown loss of points in the next game. After some contemplation, he gritted his teeth and continued. 1111. I have a ranked reward weapon facility here. I shall exchange it with you. Lin Mo was taken aback as he directly entered the trading channel, seemingly confident in the exchange. Upon glancing at the item information, Lin Mo's breath quickened. Synthesis table. Effect. Repairs weapon durability and consumes materials for upgrading items. Description. The truth of the world. I have comprehended it. 3,530. Wait for me. I will retrieve it for you. 1111. Let us agree if I have something needing repair or upgrade. I expect to only pay for the material costs. 3,530. No problem. Repair. Upgrade. Anyone who plays games understands the significance of this tool. He was worried about how to repair that pistol, and now it was within reach. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenwen was lowering her voice, seething with anger as she complained to Han Shui. What do they think they're doing? Zhang Wenwen was so furious she could almost leap, her nails digging painfully into her palm. Are they truly trying to poach right in front of me? Do they think I am powerless? Isn't it simply relying on the backing of a powerful ally? How arrogant! Yi Xiao's blatant disregard struck her like a stinging slap, igniting a burning sense of humiliation that made her tremble. She may be inexperienced, but she is not a mere soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Listening to her incessant grumbling, Han Shui's mind was in turmoil. Sister Shui, what rank do you think we could achieve with our current resource reserves during the novice phase? Zhang Wenwen suddenly spoke hoarsely. Coming back to reality, Han Shui shook her head. She had contemplated the answer long ago, after exhausting themselves for days. They had only managed to defeat over 40 monsters, barely reaching a mediocre level, relying solely on the iron ingots and points from rank rewards. They had managed to upgrade their dormitory door and turret to level 1. That was sufficient for self-preservation. However, to venture out and hunt monsters like those top players, the two of them would likely have to cower in the dormitory, trembling. Even if they were to try again, the outcome would remain unchanged. They would still struggle at the bottom. The novice phase had passed, and now, level 1 dormitories were ubiquitous. The next wave of monsters would only be more ferocious. Sister Shui, how long can we hold out? Will we ultimately be crushed like ants? What exactly do you wish to convey? Han Shui could not help but interrupt, a thought she had been unable to voice surfacing. Zhang Wenwen seized Han Shui's hand, feigning nonchalance. You see, the powerful one does not regard me at all. Rather than us huddling together in this dilapidated dormitory awaiting our demise, it would be better to send you to the powerful one's dormitory. Sister Shui, you are beautiful, intelligent, and your soul is captivating. You approach the esteemed individual, whispering sweet nothings to sway him to extend a modicum of favor towards me. This is certainly preferable to our shared demise. No, I will never abandon you. Han Shui resolutely protested, though her voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Oh, it's not about abandoning me. Zhang Wenwen interjected with urgency. Sister Shui, consider this. Who among us does not possess a few survival tokens? While medicinal supplies have become less precious, our need for sustenance remains unabated. This implies that our existence will become increasingly arduous. However, sharing a residence attracts a multitude of monsters, complicating our efforts to cleanse the area. If you were to seek refuge with the esteemed one, perhaps he would, out of regard for you, allow some resources to slip through his fingers sufficient for my survival. She paused, her gaze sharpening. Moreover, how can we forget the life-saving grace of that esteemed individual? Surely, one cannot merely slumber and then consider all debts settled. That individual, surnamed Yi, so full of himself. Does he not owe his confidence to his beauty? Han Shui fell silent. Zhang Wenwen's words slithered into her ears like a venomous serpent, sending a chill surging from her soles. If a mere slumber could erase all debts, what would transpire during future perils? And the ones after that? Relying solely on physical allure, Lin Mo's interest would inevitably wane. What would they do then? To survive, would they seek out other men? Yet, cohabitation would alter the dynamic. Sharing the same roof through trials and tribulations would surely deepen their bond, perhaps even transforming them into family. This notion bore an irresistible allure, and as she envisioned that youthful visage, her heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 46. Upgrading the bindings. Resolute determination on the other side. Lin Mo felt immensely satisfied with this shopping expedition. He sauntered leisurely, effortlessly acquiring the last artillery card, with a remaining balance of 500 survival coins, entirely unconcerned. Yi Xiaoro, on the other hand, resembled a cheerful housewife, accumulating a myriad of items, pots and pans, fresh fruits and vegetables, premium meats, spending just over 20 survival coins. In Lin Mo's grip, he confidently held over 760 survival coins. His confidence was unwavering. He contemplated securing that crucial expansion card on the 36th floor tomorrow. He wondered if the discount card would suffice to offset 450 survival coins. Regardless of whether it could negate the expense, Lin Mo was in no rush. The 3,000 units of timber in his possession provided ample assurance. Although Lu Xiaodong, Sun Cheng, and their ilk had resorted to aggressively selling off their resources to gather survival coins, causing the market to plummet, timber prices had plummeted from a peak of 2 coins per unit to 1 coin for 3 units. Lin Mo remained unfazed. Firstly, his deficit was minimal. Secondly, the hefty 900 units of iron ingots in his warehouse were market-ready hard currency that could be unleashed at any moment. Why rush to act when the timing was not yet ripe? Let the situation unfold a little longer. The price of timber would inevitably rebound. As the group stepped out of the convenience store, the sky darkened further, indicating it was around 5 in the afternoon. Passing by the entrance of dormitory 3529, Lin Mo paused, casually glancing at Zhang Wenwen and Han Shui. You still have upgrade points, don't you? Zhang Wenwen, startled by the unexpected inquiry, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes. Boss, the treasure chest awarded us over 40 survival points. Her heart raced. What could this sudden question mean? Was it possible? Just as the thought crossed her mind, a crisp notification chimed explosively in her mind. Ding! You have received a gift from friend 3,530. Iron ingots 20, timber 50. Would you like to accept? Zhang Wenwen's eyes widened in shock. Her breath momentarily caught in her throat. A full 20 units of iron ingots and 50 units of timber. This equated to nearly half of their total assets. Was the boss truly this extravagantly generous? Lin Mo's voice remained composed, as if he were casually tossing aside a handful of pebbles. I transferred some materials to you. Elevate the gate to level 2 and the artillery to level 1. It will provide greater security tonight. The resources that would leave ordinary players envious were spoken of so nonchalantly by him, rendering them seemingly insignificant. Thank you, boss. We are immensely grateful, Zhang Wenwen exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement, overwhelmed by the sudden joy and profound sense of security that washed over her. The previous feelings of resentment and dissatisfaction evaporated, leaving only deep gratitude. It was as if she had unexpectedly experienced the elation akin to that of Lu Lao Lao. The boss's casual generosity was enough for them to make a small profit. It's nothing, Lin Mo waved dismissively, his gaze shifting to the quietly contemplative Han Shui. The young girl, her head bowed, appeared particularly graceful in the dim light. His tone adopted an undeniable authority. Xiaoro specially selected fresh ingredients to treat you to a meal. Once you finish with the upgrades, don't delay. Come right over. Rather than an invitation, it is more akin to a commanding order. Han Shui suddenly raised her head, her delicate face instantly flushed with two enchanting shades of crimson, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Her eyes flitted about in a state of disarray, unable to meet Lin Mo's gaze as she nodded vigorously, her heart racing like a startled fawn. How domineering. I find myself utterly enamored. Yet, his initiative, does it not seem a trifle casual? After much hesitation, Han Shui inquired, Xiaoro, are you free at the moment? Upon stepping in at dormitory 3530, an indescribable sense of satisfaction washed over Lin Mo and Yi Xiaoro. The home before them was transformed, bright and tidy, fully equipped, a stark contrast to the perilous world outside. They exchanged knowing smiles, the comfort within them nearly overflowing. Darling, I shall prepare a grand feast. Yi Xiaoro chirped joyfully, her eyes sparkling as she flitted into the kitchen like a butterfly, her exuberance unmistakable. Lin Mo gazed at her animated figure, his eyes brimming with unreserved affection. Turning to the task at hand, he activated the artillery card. With a mere thought, the card morphed into radiant light, embedding a brand new artillery turret seamlessly into the upgraded interior of the door, ensuring durability. Lin Mo tested the operation. The turret's shooting angle reached an impressive 120 degrees, covering a vast area in front of the door. Quite satisfactory. He nodded in approval. Without further ado, with ample materials at hand, he decided to maximize the upgrades. Ding! Will you consume 5 upgrade points, 10 wood, and 10 iron ingots to upgrade the turret? LV0? Yes, no. Ding! Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Current level, LV1. Upon inspection, he noted that upgrading the turret to level 2 required 20 upgrade points, 50 wood, and 50 iron ingots. Reasonable. Both turrets shall be upgraded. Ding! The turret level cannot exceed the door level. Must it be tied to bundle consumption? Lin Mo smirked. Fine, I'm not short on resources. Ding! Will you consume 100 upgrade points, 100 wood, and 50 iron ingots to upgrade the door to LV2? Yes, no. Ding! Upgrading. Estimated time, 1 hour. Xiaoro. Lin Mo called out. Yes, what is it, dear? Come over to help reduce the cooldown. Shouldn't it still be around an hour? I haven't received any feedback notifications. Yi Xiaoro replied, her head poking out from the kitchen, hands still glistening with droplets of water as she removed her apron and began to unbutton her shirt. "What are you thinking?" Lin Mo chuckled in exasperation. "It's the door upgrade. Can you not entertain healthier, more constructive thoughts? Oomph. Is it not you who desires to be well-equipped and defend your territory tonight?" Yi Xiaoro retorted, rolling her eyes in annoyance, too weary to engage in banter, and retreated back into the kitchen. Lin Mo surveyed the confined space, ultimately directing his attention to the corner of the bedroom. He retrieved the synthesis table card, selected a position, and activated it, causing a silver-white metallic round table, approximately 1 square meter in size, to materialize quietly. As the long-desired Colt Python was placed upon the platform above, a luminous screen was instantly projected. Weapon discovered, Colt Python, LV1. Durability, 117. Materials required for durability repair. Iron ingot 10, wood 50. Materials required for upgrade. Monster Essence 1, upgrade points 20, iron ingot 50. Wood 250. Note, durability is fully restored upon upgrade. Monster Essence? A novel concept? Lin Mo shook his head and opted to repair the durability. Ding. Repair in progress. Estimated time, 10 minutes. Just then, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, permeating the entire room. Even though Lin Mo considered himself not overly indulgent in culinary delights, he could not resist the urge to swallow hard, his fingers twitching with anticipation. He strolled to the kitchen door, leaning against the frame, inhaling deeply as he sincerely exclaimed, "Wow, this fragrance is exquisite." Inside the kitchen, Yi Xiaoro's delicate figure busied itself in front of the stove, resembling a heartwarming oil painting. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a doorbell resonated at the perfect moment. Quick-witted, Yi Xiaoro seized a sizzling piece of meat that had just emerged from the pan, deftly placing it into Lin Mo's mouth, playfully admonishing, "The guest has arrived. Why are you not hurrying to open the door?" Chapter 47. The Thieving Fox Outside the Door. Han Shui and Zhang Wenwen stood like two bewildered groundhogs who had strayed into a lavish human abode, their eyes wide as they gazed at the bright lights and tidy environment of room 3530. Rooted to the spot, they dared not step inside. "Are you two guarding the door?" Lin Mo's voice carried a hint of jest. Zhang Wenwen, snapping back to reality, dramatically inhaled, letting out a groundhog-like shriek. "Oh my goodness! This is simply a palace. While we are still living in shanties, you already have electricity here. Incredible." Compared to the dim corridor outside, the brilliance of 3,530 felt almost miraculous. "It's merely a stroke of good fortune that I've leveled up. No need for flattery." "Come inside," Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Zhang Wenwen quickly tugged the still-dazed Han Shui into the room, carefully shutting the upgrading metal door behind them. "Back already? Welcome, welcome." Yi Xiaoro emerged gracefully, carrying a plate of glistening stir-fried meat, which she placed firmly on the dining table. The hostess's aura was perfectly poised. "You must be famished. The restroom is over there. Wash your hands, and we shall dine." As Han Shui followed Zhang Wenwen into the restroom, her gaze fell upon the separated shower area, leaving her utterly petrified. We can actually bathe here." Her voice shifted in pitch, the overwhelming impact rendering her mind blank. Was this truly the same apocalyptic game? Zhang Wenwen's eyes widened in astonishment. Then she elbowed Han Shui, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Actions speak louder than words. If you stay, you can bathe every day. Who knows? I might benefit from it too. Get lost." Han Shui's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully shoved her friend. After washing their hands, they emerged to find Lin Mo and Yi Xiaoro already seated at the table. Gazing at the four sumptuous dishes before them, Zhang Wenwen's eyes sparkled, half in flattery and half in genuine awe. "Sister Yi, your culinary skills are extraordinary. Just the aroma alone speaks of 5-star chef standards." "How fortunate you are, Lin Mo." Yi Xiaoro smiled slightly, her tone casual. A girl from a poor mountain village must possess some skills to survive. She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone, her voice remaining calm. "I should express my gratitude for this cursed game. Otherwise, when my drunken father drags me back from university, it's highly likely I would end up being sold to some old bachelor in the village for his drinking money. If that were to happen, well, I might as well die here for a swifter end. The atmosphere became instantly heavy. Han Shui and Zhang Wenwen stared at Yi Xiaoro in shock, while Lin Mo frowned slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. The serene facade concealed a harrowing past that weighed heavily on their hearts. Why are you all staring at me? Yi Xiaoro chuckled lightly, breaking the oppressive silence. The food will get cold. Let us dig in. Lin Mo was the first to take a bite, prompting Yi Xiaoro to follow suit. Han Shui and Zhang Wenwen cautiously reached for their chopsticks. Let us celebrate that we have all endured the beginner's phase. There are no fancy drinks, but let us have a little of this for the spirit, Yi Xiaoro announced. Rising decisively to retrieve a bottle of wine and several cups, deftly filling each one. This was from the intermediate gift package, which had remained untouched until now. She raised her glass directly, her gaze fixed intently on Han Shui. Sister Shui, let us take one. I can't drink. Han Shui looked at the full glass before her, feeling a bit flustered. Don't worry, just a sip will do, Yi Xiaoro interjected, her tone gentle yet firm, leaving no room for refusal. Well, all right then. Han Shui hesitated, but lifted the glass. Zhang Wenwen, who had been observing the atmosphere, immediately understood the cue and smiled, chiming in, exactly, Sister Shui. We must drink to celebrate being alive. Come on, I'll join you. All right. Under the pressure from both of them, Han Shui reluctantly raised the glass. As Han Shui tilted her head back to sip, Yi Xiaoro quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Wenwen, a silent agreement passing between them. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere appeared lively, yet an undercurrent of tension simmered beneath the table. Han Shui, having been repeatedly urged to drink, was already overwhelmed. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her gaze dreamy and hazy, adding a touch of alluring charm. She languidly rested her head on the table, her voice dripping with a sweet intoxication. No, I can't anymore. Really, I can't drink. Sister Shui, just one last cup, Yi Xiaoro said with a bright smile, personally bringing the glass to Han Shui's lips, her tone gentle yet insistent. Don't worry, there are no bad people here. If you truly can't take it anymore, you can rest with us. We have beds ready. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Wenwen, who was anxiously watching but too timid to speak, resembling a helpless husband, unable to intervene as his wife was being coaxed into drunkenness. Yet, it was understandable, considering Lin Mo had indeed received his paycheck. No, I want to go back. Han Shui struggled to sit up, her body as limp as a puddle, her head swaying uselessly. Lin Mo observed Yi Xiaoro's relentless approach, and although he stood to gain from it, he couldn't help but feel she was being a tad overbearing. He murmured, "Doesn't your conscience ache?" Yi Xiaoro shot him a glance, but sweetly coaxed Han Shui. All right, listen to Sister Shui. Finish this cup, and then we'll go home. Okay, really? Is that true? Han Shui, her eyes clouded with intoxication, believed her, obediently tilting her head to drain the remaining liquor in the glass. Let us go. It's getting dark. Yes, we're leaving now. Yi Xiaoro effortlessly half-embraced Han Shui's soft form, simultaneously signaling Lin Mo and Zhang Wenwen with a quick glance, a satisfied smirk playing on her lips. Lin Mo and Zhang Wenwen exchanged glances, the latter's expression complex. Ding. Your landlord has terminated your tenant status. Please promptly seek new accommodation. The cold, mechanical notification echoed abruptly in Han Shui's mind. Huh? WH. What was that sound? Han Shui mumbled, her head resting weakly on Yi Xiaoro's shoulder. It's nothing, just the wind, Yi Xiaoro reassured her, maintaining a calm demeanor. Be a good girl, sign this, and then we could go home to sleep. Sigh what? Han Shui struggled to focus her vision, but everything before her was a blur, the text of the tenant agreement indistinguishable on the screen. It's nothing of great importance, merely a confirmation. Just click on the left. Yi Xiaoro's voice possessed an enchanting allure, her fingertips guiding Han Shui to unconsciously press the confirmation button on the screen. In that moment, she resembled a cunning fox patiently ensnaring a naive little rabbit. Ding! You have successfully accepted the new tenant, Han Shui. The tenant status panel has been updated. Lin Mo hardly bothered to scrutinize the contents of the panel. The tenant rules had been meticulously established, leaving him with no concern about any repercussions. All right, it's settled. Let's head home. Yisharo chimed cheerfully, half supporting and half cradling the dazed Han Shui, eagerly making her way toward the bedroom. Chapter 48. Han Lang's ingenious strategy for peace in the living room. Only Lin Mo and the complexly expressive Zhang Wenwen remained. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. Boss, Zhang Wenwen struggled to articulate, her voice dry. I think I should head back now. She gazed at the closed bedroom door, her heart a tumult of emotions, sourness, guilt, and confusion intertwining. All right, Lin Mo nodded, rising to his feet. I'll see you off. Outside, the sky had turned an inky black. Lin Mo glanced up at the profound night sky, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. After you return, please calculate how much material you still need to upgrade the door and the turret to level 2. Make a list for me, and I'll transfer the resources directly to you. His tone was calm. Living alone without adequate defenses could be quite challenging. If circumstances allow, we can support each other. In the entire dormitory building, there might be numerous level 2 doors, but level 2 turrets were indeed a rarity. Ordinary players could hardly afford to invest all their resources solely in defense, as basic necessities were equally scarce. Thank you, boss, Zhang Wenwen whispered her gratitude. Yet her heart felt devoid of joy, only deep in sorrow. This gesture felt more like a recognition of his sentiments towards Han Shui. After a moment's hesitation, she mustered the courage to ask, Boss, in the future will I still be able to visit Sister Shui? Of course, Lin Mo replied decisively. Friends are always welcome to drop by. All right, Zhang Wenwen nodded, her words faltering. Finally, with a hint of choking emotion, she continued, Boss, it's all my fault. As the homeowner, I couldn't even ensure her safety. I'm so sorry for her. This self-reproach bore a poignant quality reminiscent of characters from Japanese films, specifically the archetype of the ineffectual husband. Lin Mo frowned slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. He placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Wenwen's shoulder. Enough of that. In this world, being alive is a blessing. There is no one to blame. She will only be grateful for your choices today. Having spoken, he swiftly closed off any opportunity for Zhang Wenwen to elaborate further, decisively turning and shutting the heavy metal door that symbolized safety and hierarchy, thus isolating her and her intricate emotions in the dimly lit street. Upon returning to the bedroom, Lin Mo found Yi Xiaoro leaning over the bed, grinning foolishly at the inebriated Han Shui, poking her rosy cheeks with unrestrained fingers, murmuring, little darling, you smell so sweet like a soft little cake. Smack! A sharp slap landed precisely on Yi Xiaoro's pert backside. What do you mean by sweet? You reek of alcohol. Lin Mo scolded, pulling her away. Turn her on her side quickly. If she throws up and chokes, it could be fatal. Oomph. Even if it stinks, it's still better than your foul odor, you smelly man. Yi Xiaoro pouted, rubbing her backside in grievance, but her hands moved quickly, deftly turning Han Shui from her back to her side, tucking the covers around her with care. All right, after a long day, let us wash up and sleep, Lin Mo declared as he made his way toward the bathroom. Yi Xiaoro's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mixture of shock and disdain, as if questioning the very sanity of the situation. Could it be a golden opportunity, and you refuse to seize it? Surely, you cannot be serious? She deliberately elongated her tone, casting a provocative glance downward. Lin Mo paused, turning back to her with a benevolent smile. My dear comrade, could you perhaps imagine your man in a slightly more noble light? We are not living in precarious times. We have at least established a firm footing. Even if I, Lin Mo, still have room for growth, I would never stoop to taking advantage of another's vulnerability. The greatest distinction between man and beast lies here. He gestured towards his heart. Principle. Do you understand? I simply cannot coerce a woman. With that, he gracefully turned and stepped into the bathroom, where soon the sound of rushing water and off-key singing filled the air. Listening to the commotion from the bathroom, Yi Xiaoro let out a resigned sigh and messaged the seemingly slumbering yet fully aware individual on the bed. See, I told you he is not that kind of person. I've laid bare my principles, yet he has an array of excuses prepared. Han Shui, lying on her side, barely furrowed her brow before relaxing it, her body finally unwinding from its tension. A complex emotion surged within her, a sense of loss mingled with reassurance. At least, his character is worthy of trust. In the bathroom, hot water cascaded over Lin Mo as he passionately belted out "The river flows east." Suddenly, a celestial voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the planter for the harvest. Planter benefits: Agility Attribute Point 1, automatically enhanced. Constitution Attribute Point 1, automatically enhanced. Free Attribute Point 1, awaiting allocation. Detected that the planter is in a tenant status with a close relationship, receiving additional faint mental feedback. Mental Cap 1. Delight surged through Lin Mo. He turned off the water, casually wiped the droplets from his body, allocated the free attribute point to agility, and returned to the bedroom, enveloped in steam and heightened attributes. His gaze fixed intently on Yi Xiaoro. "Comrade Xiaoro," he said, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "You know the drill." Instantly, Yi Xiaoro understood, her cheeks flushing crimson like a boiled shrimp, as she waved her hands in protest. No, absolutely not. Sister Shui is still here." Embarrassment washed over her, making her wish to vanish into the floor. "What is the worry?" Lin Mo's smile morphed into something increasingly unsettling as he advanced. "Isn't this a bit tipsy? Can't hear. Can't see, don't. Lin Mo you." At that moment, Han Shui, lying on the bed, felt as though she were amidst a tempestuous sea. The bed beneath her transformed into a small boat, swaying violently in the storm. It rocked up and down, side to side, tossing her about uncontrollably. The most exasperating aspect was the damned, rhythmically mimicking tsunami sound, physically resonating and echoing clearly in her ears, because Lin Mo had whimsically lifted Yi Xiaoro into his arms. The sounds crashed against her fragile eardrums and her wavering sanity. "Help! This tsunami feels too real." Just as she sensed that she was about to be shattered by the tumultuous waves, something even more terrifying occurred. The boat, it was leaking. The seawater splashed onto her face without warning. Even a few drops slipped into the corner of her mouth. Silence enveloped the world. Yi Xiaoro's eyes completely lost their luster, and she appeared in a state of desolation, as if her soul had left her body. She stood there, her mind a blank slate. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. "It's over. How can I get to Mars now? Perhaps they should just kill her to silence her. Or maybe she should end it herself. Oh, let me die." Meanwhile, Han Shui, pretending to be asleep, wished fervently that she could turn back time to a few hours earlier and slap herself twice for such a ridiculous idea. What a foolish plan. Now, she had not only failed to gain anything, but had also lost greatly in the process. Only Lin Mo, blissfully unaware and freshly victorious, proudly boasted to Yi Xiaoro. "So, what do you think? Have you felt the formidable strength of your man?" Chapter 49. The awkward duo. Early the next morning, Han Shui, bearing the weight of two prominent dark circles under her eyes, struggled to rise from the unfamiliar bed. The throbbing headache from the previous night's indulgence had not yet dissipated, and what made her skin crawl was the sight before her. Two shameless individuals entwined in slumber on the adjacent bed, blissfully unaware of her presence. The vivid memories of last night's tumultuous, immersive audio experience, coupled with the tactile sensations that had left their mark, surged back in her mind, causing her toes to curl in mortification. She wished she could dig a hole and bury herself right then and there. Holding her breath, she crept silently, like a thief, attempting to escape this grand social faux pas. "Awake, are we?" A voice, rich and raspy from sleep, boomed in Han Shui's ears like thunder. Lin Mo had opened his eyes at some point and was now propped up on one side, gazing at her with clarity. In an instant, her body froze, blood rushing to her cheeks, igniting them with a feverish heat. She felt like a caught thief, flustered and at a loss for words, murmuring. Lin Mo sat up with ease and nonchalantly offered her a bottle of water. "Feeling unwell? Drink some water. It will soothe your stomach." His tone was so casual, as if nothing out of the ordinary had transpired the previous night. Of course, in his perception, aside from the routine training with Yi Xiaoro, nothing had indeed occurred. "And no, it's fine, thank you." Han Shui lowered her head, accepting the water. Her fingers squeezed the bottle so tightly it creaked, the sound barely audible. Her expression a tumultuous blend of emotions akin to a spilled palette of paint, Shame, embarrassment, guilt, and an elusive hint of disappointment. Seeing her like this, Lin Mo suddenly grasped her unease, believing he had uncovered the source of her worry. He cleared his throat and explained in a tone of utmost sincerity, Ahem. Don't overthink it. You were quite inebriated last night. It's not that the residents of 3,530 cannot host guests. But Zhang Wenwen removed you from her tenant list, then Xiaoro brought you here for temporary accommodation. Rest assured, we did not disturb your belongings. You simply slept quietly through the night, and nothing happened. Anshui shalips wisha imperceptibly. Could this excuse be any more far-fetched? But what could she possibly say? Should she leap up and declare, I wasn't that drunk. I heard everything. I got splashed in the face. Instead, she buried her face even lower, muttering, Thank you. An eerie, unspoken silence enveloped the air, thick with a tacit understanding between the two individuals harboring their secrets, both deftly sidestepping the increasingly uncomfortable topic. Just then, Yi Xiaoro, seemingly roused from her slumber, let out a soft, elongated murmur, stretching languidly and inadvertently displaying her lovely curves. Yet, as her eyes fluttered open, a fleeting glimmer of guilt crossed her face. Han Shui and Yi Xiaoro's gazes met in the air for a fleeting moment, and then, as if jolted by an electric shock, they simultaneously averted their eyes. One feigned interest in a water bottle's label, while the other pretended to rub her eyes. The air was thick with embarrassment, almost tangible. Lin Mo, oblivious to the silent undercurrents, nimbly swung his legs off the bed, stretching his limbs as he instructed, Xiaoro, please call Jiu up here shortly. I ventured out for a moment to check the 36th floor. He is still mindful of the matter concerning the upgraded expansion card. Han Shui felt a twinge of unease. Why were there other women involved? Were the two stunning beauties not sufficient? Very well. Yi Xiaoro's voice carried a hint of languor, as if she had just awakened, striving to maintain a sense of normalcy while urging caution. She could hardly contain her eagerness for Lin Mo to leave, so she and Han Shui could privately address the awkwardness that was almost palpable. Lin Mo nodded, stowing away the already repaired Colt, and approached the door, his hand resting on the handle, the weight of the level 2 door distinctly felt. He pushed the door open, leaving behind two women, each with their own thoughts, eager to engage in immediate crisis management. As the door clicked shut, the air in the bedroom seemed to come alive once more. Han Shui and Yi Xiaoro stiffly turned their heads, locking eyes again. The atmosphere hung thick for several seconds until Han Shui finally broke the silence with a cough. Ahem, about last night. Oh dear, we all overindulged. None of us can recall a thing. Yi Xiaoro interjected, her laughter sparkling with brightness. Indeed, Han Shui nodded vigorously, eager to swiftly turn the page on that chapter. Yi Xiaoro affectionately took Han Shui's hand, her gaze flitting over her. Sister Shui, look, your clothes still carry the scent of alcohol. You should quickly take a shower and change into something fresh. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Han Shui's face. Surviving these days is already a blessing. There are no resources for new clothes. Oh dear, how could I forget? Yi Xiaoro exclaimed, lightly tapping her forehead, her performance slightly exaggerated. I neglected to mention, we have an abundance of clothes here. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, several sets of distinct and pristine outfits materialized on the bed, as if freshly plucked from a boutique. One set consisted of a low-key, practical gray long-sleeve top paired with trousers and sneakers. Another was a soft, comfortable silk nightgown complemented by charming pink bunny slippers. And then there was. Han Shui's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the third ensemble, a strikingly scant black lace camisole nightgown, accompanied by matching waist ribbons and a pair of audacious red-soled high heels. Ahem! Yi Xiaoro collected the provocative attire with an unruffled demeanor, as though nothing had occurred. These are all thanks to Lin Mo's innate talent, and they come at no cost. Lin Mo's talent? Han Shui's curiosity was piqued, temporarily overshadowing her embarrassment. Yi Xiaoro lernet inclusive, lowering her voice and infusing it with a sense of intrigue. In simple terms, it involves engaging in profound yet accessible exchanges with him. After a duration of 12 hours, one can randomly receive delightful rewards, food, clothing, attribute points, and perhaps other surprises, although we have yet to experience them. What Yi Xiaoro did not disclose was that, following a secondary cooldown from Chao Wenliang, one could reap rewards in merely 6 hours. The duo had previously deliberated that frequent harvesting, especially when Lin Mo's physical prowess had not significantly improved, could lead to depletion. Once his physical capabilities heightened, Yi Xiaoro found herself unable to keep up. Thus, for the sake of their well-being, they both agreed that a 12-hour interval for rewards was ample. Han Shui was utterly astonished by this exceptionally formidable talent, her worldview experiencing a profound jolt. Despite its seemingly frivolous nature, the leaderboard unequivocally attested to its immense power. Last night, they secured basic clothing and provisions, and also garnered 2 freedom attribute points. Lin Mo allowed me to allocate these points myself, yet I found myself at a loss regarding their application, as they seemed entirely unnecessary. Yi Xiaoro casually interjected, "I possess several clothing cards. What style or design would you prefer? Anything available in the market can be retrieved." The fact that Lin Mo would generously share his precious attribute points with Yi Xiaoro left Han Shui contemplative, leading her to reevaluate both the practicality of this peculiar talent and Lin Mo's remarkable generosity. Chapter 50, Yi Xiaoro's Ambitions. Exploring beyond, let's choose a set of sportswear. Shall we? Thank you. Han Shui's voice retained a hint of shyness. You are simply too bashful. If you ask me, you should take the initiative. Directly push Lin Mo down and turn raw rice into cooked rice. Yi Xiaoro elongated her tone, poking her arm in exasperation. What size do you wear? M size. Han Shui instinctively replied, but then couldn't help but reveal her inner thoughts. Actually, I was somewhat worried before. With Lin Mo being so, well, flirtatious, surrounded by numerous women. What if one day he finds us a burden and decides to cast us aside? I never expected his talent was derived from this. Her tone was complex, tinged with a touch of unease, yet also a hint of relief. I never considered myself a burden. Previously, it was out of necessity. I had to support one person's growth first. Once my attributes improve, I will accompany him to slay monsters. Yi Xiaoro's eyes sparkled. Years ago, I clawed my way out of that wretched mire, and I vowed that I, Yi Xiaoro, would never be inferior to anyone. I must rise high enough to become a support for those around me, rather than a hindrance. Han Shui was deeply moved by the almost obsessive determination and ambition reflected in Yi Xiaoro's eyes. A surge of warmth welled up, igniting a long-dormant corner of her heart. Yes, dependency is for survival, but what comes after survival? Must one forever remain a parasite? Xiaoro, you are right. Han Shui's voice quivered slightly, yet her eyes shone with unprecedented brightness. I want to grow stronger too. I want to become a person of value. Therefore, you must think clearly. Outstanding men are like fireflies in the night. They cannot be concealed. Countless enticing temptresses are watching. While you remain shy and reserved, there are plenty outside queuing to pounce. What about a bra? What size? C. C cup. Han Shui's voice was barely audible. C. Yi Xiaoro's eyes widened in disbelief, wearing an expression of skepticism that demanded proof. Her hand reached out instinctively. Is it truly that size? It can't be padded, can it? Yi Xiaoro, get away from me. The atmosphere on the 36th floor was palpably more tense than below. The vacant dormitories were few, and the number of players upgrading to second-tier housing had noticeably increased. Even a dozen familiar faces were seen jogging around the floor early in the morning. Lin Mo, however, remained oblivious to it all, his focus clear. Convenience store. As he stepped out of the convenience store, a few imposing figures blocked his path. At the forefront stood Lu Xiaodong, flanked by several muscular men with sharp gazes and crew cuts, clearly formidable opponents. "Oh, Lin Mo," he remarked without raising an eyebrow, maintaining his harmless smile. "Is this grand display due to my acquisition of the 36th floor tenant expansion card? Or does purchasing a card incur tax?" Lu Xiaodong's expression was slightly awkward, but he quickly composed himself and replied in a serious tone, "Brother Lin, you jest. I came to inquire about yesterday's broadcast announcement regarding the opening of the large door leading outside on the first floor of the dormitory. Aren't you even a little bit interested?" Lin Mo maintained his unchanging smile, yet his gaze remained utterly unfazed. Why not venture forth? Perhaps there are grand opportunities awaiting each of you brave souls. Such jest. Not long ago, he had resolved to bide his time. It was a moment for steady advancement, not for recklessly exploring other realms. Did Lu Xiaodong intend to use him as a pawn? Let them see who could exercise greater patience. Did you not observe the regional channel? Lu Xiaodong inquired with a frown. Just yesterday, as soon as the gate opened, several reckless youths dashed out. Lin Mo shrugged innocently. I was preoccupied with upgrading the turret door and dining with friends, so I neglected to check. What was the outcome? Did they unearth treasures? They went missing. Lu Xiaodong sighed, estimating that their lack of strength had prevented them from relaying any useful information. I just spoke with Sun Cheng. He attempted to venture out yesterday as well. Oh, what'd he say? Lin Mo expressed a hint of curiosity. He mentioned that the fog outside was impenetrable. Visibility was abysmal, and there were monstrous roars echoing all around. After taking a few steps, he sensed the peril and retreated. Surely by daylight. The fog must have lifted significantly? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Why not assemble an elite team to explore further? Lu Xiaodong shook his head with a wry smile. The brothers follow me for sustenance. I am responsible for their lives. Prudence is paramount. Any venture into danger is to be avoided if possible. Thus, Lin Mo's smile waned slightly, and his eyes sharpened. You've brought your men here to corner me, hoping to compel me into scouting for you? Ha ha ha. My dear brother Lin, you jest. Lu Xiaodong hastily waved his hands. We wouldn't dare pressure you. That would be tantamount to seeking death. What then is Mr. Lu truly up to? Lin Mo grew impatient with the circumspection. Lu Xiaodong rubbed his hands together and lowered his voice. Sun Cheng wishes to attempt another outing. He approached me, well, to seek investment. Investment? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. I'll offer him 100 survival coins as a fee for information, Lu Xiaodong explained, with the stipulation that upon his return, he must relay all information without reservation immediately. Any resources he finds will belong to him. And if he perishes out there? Lin Mo posed the question bluntly. Then I shall consider my investment a failure, and the 100 coins a loss, Lu Xiaodong replied with a certain bluntness. Likewise, if the intelligence he brings back is worth less than 100 coins, I shall accept that as well. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Realizing Sun Cheng had a deep-seated grievance over losing his top rank, he had begun to act like a petulant child, opting for this impoverished fellow rather than approaching him. Is it true, Mr. Lu? You cannot even muster 100 survival coins? He feigned astonishment. Surely, you cannot be that financially strained? Lu Xiaodong's face reddened, and he coughed to mask his embarrassment. Cough, cough, it's just that with a large family and many brothers, expenses are significant. Very well. Lin Mo declared with enthusiasm. This venture sounds intriguing. I shall invest. I will provide you with 50 survival coins. The same conditions apply. All information Sun Cheng brings back must be shared with me synchronously, completely, and promptly. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, no problem at all. Lu Xiaodong assured him. Lu Xiaodong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he eagerly agreed. His intention was to share the burden of risk, and Lin Mo's prompt acceptance was merely a matter of exchanging pleasantries. Lin Mo harbored no concerns about Lu Xiaodong resorting to deceit. The two belonged to different floors, and presently, there existed no direct conflict of interest. More importantly, should they encounter a wild map boss in the future, there might be opportunities for collaboration. Furthermore, Lin Mo was not one to place blind faith in the information he received. He would conduct his own verification. With a mere thought, he effortlessly completed the transaction. Ding. Transaction completed. Survival coins minus 50. A pleasant collaboration, Boss Lu. Lin Mo, in high spirits, patted Lu Xiaodong on the shoulder, expressing anticipation for their good news. Having spoken, he disregarded Lu Xiaodong and the muscular man behind him, turning away with a sense of tranquility, shrouded in modesty and anonymity. Chapter 51. Side Quest. The intruder in Jiao before Lin Mo could return to room 3530. His communication panel flickered urgently. It was Lu Xiaodong. Upon opening the message, he was greeted by a shocking screenshot of a private chat with Sun Cheng. Lu Xiaodong's efficiency was astonishing. This not only demonstrated his willingness to cooperate, but also provided the first significant piece of shared intelligence. The content of the record made Lin Mo's pupils constrict. The core information revealed that at the onset of the novice phase, Sun Chung was the sole survivor on the 11th floor, yet monsters continued to pour in relentlessly, leading to his overwhelming dominance over the other players. After eliminating all the players on his floor, he received a notification indicating that due to the drastic reduction of players on the same floor, he had successfully triggered a unique hidden side quest, which could only be accepted after completing the associated trial. The side quest was titled The Bloodthirsty, requiring the participant to personally kill at least 10 human players within a cycle of 7 days. Completing a cycle promised substantial rewards. From the points recorded, it seemed that Sun Chung had accepted the quest, but the records were vague, suggesting that he likely did not complete the trial or perhaps abandoned it midway. The specifics remained elusive in the information provided by Liu Xiaodong. The main quest was undoubtedly to survive amidst the relentless monster assaults. The existence of this unique hidden side quest, Lin Mo furrowed his brow, a chill creeping up his spine. He was all too familiar with that term. His own talent was similarly designated as unique. Anything associated with those two words invariably held immense potential. 3,530. Have others obtained this as well? 3,630. Currently unclear. At least no one has publicly acknowledged it. 3,530. Thank you. Valuable intelligence. We can continue sharing in the future. 3,630. Sharing this information is not merely a gesture of goodwill. It serves as a warning. If any player has indeed activated a unique side quest that entails the slaughter of their fellow beings, I hope we stand united to extinguish it in its infancy. 3,530. Agreed. That aligns perfectly with my intentions. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he closed the communication panel. He understood all too well the terrifying nature of such unique existences. A player undertaking the bloodthirsty quest, in pursuit of its gruesome cycle tasks and the promised rewards, would inevitably outpace others in terms of growth. Such an entity was akin to a malignant tumor, destined to spread to his floor and threaten his safety and that of those around him. While it was a strategic consideration, silence in the face of such a potential nemesis had never yielded peace, only the quietude preceding annihilation. It must be quelled in its infancy. Lin Mo whispered Liu Xiaodong's words to himself, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Excellent. It seemed that this individual from the 36th floor had a clear mind. Lin Mo's pace did not falter, but deep within his gaze, a flicker of icy vigilance and murderous intent ignited. Just as he approached the staircase leading to room 3530, he overheard a hushed, furtive conversation. Xiao, you must listen to me. That dog of a man is only after your body. I am the one who is truly sincere towards you. Come with me now. A voice, unmistakably tinged with a Sichuan Chongqing accent, rang out in exasperation. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and swiftly approached the door. There stood a petite girl, barely measuring up to 5 feet, clad in a cosplay outfit, desperately tugging at Yi Xiaoro's sleeve, attempting to drag her down the stairs. Yi Xiaoro wore an expression of helplessness mixed with amusement, half-heartedly resisting. Hey, how dare you attempt to abduct my person in my absence? Lin Mo's voice dripped with mockery. The cosplayer froze, spinning around like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, spreading her arms wide to shield Yi Xiaoro behind her, baring her teeth at Lin Mo. What do you mean? When did Xiaoro become yours? She is my girlfriend. You are merely a home wrecker, a scoundrel. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xiaoro cast Lin Mo a glance that seemed to say, you handle this. Meanwhile, Han Shui, leaning against the doorframe of room 3530, crossed her arms, relishing the unfolding drama, eager for a brawl to ensue. Oh, your girlfriend? Lin Mo scoffed, hands in pockets, exuding an air of casual dominance. And so what? She's not my wife, is she? Is there a system-certified marital bond? He lifted his chin, gesturing towards Yi Xiaoro. I have a tenant contract with her. In black and white, irrefutable. You're just twisting the facts. And Jiao was momentarily taken aback, her face flushed with indignation as she protested. Many people know we are a couple. Xiaoro, tell him, confirm it. Lin Mo offered Yi Xiaoro no chance to clarify, extending an arm to pull her closer, leading her back inside. Regardless of your past relationship, Right now, she is my tenant on my territory, and my rules prevail. Do you understand? Seeing that Yi Xiaoro was not coming to her defense, and Zhou's eyes brimmed with disappointment and grievance. However, Lin Mo's arrogant demeanor ignited her fury. Fine. I will tell you how Xiaoro could never change her heart. It was all you're doing, you scoundrel. And Zhou exploded, shaking her tiny fists, charging towards Lin Mo like an angry little cannonball. I'll fight you. Yet, just as she took 2 steps forward, Lin Mo effortlessly reached out and seized the back of her collar, lifting her off the ground as if she were a kitten caught by fate. Oh, little girl, quite feisty, aren't you? Lin Mo remarked, shaking her slightly, his tone laced with an unsettling chill. Has no one ever informed you that in this wretched place? He leaned closer to Zhou's flushed face, enunciating each word. Killing is not against the law? Yi Xiaoro felt her heart tighten at the sight, and Zhou shrank back, her dirty little feet flailing helplessly in the air. Lin Mo adopted a stern demeanor, growling in a menacing voice. Speak. Do you want a person, or do you want to keep your life? Suspended in midair, and Zhou, with all her might, managed to shout in a tearful voice. I want a girlfriend. Ha. Han Shui, who had been striving to suppress her laughter, was the first to succumb, her laughter causing her to tremble. Lin Mo could no longer maintain his composure, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This girl is truly a treasure. Well, if you refuse to reason with me, then... Lin Mo set her down, but kept his hand firmly on her shoulder, rendering her immobile. He turned his gaze towards Yi Xiaoro, his tone laced with a mischievous threat. If she annoys me, I shall vent my frustrations on you. You shall not dine today. He paused deliberately, lowering his voice with a hint of suggestive malice. And you will kneel by the bedside. No way. And Zhou instantly became frantic, akin to a mother hen defending her chick, futilely waving her small fists. Xiaoro, let's leave. Right now. Chapter 52. Capturing Zhou leave? Lin Montauk scoffed, his gaze icy as it swept over Zhou. Where could she possibly go? Violating tenant rules, I could dispose of her at any moment. His last 3 words were spoken lightly, yet they rendered the air momentarily still. Xiaoro, come here. He tossed Zhou to the ground and strode into the room with long strides. Yi Xiaoro immediately understood, morphing into a submissive little wife. She cast a reluctant glance at Zhou, turning back repeatedly as she sluggishly made her way toward dormitory 3530. Xiaoro, and Zhou was thoroughly flustered. Disregarding Lin Mo's triats, she bypassed Han Shui, who was still munching on popcorn, and anxiously chased after Yi Xiaoro into dormitory 3530. Well, the household has become even livelier. Han Shui rubbed her temples in exasperation, thinking that life was becoming increasingly entertaining. Honey, the meal is ready. Shall we begin? Yi Xiaoro cheerfully linked her arm with Lin Mo's. Lin Mo sat down nonchalantly and replied, in the future, if the food is ready, you all can start without waiting for me. How could that be? Yi Xiaoro immediately retorted, you're the pillar for both me and Sister Shui, right? Sister Shui? She suddenly called out to Han Shui. Caught off guard, Han Shui, who had been quietly setting the table, paused for a moment and instinctively nodded. However, she inwardly grumbled, what does this have to do with me? Bah, what a shameless woman. And Zhou shot a furious glare at Han Shui. Hey, how dare you speak like that? Han Shui was instantly displeased. Though she harbored thoughts of relying on Lin Mo, such matters were better left unspoken, naturally unfolding over time. To have it so blatantly stated was rather impolite. What's wrong? Am I not speaking the truth? And Zhou placed her hands on her hips, exuding defiance. Han Shui was so enraged that she wanted to retort, but, recalling the close relationship between this fierce girl and Yi Xiaoro, she ultimately swallowed her words and huffily retreated to the kitchen to serve the dishes. If I can't provoke you, I shall simply withdraw. Han Shui fell silent, but Lin Mo had no intention of letting her off the hook. Without lifting his gaze, he remarked, the account for your earlier insults has yet to be settled. Do you dare come in? At that moment, Yi Xiaoro emerged from the kitchen carrying a small plate of vibrant green, lightly drizzled with sesame oil and minced garlic, pickled cucumbers that looked utterly delectable, their tangy aroma wafting through the air and tantalizing the senses. She had bought extra meat buns and side dishes while grocery shopping yesterday, perfectly suited for breakfast. With a gentle smile, Yi Xiaoro added, "Everyone drank yesterday, so let's have some plain congee and light dishes to ease our stomachs." The classic yet luxurious breakfast spread consisted of thick, fragrant congee, smooth boiled eggs, steaming meat buns filled to the brim, and the mouth-watering pickled cucumbers that made one's mouth water. And Gio, initially determined to stand her ground in silence, found her resolve wavering as the enticing breakfast lay before her. The refreshing smell of the cucumbers wafted into her nostrils, and her eyes widened in an instant. She struggled to swallow, and her stomach betrayed her with a loud grumble, the sound echoing clearly in the quiet living room. Since Yi Xiaoro resolved to ensnare Gio, she has not provided her with a morsel of food, citing the landlord's disapproval. Meanwhile, after Gio activated her innate gift, she merely blinked, and the monsters had already passed, leaving her without even a trace, let alone the opportunity to slay any. Now, she was so famished that her stomach pressed against her back. Lin Mo observed Gio's desperate yet restrained demeanor, yet chose to feign ignorance. He leisurely washed his hands, took a seat, and lifted a bowl of porridge, casually remarking, "We cannot possibly finish all this. Do not forget to send some to Zhang Wenwen later." Han Shui promptly nodded. "Yes, I will trade some to her once I finish." Yi Xiaoro intended to take a seat, but her gaze fell upon Gio, who was staring longingly at the dining table, her throat visibly working. With a sly glint in her eyes, she opted not to sit, but instead glided over to Lin Mo's side. Just as Lin Mo scooped a spoonful of plain porridge into his mouth, a pair of chopsticks, holding a succulent cucumber drizzled with tantalizing sour sauce, deftly approached his lips. With a beaming smile and eyes as gentle as flowing water, Yi Xiaoro said, "Darling, do taste this. It is quite appetizing." Lin Montak? Has this girl truly forsaken breakfast? Xiaoro, do not grovel before this rascal. It is pitiful. And Gio was incensed, her heart aching. Yet, witnessing that enticing cucumber being fed into Lin Mo's mouth, her mouth salivated uncontrollably, prompting her to involuntarily mimic a swallowing motion. Yi Xiaoro, at just the right moment, cast a gaze filled with sorrow and helplessness at Gio, as if to say, "Look what you have caused. I cannot enjoy my meal properly." She then set down her chopsticks and silently picked up a chicken egg, beginning to peel it with meticulous care and unhurried grace. Her submissive and aggrieved demeanor exemplified the essence of a green tea girl. And Gio watched Yi Xiaoro's delicate fingers at work, then glanced at her own empty belly, inhaling the fragrant aromas wafting through the room. How infuriating! Observing Yi Xiaoro's performance, Lin Mo was suddenly reminded of their first encounter. This girl had not lost her innate cleverness in the least. Enough! And Gio shouted fiercely, like a warrior marching toward death, stepping forward resolutely. She glared at Lin Mo and declared, "Do not show me such things anymore. Xiaoro said you wanted me to be some kind of tenant, right? Very well, I consent. You may scheme against me as you wish, do with me as you please. But do not make things difficult for her. Any ire you have, directed at me." Puffing out her chest, she adopted a tragic air of self-sacrifice. "Really, Xiaojiu?" Yi Xiaoro raised her head at that moment, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling slightly. "All of it, directed at you, then." She paused deliberately, her tone becoming hauntingly soft. "Tonight, would you kneel by the bed for me? If it pleases you?" Boom! And Gio's face instantly flushed crimson, turning from her neck to the tips of her ears. The earlier bravado akin to a soldier facing death deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving behind a fraction of its fervor. Her gaze wandered, her limbs uncertain of where to rest, her lips murmuring, this, asking her to kneel by the bed. This was far too humiliating. Meanwhile, Han Shui, who had been a silent observer, almost choked on her porridge upon witnessing Yi Xiaoro's stunning maneuver. Recalling the dinner scene from the previous night, she felt a newfound respect for Yi Xiaoro. She truly possessed a delicate and discerning heart, fully equipped for the intricacies of palace intrigue. The look she cast upon Yi Xiaoro was imbued with unprecedented reverence. As Yi Xiaoro noticed Gio faltering, she seized the moment, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "I knew you were just joking." "Oh well, it doesn't matter. Tonight, he will surely find new ways to torment me. I still have no idea how I will suffer. Who said I was merely jesting? Chapter 53. Room change and exploration in Geo was ignited by the disappointment in her eyes, a surge of fervor rushing through her veins, causing the veins in her neck to throb visibly. She struck her not-so-mighty chest with a resounding thud and declared with grandiosity, "You are my beloved. I shall undoubtedly protect you. Enough, do not sacrifice yourself for my sake," she sighed, her heart heavy with unspoken words, expressing the deep sorrow of longing for a time before their union, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. A true man stands tall and unwavering, pledging to never abandon you. Well, if kneeling is necessary, then so be it. What is so grand about it? Lin Mo, helpless, cast a glance at the theatrics of Yi Xiaoro, whose antics were outrageously entertaining as she manipulated the situation to her advantage, leaving Njio to count the coins while she basked in glory. Receiving Lin Mo's gaze, Yi Xiaoro swiftly turned her head, her expression transforming from one of impending tears to one of triumphant delight. She raised an eyebrow at Lin Mo, a sly grin curving her lips, her dramatic shift akin to the captivating face changes of Sichuan opera. Han Shui, observing from the sidelines, was left in awe, internally exclaiming, "I've learned this is true artistry." At this juncture, Lin Mo willed forth an expansion card, presenting the meticulously drafted tenant agreement directly onto Njio's interface. Njio stared at the terms displayed on the virtual screen, her eyes widening with horror as she turned pale. Pointing at the screen, her voice trembled. "What in the world is this? This is more humiliating than the Treaty of Xinqiu. This is not a tenant agreement. It is clearly a slave contract." "Oomph." Lin Mo scoffed coldly, setting down his bowl of porridge, his gaze imbued with a frosty authority. "Signing this will ensure your survival, providing you with food and a safe place to stay. If you refuse..." His eyes swept across Njio's grimy cosplay attire and her famished, green-tinged eyes. "You can leave right now. Your presence is unwelcome here. As for your girlfriend, her fate is no longer your concern." These words pierced Njio's heart like a dagger. She glanced at the degrading terms on the screen, then at Yi Xiaoro, who appeared pitiful as if she would perish without her, and finally at the bright lights of Dorm 3530, the aroma of food, and the accursed sense of security. A myriad of emotions played across Njio's face, akin to a spilled palette of colors: anger, humiliation, reluctance, concern, and a longing for sustenance. Ultimately, amidst Yi Xiaoro's barely audible, trembling sobs, she squeezed her eyes shut, summoning every ounce of strength, and through gritted teeth, uttered 3 words, laden with humiliation yet resolute. "I shall sign." 3529. Brother Mo, I apologize for the interruption. Many players have just privately messaged me, expressing their desire to move into our vacant dormitory on the 35th floor. They asked me to inquire about your thoughts on this matter. 3529. Rest assured, if you find it noisy, I will immediately send them away. 3530. 3530. If they wish to change dormitories, let them. It is none of my concern. They are merely concerned about displeasing you, fearing that they may disturb your tranquility. As for who resides here, it matters not to me. The system will inevitably introduce individuals regardless. Lin Mo dismissed the triviality, closing the panel without a second thought. His attention was entirely captured by the recent message from Lu Xiaodong. Sun Cheng, accompanied by an elite squad, had already ventured into the obscure crimson fog that loomed outside the entrance on the first floor. Within the depths of the fog, there was an eerie stillness, thick and oppressive. Sun Cheng gripped his weapon tightly, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. His field of vision was severely constricted, the blood-red mist swirling ominously. The visibility appeared to be influenced by mental acuity. Some members of the team could see further, but Sun Cheng had allocated all his attribute points from the leaderboard to physical strength, leading to a mere 3-meter visibility radius granted by his 5 points of mental power. The air felt as if it had solidified, creating a stifling atmosphere that made breathing a challenge. "Stay close. Do not fall behind," Sun Cheng shouted, his voice muffled by the thick fog. He He attempted to send a message through the regional channel, but, as was the case yesterday, the panel was filled with glaring static. Rendre une communication utile impossible. Don't worry, Brother Chung. We are all here. Aline, crew cut player, immediately responded. His name was Wang Rue, his gaze sharp as an eagle, boasting an impressive 8 points of mental power, which allowed him an 8-meter field of vision, making him the reconnaissance expert of the team. Beside Wang Rue stood a somewhat stooped man named Li Chuanming. Though he walked with a slight limp, the team members did not show any disdain. Instead, they subtly shielded him at the center of their formation. His talent, anchor point, enabled him to mark an invisible anchor at his passing, recording their route. Unfortunately, the maximum linear distance was limited to 200 meters, with a maximum of 2 anchor points existing at any given time. This meant that even with overlapping usage, their safe exploration radius would only extend to 400 meters. Sun Ching nodded gravely. The previous evening, he had scouted around the dormitory building, but aside from the sporadic monster roars, he had found nothing. Today, he resolved to alter his approach, opting for a direct incursion. The group advanced in silence, each step treading upon the unknown dread. Sun Chung relied solely on instinct to navigate, silently tallying his steps while remaining uncertain of the actual distance traversed. After an indeterminate duration, Li Chuanming suddenly halted, furrowing his brow. Brother Chung, we cannot proceed any further. I can barely sense the anchor point of the dormitory now. If we continue, we will be utterly lost. Sun Chung nodded. This profound silence was starkly different from the cacophony of howls that had echoed the previous evening. It was too quiet, unsettlingly so. Retreat, Sun Chung decisively ordered, preparing to lead the team back along the path they had come. Wait! At that instant, as the group turned, Wang Rue sharply called out. Squinting into the depths of the fog ahead, his voice tinged with incredulous excitement and a hint of tremor. I think I see something. The outline resembles a treasure chest we've encountered before, the kind rewarded by the leaderboard. A treasure chest? Where? Sun Chung gasped, his eyes gleaming with intensity. This way, follow me, but tread carefully, Wang Rue whispered, crouching low as he guided the team cautiously to the left front. Having ventured only a short distance, they parted a particularly dense crimson mist, and the sight before them caused their pupils to constrict in sheer astonishment. There lay a quaint, roughly half-meter-tall wooden chest, resting serenely atop a weathered rock formation that towered at least to human height. The surface of the chest appeared to be enveloped in a faint halo, shimmering subtly amidst the blood-red fog. Yet, just below this rocky pedestal, within a rudimentary den crafted from withered branches and leaves, a fearsome Tibetan mastiff, as large as a calf and with sinewy muscles, lay curled up, snoring thunderously. Its sleek coat glistened with a metallic sheen under the dim light, while its sharp canines were barely discernible. Even in slumber, the oppressive aura emanating from it was potent enough to render the air almost tangible. The treasure was within reach, and the guardian was alarmingly close. The hearts of Sun Cheng's team raced to their throats. Should they dare to take a gamble or retreat immediately? As Sun Cheng's team trembled in the depths of the crimson mist, caught between the allure of the chest and the menace of the mastiff. The atmosphere within dormitory 3530 grew tense, charged by the weight of an impending ritual. Chapter 54. He has no strength left. The catalyst was Lin Mo sensing that the seed he had marked on Yi Xiaoro had matured and could be planted once more. No, absolutely not. In broad daylight, how could you engage in such absurdity? And Jiao, like a hen fiercely protecting her chicks, spread her arms and firmly blocked the bedroom door. Her small face flushed with anger as she made her righteous accusations. Lin Mo barely lifted his eyelids, casually waving his hand to push Jiao aside. Love between man and woman, the union of yin and yang, is a natural and rightful affair. What do you think you are to oppose? Faced with the mention of this matter in front of Han Shui and Jiao, Yi Xiaoro's delicate face blushed. Yet she maintained a radiant smile, the fragrance of tea wafting around her as she explained. Oh dear, little Jiao must be concerned for me, fearing I might suffer. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiao, her voice dripping with sweetness. So, she intends to feed the tiger with her own body to shield me from disaster. As soon as her words fell, a crisp sound echoed. Lin Mo delivered a light, yet firm slap on Yi Xiaoro's pert backside, reprimanding her. Nonsense! How can you speak of your husband in such a manner? And Zhou's mind buzzed at the phrase, feed the tiger with her own body. She gazed at Lin Mo's tall and imposing figure, her thoughts drifting to Yi Xiaoro's earlier words, and, driven by an inexplicable mix of fear and curiosity, she timidly inquired, Will it hurt a lot? Yi Xiaoro immediately seized the opportunity, her expression earnest yet tinged with a hint of trepidation. Yes, it will hurt. You won't be able to bear it. When I used to check on you with my fingers, you cried out in agony, as if you were dying. He is much larger. You will undoubtedly find it unbearable. It might break you. Stop. And Zhou's face turned crimson from her neck to the tips of her ears, overwhelmed with humiliation, especially when she caught sight of Han Shui's astonished expression, as if she had just overheard an earth-shattering revelation, and Lin Mo's smirk that danced between amusement and mockery. She wished she could vanish into thin air. I need to think about it some more. Wait, is it possible to wait? It was too late, Lin Mo declared with unwavering resolve, wrapping his arm around Yi Xiaoro's slender waist, half embracing and half pushing her towards the bedroom. With noon approaching, he was eager to witness the arrival of new players and had no time to waste on this little girl. Forcing her to surrender was already a final act of mercy. Delaying? Impossible. Xiaoro and Zhou, frantic with urgency, attempted to rush forward to intervene. Bang! The cold, unfeeling sound of the door slamming shut was her only response, isolating her completely outside. Soon, the sounds of intense activity filled the bedroom. First, there was a muffled struggle, the rhythm palpable as they exchanged blows. Then, it seemed Yi Xiaoro had been hurt. Her suppressed sobs, tinged with a whimper, resonated intermittently, both mournful and yearning, tugging at the heartstrings. This sound penetrated the door, echoing hauntingly in the living room. At the dining table, Han Shui felt her face flush, restless and anxious, wishing desperately to bury her head in a pillow. This sound, it seemed, not entirely devoid of pleasure, in a hidden corner of her heart, a flicker of secret anticipation, one she was loath to admit even to herself, quietly began to sprout. Lin Mo, take it slow. Be gentle. Xiaoro can't handle it. Don't break her. And Zhou was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, frantically pounding on the solid bedroom door, producing a series of dull thuds accompanied by an impotent roar of anger. As if responding to her provocation, the chaos within escalated abruptly. The sounds of the struggle intensified, becoming heavier and more frenzied. Yi Xiaoro's sobs suddenly rose sharply, transforming into an uncontrollable, melodic wail interspersed with fragmented, nonsensical utterances. Listening to the increasingly desperate commotion inside, and Zhou felt drained of all energy, sliding down the door to sit on the floor, her gaze vacant and devoid of hope. Her disheveled appearance and lost demeanor resembled that of a defeated character in an anime. Han Shui, observing her pitiful state, was about to offer some words of comfort when Zhou abruptly lifted her head, glaring fiercely at her in anger, and retorted, "What are you staring at? If you want to go, then go." The door isn't locked. Han Shui, taken aback by this indiscriminate attack, burst into laughter. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you lashing out at everyone? Did I provoke you? Lin Mo is handsome and extraordinarily strong. He is 100 times better than you, who can only manage to wiggle your fingers. If I were Xiaoro, I'd choose him over you 100 times. You're talking nonsense. Our love is true love, a platonic love. Do you even understand that?" And Zhou retorted sharply, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Platonic?" Han Kyuskulfit, elegantly rolling her eyes and pointing at the tightly shut bedroom door, from which the sound of Yi Xiaoro's increasingly ecstatic cries emerged. "I know one thing. Your so-called platonic love isn't making her this happy. You." And Zhou was left speechless, her face reddening with indignation. Just then, Yi Xiaoro's voice inside the bedroom soared to an unprecedented peak, a peculiar cry that seemed to teeter on the brink of ecstasy. "Zhou! Gumin! Hurry!" This call resonated like a divine melody, and Zhou instantly felt rejuvenated, springing up from the floor and rushing to the door, her voice trembling with excitement. Xiaoro, I'm here. I've always been here for you. What's wrong? Is that bastard bullying you? I'll come in to save you right now. In a flurry, she fumbled with the doorknob. Inside, Yi Xiaoro's voice, filled with urgent gasps, came through, fragmented yet desperately pleading, "Hurry. Come in and help Lin Mo. He says he has no strength left. He can't move." The air instantly froze, and Zhio's hand, poised to turn the doorknob, halted mid-motion, her expression of worry and anger petrified as if time had been suspended. Han Shui was momentarily stunned. Then, she erupted into uncontrollable laughter, her mirth echoing through the space, tears streaming down her face as she curled up in her chair. Shaking with laughter, the tension, anxiety, anger, and awkwardness that had filled the living room moments before were instantly replaced by an atmosphere of absurdity and unrestrained joy. Within the chamber, a faint sound of Lin Mo's breathless laughter and muted curse could be heard, accompanied by Yi Xiaoro's stifled giggles. The once dense crimson mist began to dissipate as Sun Cheng's team made their way back. The oppressive silence was gradually replaced by the familiar growls of lurking monsters. Yet the atmosphere among the team remained exceptionally heavy. Out of the 7 who had set forth, only 6 now advanced in silence. One member had been forever claimed by the claws and fangs of that terrifying Tibetan mastiff, becoming a cruel sacrifice in the pursuit of treasure. However, the life exchanged yielded immense rewards. Chapter 55. The small temple and the strong wind aside from the several hundred pounds of mutated Tibetan mastiff meat. Sufficient to sustain the entire team for an extended period, the box also yielded a few precious attribute points, 80 survival coins, a red spear, a hunting bow, and a piece of chest armor. The introduction of the concept of defense through the chest armor, a first in the convenience store, rendered its value difficult to assess. Within the store, the worth of bows and long guns was comparable, with the advantages of longer reach, making them approximately 10% more valuable than short-handled weapons. Roughly around 60 survival coins. However, the attribute points were evidently of immense value, as they only appeared in treasure chests ranked among the top 3. The group deliberated, and Sun Cheng offered 80 survival coins to acquire the attribute points, opting out of the distribution of other items. As they journeyed back, the atmosphere was both tense and exhilarating. "Boss," one team member exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. "If we find a few more chests like this, won't we quickly catch up to, or even surpass that 3,530? Sun Cheng felt a surge of ambition stirring within him, yet maintained a composed facade, purposefully adopting a stern expression as he replied, "Do not underestimate anyone. Lin Mo's steady position at the top must be supported by something. Our objective is to survive and thrive. There is no need to compete with him." He struggled to suppress a smile that threatened to break through. "You're absolutely right, boss." The team member quickly flattered. "With you leading us, we will undoubtedly thrive in this wretched place." Sun Cheng nodded, his gaze sharpening as he lowered his voice. "One more thing. Remember this. The news about the treasure chest must remain a secret. The more people know, the fewer opportunities we have to seize and the less benefit we can enjoy. Do you understand?" "Understood. Don't worry, boss. We brothers are tight-lipped," everyone assured in unison. Sun Cheng knew that this secret could not be kept for long. Their safe return would inevitably attract envy and speculation. He only hoped to delay it a little longer. Just a bit longer, if he could find 1 or 2 more treasure chests and gain additional attribute points. His name would surely shine at the pinnacle of the leaderboard after the next monster wave, completely eclipsing Lin Mo. This thought coursed through his veins. As they approached the entrance of the dormitory building, a deep, distinctive engine roar grew nearer. A retro-styled, bright yellow vintage American RV slowly broke through the last remnants of the thin red mist, coming to a steady stop before the dormitory entrance. The vehicle's exterior was coated in dust and marred by several menacing scratches, as if it had just escaped from a chaotic battlefield. "Whoa, a vehicle? Can it really drive in from outside? Does this mean? Could we possibly leave this wretched place? Don't act rashly. Be cautious. What if it's a monster in disguise?" Sun Cheng's team was abruptly jolted from their earlier joy, their vigilance heightened to the utmost. They either gripped their weapons tightly or trembled with anticipation as they swiftly gathered at the RV's entrance. Creak! The rusted door of the vehicle swung open. A striking figure awkwardly descended from the vehicle. The newcomer was a middle-aged man of ample proportions, clad in a flamboyant Hawaiian shirt bursting with saturated colors, paired with a pair of sagging, oversized work pants. He sported a wild, orange-red mane that resembled a hairstyle struck by lightning, topped with a dark, flat-bottomed pan. Even more peculiar were his eyes. The left one was wide open, as if eternally unblinking and vacant, while the right one blinked rapidly, as if possessed by a spasm. The portly man grinned, revealing a somewhat uneven set of teeth. "Hey there, boys. Don't you think my penny is absolutely stunning?" She asked my trusty companion. He patted his dust-covered shirt and continued in a tone that was both self-assured and somewhat pitiful. "I've been chased by those enthusiastic neighbors all the way here. I couldn't resist stopping by your charming dormitory to catch my breath. Would that be all right? Of course, in return, I have some special items that I can sell to you at a bargain. I assure you, they are worth every penny." The members of Sun Cheng's team exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished by this bizarre and eccentric intruder. His appearance, his tone, his name. Sun Cheng fixated on the man, recalling a character from a globally renowned game that had captivated audiences before the apocalypse. He swallowed hard. "You are Dave, the crazy Dave." The revving engine of Dave's gaudy RV did not cause much of a stir among the players on the first floor, as it was precisely noon. Suddenly, the entire dormitory seemed infused with a new vitality, as if an invisible force surged through it. The call number in the upper right corner of the chat channel began to jump wildly, from 433 to 535, and after several fluctuations, it ultimately settled at 1080. Lin Mo leaned against the headboard, toying with the level 0 item upgrade card that Yishiaro had just received. This was the first item feedback they had obtained. Although there were not many items in the dormitory worthy of spending the upgrade card on, it nonetheless brought immense joy to both of them. This figure of 1080 only accounted for the number of landlords. Tenants like Yishiaro and Han Shui were not included in the tally, meaning the actual number surpassed this figure significantly. Previously, it had been mentioned in the channel that the existing players were mostly concentrated on the 10th to 15th floors and above the 30th floor. The once suspicious players appeared remarkably harmonious in the face of the impending influx of new players. Ultimately, as social beings, people often seek collective strength in the face of the unknown. The dormitory was becoming increasingly crowded. The long quiet area channel was suddenly inundated with a torrent of information, akin to boiling water. 0503 Chun Junshin. Hello, new neighbors. Check this out. I have precision timing wristwatches for sale, perfectly synchronized with the survival system. Navigate the apocalypse and seize the moment. Just 5 survival coins. Private messages receive instant replies. Don't miss out. 0713 Hihui. In urgent need of iron ingots. Wood and survival coins can be exchanged. Prices are negotiable. Valid for a long time. 2518 Jiang Shao. Blackwater Society is recruiting. The esteemed president is none other than the illustrious newcomer, Shun Guanwu, reigning atop the leaderboard. Upon joining, we become brothers, sharing resources and standing united against formidable foes. Within the dormitory, one strides with confidence, prioritizing those endowed with exceptional combat talents. 3511 Wei Si Xiao, 2518 Jiang Xiao Xiao, still strutting about? Have you not heard the announcement? The dormitory buildings have merged. Now, hidden talents abound within, and who knows how many leaders there are. Can your esteemed Shun truly shield you? Perhaps you should inquire if the other leaders agree. 0222 Hijouei. Leaders? We only acknowledge Sister Kong Nanji. Sister Nanji is eternal. 3011 Fengzhu, Gong Nanzi, the famous star from Doomsday Solitude. She is here too. I am her fan. 2518 Jiang Shao. What stars are there now? They are merely actors. In the apocalypse. What use is that? They only rely on their looks to charm the leaders, right? 0222 Hijouei. Why not ask your boss if she would consider joining us at Heishui? How about making you the woman above the leader? 0826 Kong Nanji. I am Kong Nanji. Please cease these unfounded speculations and derogatory remarks. Such jest is harmful to both me and my supporters. 1209 Tang Lin. Oh, is being a leader so extraordinary? I, a novice with a score of 221, have once held the top position. In this day and age, leaders are in abundance. 2,507 Shan Guanwu. 1209 Tang Lin. If you achieve 221 points single-handedly, it is indeed commendable. You possess some skill. I, Shan Guanwu, merely hold 247 points. However, how many dormitory buildings have merged? Are leaders now as common as dogs? 0503 Chan Junsheng. Hello, hello. Our shop sells precision timepieces, perfectly synchronized with system time. Only 5 coins each. Don't miss out. 0503 Chan Junsheng. Hello, hello. Our shop sells precision timepieces, perfectly synchronized with system time. Only 5 coins each. Don't miss out. 2507 Shan Guanwu. 0503 Chan Junsheng. What an imbecile. Can you refrain from flooding the chat? Can't you see the esteemed ones are conversing? 0503 Chan Junsheng. 2507 Shan Guanwu. Are you referring to me? Oh, my apologies for the interruption. I am a novice with a score of 290, and I happen to be the leader of my dormitory. With a chuckle, Yi Xiaoro reclined languidly in Lin Mo's embrace, dismissing Ngio's fiery glare. Observing the lively exchanges in the channel, she could not help but laugh. It has been ages since it was this lively. There is something delightful about the company of many. Her voice carried a tone of satisfaction tinged with a hint of languid charm. At some point, Han Shui had also arrived at the bedroom door, her expression tinged with concern, with so many prominent figures emerging amidst the confusion. Should we perhaps maintain a lower profile and refrain from unnecessary outings? To avoid attracting unwarranted trouble. Clearly, she was unsettled by the heated confrontations within the channel. Things shall unfold as they must, without concern. He smiled, for in shallow waters there are plenty of big fish. Chapter 56. Mad Dave. Lin Mo observed the incessant bluster of the so-called big shots on the channel for a while before opting to open a private chat with Chun Junsheng. 3530 Lin Mo. Can I choose the style of the watch? 0503 Chun Junsheng. Currently, there are only men's and women's models, dear. 3530 Lin Mo. 3 women's models and 1 men's model. 0503 Chun Junsheng. All right, dear. That will be 20 coins. Upon completing the transaction, Lin Mo casually handed over the 3 exquisitely crafted women-esque watches, with their precise ticking, to Yi Xiaoro, Han Shui, and the sulking Ngio in the corner. Ngio paused for a moment, snorted in disdain, and turned away, yet her hands obediently accepted the gift. He himself adorned his wrist with a simple yet elegant men's watch, meticulously admiring the second hand's flawless movement as if contemplating a masterpiece. Well, there was nothing remarkable to behold. 3530 Lin Mo. Does the big shop possess some special tool to wholesale watches? 0503 Chan Junsheng. Haha, it's merely a talent. A talent. 3530 Lin Mo. Can such a talent elevate one to the top rank? There was no further reply from the other side. Just as Lin Mo retrieved the shimmering level 0 item upgrade card back into his backpack, the communication panel began to flicker urgently. 3630 Lu Xiaodong. Sun Chung has returned. 3530 Lin Mo. What is the verdict? 3630 Lu Xiaodong. Details later. The Red Fog's matters are currently trivial. The crux is, he brought news that a motorhome has arrived outside, and the driver claims to be Dave. The vehicle is named Penny. Penny? Dave? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. A spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. He promptly accessed his backpack, focusing on a packet of sunflower seeds and a packet of pea seeds, along with 6 ceramic flower pots. These were the spoils from vanquishing the charmers. 3530 Lin Mo. Is this the day from Plants vs. Zombies? 3630 Lu Xiaodong. I'm hurrying down. Shall we discuss in detail upon meeting? 3530 Lin Mo. Sounds good. With agility, Lin Mo rolled off the bed, causing Han Shui and Ngio to avert their gazes as if pricked by a needle. Ngio, in a fit of melodrama, covered her eyes and exclaimed, "Heavens, I'm going to develop a sty." Lin Mo chuckled softly, adjusting his attire while delivering a precise jab. "Now you know to shout? Didn't you push quite hard earlier?" Oh, by the way, wasn't he that bedsheet also changed by you? Much appreciated. Are you trying to kill me? Lin Mo? And Gio erupted in fury, hopping in exasperation, her heart aching at the thought of the cleanup she was forced to partake in. You think I'm doing this for you? I'm worried about Xiao. Regardless, I'm the one enjoying this, Lin Mo remarked lightly, striking at her heart, before turning to stride out the door. You! And Gio glared at his retreating figure, trembling with rage, and immediately dashed to Yi Xiao to complain. Xiao, just look at this scoundrel. He has burned the bridge after crossing it, using me and then tossing me aside. Truly despicable. Han Kurivatshid Lin Mo depart. Her mind involuntarily replaying certain indescribable images, her heart racing like a startled deer. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a profound awe for Yi Xiao's resilience. At her age, if it were her in that situation, she would surely have crumbled. In the stairwell of the 35th floor, Lu Xiaodong was already waiting with a group of men. Behind him, several robust young men trailed, noticeably more subdued this time. Upon seeing Lin Mo, they all nodded in greeting, their eyes filled with reverence. Brother Lin, allow me to introduce. Lu Xiaodong gestured to a sharp-looking young man with glasses beside him. This is July, my deputy, responsible for intelligence analysis and external communications. He is quite astute. July immediately stepped forward, a broad smile on his face, extending his hand. Lin Mo, it's an honor to finally meet you. Your prowess is recognized by all. You far surpass those clowns we see in the channels. Our 36th floor is relatively united, and since we are so close to the 35th, we hope to rely on each other in the future. He adopted a very humble demeanor, and Lin Mo returned the gesture with a slight nod, shaking his hand. Agreed. Let us move on. We can chat as we go. Dave is likely to have attracted quite a crowd by now, Lu Xiaodong urged. The group descended the stairs briskly. The news that Sun Chung brought back is rather intriguing. Lu Xiaodong spoke rapidly as they walked. According to him, this Dave claims to have developed a superpower serum, which has attracted a horde of zombies in pursuit. He narrowly escaped, racing through the streets, and sought refuge in our dormitory building. Superpower serum? Zombies chasing him? Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, storing this information in his mind. Could this signify a new version unfolding for us? Were we to face a zombie tide soon? It was highly likely that Sun Chung had drawn the same conclusion. However, there was a crucial point. Dave was currently downstairs, setting up a stall to sell the plant seeds he had brought. The appearance of such items at this time was undoubtedly significant. It was imperative to stock up, for preparation is the key to survival. Do you still have spare funds for seeds? Lin Mo shot him a quizzical glance, half amused. Ahem. Lu Xiaodong's face flushed with embarrassment, rubbing his hands together awkwardly. I was hoping to drag you along, Brother Lin. If we find ourselves short on funds, we'll just have to make do with whatever we can gather. Lin Mo chuckled knowingly. No wonder he was so eager to involve him. It was all about the wallet. Let's go take a look. At the entrance on the first floor, Dave's garish yellow van, Penny had its rear door flung open, hastily converted into a makeshift display. Only a few players from the first floor, lured and yet lacking funds, were gathered, pointing and discussing. Sun Cheng's team had long since vanished. The surrounding crowd was not as large as anticipated, indicating that Sun Chung and his companions had kept their lips sealed. This realization sent Lin Mo into a momentary daze. The environment had transformed the once eager informant, who had hoped for everyone's survival, into something unrecognizable. The group approached swiftly. Upon closer inspection, they saw the lower shelf of the makeshift stand piled high with an assortment of seeds, carelessly packaged in crude oil paper bags. Vibrant yet with indistinct labels. Nearby were a few small carts caked in soil and oversized rakes of extravagant design scattered haphazardly. On the topmost shelf, a few cards, thickly coated in dust and frayed at the edges, lay carelessly strewn about, akin to forgotten refuse. Hey, strong lads, Dave's distinctive voice, imbued with a blend of exhilaration and drowsiness, resonated as he appeared, sporting a tousled mane of orange hair and a frying pan atop his head. With a lively blink of his sole functioning right eye, he cheerfully greeted, "It seems you could use a little assistance, am I right? Behold these marvelous seeds. They are capable of yielding the most delectable companions." Delectable? I echoed. Indeed, Throughout my journey, I've indulged in quite a few, and I assure you, they are entirely wholesome. Last night, in celebration of Penny's promotion, I partook of several drinks alongside corn cakes, and this morning I was nearly cornered by that enthusiastic group of neighbors. Rest assured, as long as you provide them with a comfortable pot, believe me, they will thrive with a tenacity surpassing that of cockroaches. He animatedly showcased an array of sunflowers, potatoes, peas, and more, all genuinely delightful. By the way, do you fellows have any drinks? My throat feels parched. Chapter 57. Disdained by the NPC Lin Mo leaned closer to the shelf, his sharp gaze sweeping over the oil paper bags. Indeed, both the packaging material and the indistinct patterns emblazoned on them were strikingly similar to the two bags nestled within his backpack. He casually picked up a packet labeled pea seeds, weighed it in his hand, and inquired with an unperturbed tone, "How much for these seeds?" Dave extended his thick fingers, stained with an indeterminate substance, and held up one finger, grinning to reveal a somewhat jagged set of teeth. "Considering you are new customers, I'll give you a discount, just 100 survival coins." 100 survival coins for a single packet was indeed not exorbitant. 1 coin per seed, how much? Lu Xiaodong's voice suddenly soared by an octave, laced with disbelief. 100 coins for a single seed? Are you robbing us? The others behind him, including July, gasped in shock, their faces paling. 100 coins represented nearly half of their entire team's fortune. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. The price was undeniably outrageous. The crux of the matter lay in the specifics of gameplay, the intensity of the impending zombie wave, and the actual effectiveness of the plants. In the face of such uncertainty, spending survival coins on these seeds was far from a prudent decision. Noting their reaction, Dave found himself less than amused, realizing he had failed to elicit any drink from them. Frustrated, he raked a hand through his disheveled hair and rudely picked his nose with the same finger he had just used to indicate the price. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, he languidly gestured toward a pile of dusty, seemingly cheaper metal boxes tucked away in the corner of the shelf. "Can't afford it? Poor fool. Look over there for the bargain. Sunlight blind boxes, 20 survival coins each, and if you have enough sunlight, you can draw from it an infinite number of times. Take a gamble. You might just draw something good." His tone dripped with disdain. Yet, Lin Mo's gaze traversed beyond the seeds and blind boxes, landing instead on a few dust-covered cards perched atop the shelf. These cards bore a striking resemblance to those found in convenience stores. "What about those cards? How much are they?" Lin Mo pointed to the upper shelf. Dave glanced at his finger with a derisive snicker, his voice rising with a tone of superiority reminiscent of one looking down at a simpleton. "Huh, I swear on my grandfather's beard, a miser like you, who can't even spare the cost of a beer, wouldn't buy those. They are Penny's secret treasures, priced at 2,000 survival coins each. If you can't afford them, don't even touch them, if you dirty or damage them. You want to be able to pay for it, even if I sold you." Disdained by a mad NPC sporting a frying pan for a hat? Very well. Lin Mo rubbed his nose. He conceded that he indeed could not afford them. However, the inability to purchase cards and overpriced seeds did not equate to leaving empty-handed. His gaze eventually returned to the dusty, sunlight-blind boxes in the corner, a flicker of interest igniting as he turned to Lu Xiaodong. "Can your team guarantee 1 blind box for each household?" Just as Lu Xiaodong was about to offer an explanation, a voice filled with provocation suddenly cut through their dialogue. "Which one is Lin Mo? Step forward and let me see, is the highest scorer truly a dragon or merely a fool?" The crowd parted, revealing him. Lin Mo frowned slightly, feeling a tinge of displeasure as he followed the sound. Before him strode a young man with greasy long hair and an arrogant gaze, surrounded by a throng of players. The long-haired youth halted a few steps away from Lin Mo, chin raised, looking down his nose. "I am Shun Guano, president of the Blackwater Society, and I was once the top scorer in our building." He deliberately paused, scanning the surroundings to savor the attention, his voice rising. "Bulling claims you are the strongest in this building, but I do not believe it. If you're a horse or a mule, let us bring you out for a stroll. Do you dare to spar with me?" Bulling. Lin Mo searched his mind, but found no recollection. Yet, being surrounded and subjected to such ridicule left him feeling embarrassed. He waved his hand dismissively. "If you wish to claim the top spot, then by all means take it. As for sparring, I have no interest in playing pretend with you. Shun Guanu, stung by such casual disregard, felt humiliated, especially in front of his underlings and the onlookers. Let us have a match. Just for participating, I'll give you 50 survival coins. If you can win. Originally, he intended to offer 10, but sensing the heated gazes and whispers around him, a surge of vanity compelled him to raise the stakes to 50 more, totaling 100 coins. What do you say? 100 survival coins. This figure elicited a collective gasp from the crowd. Many players had not even amassed such wealth. Even Lin Mo slightly raised an eyebrow, indeed tempted, for even a mosquito's leg is meat. Before he could respond, Zhu Lai and Lu Xiaodong exchanged a quick glance. Zhu Lai stepped forward, wearing a smile that appeared polite yet dripped with sarcasm, his voice clear and resonant. So, you are President Shun? Forgive my bluntness, but from which obscure corner did your Blackwater Society emerge? Not just anyone has the right to challenge our top contender. You think you can take on the esteemed Lin Mo? Do you even have the keys to the door? What did you say? You're asking for death. How dare you slander our Blackwater Society? Who do you think you are? Get lost. Zhu Lai's words ignited a powder keg. The members of the Blackwater Society erupted in outrage, spewing foul language and preparing to charge. Lu Xiaodong snorted coldly, raising his hand sharply. With a swift motion, the dozen elite members behind him moved in unison, drawing their weapons, spreading their stances, their gazes sharp as blades. Although they did not engage, their synchronized, imposing demeanor instantly dwarfed the ragtag group from the Blackwater Society. The atmosphere fell silent. Lu Xiaodong then spoke leisurely. I am Lu Xiaodong, spokesperson for the 36th floor. My novice period score is over 200. You wish to challenge our esteemed Lin Mo? That is permissible, but rules must be upheld. If you wish to lay a hand on him, you must first pass through me, defeat me, and only then will you earn the right to stand before him. What say you, President Shen? Do you dare to accept? Lin Mo felt somewhat exasperated, pondering the origin of such rules, of which he was entirely unaware. It seemed that 1S status was self-bestowed, when had he acquired a supporter like Lu Xiaodong. Shun Guanwu's pupils constricted as he fixated intently on Lu Xiaodong and the discipline team behind him. He had not anticipated the presence of such a force alongside Lin Mo. Caught in a dilemma under the scrutinizing gazes of onlookers, he inhaled deeply. Very well. Let this begin with you. I hope you do not disappoint me. Zhu Lai immediately leaned closer to Lin Mo, lowering his voice and donning a sycophantic smile as he hastily explained, Esteemed one, please temper your wrath. We understand that you are not in need of such trifling sums. However, our brothers on the 36th floor are numerous and our resources limited. This 100 coins is truly tempting. Might you consider it an opportunity for the brothers to earn a little extra? Are you so certain that Lu Xiaodong will emerge victorious? It is common knowledge that the top prize chest grants 5 attribute points, which, regardless of allocation, could significantly enhance an individual's capabilities. Chapter 58. The Delusions of Shun Guanwu. Rest assured, esteemed leader, we possess the confidence to accept this challenge. Shun Guanwu's talent is intrinsically linked to water. The potency of such elemental abilities is often correlated with one's mental fortitude. It is highly probable that he has allocated his 5 attribute points predominantly to his mental prowess. Our captain, on the other hand, is endowed with the extraordinary ability to instantaneously extract all moisture within a 1-meter radius, transforming it into a protective ice armor. No wonder Zhu Lai exudes such confidence. It appears that his innate talent counteracts Shun Guanwu's. Consequently, Shun Guanwu's greatest advantage has been significantly diminished, forcing him into the realm of close combat, where Lu Xiaodong excels. Lin Mo cast a knowing glance at Zhu Lai, pondering how he had discerned Shun Guanwu's abilities within such a brief encounter. Zhu Lai straightened his posture and humbly remarked, Intelligence gathering is paramount for survival on the battlefield. On the 36th floor, we have dedicated non-combat personnel tasked with the collection and analysis of information. Every utterance in the chat channel is meticulously monitored. Of course, there are other avenues of acquiring knowledge, but I shan't bore you with the details. And what a Ling? Lin Mo inquired further. Zhu Lai's expression turned serious. She is quite enigmatic, It is known that many players hold her in high esteem, affectionately referring to her as Sister Boo. However, her talents and specific whereabouts remain subjects of investigation. As the two conversed in hushed tones, the entrance of the dormitory building erupted with excitement, as more players gathered in response to the commotion. The onlookers animatedly exchanged whispers, with players from different floors subtly forming factions. Even the chat channel was alive with cheers and support for their respective champions, creating an atmosphere thick with fervor and pride. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the battle commenced with explosive intensity. Shen Guanwu exhibited an unwavering confidence in his abilities. Rather than retreating, he grinned menacingly, placing a large bucket of water on the ground and thrusting his hands forward. Water tornado. Lin Mo felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, his mind momentarily overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. How did that bucket of water become an impromptu tool? Moreover, just moments ago, there had been no discernible energy fluctuations emanating from Shen Guanwu, indicating he had not utilized any skill card. Normally, the use of one's innate talents does not necessitate vocal incantations. Was he attempting to amplify his power through theatrics? How utterly embarrassing. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged. He indeed possessed certain abilities. A low hum resonated, as not only the bucket but the very air around them vibrated ominously. The dense moisture coalescing around Shen Guanwu transformed into a torrent of water, thick as an arm, spinning rapidly like a ferocious water serpent, hurtling towards Lu Xiaodong with a piercing shriek. This strike was both swift and fierce, clearly aimed at establishing dominance before the gathered spectators. Is this truly the prowess of a champion? Such technique, could it be a manifestation of innate genius? Congeal. Lu Xiaodong remained steadfast, his voice firm. Just as the raging water serpent was about to engulf him, crack, a crystalline shield, emanating a chilling aura and appearing almost sentient, materialized half a meter in front of him, expanding rapidly to form a curved, half-inch thick ice barrier. Boom! The water serpent collided violently with the ice shield, sending sprays of water and shards of ice cascading through the air. The surface of the ice shield was instantaneously marred by spiderweb-like cracks, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. Yet it ultimately remained unshattered. The tremendous impact carved two shallow grooves beneath Lu Xiaodong's feet, yet his stance remained as steadfast as rock. He had successfully blocked it. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, both sides filled with powerful figures. What an impenetrable ice armor! Shen Guanwu's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the formidable defense of his opponent. A flicker of fierce intent flashed in his eyes as his fingers danced rapidly like a pianist's. Water arrows. Swift. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of sharp, needle-like azure water arrows, formed from highly pressurized streams, rained down upon Lu Xiaodong's vital points from various angles, moving so swiftly that only afterimages remained. Lin Mo could hardly bear to watch. This fellow was far too dramatic. An invisible, potent force erupted around Lu Xiaodong, drawing in all surrounding moisture as if it were being siphoned away. As the water arrows approached within a meter of Lu Xiaodong, their speed visibly plummeted. The arrows trembled violently, their forms becoming indistinct and unstable, as if they might disintegrate at any moment, leaving only a fraction of their original power. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Most of the water arrows disintegrated before reaching Lu Xiaodong, undone by that terrifying force field. The few that remained were effortlessly deflected by the suddenly thickened ice armor encasing Lu Xiaodong, leaving only faint white marks behind. Hiss! The sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed throughout the crowd. It was clear to all that Shen Guanwu was thoroughly outmatched before Lu Xiaodong. How could this be? Shen Guanwu was both astonished and enraged, a hint of panic crossing his face for the first time. His most potent long-range attack had been so effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. Now it was my turn, Lu Xiaodong roared, seizing the moment of Shen Guanwu's mental disarray, and surged forward like an ice blade, gliding near the ground, rapidly closing the distance between them. Shen Guanwu was taken aback. He was merely an ordinary person endowed with talent, utterly unprepared for combat. In a frantic retreat, he wildly waved his hands, depleting the water in the barrel in a desperate attempt to conjure a formidable wall of water before him. However, Lu Xiaodong did not flinch or evade. He barreled straight through. Hiss! The instant Lu Xiaodong collided with the water wall, that wall, still unstable and just formed, was instantly engulfed in a terrifying icy blue at the point of contact. In merely half a second, the entire water wall was frozen solid, transforming into a fragile and frigid mass of ice. Lu Xiaodong's figure smashed through this hollow fa of an ice wall like a battering ram, sending shimmering shards of ice flying as he pressed directly before Shen Guanu. A fist encased in hard ice armor, radiating chilling air, swiftly enlarged in Shen Guanu's wide, terrified eyes. No! Shen Guanu uttered a single word, unable to mount any effective defense in time. Bang! The sound of a heavy impact resonated throughout the arena, akin to the beating of a drum. Shen Guanu was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a speeding truck, screaming in agony. His chest was visibly concave, blood gushing from his mouth, tracing a tragic arc through the air before he thudded heavily to the ground several meters away, rolling over multiple times before finally coming to a halt. The arena fell into an eerie silence. With a single strike, the previously arrogant and domineering president of the Blackwater Society was sent flying like refuse. Lu Xiaodong slowly retracted his fist, the ice armor enveloping it shattering with a sharp crack and dissipating. He shook his hand, as if merely having performed an inconsequential act. Now, is there anyone who dares to challenge the esteemed Lin Mo? Silence reigned. After a brief moment of stillness, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers and discussions. Incredible. A swift defeat, though that may not entirely capture it. It was certainly due to talent, an opportunistic advantage. Lu, our leader, is phenomenal. Level 36 is extraordinary. The Blackwater Society? Utterly laughable. It's as if they were made of paper. Lin Mo didn't even need to lift a finger. His subordinates swept through effortlessly. The players from level 36 stood tall, their faces aglow with pride. Meanwhile, players from other levels gazed at Lin Mo and Lu Xiaodong with a deeper sense of reverence. I concede, you possess some skill, worthy of being my opponent. Shen Guanwu trembled as he rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, nodding with a serious satisfaction. He moved to take a step towards the dormitory building. President Shen, do not forget the survival coins. Do you still wish to challenge me? Shen Guanwu paused, discreetly wiping away the blood from his nose. How much stronger are you than him? Chapter 59, Plot Unlocked. Backyard module, it should be a 50-50 chance. With 5 strikes, I might sever his 5 limbs. Lin Mo felt a wavering uncertainty about managing the required force, fearing he might inadvertently deliver a fatal blow. He cast a glance at his personal panel. Name, Lin Mo, age, 20, strength, 13. The average for a normal adult male is 5. Agility, 10. Constitution, 11. Mentality, 13. Charisma, 8 unallocated attribute points, 5. Talent, touch of abundance, unique. Game skill, leverage aside from the seemingly useless charisma. The numbers alone revealed that even his lowest agility was double that of other players. There was no denying it. After days of diligent effort, he had become a numerical behemoth. Though lacking in martial skills, who would dare withstand his strike? As he departed, his steps faltered, his voice drifting back. Wait until I accumulate enough survival coins. Lu, you've earned so much. Don't forget to purchase that blind box for me later. Lu Xiaodong's smile froze abruptly, his lips twitching. Surely you jest, my esteemed friend. Are you still fixated on that trifling sum? Though the money was negligible, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. It's one thing to be indifferent to money, but it's another to be set up for a con. We can't forsake our dignity for mere coins, can we? Let's not be so serious. Should we pivot to the intelligence trade? Rest assured, you shall receive a 50% discount. Nearby, Dave leaned against his dilapidated vehicle, his ruddy nose twitching, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his murky eyes. Ah, youngsters, quite intriguing. With your cleverness, you might genuinely assist me in fending off that pesky entourage trailing behind. Upon hearing this, Ju laughed, her eyes sparkling, a beaming smile illuminating her face as she stepped forward. Absolutely, Mr. Dave. Our building prides itself on aiding those in need. You seem weary from your travels. If you would lend a hand and offer some guidance, those pursuers shall find no passage. Dave rubbed his characteristic red nose, his brow furrowing, clearly in a conflict of thought. Bro, Lin Mo interjected at an opportune moment. What good is hiding? Why not take a gamble, showcase our skills, and together, let us send those brainless foes packing? Dave remained silent for a good half-minute. Finally, as if having made a momentous decision, he exhaled heavily. Very well. But let me be clear, my assistance is not something to be taken lightly. The moment his words fell, an electrifying pulse surged through the minds of all players. The previously static channel, filled with snowflakes from being outside the dormitory, suddenly crackled back to life. Ding! Congratulations, player has triggered Hidden Side Quest, Dave's ultimate test. Quest requirement. Any one of the player's fundamental attribute points must exceed the limit, reaching 8 points. Quest reward. Through Dave, receive solar power panel, 25 kilowatts. Occupying 10 an energy storage battery, which when connected to a bulb, enables plants to thrive at night. Ding! As players trigger the narrative, the plot is now fully unveiled. A scientist, self-identified as Dave, has arrived outside the dormitory, fleeing from the nefarious Dr. Zombie King, who is relentlessly pursuing him for the invention of a superpower serum. The peculiar plants he carries symbolize humanity's hope against the undead. As his neighbor, how will you decide? Will you shelter the scientist and join forces against the horde of zombies? Or will you betray him to Dr. Zombie King in a desperate bid for survival? In response to the impending midnight zombie tide, all dormitory owners are compelled to activate the backyard module, allowing tenants to share the homeowners' backyards. The Dave's Plant Blind Box shop is temporarily open. Each player may purchase one initial ordinary plant blind box, which, upon acquisition, becomes bound to the player's panel, and can be opened by consuming 200 sun points. Unfortunately, as the announcement concludes, the screen reverts to static. The thought of selling Dave directly is tantalizing. Lin Mo's heart raced, an indescribable thrill surging through him. Selling to Dr. Zombie King? This option is incredibly tempting. However, he swiftly suppressed this notion. No, one cannot expect fortune to fall from the sky. The more enticing the system prompt, the deeper the trap it conceals. For players just emerging from the novice phase, the most pressing concern remains how to accumulate attribute points to reach that elusive 8. While everyone knows that the top 3 on the leaderboard can earn attribute points, how many can truly achieve that? Amidst the collective gloom, Lin Mo approached, throwing an arm around Dave's greasy shoulder, leading him to a corner. Bro, I've met the required attributes. But look, those solar panels and batteries. My generator at home is gathering dust. This is somewhat redundant for me. Do you have anything else? Dave's beady eyes widened, nearly spitting as he exclaimed, Greedy little vampire. This is all there is. Take it or leave it. Lin Mo maintained his smile, flipping his wrist to reveal a bottle of crystal-clear liquor that appeared out of thin air. With a pop, he twisted off the cap, and a rich aroma of alcohol instantly enveloped the air, reaching Dave's nostrils. Hey, don't rush, Lin Mo said, shaking the bottle, the amber liquid shimmering enticingly. It would be such a waste to let good things sit unused, especially when my generator could use a little help. How about we negotiate this, brother? Dave's eyes fixated on the bottle, his throat audibly gulping. He sniffed hard, the anger on his face dissipating like clouds blown away by the wind, replaced by an ingratiating smile. Oh, a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Little brother. No good brother. I could tell we were destined to be friends. Cool, me. Let me show you my skills. I'll whip up a pea and corn salad, shrimp pizza, and a creamy mushroom soup. We can drink and chat. Everything is negotiable. Good wine is best shared with a kindred spirit. Lin Mo offered the bottle forward, but let us forego the meal. Consider this fine wine a token to ease your nerves and welcome you. How embarrassing. Dave hesitated, yet his hands moved with lightning speed to seize the bottle. Taking a hearty swig, the fiery liquid coursed down his throat, and he let out a resounding belch, exclaiming, Ah, it's been 6 hours since I last touched alcohol. Delightful. Invigorating. Now about that matter. Lin Mo observed him with a knowing smile. He seemed to embody a friendly NPC. having hinted multiple times at his desire for drink. Fulfilling this wish would surely yield something valuable. Cradling the bottle like a cherished treasure, Dave smacked his lips, the intoxicating aroma clouding his thoughts, and said, "Listen here, young lad, take my advice. That solar panel. Hick, you'd best hold on to it. Once you've sent that bunch of nuisances packing, lay it out on the rooftop, and it will generate power just the same. The survival coins you save could buy you some fine wine. Doesn't that sound tempting? But what about my generator? It would be rendered useless." Lin Mo feigned distress. "Not at all." Dave slurred, leaning in conspiratorially, his breath heavy with alcohol. "Your generator runs on survival coins. What if, Hick? What if one day you stumble into a world sealed with survival coins?" He abruptly halted, seemingly startled by his own words, quickly covering his mouth and casting a frantic glance around. "Ahem. I mean, the solar panel may generate less power, but it is stable. Just swap out a few more panels. I assure you, I have not set any exchange limits." Chapter 60. The superstar Kong, Nanji Lin Mo, was acutely aware that he had stumbled upon a momentous secret. With a glint of brilliance in his eyes, he swiftly produced another identical fine wine from his wrist. "My dear brother," he exclaimed, waving the new bottle before Dave, the sound of glass clinking resonating melodiously. "How much should we exchange for this?" "My God, my dear brother." Dave's eyes sparkled with an intensity tenfold greater than before, his excitement nearly propelling him to leap from his seat. He reached out eagerly for the wine bottle, exclaiming, "Is this treasure truly available?" Cough, cough. He restrained his exuberance, rubbing his hands together as he attempted to maintain a facade of professionalism. "If the conditions are right, I recommend you go for 4 units. Spread them out, and it becomes a small power station, perfect for everyday lighting and small appliances. Absolutely sufficient. A guaranteed profit. Done. I'll follow your advice." Lin Mo readily placed the new bottle into Dave's embrace. "When I find more exquisite wine, I'll be sure to deliver it to you first." Dave clutched a bottle in each hand, holding them tightly with a jovial grin, akin to a 200-pound child drunkenly patting his chest. "Excellent. My dear brother, you truly are generous. In the future, if I come across anything good, will prioritize you." In a corner, the two men, with arms slung around each other's shoulders, laughed heartily, their camaraderie resembling that of long-lost siblings. This astonishing scene rendered all the surrounding players utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, the two giants were engaged in a fierce battle, and now the true heavyweight is fraternizing with an NPC? Curiosity piqued. Zhu Xiao leaned in, clearly intrigued by the affectionate display between the two men. "What are you whispering about, Lin Mo? You seem quite close." With an air of nonchalance, Lin Mo replied, as if merely discussing the weather. "Oh, nothing much. Just inquiring about solar panels. The generator in my dormitory is still running, and I was contemplating whether this contraption might be a bit superfluous." "Oh," Zhu Xiao, evidently skeptical, pressed further. "And what did he say?" "He mentioned that this device is a game benefit. Once this wave of monsters is cleared, it will continue to generate power from the rooftop, essentially a long-term free resource. Exchanging it would incur no loss." Zhu Xiao nodded thoughtfully, scanning Lin Mo's composed countenance, convinced he was concealing something, yet unable to pinpoint any incriminating evidence. At that moment, Lu Xiaodong interjected unexpectedly, "Lin Mo, do you have any free time this afternoon?" The abrupt shift in conversation prompted Lin Mo to raise an eyebrow. Not much on my agenda. I'll probably just be resting in my dormitory, conserving my energy. Then, would you be interested in teaming up to explore the Red Mist?" Lin Mo's mind raced, instantly grasping Lu Xiaodong's intentions. "Are there attribute points within the Red Mist?" "Precisely." Lu Xiaodong, sensing Lin Mo's comprehension, lowered his voice. "Aren't you curious about what Sun Sheng and the others discovered during their last venture? They encountered a chest identical to the rewards on the leaderboard." His speech quickened as he poured forth the intelligence gleaned from Sun Cheng's perilous exploits, detailing the location of treasure chests, the types of monsters encountered, and the approximate rewards, fearing that Lin Mo might remain unmoved. "What is your highest attribute?" "Constitution, 7 points." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo did not immediately acquiesce. He stroked his chin, his gaze sharpening as he posed a pivotal question. Can Sun Chung ascertain that the only monsters in the red mist are the ones we encountered? What if we stumble upon other unknown creatures along the way? Do we have any insight into their strengths? What is the minimum level of threat? And the maximum? This left Lu Xiaodong momentarily speechless, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, no one could guarantee an answer. The variables within the red mist were far too unpredictable. However, he quickly regained his urgency, attempting to persuade Lin Mo lying around in the dormitory 1T earn you attribute points. Look, we already triggered Dave's side quest. What does that signify? Only through exploration can we truly grow stronger and advance. If we miss this opportunity, who knows who might claim the next treasure chest? Aren't you responsible for your brothers? If you dare not take risks now, how can you fulfill that obligation? Being overly cautious only leads to stagnation, and when the tide comes in, one risks being drowned. Lin Mo met Lu Xiaodong's eager gaze and his insinuating words with a moment of silence. The allure of the red mist, treasure chests, and attribute points was indeed tempting. Yet, compared to the unknown and perilous red mist, he had a more secure and potentially rewarding path before him. Ultimately, he slowly shook his head, stating, "The risks are too high, and the information remains insufficient. I think I will observe a while longer." The light in Lu Xiaodong's eyes dimmed rapidly. Disappointment etched across his face. He opened his mouth to urge further, but upon catching sight of Lin Mo's composed demeanor, as if he had everything under control, he swallowed his words and replied sullenly, "Very well." As the two continued their conversation, the entrance to the dormitory building swung open once more, and an invisible aura of authority swept in. A throng of people surrounded a woman as she emerged with undeniable presence. Clad in a pristine white athletic jacket paired with a sleek black sports skirt and matching shoes, a black cap perched atop her gently curled hair, revealing her elegantly defined jawline. Though her attire was merely casual sportswear, she exuded an air of regal confidence, each step radiating an aura of formidable allure that commanded distance. "Wow, look over there. Who is that? Absolutely stunning. That is Kong Nanji. Don't you recognize her? Before the apocalypse, she was a top-tier celebrity. Now she is the undisputed queen of that building. A fierce woman who possesses both beauty and strength. Goodness, so beautiful and powerful. If only, cough. I'd gladly reside in a villa and drive a luxury car if it meant being near her." A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Mo's eyes. Yet it ended there. Women of such caliber, whether before or after the apocalypse, would inevitably attract throngs of admirers. He considered himself not a man easily swayed by the presence of women. Rather than fantasizing about navigating multiple relationships, he found greater satisfaction in tending to his own solitary journey. Beside them, Lu Xiaodong was fixated on Kong Nanji, his expression fluctuating and his gaze intricate. "What? Has team leader Lu taken a fancy?" Zhu smiled teasingly. "Shall we go over and greet her? Perhaps, in light of past acquaintance, you might win her heart." "Oh, you two are acquainted?" Lin Mo inquired, somewhat astonished. It turned out Lu Xiaodong had previously undertaken a mission at the Kong residence. Their faces familiar, though they had never exchanged words. "Do you think?" Lu Xiaodong disregarded the jest. Could she, like that unfortunate fool, be willing to spend 100 survival coins to challenge you? Lin Mo nearly choked on his own saliva, gazing at Lu Xiaodong as if observing a rare creature. "Brother, wake up. Even if your ancestral grave were struck by lightning, it wouldn't result in encountering two fortune-bringing spirits in a single day. What are you thinking?" Chapter 61. A blooming contest. Lu Xiaodong was left speechless, the regret evident on his face. Zhu Xiao, unable to bear the sight any longer, whispered a reminder, "Captain, gather your thoughts. Miss Kong's talent is reportedly a formidable support type. She herself cannot engage in one-on-one battles, let alone seek out punishment." The group, led by Kong Nanji, had approached, her presence radiating power, yet she remained silent. It was instead a plain-looking young man beside her, exuding the distinct enthusiasm of a businessman, who spoke first. "Ah, greetings, new neighbors. It must be quite uncomfortable to have no sense of time in the dormitory. Look at this, a precise mechanical watch, essential for the apocalypse. Only 5 survival coins each. Buy 4 and enjoy a 20% discount. What do you say? Have a think about it. Ugh. Hearing that tone, it's clear it's that slippery Chun Junxing again. Why didn't he offer me a discount last time he sold me a watch? Lin Mo kost invutli. Enough, Chun Junxing. A young man, meticulously groomed and dressed in a simple Tai Chi outfit, interrupted him, his brow furrowing with unmistakable superiority. Mind the occasion and your status. How many of them can actually afford your wares? Though directed at Chun Junxing, his condescending gaze swept over the ordinary players present, evoking a wave of disdain among them. Chun Junxing's smile faltered instantly. He shot a sidelong glance at the young man and retorted with biting sarcasm. Tang Lin. If you wish to be Miss Kong's flower protector, her ultimate sycophant, no one will stop you. But let me warn you one last time. I have no interest in her. You needn't act like a rabid dog, baring your teeth at me when she hasn't even spoken. You. Tang Lin's face darkened with fury as he was humiliated in front of so many, especially before Kong Nanji. He shifted his weight abruptly, his left hand striking out like a venomous snake propelled by a sinister breeze towards Chun Junxing's arm, clearly prepared to engage. However, Chun Junxing was quicker. He moved like a wraith, seemingly gliding on wheels, effortlessly retreating several meters to evade the vicious strike. He dusted off non-existent specks of dirt, scoffing, "TCH, your skills are not yet honed. You're as weak as if you haven't eaten." Tai Chi emphasizes cultivation and tranquility, yet you choose to brawl recklessly, truly embarrassing the founder. Enraged, Tang Lin's fury twisted into a mocking grin, his eyes glinting with malice, ready to charge again. Enough. Kong Nanji finally spoke, her voice as frigid as a mountain spring. Firstly, our relationship is not so intimate. Both of you are being rather presumptuous. Secondly, if you wish to fight, do so after we complete our business. For now, let us move out after purchasing the blind boxes. She didn't even spare a glance at the two antagonists. With her words, Tang Lin had no choice but to suppress his anger, casting a fierce glare at Chun Junxing. The latter merely shrugged nonchalantly. The onlooking players, who had anticipated an exciting spectacle, let out disappointed sighs, parting ways. Oh, I thought we'd get to witness a showdown of the Titans today. Instead, nothing happened. How dull. Zhu Xiao observed the retreating figures of Kong Nanji and his companions as they made their way toward the Dave blind box store, her expression turning grave. Have you noticed? Kong Nanji, Chun Junxing, and that Tang Lin. These individuals, who typically regard one another with disdain in the chat channels, have surprisingly banded together. What could possibly compel them to set aside their grievances and join forces? Lu Xiaodong's pupils constricted. The treasure chest. They've discovered it too? A wave of immense pressure enveloped Lu Xiaodong. Setting aside the complexities of their internal relationships, their sheer strength was enough to overpower the vast majority present. If they united their efforts to pursue the treasure chest shrouded in the red mist, would there be any chance left for the others? Lu Xiaodong felt a chill run down his spine and turned once more to Lin Mo. The situation has changed. Let us join forces. How about splitting the treasure 50-50? Not interested, Lin Mo replied tersely, his tone as crisp as ever, in stark contrast to Lu Xiaodong's anxiety and Zhu Zhao's solemnity. Lin Mo regarded the figures of Kong Nanji and his group advancing toward Dave with a flicker of barely perceptible anticipation in his eyes. The more, the merrier. Let us hasten to form a team and venture into the red mist. We shall uncover the dangers and gather intelligence. Only then can he feel at ease. Lin Mo. Just then, a melodious and somewhat excited voice pierced through the crowd, calling out clearly. Instinctively, Lin Mo turned his head in the direction of the sound. There, at the entrance of the dormitory building, stood 3 striking figures, each distinct in temperament, yet equally captivating, all focused intently on him. The appearance of these 3 enchanting figures was like pebbles thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present, even causing Kong Nanji and his group to halt in their tracks. Wow, look at the entrance. My heavens, who are these divine beings? 3 of them, all at once. Their beauty rivals that of Kong Nanji, each with a different style. Is the feng shui of our building particularly good? Such a gathering of beauties. The players whispered among themselves, their gazes lingering on the three women, who had evidently taken great care in their appearance. They exuded a dazzling charm, each with a distinctive style. Yi Xiaoro retained her fresh and sweet school beauty vibe, dressed in a creamy white short knitted cardigan layered over a light pink Peter Pan collar shirt, paired with high-waisted light blue straight-leg jeans that accentuated her long legs, and completed with clean white canvas shoes. Her high ponytail swayed with each step, radiating youthful exuberance. And Jill had swapped out her cosplay outfit for something new, a peach-colored puff-sleeve top paired with a black high-waisted Align skirt, and nude Mary Jane shoes that elongated her legs, while her low bun added a playful touch, making her appear as a petite and spirited young lady. However, Lin Mo's attention was drawn predominantly to Han Shui, who astonished him profoundly. She donned a black spaghetti-strap dress beneath a long, deep gray blazer that draped elegantly. Her outfit was complemented by black high-waisted straight-leg pants and slender black stilettos that seemed to echo with every step. Delicate silver jewelry adorned her neck and ears, while her cascading waves of hair lent her an air of relaxed sensuality. Like for days, the stunning trio instantly overshadowed much of Kong Nanji's brilliance. Tang Lin was so mesmerized that his eyes nearly glazed over, and he almost drooled, while Kong Nanji was indeed a vision of beauty. She was akin to a thorny rose, difficult to approach. The three before him, each possessing a distinct charm, had arrived all at once. His mind was instantly filled with a flurry of fantasies. He scarcely remembered the space beside Kong Nanji, instinctively moving towards the three ladies, wearing a smile he believed to be suave and sophisticated. "Are you ladies also here to purchase Dave's mystery boxes? What a pleasure to meet you. I am Tang." Chapter 62. I am Lin Mo. Please offer your guidance. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xiaoro, like a carefree bird, was oblivious to his presence. Her gaze solely fixed on Lin Mo. She fluttered toward him, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, and leaped into his embrace. To Tang Lin and the others' astonishment, the remaining two women also bypassed him, gravitating towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo himself was taken aback. If memory serve him right, Han Shui, who typically exuded an air of aloofness and social anxiety around strangers, surprisingly approached him without hesitation, gently linking her arm with his. And Jill stood on Lin Mo's other side, casting a wary glance at Tang Lin. The silent slap of reality struck Tang Lin hard, igniting a flush across his face. The cultivated facade of elegance he had meticulously maintained shattered in an instant, leaving behind only embarrassment and discomfort. Lin Montauk, with one arm around the exuberant Yi Xiaoro and the other entwined with Han Shui, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise as he surveyed them. "Weren't you three concerned about causing me trouble and hesitating to approach? Why the sudden lack of fear regarding attracting attention?" It was not until they heard Dave's name that Sister Shui could hardly contain herself. She was, after all, a die-hard fan of Plants vs. Zombies. Yi Xiaoro leaned closer, intending to rattle the self-assured vixen within. For entry into the 3530 realm was not something just anyone could attain. Initially, Yi Xiaoro had no intention of stepping out. She merely seized upon Han Shui's evident anxiety as an excuse to suggest a bit of personal grooming. As for causing trouble, given Lin Mo's formidable prowess, they knew well his amicable rapport with the individuals from the 36th floor. With so many allies at hand, there was little to fear. Oh, Lin Mo was genuinely surprised now, glancing down at the long-legged beauty beside him. He had not anticipated that Shui would possess such an interest. Han Shui, feeling his gaze upon her, turned her face slightly away, speaking in a soft voice. Games of tower defense strategy can be enjoyed in solitude, allowing one to evade unnecessary social tribulations. I have dabbled in various tower defense and management genres. I must admit, I haven't played the original much. I prefer the more challenging hybrid and fusion versions. Yi Xiaoro tiptoed, leaning toward Lin Mo's ear, whispering just loud enough for those nearby to overhear her complaint. We were precisely afraid of encountering those inexplicably attention-seeking toads, which is why we hesitated to venture out. But alas, what we feared has come to pass. Had I known, I wouldn't have come down. Such misfortune. Han Shui, overhearing her words, tightened her grip on Lin Mo's arm, her face betraying a hint of unease and regret. After all, they had decided to join him out of consideration for her feelings. Sensing Han Shui's remorse, Lin Mo gently patted her hand resting on his tone soothing yet imbued with a reassuring strength. It's nothing to worry about. Leave it to me to handle. His gaze then shifted toward Kong Nanji and her entourage. At this moment, Kong Nanji and her companions understood that the young man surrounded by 3 stunning women, exuding a calm demeanor, was none other than Lin Mo, the reigning champion of the novice rankings, an unparalleled figure among the elite. Suppressing the subtle emotions stirred by the earlier scene, she stepped forward, her aura still commanding. Mr. Lin Mo, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. However, before Kong Nanji could finish her words, Lin Mo decisively interrupted her with a raised hand. Inviting me to explore the red mist? Lin Mo gazed calmly at Kong Nanji, as if he had already discerned her intentions, his tone level and unruffled. No, I have no interest in that. This blunt refusal caused Kong Nanji's brows to furrow slightly. Behind her, Tang Lin, already seething with rage from being ignored by the 3 women, found an outlet for his pent-up resentment and jealousy upon witnessing Lin Mo's attitude towards Kong Nanji. Young man, Tang Lin stepped forward abruptly, pointing at Lin Mo, his face betraying undisguised hostility and threat. You'd better show some respect when speaking to Nanji. We've seen you claim the top treasure chest. You possess some strength, and that's why we lowered ourselves to invite you. Don't overestimate yourself. Do you really think you're invincible? Do you know that arrogance invites retribution? His voice was sharp and grating, shattering the tranquility of the moment. The atmosphere thick with tension. Lin Mo didn't even spare Tang Lin a glance, his gaze shifting directly to Kong Nanji, his tone calm, yet laden with invisible pressure. Is this your stance? This inquiry struck like a cold needle, instantly awakening the jealousy-clouded mind of Tang Lin. He shivered, cold sweat breaking out. This young man is too cunning. He seeks to force Kong Nanji to declare her position. If she admits it, then Tang Lin would be the culprit behind the alliance's discord. If she denies it, she would be distancing herself from him right there. In any case, Nanji would surely harbor even more discontent towards him. Why are you asking Nanji about what I said? Tang Lin shouted in a blusterous manner, attempting to salvage the situation. This only represents my opinion. Chun Junsheng quickly stepped in to mediate, trying to ease the tension. Brother Lin, Tang Lin, let us all calm down. It's just a small misunderstanding. We can certainly sit down. At this moment, Kong Nanji was on the verge of exploding with fury, cursing Tang Lin and his ancestors in her heart. If it weren't for this fellow being obedient and somewhat useful, she would have kicked him away long ago. Suppressing her anger, her gaze swept over Lin Mo and the 3 stunning beauties beside him, her thoughts racing. This young man is surrounded by beautiful women, clearly a man of indulgence. With her own beauty and allure, she could surely ensnare him with just a little manipulation, turning him to her advantage. That would be the optimal strategy. We are complete strangers. Lin Mo's voice interrupted Kong Nanji's musings, laced with a hint of mockery. You were the ones who approached me first. Now, you wish to have a good conversation? Apologies, but I find no merit in that. Unable to reach an agreement, Tang Lin could hardly contain his eagerness, immediately adopting an aggressive stance, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Then let us fight. I want to see how formidable your so-called talent truly is. Let me experience. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Lin's voice was abruptly cut off, like a rooster with its throat gripped. A chilling aura, potent enough to freeze one's marrow, suddenly enveloped him. For in Lin Mo's hand, a gun had appeared at some point, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, the dark barrel unwaveringly aimed at his forehead. A real gun. Tang Lin's pupils constricted suddenly, his mind blank, and his blood felt as though it had instantaneously frozen. All his courage and resentment, in the presence of this embodiment of equality, melted away like thin ice under the scorching sun. So this was how his terrifying score at the top of the novice leaderboard was achieved. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead and back, soaking his garments in an instant. His legs weakened, almost unable to support him. Then let us engage in a friendly spar. Lin Mo's voice was calm, devoid of any ripple, as if he were merely stating the most mundane of matters. I am Lin Mo. Please enlighten me. Chapter 63. Kong Nanji Hey, does it hurt? No, Lin Gu. It's a misunderstanding. Tang Lin's menacing expression swiftly transformed into one of obsequiousness, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he forced a laugh and waved his hands repeatedly. I admit your prowess. You certainly possess strength. There's really no need for a sparring match. Is there? As he spoke, he instinctively edged closer to Chun Junsheng, seeking refuge. However, Chun Junsheng was faster. The moment Lin Mo drew his gun, he had already slipped away several steps, evading the ominous presence with remarkable stealth. The muzzle of Lin Mo's gun, akin to a relentless parasite, subtly adjusted its aim in tandem with Tang Lin's movements, maintaining a lock on him. Do you have anything further to say? Lin Mo inquired once more, his tone remaining calm, yet imbued with an oppressive intensity that rendered the atmosphere stifling, as if he were merely posing an inconsequential question. Don't, brother. Please, don't joke around. Tang Lin exclaimed, terror-stricken, his voice tinged with a whimper. Be careful. Don't accidentally discharge it. He frantically scanned the surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on Kong Nanji, who stood closest to him. In the midst of Kong Nanji's astonished stare, Tang Lin, reminiscent of a cornered beast, suddenly lunged forward, seizing the back collar of her pristine white sports jacket with a vice-like grip. Before she could fully comprehend the unfolding events, he unleashed an astounding force, yanking her towards him with brutal intensity. What are you doing? Get away! Kong Nanji shrieked in shock, struggling desperately against him. Her attributes were heavily weighted towards mental prowess, rendering her physically an ordinary and weak woman, far from a match for the desperate Tang Lin. The jacket, which had previously exuded an air of regal confidence, had now become a fatal hindrance. With just a grasp on the collar of her jacket, Tang Lin effortlessly pulled her in front of him, utilizing her as a human shield. Kong Nanji felt an overwhelming force drag her uncontrollably forward. Her legs weakened, nearly collapsing beneath her. Her mind was engulfed in a void of terror. She had clearly noticed something amiss in Tang Lin's gaze moments ago, yet her body failed to react in time. Brother, stay calm. Please remain composed. Tang Lin whimpered, his head buried behind Kong Nanji's back, his voice hoarse with desperation. I have over 150 survival coins. All for you, everything, consider an apology. I can also offer you some household items. I beg you, calm your temper. Put down the gun. He babbled incoherently, attempting to sway Lin Mo with promises of compensation. Lin Mo's gun remained steadfastly aimed at the forehead of Kong Nanji, who was being used as a shield. TSK. Lin Mo lightly shook his head, a frigid smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I preferred the defiant demeanor you displayed moments ago. Weren't you eager for a spar? Why are you cowering so swiftly? The cold muzzle of the gun felt as though it were pressed against her temple. Kong Nanji experienced a chilling sensation coursing through her body, rendering her mind blank. Fear paralyzed her, and her legs could no longer support her. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Her short skirt fluttered, revealing the black leggings beneath, as the specter of death enveloped her completely, leaving her utterly oblivious to her predicament. Noah has nothing to do with me. Kong Nanji's face was as pale as a sheet, her voice trembling out of tune, her heart racing as if it would burst from her chest. The grievances between you and him have nothing to do with me, right? Please, she struggled to suppress the urge to scream, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Lin Mo's gaze seemed to linger on her face for a fleeting moment, his tone remaining indifferent as he kindly reassured her. It's all right. Take a deep breath. If it hurts, it is but temporary. Kong Nanji felt as if her soul were about to escape her body. She wanted to scream, to plead for mercy, to question Lin Mo about his indiscriminate slaughter, and most of all, to tear apart Tang Lin, who had used her as shield. An overwhelming tide of regret surged within her. Why had she ventured out? Why was she so curious about the outside world? Wasn't it better to bask in the adoration of those infatuated with her back in the dormitory? She had to do nothing while others catered to her. If only there were a next life. Just as despair engulfed her, and she closed her eyes awaiting death, bang! A A dull yet piercing gunshot suddenly ripped through the air. Kong Nanji's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. It was over. Hey, why are you still sitting there? The ground is cold. A familiar voice echoed. Huh? Kong Nanji abruptly opened her eyes, her consciousness still hazy. She instinctively touched her forehead and chest, finding no gaping wounds. It didn't hurt. Stiffly, she turned her head inch by inch. Not far behind her, Tang Lin lay crumpled on the ground in a grotesque position. A grotesque wound gushing blood and some unidentifiable fluid from the back of his head. Red and white matter splattered everywhere, dead beyond revival. Han Shui and Njio's faces were ashen, turning their heads away, the sight itself enough to induce nausea. Yi Xiaoro hurried forward, crouching down with a gentle tone, attempting to help her up. It's all right, don't be afraid. The bastard who held you hostage. He just tried to flee into the red mist and was taken down by my husband. Though her expression was also grim. She had witnessed enough carnage during the previous battles that such a level of corpse was not enough to make her retch. Kong Nanji tremblait incontrôlablement. The immense fear giving way to a sense of exhaustion from surviving and a deeper sense of humiliation. She declined Yi Xiaoro's assistance. Her voice hoarse and laced with sorrow. Thank you. But let me be alone for a moment. All she wanted was to find a crack in the ground to hide in. How shameful. So utterly embarrassing. With so many watching. What was even more infuriating was her own foolishness. Why had she been so frugal back then? Would have killed her to buy a few more pieces of clothing? Now, in this state, how could she possibly leave? Yi Xiaoro, keenly perceptive, sensed something amiss. Her nostrils slightly flaring as she swiftly grasped the depth of Kong Nanji's embarrassment. A flicker of sympathy crossed her eyes. It's all right, don't be afraid. Just wait for me. After softly uttering those words, Yi Xiaoro quickly stood and departed. Kong Nanji remained engulfed in overwhelming shame and confusion, her tear-streaked eyes cast downward, not even noticing where Yi Xiaoro had gone. When she finally regained her composure, she saw Yi Xiaoro returning, holding a long, deep gray suit jacket, the very one that Han Shui had been wearing. Yi Xiaoro gently draped her coat over Kong Nanji's shoulders, enveloping her entirely and concealing her disheveled lower half. You were quite frightened, weren't you? Put this on. It will keep you warm. Then Yi Xiaoro squatted down, leaning close to Kong Nanji's ear, and spoke in an almost imperceptible whisper that only the two of them could hear. This coat is made of thick fabric with excellent water absorption. It won T-show from the outside. Kong Nanji suddenly looked up. Disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at Yi Xiaoro, who appeared as pure and sweet as a girl next door. How could this be merely a beautiful woman? She was nothing short of an angel, rescuing her from turmoil and sparing her from public humiliation. Thank you. Thank you. Kong Nanji's voice trembled, overflowing with heartfelt gratitude as tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Chapter 64. The superstar, Yu Wunti Want Yi Xiaoro merely offered her a bashful and innocent smile, as if she had committed an inconsequential act. At that moment, an increasing number of onlookers gathered around, pointing and chattering amongst themselves. Yi Xiaoro furrowed her brows slightly, rose to her feet, and with a composed yet delicate voice, she chided the crowd, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Are you all so idle? Instead of loitering here, why not queue up for blind boxes? If you don't disperse, her captivating gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on Lin Mo. Then I shall have my husband visit each of you personally for a proper discussion. The expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically. The memory of Lin Mo's ominous gun and Tang Lin's grim fate lingered vividly in their minds. None wished to become the next target of such a visit. The crowd instantly scattered like startled birds, vanishing in an instant. Not far away, Zhu Xiao, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, elbowed the stunned Lu Xiaodong beside her, her tone laced with smugness. See, Captain, I told you that formidable weapon would end up in Lin Mo's hands. Isn't this a matter of course? Is your head harder than that fool's? Lu Xiaodong stared at Tang Lin's lifeless body on the ground, then glanced at the carefully tended Kong Nanji, ultimately fixing his gaze on the composed Lin Mo. He swallowed hard, the last vestiges of reluctance dissipating, leaving only a sense of dread and relief. Let us go. Let us go. Competing for second place with Sun Chung is quite acceptable. Exactly. Zhu Xiao was thoroughly pleased with her captain's sense of timing, grinning broadly. With one less troublemaker around Kong Nanji, and Shin Junshin clearly uninterested in stirring up trouble, the threat from those outsiders has diminished significantly. Yi Xiaoro assisted the trembling and mortified Kong Nanji, guiding her towards Lin Mo. A tumult of emotions surged within Kong Nanji. Fear of Lin Mo's gunfire entwined with the humiliation of appearing so vulnerable before others. A few steps away from Lin Mo, she instinctively halted, daunted by the proximity. Ding! A target meeting the planting conditions detected. Kong Nanji, charm value. 9-1. Not within a safe zone. Proceed with planting immediately? No, no, no. I'm not a scavenger. Yi Xiaoro understood her feelings and did not press her. She released Kong Nanji, allowing her to remain rooted in place. While she gracefully returned to Lin Mo's embrace, her voice sweetly coy. Darling, do you think the attribute points mentioned in the broadcast include charm value? I'd like to claim that power board. Lin Mo naturally wrapped his arms around her, glancing in Kong Nanji's direction as he casually replied, Of course it does. But you three needn't worry about the power supply. I've prepared everything. What shall we exchange then? Yi Xiaoro's eyes sparkled with mischief as she took the still-dazed Kong Nanji's hand and headed towards the day blind box store. As if the earlier turmoil had never transpired. Her tone was light and tinged with pride. I've met the criteria for both charm and physique, so I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Kong Nanji felt a surge of unease. If charm were to be considered, she would barely meet the criteria. Was this girl truly on par with her? Lin Mo observed Dave, who was swaying drunkenly with bleary eyes, and drew a bit closer. Bro, you see. He gestured towards the beautiful women surrounding them, particularly pointing out Kong Nanji, who was linked arm in arm with Yi Xiaoro. My friends here have all met the required attributes, making them eligible to claim your solar panels and batteries. The catch is, Lin Mo spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. This is somewhat superfluous for me. Dave let out a loud belch, the strong scent of alcohol wafting over Lin Mo's face. He smacked his lips, his gaze hazy as he reminisced. Good brother, this drink of yours, burp, is truly potent. 100 times better than the swill those paupers concoct for themselves. Exquisite. Fine liquor. Naturally. Bro, good things should be shared with good brothers. You see, if my lovely friends receive your special assistance, they might even express their gratitude by sending over more of this delightful beverage. Oh! Upon realizing his objective was achieved, Dave's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, gazing at Yi Xiaoro and the others with an expression full of affection. I knew it. I knew it. These beautiful and kind-hearted ladies must be angels at heart, most willing to assist a poor soul like me. Burp, forced to wander, forlorn and alone. Just wait, good brother. Staggering, yet determined, Dave made his way to the driver's cabin of his dilapidated RV. After a cacophony of rummaging sounds, he returned, cradling a bulging black plastic bag, a mysterious smile of treasure-sharing gracing his face. Hey, don't say I don't take care of you. Dave shoved the bag into Lin Mo's arms, lowering his voice, his breath heavy with alcohol. This is, burp, good stuff. Those trinkets bought with survival coins outside can't compare. If you don't want the solar panels, you can trade this instead. Inside the plastic bag, a few exquisitely crafted metallic boxes adorned with strange dark patterns came into view, starkly contrasting with the ordinary plant blind boxes sold earlier. Lin Mo's heart stirred, and he instinctively sought to activate the system panel for identification. However, the cold notification reemerged. Currently in a safe zone outside the dormitory building, system function identification restricted. Damn, this cursed area restriction. Though unable to identify the items, it was prudent to seize valuable goods while they were available. Lin Mo accepted the hefty plastic bag without hesitation, ignoring Kong Nanji's complex gaze, effortlessly storing all the superior boxes into his spatial storage, his movements smooth and seemingly justified. Observing his joyful demeanor, Dave couldn't help but smirk inwardly. After all, he was but a simpleton, easily appeased by trivial things. Kong Nanji slightly pursed her lips, feeling the gratitude that Yi Xiaoro had just warmed in her heart cool instantly. only to be followed by a self-deprecating glance away. She had never truly expected Lin Mo to share any with her. Silently approaching Dave's modest and unassuming blind box, she spent her survival coins to purchase an ordinary initial blind box. Upon receiving it, Kong Nanji yearned to swiftly escape this place that had subjected her to such emotional upheaval and loss of dignity. Gently, she attempted to free her arm from the grasp of Yi Xiaoro, whispering, "I think I'll head back first." However, Yi Xiaoro's seemingly delicate and soft hand remained firmly clasped around her arm, oblivious to her struggles. With a sweet and innocent smile still gracing her face, she even tugged Kong Nanji closer, speaking in a tone so affectionate it resembled that of longtime confidants. "Why the rush, Nanji? Surely, you and T want anyone to see you in such a disheveled state. Stay with us. My husband will protect you. One T, you dear?" She playfully winked at Lin Mo as she spoke. A flicker of hope ignited within Kong Nanji. Perhaps he would find her shattered beauty endearing. The escort fee was 20 survival coins. "Then I shall forego your escort," she retorted. "Star, you wouldn't want." Kong Nanji trailed off. Chapter 65. Buling. She gazed upon Yi Xiaoro's innocent and sweet visage, for the first time distinctly perceiving the formidable control concealed beneath the girl's charming exterior. Depart? It seemed that departure was not an option at present, as Yi Xiaoro affectionately linked arms with Kong Nanji, as if they had truly become bosom friends. Only Jiu regarded Kong Nanji with a hostile glare. The previously reticent Han Shui silently edged closer to Lin Mo, her movements almost imperceptible. Lin Mo cast her a puzzled glance. This girl, who was clearly paralyzed by social anxiety in the presence of strangers, seemed to crave proximity when near him. He found this contradictory psychology perplexing, but chose not to delve into it, allowing her to be. "Miss Kong." Lin Mo's voice disrupted the delicate atmosphere, his gaze settling on Kong Nanji, who was entwined with Yi Xiaoro. "If it is convenient, might we ascend and converse? I happen to have some inquiries I wish to discuss." We harbor no ill intentions. This has nothing to do with me. I merely wish to extend a greeting." Kong Nanji's heart tightened, tears almost spilling forth. Heaven help her. She had intended to seduce him, to exploit him, to have him capitulate before her. Yet this idea was still in its nascent stage, without even a spark ignited, and she was already facing interrogation. Was it necessary to be so targeted towards her? As Lin Mo and his companions entered the dormitory building, Zhu Xiao returned to Dave's side. "Esteemed sir, I am quite curious about the conversation you had with my friend." Dave rolled his eyes while clutching a bottle of liquor. Zhu Xiao then produced a similarly bottled spirit. "Sir, I believe we can indulge in a few drinks as well. My enthusiastic neighbor, drinking is permissible, but I have my principles." "Damn it, 5 survival coins a bottle." Lin Mo is indeed generous. Zhu Xiao retrieved 2 more bottles, causing Dave's face to light up with joy. "My dear brother, you must be concerned for your friend's safety. I am truly touched. Do you desire a premium blind box as well?" Upon entering the dormitory, the familiar system panel illuminated once more. It was then that Lin Mo realized that this so-called Buling had just sent her a message. 0721 Buling. "Greetings, esteemed one. I possess exclusive intelligence regarding attribute point enhancement, and the price is negotiable. Would you be interested in a discussion?" Lin Mo disregarded the message entirely, continuing up the staircase while resuming his earlier inquiry. "Not that. I wish to know how you proud individuals suddenly decided to form a team to venture out. Who took the lead?" Kong Nanji, pressed against Yi Xiaoro, could only grit her teeth and follow. The jostling of the staircase intensified her awareness of the damp coldness below, leaving her mortified and desperate to escape, yet unable to break free. "We all harbored the thought of letting others scout ahead. We never intended to form a team." Kong Nanji's voice was muffled, tinged with a sense of self-despair. "It was that one named Buling who suddenly messaged us, claiming to possess vital information for sale, available only to those of a certain caliber." She paused, adding, "She and Shun Guana reside in the same building, and it is said that she previously provided a plethora of intelligence, all without error. By the way, Shun Guanu sought you out earlier. It seems Bu Ling informed him that you are the strongest in terms of comprehensive combat power in the entire building. I surmise that her talent likely lies in divination or prophecy. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy, already formulating his plans internally. This Bu Ling has overstepped her bounds. She must understand that not every piece of intelligence can be carelessly disseminated, and one must tread carefully with their words. He promptly opened a private chat with Bu Ling. 3,530 Lin Mo, not interested. The response came almost instantaneously. 0721 Bu Ling. Don't be like that, esteemed one. You are the top player, and you understand the significance of attribute points better than anyone. Missing this opportunity would be regrettable. 3,530 Lin Mo. Do you possess specific information regarding the red mist? It seemed Bu Ling hesitated for a few seconds. 0721 Bu Ling. All right. It appears I cannot conceal anything from you. I cannot disclose everything, but I do know part of it. 3,530 Lin Mo. Speak. 0721 Bu Ling. Esteemed one. The value of this information. What do you think regarding the price? 3,530 Lin Mo. Price? I would rather calculate the cost with you first. You have sold my information without my consent, disrupting my peace. How much compensation do you seek for this transgression? In dormitory 0721, a girl with half black and half white hair abruptly leapt from her bed, her thick bangs swaying with her movements, obscuring her irate eyes. How outrageous! What does this pestilential creature think she is doing? What harm did my selling of intelligence cause her? No one else has made a fuss. Yet she insists on being troublesome. Clad in a cropped, colorful graffiti tank top and distressed jeans, she stomped around in platform sneakers, the silver chain around her neck clinking with each step. Esteemed one, you misunderstand. The treasures from the chests in the red mist are random, with quality ranging from levels 0 to 1, but there is a guaranteed minimum of 1 attribute point. The chests respawn around the dormitory building, with a maximum of 15 each day. The strength of the monsters is linked to the richness of the chests. 0721 Bu Ling. That is all. 3,530 Lin Mo. Let this be a lesson for the future. By the way, where is Tang Lin's dormitory? 0721 Esteemed one. His room number is in the chat history. Lin Mo chose not to reply further. After bidding farewell to Kong Nanji, Yi Xiaoro eagerly spoke up. Darling, this is the renowned star Kong Nanji, a living top-tier celebrity. It would be a travesty not to capture her. Just imagine how impressive that would be. Yi Xiaoro, you silly girl, have you lost your mind? And Jiao exclaimed in frustration. Am I not enough for you? What are you thinking, provoking external temptresses? She puffed out her cheeks like a little hamster guarding its food. Han Shui appeared displeased, feeling somewhat offended. Lin Mo and Yi Xiaoro tacitly ignored the fuming Jiao. Never mind. He spoke in a calm tone. While I may be an experienced driver, I'm only interested in the original, authentic model. No matter how shiny the second-hand cars outside may appear, I have no desire to take them for a test drive. Stumbling back to dormitory 0826, Lin Mo found his loyal tenant, Tanku, already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Kong Nanji clad in an ill-fitting dark gray suit jacket, her complexion as pale as parchment and her hair damply clinging to her cheeks, exuding an air of disarray, Tanku was taken aback, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment. Sister Nanji, what has happened to you? Tanku exclaimed, her heart aching profoundly, instinctively yearning to rush forward to offer support. Wait, don't come any closer. Kong Nanji, resembling a startled rabbit, abruptly stepped back, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor as she hastily stowed the jacket into her backpack. Tanku, startled by her intense reaction, halted in her tracks. Sister, what on earth has transpired? Are you all right? Chapter 66. The weary Kong Nanji and the stark contrast of Han Shui. Kong Nanji inhaled deeply, suppressing the lump in her throat and the tremors emanating from within her. She forced out a smile that was more grotesque than tears, her voice feeble as she reassured, Kiki, do not worry, I am fine. It's just. I was a bit startled outside, my legs feel weak, and I cannot stand steady. She downplayed the gravity of her earlier humiliation. choosing to omit the moment she wished she could erase from her memory. Could you fetch me a set of clean clothes? I would like to take a shower first. All right, I will get it right away. Tanku, relieved to see her sister still able to speak, hurriedly turned to rummage through the garments. As the scalding water cascaded from the shower head, washing away the coldness from her skin, Kong Nanji felt as though she was being yanked back from a nightmarish, absurd horror. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, she slid down against the chilly tiled wall, curling up in the rising steam, burying her face deep in her knees. The pent-up fear, grievance, and indignation surged forth like a breached dam, manifesting in silent, violent sobs that shook her shoulders. Why? Why did it come to this? She had merely wanted to venture out, to leverage her charm for some advantages, to attract a few useful sycophants. How did she end up crossing paths with that cold-blooded fiend? Lin Mo, the pitch-black muzzle of a gun, the frigid mockery, and that mortifying moment she wished to forget. She had come perilously close, just a hair's breadth away, from a complete breakdown. This accursed apocalypse. If she were outside, with her family background and the adulation of countless fans, who would dare subject her to such humiliation? Sis, I'll place your clothes on the rack by the door. Tanka's voice filtered through the door. Kong Nanji flinched like a startled ostrich, hastily wiping away her tears and snot. She cleared her throat, striving to make her voice sound steady, even imbued with warmth. Okay, thank you, Kiki. Outside the door, Tanka did not depart. She keenly detected the hint of hoarseness and nasal tone that Kong Nanji was desperately trying to conceal, tightening her heart even further. Leaning against the bathroom door, her voice brimmed with concern and self-reproach. Sis, I am so sorry. It's all my fault for being so useless. My talent is just a decoration outside. If only I could fight like those others. You would not have had to endure such humiliation. It's all right, Kiki. Kong Nanji's voice, muffled by the steam, seeped through the door, imbued with profound fatigue. It's all in the past. She yearned only for a moment of peace to lick her wounds. However, Tan Ku's next words doused her in icy water, chilling her to the core. Sis, do not worry. Our compass just held an emergency meeting. Tan Ku's voice suddenly rose, infused with fury and an almost fervent sense of mission. That bastard Lin Mo, how dare he point a gun at you? He is as good as dead. We have resolved to launch a full-scale attack against him, starting with flooding the chat channels to expose his atrocities, followed by a relentless barrage of private messages to condemn him. The moment he dares to step out of the dormitory, we compass will unite and do everything in our power to take him down. We will avenge you. Kong Nanji felt a buzzing in her head, a chill racing from her tailbone to the crown of her head. The fear she had just managed to suppress was suddenly magnified tenfold. This was not revenge. It was a death wish, a calamity heralded upon her. What if that malevolent Lin Mo turned his ire upon her? Oh, please no. Kong Nanji nearly screamed, her voice cracking with urgency. She abruptly turned off the shower, the cold enveloping her bare body, but she could hardly pay it any mind. Her tone turned serious. Coco, listen to me. This cannot happen. Sister, we know your heart is too kind. You are still thinking of that murderer. Tanku's voice was laced with a morbid fervor. But we must ensure everyone knows that you, Kong Nanji, are not to be trifled with. Behind you stands countless compasses. We are your steadfast support, the best sister, worth sacrificing our lives to protect. As she spoke passionately, her fists clenched, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Kong Nanji felt a wave of suffocating despair wash over her. Exhausted and bare, she leaned against the cold bathroom door, her back pressed firmly against the door panel, as if she could draw strength from the frigid touch. Outside, her fervent fans, ready to ignite a powder keg of chaos, awaited her. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and when she opened them again, only a profound weariness remained in her gaze. Coco, her voice, softened through the door, became unusually gentle. The compasses, they're all my family. I understand your intentions. Truly, I do. However, her tone shifted, laden with worry and rationality. Lin Mo. He is the top of the rookie leaderboard, his strength unfathomable. To provoke him would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. If any compass were to suffer injury because of me, it would pay me more than death. That is the outcome I dread the most. She paused, her tone growing more sincere. Moreover, Coco, you have misunderstood. Just now, Lin Mo has already sincerely apologized to me in private. He did not mean it. The situation was far too complex at the time. I have already forgiven him. Truly, if you were to attack him now, would it not make me, Kong Nanji, seem untrustworthy? Would it not be a slap in my face? Outside, Tan Ku fell silent, seemingly moved by her profound sense of righteousness and consideration for the bigger picture. Leaning against the icy door panel, Kong Nanji listened to the quiet outside, her heart a desolate expanse of cold and inexpressible fatigue. Exhausted, just having crawled back from the brink of death, still shaken. She had to rack her brain to placate these foolish family members who could bring her ruin at any moment. You fools, if you seek death, do not drag me into it. After escorting the three girls back to their dormitory, Lin Mo did not linger. He approached the door, paused momentarily, then turned and descended the stairs. A thought swirled in his mind. In the game, when monsters kill players, the items in their backpacks are reclaimed by the system. But what happens when players kill players? The system does not drop anything, but what of the personal belongings within the players' dormitories? The previously slain pauper's dorm was utterly bare, offering no references. However, Tang Lin, being a well-known figure who relished in showing off, must certainly have some valuables in his dorm. You need not follow me. I can manage on my own. Lin Mo reached the staircase and suddenly halted, turning to glance behind. Han Shui had emerged again unbeknownst to her, trailing silently like a little shadow. I wish to accompany you, she said, stopping a few paces away, torn between the desire to approach and the fear of being rejected. She lowered her head, her lips forming a pout of distress. Lin Mo was taken aback by the sight before him. Clad in a strikingly elegant ensemble, she exuded an aura of sophistication in her tailored black suit and cascading waves, her stiletto heels adding to her commanding presence. Yet, her expression resembled that of a chastised young bride, her eyes glistening with a hint of vulnerability. Chapter 67. Understanding the weapons of war, this stark contrast. Lin Mo sensed that his brother, in a genuine display of respect, slightly stiffened. All right, come here. Lin Mo beckoned with a hint of indulgence in his tone, oblivious to his own demeanor, as he noticed the pitiful look on Shue's face. Han Shue's expression transformed from gloom to brightness in an instant. She smiled radiantly and, with a slight run, awkwardly linked her arm with Lin Mo's, closely adhering to him as they descended the stairs. Don't you love staying indoors? Why are you so lively today? Lin Mo inquired while walking. Han Shui fell silent for a moment. They are too noisy. Their incessant chatter gives me a headache. Lin Mo chuckled softly. That girl in Jiu is as timid as a quail outside. She only dares to act tough in front of us. Han Shui couldn't help but laugh, adding a precise jab. She talks big, but she's rather flat-chested. Lin Mo nearly laughed aloud, turned to look at her. And you? Are you settling in here comfortably? It's quite nice, Han Shui nodded, her voice gentle. Xiao Rou and Jiu, they're not bad people. No need to worry about food and drink. She paused, glancing quickly at Lin Mo's sharply defined profile, secretly adding in her heart, now I only fear. I cannot endure your size. That's good. In truth, I am not a bloodthirsty person. Today, I know, she interjected, not being bloodthirsty doesn't equate to being merciful. Those who wield weapons are instruments of slaughter. A sage uses them only when absolutely necessary. Decisive action is the hallmark of a gentleman. Lin Mo had initially intended to alter his low-profile strategy, much like Sun Cheng, using the blood of players to alleviate unnecessary troubles. Yet, Han Shui's unexpected understanding caused him to waver in his resolve. Sigh, indeed. Everyone is perpetually battling the harsh environment in this wretched place. Surviving is already arduous enough. If we must also be on guard against our own kind, it would indeed be a lamentable fate. His smile dimmed slightly as he halted, his gaze becoming earnest and direct. Han Shui, I do not wish to deceive you. Do not be blinded by our current prosperity. That is merely because we have yet to truly face the onslaught of monsters. No one knows what the next game phase will entail. Perhaps everyone in this building could perish here. He gazed intently into Han Shue's clear eyes. Your kind heart, your willingness to help others is commendable. However, it is imperative that we consider assisting others only when we are absolutely safe and have the capacity to do so. Do you understand my meaning? Han Shui fell silent. In the corridor, only their breaths remained audible. After a considerable pause, she slowly spoke, her voice soft yet clear. I understand. In fact, I was already very pleased when you chose to share resources with one. At least it greatly increased her chances of survival. If it were just the two of us, we wouldn't survive the next game. She lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a sense of relief. One and I are merely friends. We have done all we can. A flicker of gratitude shone in Lin Mo's eyes as he reached out to tousle her silky hair, like comforting a sensible little kitten. I'm truly happy that my Schweder thinks this way. I am delighted that I do not have to expel you. The 3530 cannot harbor any naive souls. Han Shui, slightly tilting her head to evade, felt a blush rise on her face, her voice laced with playful reproach. Don't always treat me like a child. The two continued their descent, yet Han Shui's heart felt as if it were being gently scratched by a kitten, in a state of delightful disarray. Stealing glances at Lin Mo's profile, she summoned her courage and casually inquired, I heard from Xiaoro about your talent. Aren't your attributes quite elevated now? Not bad, I suppose. It's just average. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, not pausing his steps. Han Shui thought to herself, this man is infuriating. Is he playing dumb or truly oblivious? Taking a deep breath, she decided to take the plunge, her voice barely above a whisper. If you had someone planting seeds beside you, would your strength increase significantly? That is certainly the case. Lin Mo answered matter-of-factly, not even glancing back at her. Oh, Han Shui concluded that this man was being deliberately evasive. Her inner self was in a frenzy, overwhelmed by embarrassment. She had practically laid it all bare. Did she really need to throw herself at him and ask him to plant seeds? Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, her face burning with shame, they arrived at the door of room 1209. The door was ajar, swinging open with a gentle push. Though both rooms were of the same level, the walls within were freshly painted, exuding an air of opulence far superior to that of Lin Mo's 3530. A clear display of ostentation. It was evident that a considerable amount of survival currency had been spent on paint and decoration. Ding! The system's prompt rang out in succession. Ding! Monitoring central facilities detected. Can monitor dormitory entrance and parts of the corridor. Would you like to collect? Ding! Luxurious three-person sofa detected. Would you like to collect? Ding! Dormitory lighting equipment detected. Would you like to collect? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. During the upgrade of his dormitory, he had only received 2 basic facilities. How did he end up with 3? To his dismay, the survival currency he was most concerned about was nowhere to be found. Could it be that Han Shui had already entered the room? Calmly analyzing, he pointed to an inconspicuous back door beside the kitchen, wondering if that extra set had an improper origin. Take a look and see if you can collect this. What? Lin Mo followed her and pushed open the door. Before him unfolded a spacious backyard. A 6-9 grid of land lay before him, consisting of 54 planting plots, resembling a miniature battlefield. Close to the dormitory entrance, on the left side, stood a table adorned with a sunshade, above which was a drying area. On the right, a coiled watering hose exuded a hint of domestic chaos. Is this the backyard module mentioned in the broadcast? Lin Mo attempted to collect it, but there was no response, regrettably. No prompts appeared. We heard the broadcast directly in the dormitory, Han Shui explained, walking to the center of the yard and tilting her head upwards. In that moment, a flash of white light illuminated the scene, and the backyard manifested. The azure sky, radiant sunlight, and lazily drifting white clouds. Everything appeared astonishingly beautiful, bordering on the surreal. She gazed at the deceptive tranquility around her, her voice tinged with a sense of disorientation and melancholy. How real it seems. In this moment of daze, I almost believed I had returned to a normal society. Yet, alas, the moment I step outside, my heart sinks. It is all an illusion. The sunlight poured before her, casting a shadow that exuded an air of desolation. Lin Mo remained silent, merely approaching her and gently patting her shoulder. At such times, it was best for her to process her emotions alone. He then meticulously searched the dormitory once more. As anticipated, essential items such as the kitchen and bathroom facilities, as well as the bed frame, were indestructible with a durability rating of infinity. They could neither be damaged nor removed. Chapter 68. Han Shui. Shy yet anticipating it's time to feast. The only feasible targets for research, the artillery and the door, yield little in terms of rewards. The artillery does not drop any gear upon destruction, and the meager would obtain from dismantling the door is hardly worth Lin Mo's effort, rendering it a waste of time and diminishing value. After a thorough search, aside from the 3 sets of facilities, his findings were scant, and Lin Mo's interest waned. Returning to the backyard, Han Shui stood at the entrance of the empty space, her back turned to the illusory blue sky, her silhouette appearing somewhat fragile. Xue? Lin Mo turned, puzzled. Lin Mo, she replied, turning around, her voice tinged with an unprecedented blend of confusion and yearning, her eyes shining with an unusual brilliance. Do you think I could truly become as strong as you? Not relying on others for protection, but being able to survive on my own? I have no intention of leaving you. I merely wish to glimpse the sky of the original world once more. Lin Mo took a few steps closer, observing the flickering uncertainty and hope in her gaze. His tone steady and reassuring. Do not worry. As long as we survive, we will reach that point. It is merely a matter of time. However, his promise seemed to do little to quell the turmoil within her. Suddenly, she stepped forward, propelled by a resolute courage, and threw herself into Lin Mo's embrace. Her warm body pressed closely against him, infused with the delicate fragrance of shower gel and her own intoxicating scent. She whispered near his ear, her voice subtly trembling, "But I want to have something to look forward to every day." Lin Mo's body tensed momentarily before relaxing, his strong arms naturally encircling her waist. He lowered his head to gaze at her face, flushed with a rosy hue yet marked by unwavering determination. A teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Are you sure you are ready? Yeah, I see you trembling with nerves." Caught in the vulnerability of her emotions, Han Shui felt a rush of embarrassment and urgency, akin to a cornered creature. Resolutely, she stood on her tiptoes, driven by a daring resolve, and boldly pressed her soft lips against his. It was clumsy and inexperienced, yet imbued with undeniable determination. Her heart had long since succumbed. Under the pragmatic tutelage of Yi Xiaoro, her subtle affection had rapidly intensified. Witnessing the arrival of players and the appearance of the superstar Kong Nanji, her inner panic surged like rampant weeds. Among the trio of women, she felt the most insecure. Yi Xiaoro's ominous words about potentially encountering someone more alluring who might wish to move and haunted her. She was terrified of being optimized away, of returning to that existence of hiding behind a door, starving and trembling in despair. Feeling the slight quiver of her body and the fervor of her resolve, Lin Mo's gaze deepened. With a thought, the luxurious 3-person sofa he had previously collected from Tang Lin's dormitory materialized on the level ground of the backyard. Han curiosité in surprise. Lin Mo securely supported the back of her head with his left hand while his right arm lifted her effortlessly, cradling her horizontally. A few steps brought them to the sofa, where he gently yet irresistibly laid her down upon the wide, plush cushions. The sofa embraced their weight, the soft filling sinking instantly, creating a subtle, inviting indentation that beckoned them to succumb. 2 individuals occupied their respective edges, yet their bodies, drawn by the gravity of an unspoken connection, subtly glided towards the warm center. Han Shui's knees, through the delicate fabric of her trousers, could almost distinctly sense the power and warmth radiating from the thigh muscles of her companion. Instinctively, she shifted slightly, causing one of her high-heeled shoes to slip away, revealing her delicate foot ensconced in sheer stockings. Her petite toes curled in nervous tension, while the others unconsciously pressed against the exposed skin of Lin Mo's ankle, conveying the heartbeat of her inner turmoil. The air seemed to thicken, becoming dense and heated. each breath transformed into an exquisite clarity, their chests rising and falling in a synchronized resonance that heightened their intimacy. After a prolonged moment, Han Shui, feeling a surge of impatience, subtly adjusted her posture, her body leaning forward. The alluring fullness of her form, accentuated by the interplay of light and shadow, was entirely enveloped by a broad, warm hand, commanding, leaving only a slender curve extending towards her sleeve, fading into the obscurity of shadow. Lin Mo's deep voice, laced with a hint of rasp, whispered in her ear like the seductive murmur of a devil, "I never coerce anyone." His calloused fingertip traced gentle circles through the fabric, a teasing pressure that invited a response. "If you are afraid, if you regret it now, it is not too late." Han Shui's cheeks flushed crimson. Upon hearing his words, her long lashes quivered, and she could not resist opening her shimmering eyes, glaring at him with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. You dog of a man, continuing like this, and saying such chilling words. Then tell me." Lin Mo's fingers pressed with subtle insistence, relishing the shiver that coursed through her body. His voice, dripping with temptation, inquired, was this premeditated? Han Shui bit her lip, turning her face away, her ears aflame with embarrassment. Not speaking? He chuckled softly, intensifying his grip and technique abruptly. "No, please don't. Like this." She could not suppress a short, plaintive whimper as her body tensed involuntarily. "What do you call me?" Lin Mo's tone bore an undeniable command. "Husband." Han Shui's voice emerged as a mere whisper, trembling with a hint of desperation. "Tell your husband, was this premeditated? Did you intend to follow me out with such thoughts?" He continued to press, his movements imbued with a bone-chilling gentleness. The overwhelming stimulation rendered her nearly incapable of thought. Her mind blank, she instinctively admitted, amid sobs, yes, following you out was, with this intention. They were in the dormitory. I felt shy. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He reached out, tenderly and considerately removing the delicate silver ornament from her ear and placing it aside. His long fingers then glided along the sensitive contours of her ear, sending electric sensations coursing down her spine, ultimately settling at the enticing curve of her waist, swirling with an enticing pressure. "Breathe in," he commanded. Han Kui instinctively inhaled deeply, her chest rising with a newfound resolve. The sound of fabric tearing pierced the air, causing her tense back to arch abruptly as she realized he had cut through the overly tight seams. Unable to suppress her gaze, she looked down to see crimson blood oozing from the torn fabric, while the tip of his scissors hovered above the indentation of her spine. A bead of sweat poised to fall. "It is fine, you may proceed," she managed to utter, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice laced with a mixture of relief, profound embarrassment, and anticipation. "Planting successful. Target, Han Shui, 3530. The planter's mood is exceedingly cheerful. Expected gains elevated. Attribute points, base probability 20. Talent shards, base probability 5. Planter's yield, none. Settlement upon harvest." Chapter 69, Yi Xiaoro. Do you deserve me? Han Shui had calculated countless scenarios, yet she never anticipated that she would be utterly drained. With the demise of Tang Lin, the once opulent amenities of his dormitory had lost all functionality, reduced to mere relics following their owner's passing. As the two departed from room 1209, Han Shui felt as if her very bones had been extracted, languishing in Lin Mo's embrace, devoid of the strength to even take a step. Lin Mo had no choice but to carry her horizontally, traversing the corridor and ascending the stairs while drawing the gaze of many onlookers. Her long, slender legs crossed helplessly, her forehead glistening with fine droplets of sweat and a flush of color lingering on her pale cheeks, radiating an alluring vibrancy. This utterly conquered appearance, juxtaposed with Lin Mo's calm demeanor and even a hint of satisfaction, was akin to a living advertisement. As they moved through the throngs of people, countless eyes were fixated upon them, all male, each comprehending the implications therein. In a world ravaged by chaos, exchanging one's body for protection was no longer a novelty. In the chat channels, there had even been instances where individuals boasted of videos walking their dogs, while others could only respond with envy and jealousy, feigning moral outrage before turning to private messages in search of female tenants willing to seek refuge. Yet today's focal point was Lin Mo, the infamous figure who had executed Tang Lin with a single bullet, leaving Kong Nanji in a state of utter shock. The ruthless leader of the rookie rankings. This transformed an otherwise mundane event into an explosive topic of private discourse. Lin Mo himself was oblivious to the fact that his lascivious nature had been unveiled in such a remarkably ostentatious manner. Hey, have you heard? The esteemed Lin Mo from room 3530 emerged from another floor, cradling a stunning beauty. That lady TSK, clearly just been taken care of. Are you serious? Where? Absolutely. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Right at the 12th floor staircase. Wow. I'm envious to the point of tears. If I possessed his prowess, I'd gather all the beauties in the building into my dormitory, one a day, and double on Sundays. Breaking news. The top-ranking Lin Mo has been seen engaging in deep conversation with a beauty outside another floor, creating quite the commotion. Really? Is there proof? My brother saw it firsthand. How could it be false? Envy. Damn. Brothers, why do we strive to grow stronger? To rescue those suffering beauties from tyrants like Lin Mo. Not to become the next Lin Mo ourselves. We must have ideals. Explosive revelations. Lin Mo barged in to force himself upon another's wife. With the victim present, not daring to utter a word, the rumors swiftly reached a fervent fan group named Compass protecting the best GG in the world. 0307 Wu One Shu. Breaking news. Our top-ranking Lin Mo is a colossal lecher, scouring for beauties everywhere. And our pure and innocent GG could be his next target. Sisters, danger. 1903, He Shan Shan. Is the source of this information reliable? I had a rather favorable impression of Lin Mo. I thought he was quite cool. If this is true, I might have to unfollow him. It seems there is indeed such a matter. I have heard that Lin Mo has been involved with the lady of a couple residing in the dormitory. Huh? Who is the lady? What does she look like? Oh no, the illusion is shattered. 1903, He Shan Shan. What kind of fake fan are you? The only true idol in this group is Gigi. If you dare to mention anyone else, you shall be expelled. I apologize. It was a slip of the tongue. What I meant to say is, I wish to infiltrate the 3530 group as an undercover agent. Then I can steal all of Lin Mo's resources and present them to Gigi. Loyalty, JPG. Regardless of who the lady is, if the rumors are true, then Lin Mo is a potential threat. We must take action to make this scoundrel understand that Gigi is not someone he can covet. Yes, the Compass Legion vows to protect Gigi at all costs. We will not allow it. Wait a moment. Something seems off? Didn't Lin Mo take Gigi away at noon? If he truly had intentions towards Gigi, wouldn't he have succeeded by now? How could he let Gigi return unharmed? All members, as Gigi's personal assistant and group leader, I must clarify. There is nothing between Gigi and Lin Mo. Please do not believe or spread rumors. Gigi is doing well. Damn it. I'm even angrier now. That fool Lin Mo, he can indulge with other women. Yet he pretends to be virtuous in front of our angelic and perfect Gigi. Is he blind? How are we any less than those mediocre fans? Why wouldn't he make a move? Patetichman. He is undoubtedly a pathetic man. Agreed. Impotent. Incompetent. Patetichman. Impotent. Impotent. Patient. All right, everyone calm down. Regardless of whether he is that way, it is a good thing that he has no intentions towards Gigi. Let us not forget how Tang Lin met his end. This fellow is a true tyrant. We cannot provoke him. Let us all settle down for now. The group fell momentarily silent, yet the title of pathetic man had quietly spread. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, who had been labeled as such, was at that moment cradling the soft and pliable Han Shui as he returned to 3530. As soon as the door opened, Yi Xiaoro rushed over, and upon seeing Han Shui's condition, she instantly became furious. Ah, how could you betray me? Do you have any regard for my feelings? Han Shui felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and struggled to apologize. I'm sorry, Xiaoro. It's all my fault. If you're angry, Lin Montauk. Yi Xiaoro completely ignored Han Shue's apology, directing her ire at Lin Mo instead. Did we not agree that you would definitely call me? How could you indulge alone? You are not keeping your word. She didn't even call her husband, unleashing her frustration upon him, showcasing just how deeply enraged she truly was. Lin Mo endured the light-hearted punches from Yi Xiaoro and, with a hint of playful resignation, carried Han Shui directly towards the bedroom. His tone carried a subtle laughter as he remarked, "It's not that Shui is shy. She simply fears that you might not be yourself with her around. How about this? You inquire with Shui and if she consents to your presence or even your participation, I would wholeheartedly support it." Both hands and feet raised in approval. In response to Yi Xiaoro's discontent, he merely chuckled. This girl was still too naive. Did she truly believe she could take advantage of the situation as she did outside, attempting to act inappropriately with Shui amidst the chaos? Such a notion was utterly absurd, given his current prowess and desires. Han Shui alone would be utterly overwhelmed under full force. The inevitable outcome would be that both of these girls would succumb together, their soft, melodious cries echoing in defeat. Chapter 70, Itsumi Tell Me. Of course, I know that Sister Shui must be feeling quite embarrassed right now. Yi Xiaoro, hands on her hips, fumed, and Xiao Jiu, she is my girlfriend. Tonight, when that happens, you must include me. I must protect her. She found a lofty pretext, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Xiaoro, are you out of your mind? And Jiu, standing nearby, instantly erupted, her Chongqing accent slipping through, which rascal said we would be sharing a bed tonight. Don't spread nonsense. Is that true? Yi Xiaoro grinned mischievously as she drew closer to Jiu, whispering in her ear, but there is only this large bed in the room, right? If you don't sleep here, do you intend to sleep on the floor? Or perhaps sneak out? This. And Jiu glanced around the cramped dormitory, her gaze landing on the solitary large bed. Her face flushed crimson as she found herself in a dilemma. At that moment, Lin Mo emerged from the bedroom after settling Han Shui. Overhearing their conversation, he walked to the vacant space in the living room, arranging the facilities he had collected from Tang Lin, particularly the luxurious three-seat sofa, which he placed firmly in the living room. A softer light cascaded down as he patted the plush sofa cushions, offering Jiu a warm smile. There, the problem is resolved. And Jiu, you can sleep on this sofa. It's more than sufficient and will ensure your comfort. You should refrain from sleeping with us. I fear you might bite me. And Jiu, after a brief silence, a shrill cry of indignation echoed through room 3530. Get lost. In the depths of the dense, blood-red mist, visibility was less than 10 meters. Lu Xiaodong had been closely following Sun Cheng, having already wandered far without realizing it. Only the rugged ground beneath their feet and the lingering metallic scent reminded them of the perilous situation they were in. Lu Xiaodong hesitated about revealing more information, but Sun Cheng could no longer contain himself, his voice tinged with barely perceptible impatience. Are you sure there's a treasure chest in this direction? Don't tell me we've been led astray. He halted, gazing into the red fog as if trying to discern the elusive end. It should be correct. Lu Xiaodong swallowed hard, his voice dry in the oppressive atmosphere. The information had been purchased from Buling, the one who informed Xinguan that Lin Mo was the top person in the dormitory building. She claimed that the treasure chest in this direction today holds the highest value. The top person in the dormitory building, Sun Cheng, echoed, a profound sense of regret and a hint of reluctance in his tone. What a pity if only I hadn't been so ruthless back then. Had I left a few more people to provide me with resources, perhaps I could have passed the subquest. The title of top person could easily shift hands. His gloved hands instinctively clenched tightly. Lu Xiaodong coldly splashed a bucket of cold water on his hopes. Stop dreaming. Risk and reward are always proportional. If you don't eliminate everyone on that level, you 1T trigger the unique subquest. With only yourself on that level, how many monsters can you refresh? Sun Cheng fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, his gaze hardening once more. True, if it were that easy, it wouldn't be worthy of the term unique. Suddenly, Lu Xiaodong turned his head, his eyes sharp as he looked at him. Let me ask you a question. Speak. If you truly obtained that kind of power through that side quest. Lu Xiaodong's voice lowered, tinged with scrutiny, would you proactively hunt down players to expedite the acquisition of strength? Sun Cheng's heart sank heavily. Meeting his gaze, he refrained from an immediate response. In the past, I adhere to the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Taking the initiative to kill was never my style. He paused, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes, ultimately transforming into a cold resolve. But now, that is not necessarily the case. To survive, to become stronger, some boundaries may not be upheld. Lu Xiaodong inhaled the iron-scented air deeply, nodding gravely, understood. Then, let's hope we shall never encounter the day of armed conflict. Boss, there's movement. Wang Rui, ever vigilant, suddenly lowered his voice in warning, pointing towards the deeper crimson mist. In an instant, Sun Cheng suppressed all emotions, raising his hand to signal the others to silence. The group crouched low, akin to lurking cheetahs, following Wang Rui's direction. Through the swirling crimson fog, a fierce struggle became vaguely visible. A small team of 3 was embroiled in a desperate battle against an enormous tabby cat, its size comparable to that of a child. While not as large as the Tibetan mastiff they had encountered, its speed was utterly chilling, like a flash of yellow lightning in the blood-red mist. Each pounce and dodge emitted a sharp, slicing sound, the massive paws carving deep, terrifying claw marks into the hard rock beneath. The trio was clearly at a disadvantage. Leading them was a young man with ear-length hair, gripping a dark blade that shimmered with a cold, eerie light. He pressed his back against a broken wall, fiercely guarding his 2 companions behind him. His complexion was pale, sweat beading on his forehead, and each block appeared exceedingly strained. The tabby cat's claws clashed against the blade, sending forth dazzling sparks. Gaohuan, how's it going? If this drags on any longer, I truly won't hold up. Ito Kizumi shouted, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. His body bore several deep wounds, blood staining his tattered clothing. A short distance away, another young man was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. It's no use, Kizumi. Its speed is too fast. I can't lock onto it. A glimmer of determination flashed in Ito Kizumi's eyes. Leave it to me. You hold on tight. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned the cover of defense, gripping the blade tightly, and charged towards the tabby cat that toyed with them. He was risking his life to create an opportunity for Gaohuan. The enormous tabby cat's amber eyes revealed a disturbingly human-like mockery and cruelty. It seemed to relish the struggle of its prey, not pouncing immediately, but deliberately slowing its movements, allowing Ito Kizumi to approach. Clang! Ito Kizumi's powerful downward slash was effortlessly evaded by the tabby cat, which sidestepped as if it were a boneless phantom, instantly appearing at Kizumi's side, its glinting claws lunging for his heart. In shock, Ito Kizumi instinctively made a desperate upward slash, narrowly deflecting the lethal strike that could have eviscerated him. The blade and the claw clashed, emitting a piercing shriek that sent shivers down the spine. Ito Sumaharu was taken aback. This beast had not yet exerted its full strength. It could move even faster. In the distance, Wang Rui, with a clearer view, urgently relayed the situation to Sun Cheng and others. The short-haired man is on the brink of collapse, drenched in blood, nearly having his heart ripped out. Wow, this great cat is undeniably far superior to the previous dog. Chapter 71. Black eats black. Is it human? Li Chuanming's voice trembled with a mix of excitement and hope. Should we? Hold on. Sun Cheng interjected sharply, his gaze piercing. It could very well be a humanoid monster playing a part. The crimson mist is treacherous. Caution is paramount. Stay concealed and continue to observe. Sun's words resonated with wisdom. Wang Rui swiftly concurred, casting a shadowy glance at Li Chuanming. Even if they're truly human. Brother, consider the purpose of our mission. There is only one treasure chest. Your kindness may not be reciprocated. He didn't need to finish. The implication was clear. While the mantis preys on the cicada, the yellow sparrow lies in wait. Li Chuanming's complexion paled. Enticed by the allure of the treasure chest and Sun Cheng's cunning, he instinctively recoiled, sheepishly sealing his lips, aware of his limited authority as merely a guide. At the heart of the battlefield, the clash had reached a critical juncture. Ito Seiju was severely drained, his movements sluggish. his wounds multiplying under the taunts of the tabby cat, tattered cloth barely covering his form, blood cascading profusely. Each block was accompanied by labored breaths and splattering blood, just as despair threatened to engulf him. Siju, locked on. 3 seconds. At most 3 seconds of dizziness. Gao Huan's voice rose to a pitch of exhilaration. The massive tabby cat, having just inflicted another grievous wound on Ito Siju's arm, poised gracefully for its next lethal strike, suddenly stiffened, swaying as if intoxicated. Its gaze losing focus. It stood frozen, merely an arm's length away from Ito Siju. Life and death hung in the balance. Ito Siju's pupils constricted in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, an almost instinctual thought exploded in his faltering mind. Yuko, I'm sorry. Once again, I must borrow your strength. A surge of indescribable, warm energy enveloped him in an instant. The grotesque, bleeding wounds on his arms, chest, and legs visibly writhed as they began to heal. Torn muscle fibers grew back with fervor, connecting as the deep, bone-exposed wounds were rapidly filled and covered by fresh, tender flesh. In a fleeting moment, the life-threatening injuries had nearly healed, though the newly formed flesh was fragile. The sense of strength miraculously returned to him. Ito Siju unleashed a deafening roar. Seizing this rare opportunity of 3 seconds, he lunged forward like a cheetah, his dark blade transforming into a lethal arc of death. With a decisive thrust, the razor-sharp edge pierced upward, penetrating the unguarded soft ribs of the tabby cat with precision. The blade then viciously slashed towards the chest and abdomen, eviscerating it. Following through with the momentum and a heart full of murderous intent, Ito Siju's muscles tensed, raising the blade high, and with all his might, he delivered a downward strike like a thunderous cleave. In an instant, a massive cross-shaped wound gaped through the tabby cat's chest and abdomen. Scalding viscera mingled with the stench of blood surged forth like a breached dam, splattering Ito Masaru from head to toe. Entrails and shattered organs lay strewn across the ground, emitting a pungent odor. The once mighty tabby cat could only emit a brief, piercing cry before its massive form collapsed, limbs twitching momentarily before falling still. In the crimson haze, only Ito Masaru remained, leaning heavily on his blade, gasping for breath amidst the overwhelming scent of blood. In the distance, Sun Cheng's eyes sparkled with intensity as he commanded, "Proceed. Seize the treasure chest." The nauseating aroma of blood permeated the air, assaulting everyone's nostrils. Ito Masaru, gripping his almost blunted ink-black katana, felt his chest rise and fall violently. Gao Huan fared slightly better, though his complexion was as pale as parchment, clearly drained of spiritual energy as he weakly leaned against the crumbling wall, a trembling hand pointing towards a hole not far from the tabby cat's corpse. The heirloom. Quickly, cough, the treasure chest. It's right there. Another man, upon hearing this, began to rise to retrieve the treasure chest. The sound of footsteps, crisp and distinct, shattered the eerie silence within the red mist, striking harshly against the taut strings of anxiety in Ito Masaru and Gao Huan's hearts. Someone, stay vigilant. Figures emerged from 3 directions, swiftly encircling this small area that had only just witnessed a bloody conflict. Their positions were precise and their breaths steady, indicating they had planned this ambush well in advance. The leader, tall and imposing, bore a gaze as calm and unfathomable as an abyss of ice, devoid of any emotion. In that instant, Ito Masaru's heart plummeted into the depths of despair, his grip on the sword tightening instinctively. Gao Huan gasped in shock, the last vestiges of color draining from his face. Who were they? Where had they come from? My friends, Sun Cheng said, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Thank you for your hard work just now. Ito Masaru's throat felt parched and constricted, as if throttled, rendering him speechless. Though there were only 4 of them, they appeared robust, their eyes sharp. Their audacity to emerge so calmly from the depths of the red mist spoke volumes of their formidable strength. Lu Xiaodong and Wang Rue stepped forward in unison, subtly blocking any possible escape routes for Ito Masaru and Gao Huan. Boss, the treasure chest is right there, just behind the tabby's corpse. Wang Rue stated in a deliberately hushed yet unmistakable tone, ensuring everyone heard. Now, take your people and leave this place immediately. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to add 2 more piles of carrion to this red mist, to accompany this beast in death. You, Gao Huan, filled with urgency and rage, was about to denounce this blatant act of robbery when Ito Masaru suddenly grasped his arm tightly, halting him. Ito Masaru's gaze bore into Sun Chang's, a profound sense of humiliation roiling within him like molten lava, burning fiercely. Yet, to survive, only by surviving could there be a future, a chance for revenge. Let us go. A dry, hoarse voice, almost unrecognizable as his own, escaped from the depths of his throat. Gao Huan's body stiffened abruptly as he turned, incredulous, to gaze at the profile of Ito Sumi. A wise choice. Sun Chang's tone betrayed not a shred of emotion. Wang Rui, escort them away, if they wish to remain and observe our unboxing. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. Then let us ensure they depart from the crimson mist forever. Wang Rui grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, the hand axe in his grip glinting ominously. Understood, boss. I promise to send them far away. He snarled, advancing upon Ito Sumi and her companions with the demeanor of a cattle driver. Ito Sumi's fingers tightened around the hilt of her blade, knuckles whitening from the strain. Yet she eventually relaxed her grip ever so slightly. The trio gradually faded into the thick, impenetrable blood mist. Are we truly allowing them to leave just like that? Li Chuanming murmured, unable to suppress his curiosity as he observed their receding figures, his tone laced with complexity. Sun Chang's gaze remained fixed upon the treasure chest. His voice was chillingly calm. The one wielding the katana, prior to loosening his grip, the veins on the back of his hand were pronounced, and the ferocity in his eyes was unmistakable. He was exercising restraint. He is not devoid of the will to fight. Should a conflict ensue, even if we emerge victorious, it is inevitable that we would suffer casualties. Moreover, he cast a sidelong glance in the direction where Gao Huan had vanished, the individual beside him, the one with the mental prowess, who knows what hidden cards he may possess for mutual destruction. It is not worth the risk to gamble on a cornered foe. Lu Xiaodong, wishing to preserve Sun Cheng's authority in front of the younger subordinates, chose not to expose him. To put it bluntly, the primary reason remained the uncertainty of being able to detain the man wielding the blade. That posture of readiness for battle indicated he was undoubtedly a seasoned fighter. If he were to plunge into the crimson mist, how would they pursue him? However, it seemed that other groups of players had possibly emerged around the dormitory building, the implications of which remained uncertain. Chapter 72. The Virtuous Wife and Good Mother. Yuko Lu Xiaodong approached Sun Cheng, his gaze fixated on the treasure chest that shimmered enticingly in the crimson mist, igniting a fervent flame within his eyes. What comes next? He inquired. The icy calm that had enveloped Sun Cheng's expression was finally shattered by intense anticipation and exhilaration. He licked his parched lips, his voice trembling ever so slightly. It is time to inventory our spoils. Wang Rui, be quick about it. We need that meat to bring back. Do not damage the creature's claws or teeth. We can ask Lin Mo if he will buy them, and we can sell them to him for survival coins. Understood. Just watch me, boss. Lu Xiaodong inhaled deeply, closely following, his eyes firmly fixed on the treasure chest. Li Chuanming stood still, his gaze a mixture of complexities as it swept over the direction where Ito Chika had vanished, then shifted to the chest that symbolized opportunity, ultimately resting on Sun Cheng's tall silhouette. His facial muscles twitched a few times before all his internal conflict coalesced into a silent sigh. He tightened his grip on his weapon and stepped forward. So be it. This is the world we live in. Ito Chika and her companions trudged northward, their steps heavy in the oppressive crimson fog. After about a kilometer, the outline of another dormitory building finally emerged through the thick mist. As they entered the familiar dormitory, a gentle warmth, imbued with the faint fragrance of iris, dispelled the resentment within. At the entrance stood a figure, quietly waiting. It was a white-haired girl clad in a modest kimono adorned with an iris pattern. Her waist-length hair resembled crushed early snow, with a few strands cascading over her shoulders. their delicate silver hue illuminated by the dim light filtering through the door crack. A simple black ebony flower pin adorned her hair, accentuating her ethereal grace. "Brother, welcome home," the girl greeted, her voice cool and melodious like a mountain stream as she slightly bowed in a meticulous manner. Ito Chica, wearied, changed into indoor shoes and stepped into the living room, a deep sense of apology etched on his face. Sorry, Yuko. I'd hoped to find you some attribute points, but a group of ruffians appeared out of nowhere and seized the treasure chest. Yuko lifted her exquisitely doll-like face, her clear eyes devoid of disappointment. Her voice remained calm and gentle, filled only with genuine concern. "Your safe return is the greatest gift. Dear brother, today, the transfer of injuries to the doll did not exceed its threshold. Please do not worry." Sighing, Ito Chica waved his hand dismissively. "I've told you, this is not home. There is no need for such formalities. You often say that our homeland is a great and ancient country, where women are free and unrestrained. You should learn from them and relax a little." Upon hearing this, the girl's expression grew more serious, her back straightening. "Brother, my ambition since childhood has been to become a virtuous wife and good mother, and I have diligently worked towards this goal. Should I be fortunate enough to marry into our homeland, I must always uphold decorum and honor our family's name." Ito Chica chuckled at his sister's earnest yet somewhat old-fashioned aspirations, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart after the days of frustration. "You, my dear girl, are only 18, and yet you're constantly thinking about marriage? What girl your age thinks like that?" Last year, upon returning home, Mahiko and the others had all settled into family life. It was as if it were a matter of course for Itu Tamako. The smile of Itu Sumi faded, and with a deep sigh, he expressed his profound guilt. "It is my fault. I should have rescued you from that antiquated and ignorant place sooner. Grandfather and the others. Such outdated beliefs should have long been buried." He instinctively reached out to tousle his sister's strikingly white hair, but she deftly turned her head aside to evade him. "Brother, please do not put Tamako in a difficult position," she said, her brow slightly furrowed and her expression serious. "There is an ancient tale in China about Mengzi divorcing his wife, which is due to Mengzi's wife." Stop! Stop! Itasumi quickly interrupted, exasperated and amused. "You look so serious. It is not at all charming to the kind of man who appreciates lively women. You must be vivacious. Do you understand?" Itu Tamako's delicate brows immediately knitted together, her small face filled with confusion and curiosity. "What exactly is inappropriate? Please, brother, kindly enlighten me." She even leaned slightly forward, adopting an attentive posture as if preparing to take notes. "You, Sai." Itasumi surrendered completely, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Fine. I shall find a reliable man for you to marry, one who will teach you how to be lively." This statement was half jest, half sincerity. His innate abilities destined him to be unable to protect his sister for long. Yet, he wondered how was Ye doing? Brother is trying to coax Tamako again. Itu Tamako turned and entered the kitchen, emerging with a steaming dinner, a simple dish of soy sauce fried rice, golden and crispy pork cutlet, and a small bowl of miso soup. She deftly arranged the meal, calmly analyzing. "In our building, most residents are international students from the Sichuan Academy of Fine Arts, and genuine flower enthusiasts are few and far between. Those who meet my criteria." She paused, raising her gaze to her brother, her eyes clear and resolute. "Brother, you know that my husband must be as strong and reliable as you." As the siblings conversed, a sudden series of loud knocks echoed from the door. A flicker of confusion crossed Tamako's eyes, yet she quickly jogged over. "Who is it? Please hold on. I will open the door." Initially intending to peek through the observation window to see who was outside, she hesitated, feeling it might be impolite, and ultimately decided to open the door. Upon opening it, a strong odor of body, sweat mingled with cheap tobacco, assaulted her senses. Standing at the threshold was their new neighbor, Motonari. This man was as corpulent as a pig, clad in an oily tank top, with a repugnant patch of hair above his lips, and his green bean-like eyes gleamed with unabashed lewdness. Tamako-chan, Motonari's slick, fat face instantly transformed into an exaggeratedly obsequious grin, his voice drawn out in a sickly sweet tone. During lunch, I found that I was short of some seasonings. Motonari-san. Ida Tamako instinctively took a half-step back, her small face tense, her voice laced with evident detachment and wariness. If you're missing any seasonings, please inform me directly in the chat channel, and I will trade them to you at a reasonable price. She paused, a flicker of icy displeasure crossing her eyes. Furthermore, we are not well acquainted, so please refrain from using such frivolous terms. As she finished her words, she resolutely prepared to close the door. Oh, don't be so distant. Yuko, we will be neighbors from now on, looking out for one another. A large hand, thickly covered in dark hair and as greasy as a pig's trotter, suddenly thrust in, firmly wedging itself in the door's gap. A flicker of helplessness crossed Ito Yuko's eyes as she cast a pleading glance towards her brother, Ito Sumi. In the living room, Ito Sumi's gaze instantaneously turned as sharp as a blade. He strode to the door, gesturing for his sister to step back, and then forcefully swung the door open. Outside, Motoharu Minamoto, having successfully blocked the door, felt a surge of triumph, believing that the beautiful girl from the manga had finally shown him a measure of leniency, a look of sheer ecstasy spreading across his face. The next moment, however, he found himself staring into Ito Sumi's eyes, ablaze with fury, akin to a ferocious beast poised to strike. Chapter 73, Rising Prices, Opening Blind Boxes, Is it you, Ito-kun? I thought you went out. Jinben Haru stammered, his face quivering in fear, struggling to articulate. I just wanted to keep an eye on Yuzuko. And no, Ito-san. The new player in this dormitory had arrived just last night, and Ito Sumi was the undisputed top player in the building. With a formidable blade, she had subdued any challengers, instilling fear with her absolute prowess. Jinben Haru had seized the opportunity to confront the long-admired silver-haired maiden while Ito Sumi was away exploring, but he had not anticipated this direct encounter with a formidable force. You fat pig. Ito Sumi's voice sliced through the air like shattering ice. Who gave you the audacity to harass my sister? Before he could even muster a defense, she delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Bang! Jinben Haru's corpulent form was sent flying as if struck by a truck, a pained cry escaping his lips as he crashed into the wall across the corridor, landing heavily. He dared not retaliate, for he understood all too well that any attempt to fight back would not result in merely another kick, but rather the ancestral blade techniques of the Ito family, capable of cleaving through anything like grass. This was his last chance to show mercy as a fellow townsman. Ito Sumi stood at the doorway, looking down upon the curled-up Jinben Haru, her eyes betraying no hint of mercy. Either from now on, you remain in your filthy den and never set foot outside, or you leave for another floor and never return to my sight. Otherwise, her hand rested ominously on the hilt of her blade, her voice cold. I will personally ensure your destruction. Now leave. Igriagis. Thank you, Ito-kun, for sparing my life. Thank you. Jinben Haru, trembling with fear, disregarded his pain, scrambling to his feet and bowing fervently in a traditional gesture of apology, before scurrying away down the corridor, leaving behind a scene of chaos and an unpleasant odor. Thud! The door slammed shut. Ito Yuzuko exhaled in relief, patting her flat chest, her face displaying a mixture of anxiety and gratitude. That was close. I am so fortunate to have my brother come to my rescue. Otherwise, I would have surely lost my composure before that loathsome person. Ito Sumi observed his sister, still shaken, and couldn't help but chuckle. Only he understood the terrifying power concealed beneath her porcelain-like delicate exterior. She had undergone the most rigorous training from the Ito family since childhood, honing her skills in authentic blade techniques for over a decade. Her mastery far surpassed his own, as he had only dabbled in studies abroad to cultivate flowers. If Jinben Haru had truly dared to strike, he would not have known how he met his demise. Now where was I? Ah yes. Ito Sumi's expression shifted as he rapped his forehead, a shadow crossing his gaze. After we finally defeated the guardian beast and were on the verge of claiming the treasure chest, a group of individuals intervened and stole it. Can you guess who had the audacity to do so? Ito Yuzuko tilted her head, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, thoughtfully analyzing. Could it be John Klaus from the 21st floor? He is quite powerful and rather domineering. Or perhaps Park Yeon-myong from the ninth floor. This individual acts with a ruthless demeanor. Not at all. Itosumi interrupted her, his voice low and somber. You would never guess. Because they are not residents of our building at all. They're newcomers from outside, all formidable flower cultivators. Stronger than you, brother? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Ito Tamako's clear eyes. Yes, stronger than I. Itosumi conceded with an air of acceptance, his gaze complex as it fell upon his sister. To his astonishment, Ito Tamako immediately straightened her back, her small face set with an unwavering determination. The enemies of my esteemed brother are eternally my enemies. Please do not entertain the notion of perhaps we could win them over as a brother-in-law. That is utterly impossible. Observing his sister's fervent and resolute demeanor, Itosumi felt a mix of warmth and bitterness in his heart and could only shake his head helplessly, temporarily suppressing that heavy weight. As expedition teams returned, either defeated or triumphant, the chat channel was inundated with demands for wood and iron ingots. News of treasure chests hidden in the depths of the crimson mist spread like a stone cast into stagnant water, impossible to conceal. Astute players quickly realized that since the system had issued an announcement regarding attribute points, a means to acquire them must surely exist. Ultimately, after some friendly and in-depth exchanges between players and Dave, a rough outline of information regarding the Red Mist treasure chest was uncovered. Attribute points, blueprints, weapons. The immense allure drove everyone into a frenzy. The price of wood skyrocketed, soaring from a meager 3 units for a single currency to 1 unit for each survival coin. The already exorbitant price of iron ingots shot up like a rocket, reaching 3 survival coins per unit. Moreover, judging by the current trend, prices continued to rise. The root of this surge lay in the blueprints yielded from those chests. As long as one gathered the necessary materials, one could create items out of thin air without the need for any synthesis table. Whether weapons, armor, or living facilities, the ability to produce such items conferred a significant advantage in the present context. Of course, upgrades and repairs would later require a synthesis table. Watching this market trend, Lin Mo was elated. The wood he had stockpiled previously, waiting for an opportune moment to sell, had now tripled in value. This was no mere sale of lumber. It was akin to effortlessly printing money. As he casually browsed the trading channel, his attention was captured by a blueprint for an energy-efficient double-door refrigerator. What a fine item. Unfortunately, the material requirements were somewhat advanced. 10 units of iron ingots, 3 units of rubber, and 1 unit of plastic. The seller clearly understood that such an item could not be produced at this stage, pricing it at 80 survival coins. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, then decisively purchased it. Just because it was not needed now did not mean it would not be useful in the future. It would serve as a strategic reserve. The entire afternoon was spent immersed in the chat channel, organizing supplies, planning space, and tinkering with newly acquired items, leaving him feeling thoroughly fulfilled. In the backyard, 4 sets of solar panels exchanged for were already installed on the system's simulated roof, storing electricity for the dormitory. 3 newly purchased beach chairs were lined up, where Yi Xiaoro and her companions were blissfully basking in the sunlight. Lin Mo opened the panel and noticed a conspicuous mystery box icon beside the name field. Upon clicking it, a prompt appeared. Cannot be used during non-game hours. It seems that this premium mystery box can only be opened at specific times. Ladies, enough of the show-off. The premium mystery box awaits you. Hurry over for the reveal. Lin Mo called out to the girls in the backyard. The laughter and chatter of the few girls outside immediately drew them in like birds returning to their nest. Oh dear, darling, the air conditioning is set too low. It's freezing. Yi Xiaoro complained while rubbing her smooth arms, clad only in light bikinis. Chapter 74. The enchanting mushroom shooter sister suggested using 1's intellect to the fullest. Lin Mo lifted his gaze and was immediately struck by a wave of warmth in his nostrils. The 3 ladies, having just basked in the sun, wore only alluring swimsuits. Han Shui's long legs, enveloped in a sheer skirt-style swimsuit, and Yi Xiaoro's breathtaking waist-to-hip curve clad in a floral bikini were captivating, while even Jiu's slightly innocent figure in a pure white swimsuit held a unique charm. The visual impact was simply overwhelming. After soaking up the sun, Stepping into the air-conditioned room was a shock to the system. Lin Mo made a concerted effort to divert his gaze, feigning composure as he hastily donned his jacket. Yi Xiaoro giggled, intentionally spinning in front of Lin Mo, her exuberance evident. How can this be cold? This is a treat for you, my dear husband. If it weren't for me, would you ever catch a glimpse of such refreshing allure from little Gio? With her vitality at an impressive 8 points. The slight temperature difference was trivial for her. You rascal, what are you staring at? And Gio, already bashful, blushed even deeper at Yi Xiaoro's teasing, instinctively covering her chest, only to realize her error and quickly attempt to pull her hands lower. Lin Mo nearly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh please, don't jest. With your twig-like figure, even if you stood before me completely bare, I wouldn't spare you a second glance." The minds of those whose physical development is incomplete and whose intellect is entirely lacking. Han Shui elegantly leaned against the doorframe, delivering her timely retort, her black halter-neck swimsuit accentuating her porcelain skin. "You, that hardly compares to a thieving vixen." And Gio shot back indignantly. "Oh dear, how can you all bully our little Gio like this?" Yi Xiaoro mischievously wrapped her arms around Gio from behind, playfully compressing her into an alluring shape. "Our little Gio not only has skin as delicate and smooth as silk, but even her figure is flawlessly exquisite, Yi Xiaoro. You too shall face the consequences." And Gio shrieked, struggling, her face the hue of a ripe tomato. Lin Mo discreetly retracted his gaze from a certain enticing curvature that was nearly revealed, clearing his throat to redirect the conversation. "Ahem, enough of this diversion. Let us proceed with the matter at hand. It's time to unveil the blind boxes and see if Dave has indeed provided something worthwhile." He comfortably sank into the sofa, his right hand gesturing nonchalantly, as several blind boxes, radiating a gentle golden glow, tinkled together on the coffee table, shedding their previous cheap appearance from the plastic bag. "Here we have 2 for Xiaoro, and 1 each for Shui, and little Gio, including the 2 gifted by Kong Nanji." Lin Mo now possessed a total of 7 premium blind boxes. Yi Xiaoro, with her exceptional vitality and charm, secured 2 slots. Although Lin Mo's attributes exceeded 8 points in all 5 categories, he had already exchanged 4 solar panels, leaving him with only 1. Han Shui and Gio, relying on their charm, each obtained 1. Yi Xiaoro cheered, eagerly grabbing the nearest blind box, ready to exert her strength to pry it open, only to be pulled into Lin Mo's embrace as his long arm reached out to encircle her. "Wait a moment." Lin Mo rested his chin on her shoulder, deliberately dousing her enthusiasm with cold water. "Let us set the expectations straight. Don't get your hopes too high." Given Dave's frugality, one might wonder what treasures he has tucked away. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a seemingly ordinary metallic box in Yi Xiaoro's hands suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire living room with a resplendent glow. What did you just say, darling?" Yi Xiaoro blinked innocently, turning her head to look at him, her lips curling into a triumphant smirk. Lin Mo coughed lightly. "It's nothing. Your luck seems quite fortunate." As the golden radiance gradually subsided, a uniquely crafted golden card lay quietly at the bottom of the box. Golden card, Sunflower Queen, health, 100, damage, 461. 5 seconds. Effect, fires tracking fireballs that automatically attack zombies and can ignite the bullets shot by the pea shooter behind it. In combat, generates 150 sunlight every 25 seconds. Description, how can one born into a humble background become a queen? Naturally, by marrying him while he is still a mere soldier. Note, insert this card into the empty space in the backyard to activate it after the game begins. Wow, what an adorable queen. Yi Xiaoro exclaimed, cradling the card with delight. Lin Mo. Han Shui also approached, her eyes fixed on the golden card, her cool voice tinged with a hint of barely concealed excitement. Have you ever played the hybrid version of Plants vs. Zombies? She seemed to completely forget that she was still in her swimsuit, her long, fair legs swaying right in front of Lin Mo. He forced himself to divert his gaze from the enticing sight and coughed again. I've watched videos, but never played it myself. Oh my. Yi Xiaoro suddenly sprang up from Lin Mo's embrace like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, glaring at him, though more accurately, at the spot he had just vacated. Han Shui followed, Yi Xiaorou's gaze and immediately felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp. Hastily shielding her face with her hand, well, this card is unique to the hybrid version. Unlike the original Sunflower that only produces sunlight, this one can deal fireball damage while continuously generating sunlight. It's undoubtedly a powerful tool for early game exploration. What's so impressive about that? I can get something even fiercer. And Jio's competitive spirit ignited as she seized her own blind box, forcefully opening it. There was no golden light, just a modest white glow flickering briefly. And Jio stared at the card within, her expression falling as she pouted at the poorly illustrated character. What a silly-looking creature with slanted eyebrows. So ugly. Common card. Zombie Nut. Health. 400. Feature. In combat, summon the Nut Zombie every half hour to fight for you. Upon the Nut Zombie's demise, a Rolling Eye Zombie will join the fray. Description: the mesmerized mushroom shooter sister said to use my brain. But I don't have a brain. Hee hee, head pat's silly smile. JPG. Yi Xiaorou. Lin Mo. The living room fell into an eerie silence. And Jio, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Hey, what does it mean that you all are silent? Are you looking down on me?" With a suppressed smile, Han Shui solemnly remarked, "It's nothing, this card. Well, it is quite simple, very dependable, and remarkably befitting of your character." Angered, and Jio instantly erupted, baring her teeth and preparing to pounce. The two immediately burst into laughter, engaging in playful scuffles, as the room was filled with the sounds of joyous shouts and the shimmering of fair skin. Subsequently, he opened a second one from Yi Xiaorou and the two blind boxes gifted by Kong Nanji, only to discover that they were all ordinary white cards, yielding rather unremarkable effects. Lin Mo rubbed his temples, realizing that the aura of luck seemed to have only graced Yi Xiaorou once. Chapter 75. The advancing Han Shui and the grumbling Dave. "All right, enough of the commotion," Lin Mo said, clapping his hands and directing his gaze toward the last and most anxious individual present. "Now, we shall see what our dear Shui has in store with this final blind box. It is a moment of truth." Han Shui clutched her blind box, feeling the sweat forming in her palms, and nervously looked at Lin Mo. What if I can't get anything good?" "Then you won T. It's as simple as that." Lin Mo shrugged, his tone lighthearted. "Can we really expel you for that? Here in 3530, we do not engage in such practices." "Exactly," Yi Xiaorou chimed in, moving closer to offer her reassurance. "Don't worry, Sister Shui. We have the Sunflower Queen. We're already far better than the other dorms. Even if you don't get something exceptional, there are still regular blind boxes." Thanks to Han Shui's previous explanations, they all understood that this advanced blind box was akin to the premium offerings in a hybrid version of Plants vs. Zombies. However, not all cards in the advanced blind box were gold or diamond cards. In fact, it was proven that the chances of obtaining a high-tier card were quite slim. Lin Mo offered Han Shui an encouraging glance and, half-jokingly yet half-seriously, said, "Relax and open it. If all else fails, we can always try harder and gather a few more advanced blind boxes for you. Surely, something good will come of it." Han Shui grasped the implication behind his words, and the blush that had faded from her cheeks returned, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her. Mimicking Yi Xiaorou, she playfully rolled her eyes. "I got it." At last, amidst the eager gazes of her companions, Han Shui took a deep breath. With her delicate fingers, she forcefully pried open the blind box. Buzz! A dazzling burst of golden light erupted once more. It was even brighter and more enduring than the one Yi Xiaorou had just revealed. As the golden glow dissipated, a card of exquisite design lay quietly at the bottom of the box, its edges adorned with dark golden patterns. Gold card, Golden Gourd Thrower, health 300-1000, initially in a wounded state. Automatically regenerates 50 health points per minute. Damage, throws 2 golden gourds every 3 seconds, each causing 15 area damage. Effect, each golden gourd that hits a zombie triggers a lucky draw. Lucky prize, 50 in additional ordinary watermelon drops to hit the zombie. Fourth prize, 30 in extra frozen watermelon drops, causing damage and slowing down. Third prize, 15 drops 50 sunlight. Second prize, for directly destroys any armor worn by the targeted zombie. iron barrel, roadblock, etc. First prize, 999 inflicts a charm effect, converting the targeted zombie into an ally. Special prize, 1 chosen melon, ignores target's health and defense, resulting in an instant kill. Description, dung 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 dung. Please cue the music from Cloud Palace's Sonin, for I am the great sage. Han Shui gazed at the card, her eyes overwhelmed by the dizzying array of effects. Looking at the shimmering golden surface, her expression slipped entirely from anxiousness to astonishment, and finally to sheer elation. Ah, this is incredible. I'm not useless. Lin Mo, I am valuable to you. She was so exhilarated that she lost herself entirely. Leaping into Lin Mo's arms and holding him tightly, her voice quivering with excitement. Lin Mo caught her securely, feeling the joy radiating from her, and with a smile, he tousled her soft, flowing hair. Silly girl, you have never been worthless. In my eyes, you have always been remarkable and invaluable, he affirmed sincerely. Han Shui tilted her head back, a brightness on her face that she had never displayed before, filled with a hint of innocence and anticipation. Then, when the game begins, can I guard the backyard with you? I can help you plan the progress, and I promise not to make things chaotic. Lin Mo gazed into her sparkling eyes, unable to suppress a chuckle. While others pray for the game to be delayed, you, on the contrary, are eager to rush into battle. Han Sui nodded vigorously, her gaze resolute. Yes, I want to assist you. Not only would she not be abandoned, but she would also gain more time alone with him. This feeling of affirmation was intoxicating. Observing Han Shui transform from a socially anxious woman into a fighting maiden, Lin Mo felt a warmth in his heart, akin to the sun. Outside the dormitory, the sky deepened like spilled ink, gradually being stained a blood-like crimson. Tang Lin's cold body lay rigidly on the ground. The once vivid crimson blood beneath him had now congealed and darkened, emitting a nauseating stench. The passers-by instinctively avoided that area. Yet at that moment, leaning against an old trailer, Dave, who seemed to have just awakened from a drunken stupor, lazily lifted his thick finger and pointed towards the direction of the corpse. Under the astonished gaze of surrounding players, the once stagnant red mist seemed suddenly infused with life. It writhed and surged like a viscous, sanguine entity. Several stout and agile tendrils formed purely from red mist swiftly extended, accurately wrapping around Tang Lin's lifeless body. Even more bizarrely, the darkened, congealed blood on the ground, along with the splattered red and white filth, appeared to be drawn away as if by an invisible vacuum, eagerly licked clean by the red mist tendrils. The entire process was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, the ground was left barren, as if Tang Lin and all traces of his existence had never been there. Only a faint, lingering metallic scent in the air testified that what had just transpired was not a mere illusion. Ugh! Why must I always do such dr? Dave forcefully picked his nose with his pinky finger, flicking a glob of indeterminate filth out of the car window with remarkable precision. You wish to act outside the confines of the game's regulations? Are you contemplating direct action? Jenny, it seems you must have dozed off in your cosmic maintenance theory class, for you have evidently failed to grasp the fundamentals. A questioning tone emerged in the busy signal. We are, after all, bona fide six-dimensional observational entities of the parallel universe. Dave rolled his eyes, as if explaining a basic concept to someone lacking comprehension. In the singular timeline of this three-dimensional universe, we have no true understanding of past or future. Eliminating a few three-dimensional insects merely triggers the universe's inherent paradox mechanism. It will automatically generate a few faux entities to fill the void, thus appeasing the laws of causality. However, should you embark on a rampant killing spree, obliterating all players, his voice lowered, tinged with a sinister glee, that would fundamentally undermine the causal foundations of this three-dimensional universe, unequivocally activating the anti-boundless defense system of this realm. The dimensional matrix left behind by Principal Pangu is not to be trifled with. At that point, you would be compressed from 6 dimensions to 3, and you would remain here as an indigenous being forever. The busy signal grew sharp and frantic, brimming with anger and protest. What purpose does your indignation serve? Dave queried, cleaning his ears with his pinky, his expression indifferent. If this universe does not safeguard these three-dimensional beings, what if one day our six-dimensional home is invaded by higher-dimensional entities? That would be a dimensional downgrade for you. To whom would you turn for solace then? This is the principle of the universe. Do you comprehend? The foundational logic. The busy signal resonated with vehement dissent. Complaining about Principal Pangu? Spare me. Dave scoffed. The principle is solely responsible for the creation of the universe. The maintenance of its operation falls to those divine beings. It is they who have deemed these humanoid entities as viruses to be eradicated. If you possess the audacity, go and lodge a complaint with the principal. What purpose does your lament serve here? The busy signal took on a tone of dejection and grievance. Enough, enough. Spare me your ramblings. Frankly, it's quite beneficial. It provides numerous job opportunities, three-dimensional space pioneers, dungeon planners, NPC design engineers, and more, all promising careers. Dave waved his hand impatiently, his gaze drifting towards the deepening night outside the window, his demeanor becoming more serious. Let us get to work. There is no time to dawdle. The game is about to commence. Are all the props ready? We cannot afford to falter now. I have aspirations of returning to headquarters. Within the cockpit, only faint, compliant beeps remained, as if invisible assistants had already begun their industrious tasks. Chapter 76. Do we fear him? A joke in the communal living room of dormitory 3530. Lin Mo languidly sank into the sofa, his fingers gliding across the virtual screen as he leisurely dived into the bustling chat channels, perusing Taobao for potential treasures. 0109 Du Quan. Damn, Dave is something else. I just saw him tap his finger, and the crimson mist came alive, cleaning up Tang Lin's corpse and bloodstains, as if by magic. I was contemplating recruiting him to our zombie faction, but now I'm utterly intimidated. 0503 Chun Junsheng. Neighbors, look here. Top-tier wristwatches, 5 survival coins apiece. Installation and debugging included, worry-free after-sale service. Don't miss out. 0705 Su Wenyang. Brothers, the gambler shall ultimately possess nothing. Attached image. Common card. P Sunflower. 3127 Xiao Fan. Wait, can you really find cards in treasure chests? What is this nonsense? 0929 Lin Zigue. What a joke. This is clearly something from a high-end blind box. This guy pretends to be in despair while secretly flaunting that he has an attribute point over 8. Pure Versailles. 2601 Long Out Yin. Is having an attribute point over 8 really that rare? My charm value is 8. 5. I reached the standard as soon as the event began, picking nose. However, I switched to a more practical solar panel, hands on hips. JPG. 0929 Lin Zigue. Wow. Dog follower. This is solid proof. Your name itself radiates the aura of a dog follower. 1111 Sun Chung. How many have exchanged for the high-end blind box? What did you all get? Any big shots willing to share their experiences? 2430 Guiju. Of course, you'd exchange for solar panels. Without power, the plants will strike at night. Are you waiting to be feasted upon by zombies? Let's be practical, brothers. Kong bai kong nam su wenang. Wait, didn't Tiet say that Lin the Great discovered a way to obtain hidden high-end blind boxes? I thought it was something good. Even paired it with a bottle of white liquor for Dave. Turns out it's not as good as solar power facilities. Refund me. 0826 Kong Nanji. 0705 Su Wenyang. Considering Lin Mo's appearance and demeanor, do you really think he only has one attribute point that meets the standard? Expand your horizons. 3530 Lamo. 0826 Kong Nanji. Mis Kong understand me. My charm speaks for itself. No need for further words. Sunglasses. JPG. 3530 in Geo. Bah, how shameless. 3530 Lin Mo. Alright, I'll lay it all out. Actually, my tenant has a higher charm value, and I'm riding on her exchange qualifications. Shrugging. JPG. 1707 Chun Ming Ming. Big shot, I beg for a spot. I come with my own rations and can keep you warm. Crazy heart gesture. JPG. 2430 Guiju. Another day of sour lemons. Sour. JPG. 3630 Lu Xiaodong. Won the life of a big shot is my dream. Sour lemon. JPG. 0826 Kong Nanji. 10086. I'm already weary of saying the word envy. Sour Lemon, JPG, Sun Chung, upon observing the chatter in the group, felt a sudden tightness in his chest, realizing that there was indeed some truth to their words. Lin Mo had the capacity to explore other exchange options, which undoubtedly indicated a high value. However, Lin Mo's subsequent explanation brought a slight sense of relief to Sun Chung, as he reassured himself that it must be this way. It cannot be that every attribute is extraordinarily exceptional, can it? After all, I have opened 2 treasure chests and acquired 2 attribute points. He cannot possibly possess attributes superior to mine. With my mind somewhat at ease, I initiated a private chat with Lin Mo, 1111 Sun Chung. May I borrow the synthesis station? It's urgent. 3,530 Lin Mo, no problem. May I inquire what you intend to upgrade? 1111 Sun Chung, a weapon. I've obtained a monster essence and wish to enhance my combat strength. Monster essence? Lin Mo's eyes instantly sparkled. He too wished to upgrade his turret. 3,530 Lin Mo. Did you acquire from treasure chest? Do you have any more? 1111 Sun Chung. It was not from a chest, but rather dropped automatically by an elite monster in the red mist. I currently have none left. As thoughts raced through his mind regarding monster drops, Lin Mo promptly switched back to the chat channel and sent 2 consecutive messages. 3,530 Lin Mo. I am purchasing monster essence at a high price. Trade can be made with survival coins, wood, or iron ingots. The more, the better. Interested parties, please message me privately. 35 Lin Montag. Rating. I am purchasing monster essence at a high price. Survival coins, wood, and iron ingots are all acceptable. Please message me with your offers. The channel erupted with inquiries and exclamations, and Lin Mo's attention was drawn to Han Shui, who had just sneaked in from the backyard. The owner of those dazzlingly fair and long legs settled down beside him. What is the matter, Shui? A mischievous smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips as his hand naturally rested upon her smooth, warm skin, gently caressing it. Are you wanting something again? Han Shui's cheeks flushed crimson. She attempted to withdraw her leg but found it firmly held in place, forcing her to clutch a cushion to conceal her embarrassment. Don't say such things. It's 1-1. She just messaged me, asking for your opinion. Do tell. Lin Mo's hand continued its movement, relishing the delightful sensation. Well, that's Shin. Han Shui endeavored to ignore the tingling sensation on her leg. Messaged 1-1, inviting her to join that so-called association as vice president, promising internal resources at the lowest prices. She paused, her voice dropping to a whisper. 1-1 is not foolish. She knows his attentiveness is entirely directed at me. At you. So, she asked me to inquire whether she should accept. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo replied. Inform her that the decision lies with her. Should she encounter trouble as a result, I will do my utmost to assist her, considering your face. However, I shall not extend any promises to her, nor should she harbor unrealistic expectations of me. Upon hearing this, Han Shui felt a warm and sweet surge within her heart. She gazed at Lin Mo with tender affection, playfully feigning ignorance as she asked, Then, why are you willing to help her? She yearned to hear him articulate that answer directly. Why? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating his tone, just as she desired. Of course, it is because she has taken care of you for me. His tone carried an endearing sense of indulgence. Having received the desired answer, Han Shui felt as though she had toppled an entire jar of honey, sweetness overwhelming her senses. How wonderful it is to rely on such a powerful yet protective man. Her body softened slightly as she gazed at Lin Mo's face, her heart fluttering with romantic thoughts. Indeed, she desired him. A voice, deliberately exaggerated and infused with a clumsy accent, unexpectedly drifted through the doorway leading to the backyard. It was Njio, leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, rolling her eyes as she perfectly mimicked Lin Mo's earlier tone, brimming with mockery. Han Shui's composure shattered instantly. The tender affection they had shared moments before evaporated, replaced by a furious heaving of her chest and flushed cheeks. Njio, who permitted you to eavesdrop? Do you possess any decorum? Oh dear, oh dear. Njio exclaimed triumphantly, placing her hands on her waist, her Sichuan accent in full force. Can you not withstand this? Engaging in such intimacy in the living room and then blaming others for overhearing? In such a small space, could you not be considerate of others? How shameless! She had not forgotten Han Shui's earlier jest about her resembling a zombie nut, and now it was her turn to retaliate fiercely. Yi Xiaoro's head also peeked out from the backyard, her gaze flitting between the irate Han Shui and the triumphant Injio, ultimately settling on Injio with a sympathetic expression that seemed to plead for her safety. Little Jio, Yi Xiaoro advised earnestly, heed my words and make a swift exit while you still can. Otherwise, you may find yourself in tears shortly. Run? What on earth for? Injio declared, her chest puffed out, igniting a fierce spirit within her. I'm a girl like an eagle. I fear neither heaven nor earth. Why should I fear her? A ridiculous notion. Chapter 77. Build high walls, accumulate grain good. What spirit? Yi Xiaoro exclaimed, her thumb raised, a smile on her face that seemed almost sinister. As for our delicate Jior, do not expect anyone to show you mercy. As soon as her words fell, Yi Xiaoro dashed forward, wrapping her arms around Injio's waist before she could react. Yi Xiaoro, what are you doing? Let go of me. Injio screamed, struggling against her hold. Honey, close the door. No, net it. Yi Xiaoro shouted to Lin Mo, a mischievous grin lighting her face as she wrestled with the squirming Injio. Jior said, the eagle fears nothing. We must fulfill her wishes. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed through the room, and the large screen of the surveillance equipment revealed the figure of the chubby Chao Wenliang. The two playful girls paused in their antics. The three young ladies in revealing bikinis reacted swiftly, like startled deer, swiftly retreating into the bedroom, leaving behind a trail of melodious laughter and dazzling skin. Lin Mo approached and opened the door. Montake, I'm finally back. However, at that moment, Chao Wenliang appeared somewhat disheveled, his clothes torn in several places, stained with dark red blood and dirt, his face smeared with grime, resembling someone who had just crawled out of a wreckage. Upon seeing Lin Mo, he forced a smile, tinged with a mix of servility and familiarity. Lin Mo scrutinized him, his brow furrowing slightly. What on earth happened to you? Cough, don't mention it. Chao Wenliang sighed, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, sending up a small cloud of dust. It was all due to the ruckus over the treasure chest in the red fog. Lu Geng and the others dragged me along to test our luck, but we ended up running into a vicious wolf monster. It was a struggle to escape. As long as you're unharmed, Lin Mo stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. Come in, don't linger in the doorway. The scent you carry is rather overpowering. Chao Wenliang breathed a sigh of relief and hurried inside, the mingled odors of blood, sweat, and dirt wafting in with him. He rubbed his hands together, looking somewhat sheepish as he addressed Lin Mo. Mo, go. I mainly want to borrow your bathroom to clean up. I really can't stand this anymore. If Sister Ro and the others find it inconvenient, I can use the public bathroom on the 36th floor. As time passed, the bathing needs of ordinary players became a significant issue. Players like Lin Mo, who had upgraded to a level 2 dormitory with a private bathroom, were exceedingly rare. Fortunately, many astute players recognized the opportunity, and individuals like Lu Xiaodong had begun offering public bathing services. Don't be so polite, just use it. Lin Mo waved his hand casually. The bathroom is over there. By the way, did you find anything during your adventure? At the mention of rewards, Chao Wenliang's eyes brightened slightly, though a hint of trepidation lingered. It was decent. We were fortunate enough to acquire a leg armor and a pair of boots, along with around 80 survival coins, which we shared among us. We also dealt with a few wolf monsters and collected some beast meat. Lu Geng and the others mentioned wanting to try their luck again tonight. Tonight? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his tone reflecting a hint of disapproval. There are only about 10 treasure chests that refresh each day. Even if there are some left, do you really expect to find a needle in the ocean? From the very beginning, the game has consistently warned us of the dangers lurking at night, advising against unnecessary risks. Lin Mo's words resonated with reason. As Chao Wenliang scratched his head, feeling somewhat uneasy, he recalled the first time he arrived here, when players lingered outside their dormitory on the 12th floor at night, only to be met with a chilling scream that echoed throughout the floor all night long. Strangely, the next day, when players from the adjacent dormitory checked for news, the individual had vanished, leaving the corridor strewn with dark red stains. Consequently, no player dared to entertain thoughts of defying the rules again. Mo, are you suggesting we should not go? Consider it carefully, Lin Mo replied, refraining from further persuasion. He shifted the conversation. By the way, do you have any monster essence on hand? I could use some and would be willing to trade other resources. I do. I happen to have one. Gao Wenling not that easily. I haven't killed many monsters, and my upgrade points accumulate slowly. The essence is just sitting here without use. This was indeed the truth, as upgrade points were bound to individuals and non-transferable, posing a significant barrier for countless players seeking advancement. All right, what would you like in exchange? Lin Mo inquired. As Chao Wenliang pondered, the door to their room creaked open. Yi Xiaoro emerged, having changed out of her previous bikini into a more elegant yet striking ensemble. A soft gray turtleneck knit dress accentuated her graceful curves, complemented by a sharply tailored black, cropped leather jacket. A lustrous black belt cinched her waist, and she wore knee-high black lace-up boots. Her expression was unremarkable, yet her poise and meticulous elegance exuded an undeniable, slightly aloof, queenly aura. Gao Wenling instinquito stood, feeling a mix of awkwardness in the presence of such beauty and respect for Lin Mo's companion. Sister Xiaoro, please take a seat, Yi Xiaoro replied, her voice cool and composed. Chao Wenliang sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere and thought to himself, Moge's taste is truly perplexing. While this woman is undeniably beautiful, she appears excessively aloof. Can one truly sustain interest with someone so frigid over time? He quickly redirected his gaze to Lin Mo, returning to the matter at hand. Mo, that essence isn't particularly rare. Some convenience food or clean water would suffice. If there is nothing else, may I take a shower first? Though addressed to Lin Mo, his eyes politely flicked toward Yi Xiaoro, seeking her approval as the lady of the house. We're neighbors, no need for such formality. As long as Lin Mo is here, feel free to come and use whatever you need, she stated simply, granting Lin Mo respect while clarifying who held authority in this space. This sense of decorum in her interactions was one of the reasons Yi Xiaoro occupied a central role among Lin Mo's female companions. Not only was she capable in both domestic and social spheres, but her effortless charm made everyone feel at ease. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, Lin Mo relaxed back against the sofa, instinctively resting his head on Yi Xiaoro's thigh. The faint, cool fragrance emanating from her was soothing. With his eyes closed, he asked, Sister Xiaoro, how much do you think we should give Wenliang? The momentary chill and aloofness in Yi Xiaoro dissipated, her brow and eyes softening. She extended her slender fingers, gently massaging Lin Mo's temples, her voice taking on a softer tone. Look at our Lin Mo. However, she paused for a moment, adding with a hint of personal advice. Perhaps we should offer him a price slightly above the market rate. This way, we appear generous, not taking advantage of our neighbor, and it may inspire his goodwill. If he is a discerning individual, he will recognize that this extra bid is a gesture of kindness. In the future, should he come across valuable items he cannot use himself or require assistance, he will naturally think of us first. Of course, as long as he does not wish to exploit our friendship through trivial favors, he won't keep us in the role of the fool. Lin Mo responded with a comfortable hum, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, one cannot emerge from the same nest as two different individuals. You're clearly on the same wavelength as I. This remark evidently pleased Yi Xiaoro, her lips curving into a delightful arc as she leaned down to plant a kiss on Lin Mo's forehead, exuding a touch of pride. Of course, our strategy is to bide our time and develop within the dormitory while establishing multiple channels for resource trading outside. We cannot place all our eggs in one basket, lest we find ourselves at the mercy of the 36th floor or other forces. We must maintain the initiative firmly in our hands for peace of mind. This reminds me of a strategic maxim, Lin Mo interjected. What is it? Build high walls and store abundant grain. Indeed, please refer to me as the female Zhuge Liang. Very well, female Zhuge Liang, may I interject? Chapter 78. An ordinary morning in the early morning. The damp crimson mist clung to the tousled hair of the Su brothers, Su Jiaming and Su Jiajin. Fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon a treasure chest, guarded by a hedgehog the size of a wild boar. Although the encounter proved somewhat challenging, the brothers, in perfect harmony, managed to vanquish the creature without incurring any harm. Damn it, this beast was as mindless as they come, stubbornly guarding the chest until its last breath, nearly taking me down with it. Su Jiaming muttered, "All right, this is the last bottle of water. We must conserve it." He transferred some attribute points to his younger brother and suggested they rest for a moment before exploring other areas. If we happen upon another treasure chest, today will have been worthwhile. Our chances of surviving this game will significantly improve. Is it really that simple? With over 1,000 players searching for just 15 treasure chests, do you truly believe we could find 2? You're overly optimistic, brother. Let's head back. He offered half a bottle of water to Su Jiaming. Ignoring his brother, Su Jiaming's gaze drifted to the distance. Through the thickening mist, 2 humanoid figures approached slowly. Su Jiajin swallowed nervously and pulled his brother in front of him. Could those be the zombies Dave mentioned? Get lost, Su Jiaming exclaimed, startled. Wait, look at them. They're embracing one another and laughing. They're human. The brothers felt a surge of excitement. If human settlements were within close proximity, the revival of human civilization might indeed be possible. Hey, brothers! Su Jiajin cheerfully waved his hand, but Su Jiaming realized it was too late to stop him. We're over here. Where are you from? As the figures drew closer, one bore an Asian visage while the other was distinctly of American descent. What are they saying, Gene? Who cares? It's a language from Huagua. Let us shoot a few arrows first. Too bad they aren't Huagua women. Otherwise, there's a good chance we could have had some fun out here. The man with golden hair and blue eyes seemed to reminisce with a lewd glint in his eyes. That's debatable. Many women from Huagua outside our circle are quite proud. They possess self-respect, courage, and grace. Our nation's sages have spoken of this. Gene, you're as shameless as your country. In a place as small as your testicles, your cultural etiquette is pilfered from Huagua, yet you dare claim to have noble character? Cough, cough. The man named Gene felt a bit embarrassed. Let us dispatch them first. After walking a short distance, both figures halted, one of them loudly responding. The brothers froze. Brother, what did he say? They aren't Huagua people? Su Jiajin turned to his brother, confusion etched on his face. Run. Su Jiaming's eyes widened in terror as he tugged his brother back into the crimson mist. Su Jiajin, bewildered, instinctively trusted his sibling. The sound of whistling air pierced the silence, and the realization dawned upon him. The 2 men were launching an attack. Within moments, the 2 adult males vanished into the red fog. Brother, we're safe now. The next time we encounter them, I will surely take my revenge. Su Jiajin plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath, before turning to glance at his elder brother trailing behind him. With a playful tone, he remarked, Aren't you supposed to be more agile than I am? How is it that I outran you? The man who stood protectively behind him had already been struck by 2 arrows, one piercing through his back and protruding sharply from his abdomen. Su Jiaming watched him with concern, while luminous orbs began to materialize in front of him. He feared not for his own life, but for his reckless younger brother. He widened his eyes, striving to etch his brother's silhouette deeper into his memory. Good morning, Xiao Jiao. Yi Xiaoro emerged from her bedroom like a jubilant bird, brimming with energy and adorned with a hint of languorous charm. What would you like to eat? I can whip up something special. Her slightly loose silk nightgown accentuated her alluring curves with every movement. What to eat? I'm not hungry. And Jiao, with her hair resembling a bird's nest, wore a sullen expression akin to the thick fog outside, irritably burying her face into the sofa cushions. The intermittent, stifling yet tantalizing sounds from the adjacent room the previous night left her feeling a mix of embarrassment, anger, and inexplicable anxiety. At times, she would clutch the pillow, gritting her teeth, vowing that she was nothing like those 2 shameless women. At other moments, she found herself contemplating whether to procure some painkillers in advance. Ultimately, she fell asleep amidst the cacophony, without waiting for Lin Mo. What's wrong? You're so grumpy this early, like a little firecracker. Yi Xiaoro instantly transformed into a dramatic actress, her large eyes misting over with tears as she approached with a pitiful expression. There must be someone outside, right? You don't like me anymore. Huh? No way. I don't. And Jiu raised her head from the sofa, momentarily confused by her sudden accusation. It was clearly her fickle heart that had caused the trouble. How did it turn her into the villain? Seeing her on the verge of tears. And Jiu struggled for a moment before conceding, mumbling with a hint of annoyance. Oh dear, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Don't cry. All right. Yi Xiaoro's demeanor shifted instantly, as if the sun had emerged after a storm. Lin Mo had no intention of reprimanding Jiu for her jealousy, mainly because he had been too preoccupied the previous night. Well, it had been quite a hectic affair. The catalyst was Yi Xiaoro. Seizing the moment when Han Shui felt shy, attempted to gain an advantage, ultimately inciting the easily flustered Han Shui's ire. Whatever happens, happens. I've already tasted the consequences on my first day here, so let us face it together. In an unexpected turn, she transformed her defensive stance into an offensive one, advancing boldly. Thus began a passionate counterattack. Yi Xiaoro was only too eager to engage, relishing the experience, while Lin Mo, both a spectator and participant, was utterly captivated, exclaiming in delight. By the time he emerged, thoroughly satisfied, and Jiu had already fallen asleep on the sofa, her face flushed and breathing steady, when Lin Mo and the blushing, starry-eyed Han Shui made their way into the living room, and Jiu didn't even spare them a glance. Throughout the entire breakfast, she puffed up her cheeks, casting a deathly glare at the three, as if they had committed some heinous crime. Meanwhile, the channel was abuzz with noise. Several teams, undeterred by danger, had ventured out to explore during the waning of the crimson fog last night, only to vanish without a trace, leaving none to return. Panic spread through the anonymous channel, with various speculations running rampant. Lin Mo glanced through the chaos, finding no significant information, and casually shut off the channel. Clearing his throat, Lin Mo deliberately ignored Jiu's fiery gaze and calmly turned to Yi Xiaoro and Han Shui. Ladies, what plans do you have for today? I would like you to accompany me to find Dave to exchange for that premium blind box, Han Shui replied, her voice still carrying a soft lilt. She cautiously glanced at Lin Mo, her tone laced with a hint of playful coaxing. And, may I go chat with Wen? After much anticipation, her mental attributes had finally reached the requisite standard for exchanging for the advanced blind box, and her spirits were high. Chapter 79. The sinister intentions from the game, decide for yourself. If you wish to go, then go. No need to consult me about everything, Lin Mo said with a sweeping gesture, embodying trust and indulgence. I have no particular demands, Yi Xiaoro replied lazily, leaning against the back of her chair, her fingertips curling around her hair as she glanced at Lin Mo with twinkling eyes. However, our household supplies have dwindled to just the basic rations you generously provide each day. I'd like to visit the trading area to procure some fresh ingredients and enhance our meals. Lin Montag nodded, Alricht. Just let me know how many survival coins you need when the time comes. To avoid any misunderstandings, even with the absolute trust Lin Mo had in her, Yi Xiaoro never kept large amounts of survival coins on her person. She always recalled Lin Mo's initial words, be wary of the small-minded before addressing the noble. It would be truly foolish to let a trivial sum of money ruin their harmony. And there is something else of great importance. Yi Xiaoro suddenly citrate in it, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Mo. Last night, I acquired several clothing sets. I wish to select a casual outfit and a combat ensemble for you. She scrutinized Lin Mo from head to toe, as if admiring a piece of uncut jade. Once you don the attire, I shall style your hair, ensuring you are utterly captivating. Han Shui chimed in with a smile. Indeed, you always wear those sports clothes. They hardly befit the stature of our esteemed Lin Mo. A man must treat himself well and possess a grand wardrobe to present himself properly. Their words were filled with affection and admiration. Then why don't you select an outfit for me as well? And Jiu interjected, her jealousy bubbling over as her lips pursed in discontent. I only have 2 pieces of clothing. It's quite inconvenient to change. Yi Xiaoro elongated hertone, knowingly winking at Jiu with a mischievous grin reminiscent of a clever fox. Isn't it because you can also obtain a set this afternoon? You chose it yourself. After all, just wait a bit, Be patient, Han Shui chuckled softly. You might not know this, but Lin Mo likely returned early because he found some individuals with physique akin to being sprouts utterly unappetizing. She paused deliberately, casting a glance at Lin Mo, and under the weight of his warning gaze, she begrudgingly added, albeit with a hint of sweetness, otherwise, how could our dear husband return so swiftly? We hadn't even finished our bath, and he was already resting comfortably on the bed. The term husband made her own ears flush with warmth. You and Gio struck at her sore spot, felt her face flush with indignation, but quickly sought to retaliate. Oh, so now, husband again? Did you not call him daddy just yesterday? How shameless of you, and yet you dare to criticize others. Ha! Lin Mo, Han Shui, Yi Xiaoro, and Gio's broadside seemed to ensnare herself as well. Fortunately, she quickly recognized the overreach and cleared her throat, redirecting her focus with precision. Ahem. I meant to say, a certain shameless dog of a man has indeed compelled our dear Xiaoro to use other titles. He is 100 times more despicable than any woman. Lin Montauk smiled Fadis. JPG with a frustrated flourish. Lin Mo set down his cup, leaning forward slightly, his gaze fixed on the irate Gio with a hint of dangerous amusement. Ah, and Xiao Gio, it seems you've truly roused my ire. It appears you are in dire need of a personal reprimand from me. Just as Lin Mo was preparing to indulge in a meal and subsequently teach this outspoken little firecracker a lesson, Han Shui's serious voice cut through the air. Darling, you must check the chat channel. It seems a grave calamity has occurred. And Gio, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped a misfortune, immediately recoiled into the corner of the sofa like a startled rabbit, silently relieved to have evaded disaster. Lin Mo's attention was instantly seized by the explosive news flooding the channel. A team that had set off that very morning had returned, disheveled and shaken. They brought back a terrifying piece of intelligence that would upend everyone's perception. While exploring to the north, they had encountered a foreign player team speaking in an incomprehensible language. In the spirit of camaraderie, they attempted to communicate. However, what awaited them was not friendship, but an assault. Adding to the shock, when one of their members was tragically slain, his belongings, including survival coins, timber, and even weapons, spilled forth as if dropped by a defeated monster. In the wild, players could indeed drop equipment upon killing one another. Amidst the uproar, the channel was inundated with horror, panic, and a palpable thrill. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, a torrent of doubt swelling within him. This rule was utterly bizarre. Previously, players had not dropped a single item when defeated by monsters, nor did they drop materials when killed within the dormitory. Why then? Did player-on-player killings in the wild result in dropped items? The implications were chilling. Was this a tacit encouragement for mutual slaughter? No. Lin Mo recalled that his own encounter with Tang Lin had occurred just outside the dormitory. This meant that this rule applied solely to players from different dormitories. Wasn't the premise survival within the dormitory? Why introduce inter-dormitory conflict? A strong sense of crisis compelled him to initiate a private chat with the information broker. 3530 Lin Mo. Have you seen the messages in the channel? Is it true? 0721 Buling. Oh dear, my abilities only allow me to vaguely sense game-related news. I'm not certain about such detailed matters. 3530 Lin Mo. Very well, I thought you were all-knowing. Are those creatures attacking players in the red mist truly human? 0721 Buling. Ahem, we deal in information trading. Actually, I do have some related intelligence. 3530 Lin Mo. Speak, and the fee will be noted. You shan't be shortchanged. 0721 Buling. Jerta indi. 0721 Buling. Today my cousin, Chun Junsheng, approached me for information, asking if I knew where the most valuable treasure chests were located, and I mentioned the north. 0721 Buling, he casually remarked, still the north? Yesterday, Sun Chung staged a black eat black there. If I go today, will I face retaliation? This matter is related to Sun Chung as well. Lin Mo's gaze suddenly sharpened, realizing that he had spent all his survival coins, only to be deceived by this scoundrel. You all stay indoors for the time being, he instructed in a low voice. immediately rising to his feet. He required further information. The atmosphere on the 36th floor was as intense as ever, with players training vigorously, the air thick with tension, contrasting starkly with the unease pervading other floors. Montague, a team member, upon spotting Lin Mo, halted his movements to greet him. Looking for the captain? Indeed. I haven't received a response to my private message. The captain returned yesterday evening and took a rest, but left with the vice captain before dawn today, appearing quite hurried. We have no idea where they went. A mysterious early morning departure? Lin Mo's inner alarm bells rang louder as he nodded in acknowledgement and turned to descend stairs. Just as he brought Han Shui down to the lower levels, they encountered Lu Xiaodong and his group, who were breathless and visibly excited. Lin Mo, just in time. Something big has happened. Lu Xiaodong leaned on his knees, panting heavily, his face alight with the thrill of discovery. There's a significant opportunity for profit. Chapter 80. The unmasking of Itsumi Lin Mo came to a halt, his gaze calm, yet scrutinizing. Lu Xiaodong leaned in closer, lowering his voice and speaking rapidly. To make a long story short, yesterday we stumbled upon a trio of oblivious players in the northern sector and made a tidy profit from their treasure chests. Today, we aim to gauge the situation, only to encounter several unfamiliar faces sneaking our way. Their demeanor suggested ill intent. Lin Mo's expression remained impassive. Why come to me with the trouble you've stirred up? Lu Xiaodong's eyes sparkled with unadulterated greed as he whispered more excitedly. There is immense wealth hidden in this predicament. We eliminated a solitary tongue in the red mist. And he dropped a trove of survival coins, materials, and equipment, all bursting forth like spoils from a monster. Lin Mo, as heart sank, though his demeanor remained unruffled. Oh? And what about players from the same dormitory? Do they drop loot as well? Lu Xiaodong hesitated, then waved his hand dismissively. What are you thinking? They're our brothers, whom we see daily. We wouldn't commit such a treacherous act. Besides, we've never tested it either. He quickly redirected the conversation, but those foreign players are different. They'll come right to us. All we need to do is ambush them on their way back to their lair, catching them off guard. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Are we in or out? Out. Lin Mo's refusal was crisp and decisive as he took Han Shui's hand to continue on his way. Wealth is enticing, but life is paramount. Who knows if there are hidden dangers lurking behind us? Lu Xiaodong grew anxious, shouting after Lin Mo's retreating figure. Lin Mo, aren't you afraid those outsiders will truly come after us? We'd be in for a world of trouble. Lin Mo's footsteps did not falter, his voice resonating through the corridor with a calm confidence that instilled reassurance. What is there to fear? We're on our own turf. How could those foreign dogs turn the tide against us? Watching Lin Mo walk away without a glance back, Lu Xiaodong stomped his foot in frustration, complaining to his companions. Damn, he is far too timid. He won't even seize the money that's being handed to us. Is guarding our meager possessions all he aspires to? What a lack of ambition. To him, Lin Mo's excessive caution was a missed opportunity for great wealth. Han Shui followed closely behind Lin Mo, sensing the brief tension that had gripped him moments before. She whispered, Darling, are you worried about Sun Cheng and the others? Lin Mo's gaze grew pensive as he responded slowly. The moment players can kill each other for loot, the dynamics shift entirely. In the face of immense temptation, morals and friendships can be utterly shattered. Yesterday, Sun Cheng engaged in backstabbing in the north, and today he mysteriously ventured out. Do you truly believe he is merely scouting for information? Kong Nanji, Chen Junsheng, and even that Lu Xiaodong. They may appear as neighbors now, but who can guarantee that, when faced with enough temptation, they won't consider eliminating the boss to ascend to power themselves? The ranking rewards are secondary. The crux is, everyone desires to be the one who holds absolute authority in this building. Regrettably, Lin Mo currently stands as the undisputed king of the entire dormitory. Han Shui felt a tightening in her heart. Although she did not fully comprehend the intricate calculations at play, she had unwavering faith in her partner's decisions. Prioritizing safety and stability above all else instilled in her an immense sense of reassurance. She grasped Lin Mo's hand tightly and whispered, Yes, I trust you. Whatever you decide, I will support you. Meanwhile, as Liu Xiaodong fervently sought to rally skilled players for an ambush at the dimly lit stairwell of another dormitory building, Sumi found her path obstructed by a group of individuals. Leading the charge were the Korean player Park Yong-ming and a tall, haughty-looking American named John. Behind them, a dozen players of various hues and flickering gazes subtly formed a menacing encirclement. Itakuen, have you given any thought? Park Yong-ming stepped forward, his tone laced with feigned concern. Sumi remained nonchalant, barely lifting her eyelids. I've already stated my position. I will not go. Step aside. Itu. Park Yongming's smile froze, his fists clenching instinctively in a display of barely contained frustration. You're the victim of a black market scheme, and we have gathered here to seek justice on your behalf. As the party involved, how can you remain indifferent? First, Sumi finally raised her gaze, her eyes sharp and cold as they sliced through Park Yong-ming and John, dripping with undisguised disdain. I will handle my own affairs. There is no need for your concern. Secondly, your only aim is to kill and seize treasures. We all understand this, so why disguise your intentions under the pretense of vengeance? Lastly, she said, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, I have no trust in you whatsoever. She stepped forward, the invisible pressure compelling the few blocking her path to instinctively retreat a step. Instead of wasting time plotting against me here, you should hasten to pursue your main forces, lest the prime cuts be devoured by others while you two leaders are left with nothing. With that, she attempted to maneuver past them and descend the stairs. Park Yong-ming and John's faces turned ashen, and with a shared glance, the players behind them tightened their encirclement, the atmosphere plunging to a frosty chill. Itokun, Gabeo, and the others only informed Mr. Park and Mr. John out of momentary anger. We all share a common enemy and seek an explanation. Please calm down. A voice interjected, laden with deliberate flattery. Emerging from behind Park Yong-ming was a player from the Flower Nation, whose features were strikingly sculpted, each feature distinct, yet collectively challenging the visual norm. This was Wen Long, the leader elected by the players of the Flower Nation. Sumi cast him a cold glance, akin to viewing an eyesore. Everyone has their own aspirations. I do not interfere. However, there is no need for you to emerge as this clumsy peacemaker. It is quite nauseating. Wen Long's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, as long as you are not upset, how is Miss Ida's health? Sumi's impatience was becoming increasingly evident, just as Wen Long was about to utter another word. A melodious voice, as clear and resonant as jade striking against jade, floated from behind the crowd. Mr. Wen, thank you for your concern. I am now quite well. The sound seemed to hold an enchanting power, causing Park Yong-ming to shudder, his heart racing, and even his fingers to tremble with excitement. It was Miss Yuko, his goddess. The crowd turned their heads in unison, revealing it to Mako clad in a sleek black combat uniform that accentuated her slender and graceful figure. Yet, this attire did little to conceal her exquisitely porcelain-like visage. At this moment, however, her face bore no expression, and her gaze was as frigid as the depths of a cold pond. She approached with measured steps, her demeanor elegant, yet imbued with an air of aloofness, embodying a sakura maiden emerging from an ancient painting, untouched by the dust of the world. Chapter 81. The sage does not teach to beg Miss Ito. You are able to move. When Wen Long beheld the appearance of Yuko Ito, he was overwhelmed with excitement, his grotesque visage adorned with a sycophantic grin. This individual had already chosen his allegiance, and Yuko Ito was disinclined to indulge him further. Her gaze fell upon him with an indifferent air, her voice remaining calm yet distinct, imbued with a chilling sense of distance. Mr. Wen, our connection is limited to sharing the same dormitory. Beyond that, we have no ties. Please refrain from exhibiting such excessive concern to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings that would only complicate matters for both of us. I apologize for any offense. Each word was articulated with the utmost politeness, yet it pierced deeper than any reprimand. I. Wen Long found himself at a loss, his face burning crimson as though he had been publicly stripped of his garments, ultimately muttering, I am truly sorry, Miss Ito. Witnessing Wen Long's humiliation, Park Yong-ming felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. As a fellow suitor of Miss Yuko, his own defeat was painful. Yet seeing a rival similarly rebuffed by the goddess dulled his anguish considerably. He even perceived Yuko's unyielding nobility as more precious, far surpassing that of any common courtesan. "Oh, God!" John spat impatiently, his reservoir of patience long depleted, particularly disapproving of such pretentious women. "Yu." He nearly uttered a curse, but abruptly recalled that she was the sister of Ito Sumi, redirecting his words. "You should recognize your good fortune, mister. When S concern for you is a blessing. Why pretend to be so high and mighty?" He admired women with voluptuous curves and fiery passion, feeling little attraction to this frail and aloof Eastern beauty, dismissing her as overly sentimental. Yuko Ito did not deign to look at him, her exquisitely shaped lips curling downwards in an unmistakable display of profound disdain. A faint, icy laugh escaped her lips as her gaze, sharp as ice picks, pierced through Wenlong and the surrounding flower planting players. "Ah, I remember clearly, when this group first arrived, how brazenly they treated their fellow countrymen in the building, proclaiming, 'We shall ensure you do not see the next game.' At that time, did you, Mr. One, extend such courteous titles to them, inquiring about their well-being? On the contrary, my elder brother, in an effort to quell the turmoil, personally visited each of the most boisterous leaders, only to secure a moment of peace. What has changed?" Her voice escalated, laden with sharp inquiry. "Did my brother's fists subdue them, and now you all hasten to serve as their dogs? To beg for mercy?" "Yuko." Ito Sumi interjected at the opportune moment, his tone laced with reproach, yet a playful smile graced his features as he addressed the crowd. "I sincerely apologize. My younger sister is still quite young, lacking discretion, and speaks too candidly. I ask for your understanding and implore you not to take offense at her words." This apology did not concede her error, merely that her delivery was too forthright. Wenlong and the several players from the flower-growing nation, named specifically, experienced an instantaneous shift in complexion, from crimson to ashen, then to pallid, akin to having been dealt a multitude of stinging blows. They parted their lips, eager to defend themselves, yet found their words utterly impotent in the face of Ito Yuko's piercing gaze and the undeniable facts, ultimately bowing their heads in shame and indignation. I sincerely apologize, Miss Ito," Wenlong managed to stammer, striving to salvage a modicum of dignity. "Initially, Ito-kun was right. We all reside in the same building, and it is inevitable that we must support one another, hence my intention to set aside past grievances." "Set aside past grievances?" Ito Yuko interjected, her clear eyes brimming with derision. "My brother and I admire the profound culture of the flower-growing nation, and we understand that to repay resentment with honesty, and kindness with kindness is the wisdom imparted by our sages. Your nation's philosophers teach to repay kindness with kindness. I have heard no such doctrine that encourages one to grovel and beg. This notion of repaying resentment with kindness truly opens my eyes." Ito Sumi shook his head in resignation, believing his sister to be overly straightforward, realizing that reason would find no purchase with these individuals. He ceased his prattling, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the pitch-black katana, exuding a chilling aura, materialized in his grasp. Enough. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority as his gaze swept over the obstructing crowd. "Those who walk divergent paths cannot conspire together. If you insist on detaining my sister and me for idle chatter, then we shall engage in a spar here, if you have no intention of impeding us." His wrist flicked, the blade tracing a cold arc in the dim light. "Please make way." As his words fell, the air grew thick with murderous intent. Park Yongming and Wenlong found themselves at the forefront, acutely aware of the palpable pressure, especially as they observed Ito Yuko standing impassively behind her brother. A chilling realization gripped their hearts. To ambush her brother before the goddess? That thought was swiftly extinguished. Instinctively, they stepped aside, allowing passage. Ito Sumi paid them no heed, sheathing his sword as he and his sister Yuko descended the staircase with unhurried grace, their figures swiftly disappearing around the corner of the corridor under the complex gazes of the onlookers. Only after the siblings had departed did John dare to mutter in a hushed tone, his voice laced with lewdness and malice. Damn. If you ask me, why complicate your feelings for that girl? Just eliminate her bothersome brother. Treat her like we handle other disobedient women. Bind her up and play as we please. It would be a fine opportunity for the brothers to indulge and taste what this porcelain doll is like. Shut up. Wenlong and Park Yongming nearly shouted in unison, their faces ashen with fury. Wenlong, already teetering on the brink of rage from Yuko's public humiliation, was further incensed by John's audacious disrespect towards his goddess. His countenance twisted in fury. He spat, John, if you cannot control your base urges, then return to your dormitory and seek out your sow. Dare to speak ill of Miss Yuko again, and I shall truly put your prowess to the test. Park Yongming regarded John with a look of incredulity, his gaze icy. Miss Yuko is a goddess, the highest honor for a man. She should be cherished and protected, not treated as a mere plaything for carnal desires. You insufferable fool, utterly lacking in understanding. Hypocrisy. John spat disdainfully, lowering his voice further, yet loud enough for his entourage to hear. It is the end of the world, and yet one feigns gentility? When there are treasures to be enjoyed, they should be shared among brothers. Hoarding them for oneself is merely a desire for solitary possession. He harbored no morbid possessiveness towards it Tamako, viewing her merely as a beautiful plaything, effortlessly uttering words that his underlings delighted in. A malicious thought crossed his mind. How exhilarating it would be to witness that lofty woman reduced to tears, her beauty marred by sorrow. He longed to see her weeping like a pear blossom in the rain. Behind him, his subordinates, though outwardly hesitant to echo John's sentiments, exchanged furtive glances among themselves, their eyes brimming with avarice, lewdness, and a restless eagerness, subtly shifting in their intent. Chapter 82. Kong Nanji felt a surge of determination as she stepped out of the oppressive dormitory building and into the swirling crimson mist. Ito Sumitai glanced helplessly at his sister, Yuko, whose breathing was slightly labored. It is far too perilous outside. Given your condition, you ought not to accompany me. Yuko adjusted her breath, her icy gaze sweeping over her brother, her voice calm yet resolute. If I do not come, brother, your escape today may require considerable effort, thus increasing the risk. Sighing, Ito rubbed his temples, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He lamented his earlier leniency, realizing he should have decisively subdued their adversaries at the outset to avoid this incessant clamor. He quickly reined in his emotions and cast his gaze into the depths of the red fog. It is futile to dwell on the past. Yuko, take a moment to steady yourself. Since that group of fools has ventured south to plunder, a cold smile crept across his lips. Perfectly. We shall explore the northern region at our leisure. If time permits, we may later observe the southern escapade and see if there are any opportunities to seize. He turned to his sister, his tone earnest. The immediate priority is to enhance your physical attributes. Otherwise, in this crimson mist, it remains exceedingly dangerous. Given the circumstances, he could not possibly leave Yuko alone in that chaotic dormitory. With their objectives clear, the siblings swiftly vanished into the dense red fog, quietly advancing toward the northern expanse. Meanwhile, in another area engulfed by the crimson mist, behind a massive weathered boulder, Sun Chung observed the throng following Lu Xiaodong, which included Chen Junsheng, Kong Nanji, and others. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes, while a perfectly measured expression of surprise graced his face. So, all the brothers have arrived? Lu Xiaodong replied succinctly, his voice low. The details of the opposing force remain unclear, and their numbers are unknown. To be prudent, we must gather more personnel, just in case. He understood well that the value of troops lies in their quality rather than quantity, yet at this moment, there was no alternative. Chen Junsheng stepped forward immediately, his voice booming, Brother Sun, how could we be absent from such an opportunity to strike at the foreign devils and elevate our national prestige? We are all well acquainted with the rules. Rest assured, today there is but one commander, Brother Sun. All of us will heed your lead. Behind him, familiar faces like Zhang Wenwen and Chao Wenliang nodded in agreement. Kong Nanji stood prominently among them, in stark contrast to her usual flamboyant attire. She had deliberately donned a deep charcoal, gray high-neck, quick-dry, long-sleeve top, paired with high-waisted dark gray compression leggings and all-black professional athletic shoes, striving for a low-key appearance. The resources she had accumulated during this time had been invested in weaponry, and her enhanced capabilities imbued her with a newfound confidence. However, her understated demeanor was rendered futile in the face of her fervent admirers, as the number of players surrounding her nearly doubled. Even Xiao Wenliang approached the approachable goddess with a flushed face, requesting her autograph and fervently vowing to protect Kong Nanji. Eager supporters eagerly seized every opportunity to engage. "Sister Nanji, would you like some water?" "Sister Nanji, this rock is clean. Please take a seat for a moment." "Sister Nanji, if those foreign devils dare to approach, I shall be the first to rush forward to protect you." Their solicitousness was overwhelming. Driven by a fervent desire to ensure their goddess faced no hardship whatsoever. Initially, Kong Nanji felt a sense of apprehension at the possible appearance of Lin Mo. Yet as time passed without a sign of that formidable presence, her heart steadied. Additionally, having garnered a multitude of admirers, she fully embraced her newfound confidence. With a poised smile, she engaged in lively banter with Chun Junsheng and others, her words imbued with a sense of authority, manifesting the demeanor of a newly ascendant figure of power. "Boss, we have spotted the enemy scouts, approximately 5 or 6, at a distance of around 60 to 70 meters. A reconnaissance team member reported urgently in a hushed tone. "Understood." Sun Cheng's eyes gleamed with determination as he decisively gestured. "According to our original plan, lie in ambush. Leave no one behind. Aim for a complete annihilation at minimal cost." However, as soon as the command was issued, Lu Xiaodong's brow furrowed tightly. Having a military background, he possessed an acute instinct for the battlefield. "Sun Cheng, the enemy scouts are merely here to probe our defenses. We should immediately conceal ourselves, feigning weakness to create an illusion of unpreparedness. Once their main force has fully entered the ambush zone, we strike with a thunderous blow. Engaging the scouts now would be akin to startling a snake in the grass. The enemy's main body would inevitably become alert. The ambush would devolve into a head-on confrontation. A perilous risk." He turned to Qin Junsheng and Kong Nanji, seeking their support. "What do you all think? Is this not sound reasoning?" Lu Xiaodong's analysis was undoubtedly astute. Yet Sun Cheng had his own calculations in mind. Maintaining his smile, he cast a scrutinizing gaze at Lu Xiaodong. "Mr. Lu, are you questioning my command?" "Not at all," Lu Xiaodong replied, aware that only one voice should prevail in the ranks. Yet, he pressed on, "I merely believe my approach is more prudent. If the scouts do not return, the enemy will be on guard, and our ambush advantage will vanish. Would you not agree?" Chun Junxing's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment before donning a warm, albeit detached smile. "Mr. Lu has a valid point. However, we're here to lend our support to Brother Sunday. As for the specifics of the engagement, we shall defer to your arrangements. We shall simply exert our efforts." He deftly redirected the discussion, avoiding offense to either Lu Xiaodong or Sun Cheng. Kong Nanji pursed her lips, refraining from expressing an opinion, her grip on her weapon tightening. Sun Cheng silently chuckled to himself, fully aware that Lu Xiaodong's plan was indeed more professional and secure. However, what were they dealing with here? A ragtag assembly drawn together by the immense allure of loot. They were not the disciplined elite under his command, without tangible rewards or the palpable thrill of gain. How long could these individuals wait in the crimson fog? Would they bide their time for the enemy to approach at a leisurely pace? He feared that before they even faced the foe, internal dissent would arise, with individuals seeking excuses to slip away or morale plummeting amidst grievances. Before a single shot was fired, the ranks might disintegrate. What kind of ambush was that? Eliminating the scouts might seem like a reckless provocation, yet it served as a potent stimulant. It would vividly demonstrate to all that players indeed dropped loot and resources upon defeat, igniting the flames of greed within them. Moreover, Sun Cheng harbored a cold smirk in his heart. Let the enemy prepare. With preparation, the clash would be more intense, and the casualty rates would soar. As the casualties increased, the spoils of war naturally became more abundant and richer. This, indeed, was his true intention. Enough talk. Execute the orders. Prepare for battle. Sun Cheng declared, his voice resolute and unwavering. Lu Xiaodong observed the surrounding individuals, most of whom remained silent. Chen Junxing openly supported Sun Cheng, while Kong Nanji refrained from expressing her stance, a profound sense of helplessness welling up within her. With a sigh, he silently retreated to his position, gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze filled with complexity. Chapter 83. Life is so bitter. Writing novels for a bit of relief, the crowd swiftly fell silent, each individual seeking refuge, holding their breath like a pack of lurking wolves. In the crimson mist, the figures of 5 or 6 players acting as scouts gradually became clearer. Their mental acuity was evidently inferior to Wang Rui's, and it was not until they ventured deep into the encirclement that they suddenly sensed the pervasive aura of impending doom. Alas, it was too late. Attack! Sun Cheng bellowed. In an instant, arrows soared through the air, skills erupted in flashes, and blades clashed from all directions in a sudden explosion. The cries of despair and roars of fury instantly shattered the eerie silence of the red fog. Those 5 or 6 scout players could scarcely organize an effective defense before being swiftly overwhelmed by the overwhelming assault. The battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. When everything settled, apart from a few mangled corpses of the fallen, what drew the most attention were the gleaming orbs scattered across the ground. Survival coins, timber, iron ingots, and even a few pieces of equipment. They had truly dropped, and in such a vivid and enticing manner. Witnessing this scene, players who had previously harbored doubts or voiced dissent regarding Sun Cheng's orders felt their eyes welling with fervor, their breaths growing heavy. Fighting for the nation? Seeking vindication? Perhaps those sentiments held some truth, but the tangible wealth and resources before them were undeniably alluring. An uncontrollable fervor rapidly spread through the crowd. All eyes fixated on the spoils of war, akin to a pack of hungry wolves that had spotted delectable prey. The cautious plan proposed by Lu Xiaodong was swiftly forgotten. Kill the enemy. Gather resources. Strike it rich. This notion ignited a wildfire of ambition in every heart. Yi Xiaoro, like a languid cat, rested her head on Lin Mo's sturdy thigh, ungracefully turning over on the sofa while emitting a contented sigh. How delightful it would be to live this leisurely life of eating, sleeping, and cuddling a handsome man indefinitely. Lin Mo's long fingers absently intertwined with her silky hair, while his other hand glided across the screen, perusing the chat channel. The channel was ablaze with excitement, saturated with a fervent and bloody atmosphere. Those self-assured players, confident in their prowess, were rushing fervently toward the front line. More inadequately skilled yet eager onlookers transformed into battlefield reporters, frantically darting between the dormitory and the frontline ambush point, providing real-time updates on the unfolding chaos. According to their chatter, combat was imminent, and the scene would surely be exhilarating. And Gio tilted her head, her large eyes shimmering with barely contained excitement. Shall we not go and take a look? Even just from a distance would suffice. Not interested. Yi Xiaoro barely lifted her eyelids, her arms coiling around Lin Mo's waist like vines, her delicate face nestled deeply into his warm abdomen. Her voice, muffled through the fabric, carried a sweet and petulant tone. With the clamor of battle outside, how could one find comfort compared to being at home, embraced by her husband? Moreover, she suddenly lifted her face, her eyes glimmering with a mischievous light. I have recently been conceiving an extraordinary masterpiece, ready to be showcased in the Trading Channel's information section for paid reading. She elongated her tone, proudly proclaiming, "The title I've chosen is Dormitory Survival, my harem of both genders." And Gio exaggeratedly shivered, her small face scrunched up in distaste, as she retorted in a Sichuan Chongqing accent, "What a terrible title. Why not write about us two relying on each other in this dreadful world, struggling to survive, ultimately thriving together like fierce heroines in a delightful tale?" Yi Xiaoro giggled, nestling back into Lin Mo's embrace. Life is already so harsh. Why not indulge in some joy while writing a novel? What else is there to write about? I want a harem. I want to embrace both genders. Beside them, Han Shui, engrossed in examining several softly glowing plant cards, raised her head and pondered seriously. Actually, Shara has a point. Everyone is on edge nowadays, their spirits taut. If there were a novel that could truly help people unwind and relieve stress, perhaps it might actually find a market. Right. Yi Xiaoro instantly became animated, waving her small fists as if envisioning herself as a best-selling author. Just wait. Soon the entire dormitory will be eagerly following the updates of my magnificent work. Survival coins will come pouring in, and I will support all of you. Lin Mo wore a subtle, ambiguous smile, neither affirming nor denying her enthusiasm. He was acutely aware that in the harsh survival environment, where most players were preoccupied with the worry of their next meal, the prospect of a market for such a luxury as paid reading, well, at least in the short term, appeared quite dim. Economic foundations dictate the superstructure. If one struggles to fill their stomach, who has the leisure to read novels? Yet, he would never extinguish her spark of joy. If Yi Xiaoro could find some amusement and immerse herself in her little world, that was perfectly fine. All right, if you have an idea, go ahead and try. Lin Mo set down the light screen, stretched languidly, his bones emitting a faint crackle. I need to step out. Are you going to see the commotion? And Jio's eyes lit up like two little bulbs, stretching her neck to peer closer. Yes, Lin Mo did not deny it. Take me with you. Take me with you. And Jio instantly transformed into an eager little puppy, bouncing behind Lin Mo, earnestly kneading his shoulders. I promise to behave. I will definitely not cause any trouble. Fine, Lin Mo agreed, surprisingly readily. Huh? And Jio paused, her small face filled with suspicion. Why are you so quick to agree this time? There must be a catch. Are you trying to trick me? Then you can stay home and unleash your talents in your dreams, where everything exists. Lin Mo replied, uninterested in engaging in further banter. He patted the humanoid pendant on his leg, stood up, and made his way. Effortlessly, he lifted Yi Xiaoro to the other side of the sofa, his long legs striding directly toward the door. And Zhou hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, watching Lin Mo's figure nearly vanish at the doorway. Ultimately, she stomped her foot and jogged to catch up. Wait for me. I'm going. Is that okay? Watching the two depart, one after the other, Han Shui gazed in perplexity at Yi Xiaoro, who languidly reclined back on the sofa. As a girl, how could Enjio suddenly develop such an interest in matters of violence? With one hand cradling her delicate chin, Yi Xiaoro wore a knowing and gentle smile, her gaze seemingly lingering at the doorway. Ah, little Jio. During her school years, her academic performance was exceptional, but her emotional intelligence, well, it was practically non-existent. She was oblivious to social cues and struggled to interact with others, which led to her being bullied by cliques in her class. She sighed softly. Thus, deep down, she harbors a profound sense of insecurity. In her spare time, she engaged in cosplay, adorning herself beautifully and standing in the spotlight, yearning to be seen and cherished by many. Only then did she feel a semblance of safety, believing that the insults and blows would momentarily overlook her. Chapter 84. The intensifying stage. Thus, she insisted on accompanying Lin Mo on this outing. Han Shui pondered thoughtfully. Yi Xiaoro nodded with a mischievous smile. She aims to leverage our husband's influence to ensure those dim-witted fellows recognize that behind this little firecracker stands none other than Lin Daolao. Let us see who dares to bully her. The reason Lin Mo brought along the little burden, and Jio was also, of course, she chuckled. Our little Xuejie is indeed astute and perceptive. Here, a hug as a reward. Get away from me. Han Shui laughed, evading Yi Xiaoro's playful grasp, her gaze returning to the card in her hand. Observing Yi Xiaoro's languid demeanor, Han Shui instinctively tightened her grip on the card. The last remnants of her subtle thoughts regarding the contention for the position of the harem leader dissipated completely. Forget it, she silently reassured herself. It's not that I fear her, but rather that I find her endearing, perfectly suited for this role. Sighing, she resolved to play to her strengths. To be Lin Mo's most reliable logistical support, a vital left and right arm, which seemed far more practical than vying for an elusive position of power. With a relieved smile, her expression transformed into one of focus and determination. Between two towering dormitory buildings, their silhouettes shrouded in thick crimson mist, lay a relatively flat depression. At this moment, This hollow had become a gruesome slaughterhouse. Players from different dormitories surged like two ferocious torrents, colliding violently, unleashing a cacophony of battle cries, the clashing of weapons, and the anguished wails of the dying. In the center of this hollow, Kong Nanji pressed against a long-dead tree, its gnarled branches resembling ghostly claws. She wielded a pair of exquisite hand crossbows, her fingers deftly pulling the triggers without the need to load arrows. The specially designed energy arrows transformed into lethal blue lines, slicing through the air and accurately embedding themselves within the chaotic throng. In an instant, 5 or 6 enemy players at the forefront clutched their throats or chests, their faces etched with disbelief as they collapsed to the ground, stirring up a mire of filthy mud. However, this efficient slaughter immediately incited a counterattack. Several arrows, shrieking through the air, struck the dead tree trunk where she hid, sending splinters flying. Soon after, an even denser barrage of arrows rained down upon her, the shrill cries of death preventing her from lifting her head. Kong Nanji could only roll away in a flurry, retreating behind a larger trunk, listening to the dull thuds of arrows embedding into the wood, her breath quickening with trepidation. Not far away, Liu Xiaodong grappled fiercely with a burly American named John, neither able to gain the upper hand. Across the battlefield, the fighting raged intensely. The ordinary players on both sides were evenly matched, flashes of blades glimmering in the dim light, with casualties falling and cries of anguish echoing throughout. Blood soaked the earth of the hollow, the air heavy with the stench of blood and sweat, mingling with the swirling crimson mist to create a nauseating atmosphere. In a relatively secluded corner of the battlefield, Sun Qing narrowly evaded the chokehold of the imposing black man before him. The cold blade grazed his throat, sending a shiver down his spine. Ron, evidently one of the elite fighters on the opposing side, wielded his dual blades with a ferocity that was almost palpable. Yet, Sun Qing displayed no signs of anxiety. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk graced his lips, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. His footwork was exquisite, each evasive maneuver executed with impeccable timing. Despite having numerous opportunities to deflect Ron's strikes or even launch a lethal counterattack, he consistently missed by the slightest margin, opting instead to parry with minimal effort, redirecting Ron's assault elsewhere. His gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, taking in the desperate struggles and the fallen players from both factions. Each life extinguished signified the potential for more gleaming spoils to emerge. He was in no rush to eliminate his adversary. He sought to prolong this grand feast, to stoke the flames of greed ever higher, transforming this hollow ground into a true meat grinder, yielding the most bountiful rewards. As long as he did not personally slay these players, surely the sins could not be laid at his feet. Suddenly, whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air without warning, erupting from the blood-red mist that enveloped the dim sky. All combatants on the battlefield, whether hacking with blades, drawing bows, or frantically dodging, froze mid-action. The thick, blood-like fog was violently torn apart by an overwhelming force, revealing a blinding light, trailing a long tail like a comet, descending with catastrophic pressure straight towards the center of the fray. Retreat! Sun Qing was the first to react. His pupils dilated as he forcefully kicked Ron aside, propelling himself backward several paces. His expression turned grave, as if water could drip from it, fixated on the approaching, menacing light. This sudden turn of events plunged the once boisterous battlefield into an eerie silence. All players seemed to have pressed the pause button, forgetting the fight, forgetting their enmity, their gazes collectively drawn upward in astonishment and confusion towards the increasingly distinct intruder. The luminous entity moved with astonishing speed, halting mere dozens of meters above the battlefield, its radiance momentarily dimming to reveal a humanoid silhouette. It lingered for a fleeting moment, as if coldly surveying the myriad of ants below. Then, in a startling instant, the brilliance collapsed. The figure plummeted earthward like a marionette severed from its strings, descending straight towards the ground. Just as the onlookers braced for a violent impact, the figure came to a gentle halt just meters above the ground, then floated down like a feather, landing upon a patch of blood-soaked mud. As the radiance dissipated entirely, it unveiled a somewhat gaunt young man of unremarkable appearance. He bore a gentle smile that exuded an air of innocuousness, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every player still reeling from shock. "Oh, quite a lively scene, isn't it? What seems to be the commotion? Let's all calm down, shall we? Please refrain from fighting for the moment." He surveyed his surroundings and introduced himself. "I am Lu Jinglong. I have a minor request and would appreciate your assistance." In response, there was only a profound silence, accompanied by countless gazes filled with fear, wariness, curiosity, and disbelief. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, the weight of tension making it difficult for anyone to breathe. Lu Jinglong appeared utterly unfazed by the awkwardness of the moment. Rather, he seemed to revel in the attention of the crowd. Chapter 85. The unfortunate Kong Nanji. He leisurely surveyed the crowd, akin to a sovereign inspecting his domain. Ultimately, his gaze, akin to two frigid searchlights, fixated upon Kong Nanji, who was cowering behind a withered tree, her complexion pale as death. "Ah!" Lu Jinglong's eyes instantly brightened. His gentle smile abruptly infused with an unsettling, viscous greed. "Isn't this our illustrious star, Miss Kong Nanji? What a coincidence! I am indeed your devoted fan." As he spoke, he briskly approached her. Kong Nanji felt a chilling dread surge from her soles to the crown of her head. Her heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest. Fear engulfed her like a frigid tide, compelling her to retreat instinctively. Her back collided heavily against the rough bark of the dead tree, the coarse texture painfully pressing against her, yet it paled in comparison to the despair in her heart. "How can this happen again? I've only ventured out twice. Each time I encounter this deadly star." The aura emanating from the man before her was far more terrifying than facing Lin Mo. It was an unfathomable power that made her very soul tremble. Lu Jinglong, with a seemingly considerate demeanor, halted his advance, spreading his hands with an unchanging smile. "No need to be anxious, Miss Kong. I'm also a player, merely, having arrived a tad earlier than you." This remark eased the tension among the crowd, realizing he was merely a senior. However, in the current situation, what distinction existed between human and monster? Yet, Kong Nanji's heart sank deeper. She keenly noticed the unabashed, lascivious glint in his eyes, akin to that of a connoisseur appraising exquisite prey. She had witnessed such a gaze countless times in repugnant films from certain distant lands. "No! Stay away!" Kong Nanji's voice trembled uncontrollably, nearly erupting into a scream. Her armed crossbow instinctively rose, positioned defensively before her, as if this frigid metal could offer her a modicum of security. In her panic, she glanced around. Those fans who had previously showered her with concern and vowed to protect her now shrank back, not a single soul daring to step forward, all retreating into silence, even averting their gazes from her. Once again, it was the same. "TSK, why must it be so?" Lu Jinglong's smile deepened, yet he did not advance. Instead, he casually stamped his foot. Buzz! An invisible, yet terrifyingly potent wave of energy suddenly emanated from Lu Jinglong, rippling outward like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. This wave, silent yet piercing, struck with heart-stopping intensity. My hand! What is happening?" In the next moment, a cacophony of horrified cries and the clatter of metal hitting the ground erupted from the lowland. Surrounding players, regardless of their allegiance, seemed instantly drained of all strength. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, spasming. The weapons in their hands, as if struck by an unseen hammer, clattered and fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Even the skilled practitioners like Sun Chung and Liu Xiaodong felt an overwhelming force forcibly restraining their bodies and strength, their faces turning pale in an instant. They struggled desperately against the will that threatened to crush them. Their weapons, though still gripped tightly, felt as heavy as mountains, making it nearly impossible to lift. Kong Nanji was particularly affected. She felt the crossbow in her hands become as burdensome as 1,000 pounds. Her slender arms trembled violently, her knuckles whitening from exertion. Cold sweat trickling down her forehead, her teeth clenched so tightly that she nearly drew blood. The weapon she had once taken pride in had now become a source of oppression. Not only was aiming a challenge, but even lifting it felt insurmountably difficult. Despair coiled around her limbs like frigid vines, ensnaring her very being. In this suffocating moment of hopelessness, Lu Jinglong did not cast another glance at Kong Nanji. Instead, he slowly raised his head, addressing the hidden observers. Have you been watching long enough? Friends in the shadows, why not step into the light for a conversation? The thick, blood-red mist seemed to part momentarily under an unseen force, revealing two figures, a man and a woman, who emerged gracefully from the depths. Lin Mo carried the petite Ngio on his back, moving with a steady gait, as though strolling leisurely. He felt no weight from Ngio, yet all around him. The other players appeared pale and trembling, clearly under immense pressure. The source of this force was undoubtedly the man hovering like a deity at the center of the battlefield. Sun Chung fixed his gaze on Lin Mo, his jaw clenched tight, a surge of resentment boiling within him. This scoundrel had indeed arrived. Was he waiting for them to exhaust each other before swooping in to claim the spoils? Lu Jinglong halted his approach toward Kong Nanji, casually placing his hands behind his back, suspended a few meters above the battlefield. With a mere gesture, the light orbs scattered across the ground, remnants of fallen players, floated gently into his hands, vanishing from sight. This act nearly made Sun Chung spit blood. Those were his hard-earned trophies. As Lu Jinglong cleared the battlefield, he spoke with an air of calm authority, as if he were orchestrating the entire scene, his voice resonating clearly across the silent hollow. Since our friends here have graciously revealed themselves, it would be rather ungracious for anyone wishing to remain hidden. His words seemed to summon a response, as the red mist surged once more, and two more figures emerged from the obscured remnants of withered trees. Ito Suwa supported his slightly pale sister, Ito Yuko, their gazes sharp and icy as they swept over Sun Chung and Lu Xiaodong, finally resting heavily on the floating Lu Jinglong. Their wariness and the weight of the moment were palpable. Oh, Asian faces? Lu Jinglong scrutinized the Ito siblings, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Korean? Japanese? Ito Suwa's voice was cold and firm, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. I am Ito Suwa, and this is my sister, Yuko. With a soft chuckle, Lu Jinglong seemed amused by the candid response, nearly unable to suppress his laughter. Quickly curbing the corners of his mouth, his gaze then shifted to Lin Mo, his tone unexpectedly imbued with a caution he himself hardly recognized, one that was even more pronounced than that directed towards Itasumi. So, how should I address this friend? He regarded Lin Mo with considerably more respect, for he had utterly failed to perceive the other's presence. Initially, he had intended to summon Itasumi, but to his astonishment, he had inadvertently revealed this man who bore the girl, exuding a tranquil aura akin to a deep abyss. He was completely oblivious to the existence of Lin Mo, which heightened his wariness to an acute degree. Lin Mo's voice remained calm and unruffled, as if everything before him were of no consequence. With his back turned towards his younger sister, he carried Ngio and took a few casual steps forward, narrowing the distance between them to facilitate conversation. Chapter 86. The world through the eyes of Phase 3 players. When Kong Nanji spotted Lin Mo's arrival, rather than feeling a sense of security, she instinctively recoiled further behind the gnarled tree, lamenting silently within. Another formidable figure who nearly shattered her sanity had appeared. What kind of day was this? Although she herself was a capitalist, she couldn't shake the feeling of being ensnared by capital's machinations. In midair, Lu Jinglong floated gracefully, arms outstretched as if presenting his own stage. It was evident that those present were likely the prominent figures from their respective dormitories. His gaze swept over Lin Mo, Ito Ching, Sun Chung, and others as he proposed a transaction. Yet, internally, he was rife with sarcasm. Were the newcomers truly this pretentious? They brought along companions for the Crimson Mist exploration, and those companions were strikingly beautiful. However, if fortune favored him, he might just deceive a few foolish women seeking to ascend the social ladder. Pausing briefly, his voice resonated clearly in every ear. I am aware that your next collective game is Plants vs. Zombies. Certain players may have fortuitously obtained high-level plant cards in advance. Sun Cheng's brow furrowed. Following a box opening, he met two attribute benchmarks. He had acquired a solar power device and a high-level blind box, which yielded a sunflower bomb card. Although he had never played this game before, he was reluctant to trade. If this pretentious individual sought to acquire from them, it must signify the value of the item. Lu Jinglong continued, I am quite interested in these high-level plant cards. The price, however, is negotiable, whether it be weapons, equipment, survival coins, or rare materials. Whatever you desire, I can provide. He added with a hint of allure, furthermore, if you possess any plant cards that I genuinely desire, I can exchange them for skill cards. Observing the expressions of confusion and astonishment among the crowd, Lu Jinglong chuckled softly, embodying the superiority of one looking down upon mere ants. Oh, it seems you are unaware of what skill cards are. Fear not. In time, you'll come to understand just how rare and precious these items truly are. What kind of cards qualify for an exchange for your so-called skill cards? A voice from the corner, laced with both trepidation and yearning, trembled through the crowd. Suspended in midair, Lu Jinglong maintained his nonchalant smile, one that suggested he controlled everything, while internally he scoffed disdainfully. It is quite simple. As long as you possess diamond-quality plant cards, I am willing to trade one skill card for each. After all, a mere promise carries no cost. Internally, Lu Jinglong sneered, confident that these neophytes, who had yet to experience even a single formal game, would have no chance of acquiring diamond cards unless they stumbled upon extraordinary luck. Dreaming of obtaining skill cards? He himself possessed only one. Should some foolish soul miraculously unveil a diamond card? A transaction? Why not simply seize it directly? Then, what about this card? What would it be exchanged for? A rather handsome player summoned his courage and stepped forward, his face a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, cautiously extracting a card that emitted a faint white glow. Lu Jinglong's gaze swept over it. The watermelon catapult, a rather ordinary white plant card. He elongated his tone, laced with a hint of disappointment, and in a mysterious manner, remarked, I had hoped for some surprises, but it seems. The latter half of his sentence, laden with disdain, remained unspoken, yet his tone was unmistakable. How about this? He feigned a benevolent demeanor. I can offer you 100 survival coins for it. Alternatively, you may select other materials of equivalent value. How could that be? I long out you. I'm a child of fortune. Are you mocking my ignorance? Calm down. Don't embarrass yourself. Haven't you played Plants vs. Zombies? Do you think the watermelon catapult is rare? The light in Long Out Yin's eyes dimmed instantly, an immense disappointment rendering him somewhat despondent. Forget it. I won't sell it after all. He clutched the card tightly, preparing to retract it. The surrounding players also exhibited little interest. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Upon seeing him withdraw, Lu Jinglong inwardly cursed the lack of appreciation, quickening his speech. The version of Plants vs. Zombies you experienced is merely the most basic one. As long as you accumulate enough resources, you can easily push through using just turrets. Suddenly, Ito Siju, who had been an indifferent observer, interjected, directly addressing the crux of the matter. If it is truly as effortless and worthless as you claim, why would you go through such lengths to come here and acquire cards? Your actions, in fact, serve to prove that these cards, at least certain ones, are of paramount importance, if not indispensable, in the game you face. The moment these words were spoken, the players who had been momentarily bewildered by Lu Jinglong's earlier remarks were instantly awakened. Countless gazes converged on Lu Jinglong, filled with skepticism and wariness. Indeed, if it were useless, what could he possibly gain? The smile on Lu Jinglong's face briefly stiffened, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes as if his facade had been pierced. He gradually descended to the ground, his boots squelching in the muddy blood, producing a soft sound that shattered the tense atmosphere. It seems you're not completely devoid of intellect. He snorted, no longer concealing his superior attitude. Very well. Considering your insatiable curiosity, as a senior, I shall graciously enlighten you, mere frogs at the bottom of the well, about the world as perceived by players of the third phase. Third phase players? Lin Mo's eyes instantly sharpened with intense focus, akin to a deep, cold pool. Finally, Would they come into contact with the truth of this world? His companion, Ngio, held his breath in anticipation. Indeed, Lu Jinglong stood tall. Aside from the novice phase you are currently experiencing, I have completed 3 official games in their entirety. To us, individuals like you, who have yet to experience even a single game, are merely fledglings of the quasi-first phase. Does that mean third phase players are already free to explore this world? Someone could not help but inquire, their eyes gleaming with longing. Free exploration? Huh. Lu Jinglong seemed to have heard the greatest joke of all time. As if lost in a dream, I only arrived here by utilizing props. The scant knowledge we possess is merely derived from the accounts of earlier players. This world. His voice suddenly lowered, imbued with a chilling eeriness, far more terrifying than you can possibly imagine, by billions of times. Without specific protective props, our range of movement is strictly confined within the safety zone delineated by the system. Even stepping just a meter beyond the boundary could result in you being torn to shreds by some incomprehensible, unfathomable entity in the blink of an eye. Chapter 87. The uncharacteristic Chao, Wan Liang, he surveyed the pallid faces of those around him, a malicious grin spreading across his features. Once you miraculously survive this initial phase of the game, you will long for these seemingly perilous yet tranquil days. Of course, that is assuming you manage to live until then. A chilling wave of dread swept through every individual present, as if the very air had solidified. Observing the frozen expressions of the crowd, Lu Jinglong seemed pleased with the effect he had created, continuing to drop heavy bombs of revelation. You must have already tasted the sweetness of victory. Slaying players from different dormitories yields equipment, correct? He gestured to the scattered remnants of light on the ground. But once you endure the novice protection period and officially become first phase players, he emitted a spine-chilling laugh. Killing the owner of the same dormitory will yield the same rewards, and everything within their room will belong to you. A collective gasp echoed through the room. What did this imply? It meant that the dormitory would devolve into a brutal arena of survival of the fittest. People recalled the announcement made upon entering the dormitory. The core principle of the game is to survive under the onslaught of monsters within the building. Indeed, there were already monsters that had ceased to be human lurking within. However, Lu Jinglong then shifted his tone, laced with mockery. To prevent seasoned players from recklessly harvesting those at lower levels like crops, the game has hidden rules. High-level players do not drop any items when they slay lower-level ones. Instead, they will incur a red name debuff. Therefore, I harbor no significant malice towards you. Lin Mo was tempted to inquire about the meaning of this red name debuff, but Lu Jinglong had no intention of prolonging that discussion. Sun Cheng felt his throat dry up, and a question he cared most about blurted out. Do we have any chance of leaving this cursed place? Leaving? Who knows? As far as I know, there are old monsters who have survived 10 phases. They possess nearly earth-shattering abilities, yet remain trapped here like headless flies, unable to find any clues to return. He paused, his last vestiges of patience evaporating, his tone growing exceedingly impatient. Well, I've said what needed to be said. Now, let us discuss what truly concerns you. Players from different phases encounter vastly different game content. Our next phase will confront us with a hybrid version of Plants vs. Zombies. But prior to this, we have not faced this game, hence we are unprepared. That is why I utilized items to come here in hopes of acquiring potentially useful plant cards. Will Plants vs. Zombies have varying levels of difficulty? Currently, there are 3 known difficulties corresponding to phases 1, 4, and 9. It is possible that you might encounter it in the 4th phase, or perhaps only in the 9th. It is uncertain. Naturally, the plants you possess may still be obtainable during the gameplay, yet this opportunity to meet with me is singular. Many players continue to hope for the day they might escape this wretched place. The speculations surrounding the Crimson Fog, particularly the most dreadful conjectures about the unknown, are presently validated by a seasoned individual, delivering a devastating psychological blow. Of course, there is no need for you to exhibit such expressions. The absence of an escape route now does not imply there will never be one. As long as one survives, hope persists. I possess a supreme VIP nut. A player who had been struggling in the corner finally summoned the courage to exclaim this, his voice trembling noticeably. He had previously disclosed his possession of a golden card plant in the channel, and at this moment, he could distinctly sense several avaricious and perilous gazes scanning him like tangible daggers. For him, the greatest threat was no longer the forthcoming game, but rather whether he could endure until it commenced. He was in dire need of assurances that would immediately enhance his survival capability. Lu Jinglong feigned contemplation before presenting an offer. How about this? I could provide you with a level 2 steel long sword imbued with the sharp attribute, along with a set of breastplate, leg guards, and boots. This ensemble will augment your physical defense by 15 points and your attack power by 22 points. Alternatively, if you prefer a more aggressive approach, I can offer a level 2 broadsword with the heavy strike attribute, which will directly increase your attack power by 30 points. Which do you choose? The player felt somewhat disheartened, noting that the attack power provided by level 2 weapons was comparable to that of level 1 weapons. Lu Jinglong patiently elucidated, striving for clarity. You must have encounter defense, right? All damage inflicted upon a character with defense will be mitigated based on that defense level. Excessive defense can even render one immune to damage. The sharp attribute can bypass a certain amount of defense, while heavy strike has a chance to amplify your own damage. I'll take the armor and the long sword. The player decided almost without hesitation. Survival took precedence. This scene ignited envy and excitement among the surrounding players. They could scarcely fathom that the value of a golden card was, in fact, several dozen times greater than that of a white card. A single golden card plant could be exchanged for such substantial immediate combat enhancements, akin to successfully opening 3 high-level treasure chests in solitary exploration. This was enough to propel an ordinary player into the upper echelons, granting them the confidence to converse on equal footing with figures like Sun Chung. The flames of greed were instantly ignited. I have a butter melancholy mushroom, and I wish to exchange it for equivalent value in armor. I possess a watermelon cattail. I want survival coins, a substantial amount of survival coins. Me too. I have a. The atmosphere erupted into a bustling marketplace of transactions. Sun Chung gazed in astonishment at Lu Xiaodong and the others who had gathered, a surge of betrayal igniting his anger. These scoundrels! They had previously denied having exchanged for blind boxes, yet here they were, each concealing golden cards. In another corner, Chao Wenliang regarded Lin Mo with a knowing gaze. His expression cold and devoid of the earlier amiability